My father awakened as a 3S Class 9 sword immortal. My grandfather, even more so. A supreme swordsman wielding boundless sword spirit. However, I, who should have inherited the family's sword talent, awakened as a C-class river god that is completely unrelated. Those who awaken this talent only possess the auxiliary ability to change the weather, and can only immerse themselves in water for their whole life. Immediately deemed useless by the authorities, they even convened a meeting to strip me of the right to inherit the command of the Northern Army. Yet, I am not angry about this. Instead, I kicked open the door of the high-level meeting room directly, all because of my awakened river god, which is a bit different from what they know. Seeing this, my father, the army commander, took me out. Son, don't worry, I will make sure to secure the position for you. I waved my hand at my father, saying, Dad, you don't need to waste time arguing with them. Immediately, I raised my hand and displayed the river god's domain, causing massive serpent-like water streams to emerge, forming a river domain. Wait, you just awakened and, as a level 1 professional, you've actually brought a 9th level professional like me a 30% improvement. Feeling the change in power, the army commander was greatly shocked. Son, this is undoubtedly an SSS class skill. Your river god is not just a C-class profession. Based on this one skill alone, it can be rated as SSS class. But now it seems that my concerns about passing on my position as the Grand Commander are completely unnecessary. Dad, can you show me your sky-cutting swordsmanship? I have a companion skill as well. Without much thought, Lu Jinlin decisively took out the sky-cutting swordsmanship. With Dad's passive sword saint physique, he can have 10 equipment slots, allowing him to use 10 swords simultaneously and benefit from the attributes of 10 swords. I will draw out the strongest sky-cutting sword, placed it into the river god's domain. The next moment, a silver light and a golden light appeared in the river god's domain at the same time. A young version of Dad appeared in the middle. Oh, you picked the golden sky-cutting sword. Or is it this silver sky-cutting sword, or this ordinary sky-cutting sword? Son, is this your second companion skill? Lu Junling was stunned. When he took the silver sky-cutting sword, he was quickly shocked by the attribute bonuses and equipment effects, which were actually twice as powerful as the ordinary sky-cutting sword. He swallowed nervously, took the golden sky-cutting sword, and exclaimed, Wow, the attribute bonuses and equipment effects are 3 times as strong as before. Another SSS level skill. Even if he is the strongest in the Dragon Nation, he can achieve unimaginable heights with my assistance. How extraordinary and shocking this is. I am the most talented genius in the history of the human race. Ha ha ha, at this moment. In the meeting room, more than 10 human high-level officials were discussing animatedly. Lu Chen couldn't contain his excitement. After awakening to the trash profession, he has become arrogant and domineering, daring to interrupt such an important meeting. This is not something a junior should do. We need to think about how to persuade the war god to give up the position of commander-in-chief of the Northern Army. We cannot allow someone whose profession is the river god to inherit. This is irresponsible to all the subjects of the Dragon Kingdom. The next moment, a sharp sword sound rang out, startling more than 10 human high-level officials, who quickly looked out the window. Why did the war god suddenly appear? Could it be that he doesn't like us and wants to harm us? As I said before, we must use gentle persuasion. As long as we hold the Dragon Kingdom in our hearts and have a clear conscience, the war god will not harm us. Sorry for the delay, I had some urgent matters. The door of the meeting room suddenly opened, and Army Lin walked in with a smile on his face, followed by me. What's wrong with the war god? Why did his mood suddenly improve after meeting Lu Chen? It's not appropriate for Lu Chen, the person involved, to listen to such an important meeting. The human high-level officials are all puzzled. Army Lin held the sword in his hand, pointing to 3 differently colored war god swords, as if they had a life of their own. In front of the human high-level officials, look closely, these 3 war god swords have obvious differences in color and material. After hesitating for a moment, the human high-level officials touched the transparent war god sword, finding that its attributes were actually 2 and 3 times the original, while the war god received 2 even stronger swords. Strength will inevitably soar, and the defense line of the Beijing military region will be even more stable. This is the faith of the nation. Could it be that Lu Chen interrupted our meeting just to give the gold and silver slashing sword to the slashing sky god? All eyes fell on me. The Army Lin smiled and said, This gold and silver slashing sword was indeed given to me by you, Lu Chen. Where did you get the gold and silver slashing sword? One who can create such a divine sword can already be called the #1 swordsmith in the Dragon Nation. The leaders of the human race were extremely excited, all eagerly awaiting my response. The Army Lin couldn't stop smiling. Zhong, you don't need to underestimate yourself. You are still the elite #1 swordsmith in the Dragon Nation. The slashing sky sword was replicated by me using half a lifetime of skills. What do you mean by replicating it with half a lifetime of skills? Does the river god have the skill to replicate equipment? It seems that in order to pass on the slashing sky god's legacy to Lu Chen, anything can be said. The leaders of the human race were shocked, but no one believed Army Lin's words. Son, show them what you're capable of. Lu Jinlin patted my shoulder. Alright, Dad. I'm going to use the river god's domain. Streams of giant pythons of water emerged. The water quickly flooded everyone's knees at the scene. A newcomer who had just awakened actually mastered such a rare domain skill. With this domain skill, the greatest limitation of the river god has been easily overcome. It seems that the river god profession awakened by Lu Chen is not simple. Wait, it seems like all my attributes have increased by 30%. Among us, even the lowest level is a 7th job changer. Lu Chen, a first-tier professional, actually boosted all our attributes by 30%. This is the legendary breakthrough level skill. The innate skill is at the breakthrough level. You call this a C-level profession, but with such terrifying skill effects, even the highest-rated SSS level can't compare. It's unbelievably miraculous. The attitude of the human race's higher-ups towards me has undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. Lu Chen simultaneously provided percentage reinforcements to over 10 of us. Is the mana consumption of your nuclear divine domain significant? How long can it last? Zhong Lao fixed his gaze on me intently. Mana consumption, I didn't even realize until you mentioned it. Zhong Lao, would you believe me if I said my nuclear divine domain has no mana consumption? A breakthrough level skill with no consumption, are you serious? Breakthrough level skills, as the highest tier, usually have consumption several times that of normal skills. Yet your nuclear divine domain has no consumption, it's truly miraculous. Seeing the stunned expressions of the human race's higher-ups, Lu Junlin was very satisfied. Just with a semi-life skill, I managed to shock them like this. The matter of inheriting the world is bound to be stable. The skill to replicate the elf-slashing sword of the Sky Slayer, can you show us a bit? We'd like to have a good look. The second semi-life skill I've played with is also at the breakthrough level, so I want it replicated. The first divine sword of the Dragon Nation, Lu Junlin took out the Sky Slayer sword. Along with the clanking of machinery, the 10th sword, shining like stars surrounding the moon, revealed its true form, the national treasure, Emperor's Sword. The Emperor's Sword is an accessory of Qin Shi Huang, truly a top-tier professional. Can it be replicated? The battle god is acting recklessly. In order to test Lu Chen's skills, they actually brought out the national treasure, the Emperor's Sword. Many of the human high-ranking officials were in a panic. What's wrong with being a bit reckless? What if it succeeds? Old Zhong's eyes turned red with excitement, like a gambler gone mad. The Emperor's Sword's greatest strength has never been its attribute bonuses, but its equipment effects. Once the Emperor's Sword is used, all friendly units within a radius of 10,000 miles have their attributes increased by 100%. If Lu Chen really managed to replicate the golden and silver Emperor's Swords, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Dragon Nation, ensuring its dominance over the human race without a doubt. Old Zhong is right. What if I really managed to replicate 2 stronger Emperor's Swords? Just the thought of it makes him tremble with excitement. The army spirit handed me the Emperor's Sword. Son, you don't need too much pressure. You're only at level 1 now, even if you can't replicate the golden and silver Emperor's Swords, it's okay. When you level up, we will definitely witness the day when the golden and silver Emperor's Swords appear. Alright, Dad. I solemnly took the Emperor's Sword. If the 9 slashes of heaven are like 9 sleeping dragons, then the Emperor's Sword is a sleeping true dragon. Such a crucial national weapon, I dare not show the slightest disrespect. After a moment, a sparkling light simultaneously shone in the river god's domain. In my hands, the golden Emperor's Sword and the silver Emperor's Sword truly appeared. Young Dad, are you dropping this gold heavenly sword, or this silver beheading sky sword, or this ordinary heavenly sword? After the chant ends, the attributes and equipment effects of the gold and silver heavenly swords will all double. Damn, the gold and silver heavenly swords have really been duplicated. Is this the legendary breakthrough level skill? Ling, equally excited, immediately activated the equipment effect of the gold and silver heavenly swords after receiving them. A golden light soared into the sky from everyone present, like a waterfall flowing backward, extremely spectacular. Damn, my overall attributes have increased by 930%. The gold and silver heavenly sword copied by Lu Chen is the same as the gold and silver beheading sky sword. The equipment effects have doubled, plus the passive skill Sword Saint's Body of Zhan Tian, which can increase the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of sword weapons by 50%. 3 heavenly swords. The attribute boosted brings us as a whopping 900%, it's too terrifying. If 3 heavenly swords appear on the battlefield at the same time, our Dragon Nation warriors will surely be invincible. With 3 heavenly swords, I should follow the example of Qin Shi Huang and unify the people. What's the rush? Declaring war on other countries now indeed has a great chance of sweeping across the land, but our losses are estimated to be very significant. It's better to wait for my son to grow up completely, to avoid a suppressive unification of the people. This is the prosperous era of the Dragon Nation that I want to see. Ling, holding the gold and silver heavenly swords, is naturally excited, eager to attack the lairs of the Japanese pirates and the ugly bow. To slay the war god, it's true, we were too excited and lost our sense of proportion for a moment. Son, how long can your river god legend last, and what is the mana consumption like? There is also no consumption. As for how long the gold and silver emperor sword can last, it needs time to verify. However, after replicating the gold and silver emperor sword, the gold and silver slashing sky sword disappeared. For my river god legend, I am currently unable to replicate 2 items simultaneously. Do not be disheartened. Being able to replicate the gold and silver emperor sword is already a historic achievement. Young leader, behind you are not only the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire kingdom. We are nurturing you with the power of the nation, and you will surely grow at the fastest pace. All the leaders of the human race are smiling. They have already called me the young leader. It seems that the morale-boosting matter has been settled. Son, next I will arrange for someone to take you to level up in the Shadow Ninja secret realm. The density of monsters in this realm is not only high, but also causes a great commotion, attracting all the fire ants. As long as your strength is enough, the speed of monster grinding for leveling up is very fast. Before the fire ant secret realm, the troops arranged by the land army leader are already prepared. There are 30 knights, archers, mages, and priests each. All 100 of them are at level 60, reaching the highest level limit of the fire ant instance. In addition, there is a burly berserker carrying 2 axes, who is a whopping level 80. And as a level 1 professional, I am like the center of attention among them all. Wow, isn't the Shadow Ninja secret realm a level 40 instance? Why are there 100 level 60 professionals going together, along with the leader of the Night Wolf Legion? Isn't this lineup too strong? As far as I know, the profession awakened by the little leader is River God. Is there a need to level up? Moreover, in the Fire Shadow instance, the shadows are unclear, and the little leader cannot play a role at all. If it's just for the minimum experience share, Little Bucket might not even get 1%. People around are all talking, their eyes can't move away from me. Later, when we enter the blood secret in Little Bucket, you just need to enjoy our one-sided slaughter. The appearance of Chu Zhou, the leader of the Night Wolf Legion, looks fierce, but he tries to show a friendly smile as much as possible when facing me. His level has already exceeded the highest level of the blood secret realm. However, even after using the level restricting treasure, he can still unleash unmatched combat power like an ordinary level 60 professional. Being led to level up by the Night Wolf Legion, even if the experience share is very low, with an extremely high monster spawning efficiency, my leveling speed will become very fast. If I apply the 30% attribute bonus from the River God domain to the Night Wolf Legion, my leveling speed will become even faster. I am eager to try it out. After entering the fire ant instance, a hot wind blows in your face. Looking around, in a volcano-like ant nest, thousands of fire ants rush out. Slay the Night Wolf Legion. With a command from the leader, 30 level 60 archers and mages start their firepower coverage. Countless fire ants perish every second, turning into fragility, dying as soon as they crawl out of the nest. Don't think about idling. In the crowd, the river god's domain was unleashed. The gentle river water quickly engulfed the feet of 30 archers and 30 mages. After all, the river god's domain is hard to stop. What is this? I was soaked for a while, all attributes increased by 30%. Could it be such a powerful group buff skill? It was used by the little leader. The feeling of this 30% increase in all attributes is too cool. The firepower suppression of 30 archers and 30 mages became stronger, causing the entire anthill to tremble violently. Soon after the death of the Fire Ant King, the completion time for this level was 49 minutes and 54 seconds. We broke the record. The previous record was held by the White Bear Legion. At 50 minutes and 54 seconds, we were a full minute faster, and this was even without the captain taking action. The little leader's river god's domain is too strong. Even at level 1, it can bring a significant boost to 60 level 60 output professions. At the same time, my level has reached 21. I have mastered the new expanded skill elementalization at the county level, which allows targets in the river god's domain to enter an elemental state, immune to 30% of physical damage. When an elementalized target is injured, it can consume the river god's domain to quickly recover its injuries, and at the same time, the River God's domain has upgraded the overall attribute bonus, increasing by 20%. After upgrading the River God's legend, it can now duplicate 3 items at the same time, which is 3 times more effective than before. Feeling the change in myself, I showed a satisfied expression. The young leader helped you level up to 21 in just 50 minutes. If you run the Naruto Secret Realm a few more times, you should be able to reach level 30. By then, you can advance to the second stage. Shujo is shining with excitement, wanting to rely on me to brush the clearance record even higher. Outside the Naruto Secret Realm, the Polar Bear Legion's clearance record was broken. The Polar Bear Legion's clearance record was 50 minutes and 54 seconds, achieved after hundreds of attempts. The Night Wolf Legion, with the young leader in tow, upgraded and managed to lower the clearance record to 49 minutes and 54 seconds in just one attempt. When did the Night Wolf Legion become so impressive? Everyone, look, members of the Polar Bear Legion have arrived. The Legion leader is also at level 80, leading 100 professionals at level 60. This will be interesting to watch, with people around gossiping. The focus shifted from the latest clearance record in the Naruto Secret Realm to the Polar Bear Legion's leader. The Polar Bear Legion's leader, Lee, found it hard to accept. If it weren't for the key just obtained, they would have been the ones who upgraded me, not the Night Wolf Legion. Just as he finished up and was about to take over the young leader's upgrade, he discovered that his clearance record had already been broken by someone from the Night Wolf Legion. At that moment, I and the Night Wolf Legion members were teleported to the Realm Square. Captain Lee, your clearance record has been broken by our Night Wolf Legion, but you don't need to bother with the young leader's upgrade anymore. A smug smile appeared on my face. Maintaining a clearance record in a dungeon can increase an organization's reputation. He is well aware that his ability to break the Polar Bear Legion's record is all thanks to my core god domain. If I were to join the White Bear Corps, the record I just broke would soon be surpassed by them. Captain Shu, you have great abilities. Even when leveling up with the young leader, you can break my record. Lee is a bit unhappy. After seeing my level, he quickly realized, young leader, how are you level 21 already? Such a terrifying leveling speed, even with help, it's impossible to level up so quickly. So, the Night Wolf Corps has broken all of our records. It's all thanks to the young leader. Shu's face turned red from being exposed. Never mind, your White Bear Corps' clearance record has already been broken by my Night Wolf Corps. The most qualified to level up the young leader must be my Night Wolf Corps. For the fastest clearance record in the Naruto Secret Realm, Lee and Shu Shou, these two core leaders, unexpectedly started arguing. Stop arguing. I'll go with one core at a time, no favoritism. It's giving me a headache wasting time on arguing. It's better to quickly level up in the Naruto Secret Realm. The young leader is right. One core at a time, no favoritism. Lee laughed heartily. He brought me into the Naruto Secret Realm. Lee was curious as well. How did a C-rank professional like River God break the Night Wolf Corps' record? Young leader, can you show me your true abilities? I nodded. The River God's domain quickly covered everyone present, with a 50% increase in all attributes. No wonder the Night Wolf Corps members were able to break my record. Damn it, Shujo is showing off with the support of the little leader. My White Bear Legion will surely break the clearance record of the Fire Shadow Secret Realm and set a new high. Sure enough, after 33 minutes and 32 seconds, the Fire Shadow King was killed again. I never expected that in my lifetime, I could achieve such a fast clearance record. If we try a few more times, our clearance record will surely be even faster. The White Bear Legion members are extremely excited and plan to quickly leave the Fire Shadow Secret Realm to see the reaction of the Night Wolf Legion. I can't help but admire the White Bear Legion, truly the holder of the fastest clearance record in the Fire Shadow Secret Realm. This clearance allowed me to level up from 21 to 26. For an ordinary student of an SS-level profession, it would take at least half a year to go from level 1 to 26, but I accomplished it in less than 2 hours. The members of the Night Wolf Legion were shocked at the Fire Shadow Secret Realm. This speed is too exaggerated, although the little leader's promotion to level 21 will also strengthen the effect of the God domain. However, the White Bear Legion is ultimately the holder of the fastest clearance record in the Fire Shadow Secret Realm. It seems difficult for us to break the clearance record. Forget it, let's not compete for the fastest clearance record in the Fire Shadow Secret Realm. Let's give it to the White Bear Legion. Shujo shook his head and led the Night Wolf Legion members away from here. Wasn't it said to take turns leading the little leader? After returning to reality, Lee quickly saw the Night Wolf Legion's departing figure, but he didn't bother to catch up. Continuing to level up with me, striving to improve the clearance record, this time the clearance time is 20 minutes and 27 seconds. I have cleared it 3 times in a row, and my cooperation with the White Bear Legion is getting better and better, naturally making the clearance speed faster. When I returned to reality again, I had already reached level 30. In order to continue leveling up, I have to go to the job change temple to complete the job change mission first. All 4-dimensional attributes have reached 260 points, 3 breakthrough level skills have also been comprehensively improved. In the river god domain, all attributes are increased by 70%, and can also resist 50% of physical damage. The river god legend can now duplicate 5 items simultaneously. I clenched my fist, carefully feeling the changes in myself. The White Bear Legion's ability to achieve a clearance record of 20 minutes and 27 seconds is closely related to the 70% increase in all attributes in my river god domain. The growth speed of Little Leader is too fast. Back in the day, I worked hard for a full 2 years just to reach level 30, while the White Bear Legion managed to clear the record in 20 minutes. It's related to Little Leader. Isn't Little Leader a sea-level god? Before the Fire Secret Realm, some were shocked by my strength, while others were puzzled. At this moment, I am already on my way to the Job Change Temple. Since the Task Hall and the Job Change Temple are very close, many students saw my figure while exchanging cultivation resources. Everyone, look at Little Leader, it seems like he's heading towards the Job Change Temple. Towards the Job Change Temple. Are you mistaken? Professionals only have the qualification for the second job change when they reach level 30. Is there anyone who can level up at such an exaggerated speed? Little Leader wouldn't be putting on a show, would he? The students were amazed, all looking towards the Job Change Temple. I have long been accustomed to the life under the spotlight, not caring about my classmates' gaze. The Temple of the Sixth Transformation, said, arrange the awakening ceremony for my second transformation. For the awakening ceremony of the second transformation, Little Commander needs to reach level 30 before awakening. Before the receptionist could finish speaking, I revealed the aura of level 30. Damn, Little Commander reached level 30 in just one morning. Little Commander, please wait. I will arrange the awakening ceremony for your second transformation. However, before the ceremony, you must complete the awakening tasks set by the heavens. The difficulty of awakening tasks often relates to the potential of one's profession. You reach level 30 in just one morning, so the awakening tasks may be very challenging. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. However, when I saw the task details, I felt like I might never achieve the second transformation in this lifetime. Second class change mission successfully accepted. Host, please clear the King Kong Bear Secret Realm solo within 10 minutes. King Kong Bear Secret Realm? This is a recommended level 50 large-scale team instance, similar to the Fire Ant Secret Realm, requiring around 100 people to enter. But the class change mission requires me to clear it solo, and within 10 minutes? The difficulty is way too high. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, accepted the class change mission, and then left the class change temple. The Little Leader is out. After Lu Chen came out, more than 10 classmates who had been waiting quickly surrounded him. What do you guys want? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. He got along well with his classmates and didn't mind this kind of behavior. Little Leader, why did you enter the class change temple? Are you there for an inspection or for a second class change? Tang Air, you're joking. Who wakes up to their profession yesterday and goes for a second class change the next day at noon? The Little Leader went to the class change temple for inspection, of course. Tang Air and the others chuckled. Their current attitude was like being both afraid of their brother's suffering and afraid of their brother's success. To make sure Lu Chen wasn't there for a second class change, they wanted to clarify things. If you want to know the answer, go into the class change temple and ask yourself, Lu Chen briefly explained before leaving. He could sense the implications behind Tang Air's words. Previously, he was the son of the war god Zhan Tian, and these classmates respected him, acknowledging his superiority. But now that he had awakened as a river god, some people couldn't stand to see him doing well. However, it was better for others to speak certain words, saying them himself would seem too boastful. Ask yourself, is the Little Leader too embarrassed to say? The Little Leader can't possibly be going for a second class change. Are you guys deliberately making things difficult for the Little Leader by asking if he's here for a second class change? Who knows? Anyway, let's just ask a question and leave. The receptionist shouldn't mind. Tang Air smirked smugly. No need to ask. The Little Leader just accepted the second class change mission. The receptionist was about to leave for lunch and answered Tang Air and the others' questions on her way out. The Little Leader accepted the second class change mission? How is that possible? The Little Leader, like us, awakened to his profession yesterday. How could he reach level 30 in one morning and accept a second class change mission? Such a rapid leveling speed, even the school beauty Xia Yubing couldn't achieve that. The Little Leader is just a C-rank river god. It's questionable if he can even reach level 3 in one morning, let alone level 30. Tang Air and the others shook their heads, unwilling to believe the receptionist's words. Whether you believe it or not, I don't mind. The little leader did indeed accept the second-class change mission. I'm telling the truth, the receptionist said earnestly, not slowing down despite Tang Er and the others' doubts. Damn, could it be that everything the receptionist said is true, and the little leader really reached level 30 in one morning? Such a thing has never happened in the entire history of our people, let alone for a C-rank river god. But the receptionist doesn't seem like she's lying, and she gains nothing from deceiving us. Tang Er and the others were a bit dumbfounded, wondering if Lu Chen really reached level 30 in one morning. How's the investigation going? What was the little leader doing in the class change temple? Tang Er and the others arrived at the mission hall, where many students gathered, hoping to gather some information. I can't say for sure. Normally, reaching level 30 in one morning and accepting a second-class change mission is impossible. But when I asked the receptionist at the class change temple, it seemed like the little leader did accept the second-class change mission. No way! Could you have been fooled by the receptionist at the class change temple? Even an SSS level awakener cannot reach level 30 in just one morning, let alone the fact that Lu Chen's profession is a sea-level river god. You're right, Xia Yubing is an SS level elemental mage. Even with strong monster grinding abilities, coupled with the support of an SS level holy priest, it would still take a morning to reach level 3. Even with the White Bear Legion and Night Wolf Legion members accompanying Lu Chen, just based on the experience points shared in a team, it's questionable whether they can level up faster than Xia Yubing, let alone reaching level 30. This is really uncertain. As the strongest in China, Zhan Tian War God may possess means unknown to us. Tang Er, didn't you just meet with the little commander? Did you use detection magic to check the little commander's level? I used detection magic, but I don't know if the little commander's level is too high or if he used equipment to block detection, rendering my detection magic ineffective. Opinions were divided for a moment. Some believed Lu Chen had indeed reached level 30, breaking the historical record of the human race. Others thought Tang Er and the others were fooled by the transfer temple, as Lu Chen, a sea-level river god, couldn't possibly reach level 30 in just one morning. Tang Yu, do you think Lu Chen has a high chance of accepting the second transfer mission? Xia Yubing turned her gaze to the SS-level holy priest in her team. She had been suppressed by Lu Chen for too long and had finally waited for a day to turn the tables. She didn't want to be suppressed by Lu Chen again before she could enjoy it. Why think so much? The truth will come out eventually. When the time comes, we'll know. Tang Yu smiled, looking somewhat cute. Northern Border Grand Commander's Mansion. A sumptuous meal was prepared on the large dining table, and the war god Zhan Tian was waiting for Lu Chen to arrive. Dad, I'm back. Lu Chen returned home and quickly sat at the dining table. Son, you've reached level 30. Lu Junlin was stunned. As a 9 transformation professional, he could easily detect Lu Chen's level. Yes, I'm level 30. Lu Chen nodded as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Impressive, you're even more amazing than I was back then. It took me a full 3 months to reach level 30, and I encountered many opportunities along the way. And you, in just one morning, went from level 1 to level 30. Looking at the entire history of the human race, no one can compare to you. Lu Junlin patted Lu Chen's shoulder, unable to contain his joy. It was already very impressive for him to reach level 30 in 3 months. Lu Chen's leveling speed was even faster than his, making him extremely pleased. Reaching level 30 in just one morning, no wonder you were able to break the record of the White Bear Legion and clear the Fire Ant's secret realm in 20 minutes and 27 seconds, 30 minutes faster than before. Son, how are the skill enhancements after reaching level 30? Have you mastered any new skills? There are indeed skill enhancements. Lu Chen gnawed on a chicken leg while displaying the river god's domain. When the river water submerged Lu Junlin's ankles, the 70% increase in all attributes quickly took effect. With a 70% increase in all attributes, the enhancement effect has increased by 40% compared to level 1. Moreover, the river god's domain spreads even faster now. If this skill is used on the battlefield, it will definitely have a strategic effect. Lu Junlin felt the changes in himself, his eyes shining. The Emperor's Sword, as China's national treasure, can increase all attributes by 100%. Lu Chen, at only level 30, could already increase all attributes by 70%. If Lu Chen's level were higher, the overall attribute gain from the river god's domain would undoubtedly surpass that of the Emperor's Sword, which was truly astonishing. What about your river god legend? Has the number of replicated items increased? Lu Junlin inquired further. Lu Chen replied, according to the skill description, I can now replicate 5 items simultaneously. Simultaneously replicate 5 items? It seems like your river god legend has made significant progress. After finishing the meal, we must show the old stuff properly. Lu Junlin was overjoyed. As a powerful nation, Huaxia naturally had top-notch equipment, especially in the strongest military region of the north. If Lu Chen could replicate all of Huaxia's top equipment, it would bring an immensely huge boost to the nation's strength. In the North Meeting Hall, the leaders of the human race were eagerly awaiting the appearance of Lu Chen and Lu Junlin. It's been a morning. How many levels do you think the young commander can reach? The young commander's skill is a breakthrough level, which greatly enhances the White Bear Legion. After clearing the Fire Ant's secret realm for a morning, he should have reached over level 20. To level up so quickly and be guided by higher-level professionals, it can only be due to the breakthrough-level skill. The young commander awakened his profession and comprehended 2 breakthrough-level skills. With the help of the war god Zhang Tian, he might be the fastest leveler in the history of the human race. I've inquired about the fastest completion time in the Fire Ant's secret realm. It was 50 minutes and 57 seconds. In just a morning, with the young commander's help, the White Bear Legion managed to bring the record down to 20 minutes and 27 seconds, a whole 30 minutes faster than before. It's evident that the young commander's role is significant, and his progress is immense. Lu Chen, not only the son of the war god Zhang Tian but also the strongest genius in the history of the human race, naturally attracted much attention. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, and Lu Junlin and Lu Chen entered the North Meeting Hall. Level 30. The young commander has reached level 30 in just a morning, even faster than I imagined. No wonder he managed to break the record in the Fire Ant's secret realm with a time of 20 minutes and 27 seconds. Young commander, have you acquired any new skills at level 30? How have the 2 breakthrough level skills improved? In the history of the human race, most breakthrough level skills do not have growth potential, but even so, they are still the highest tier of all skills. Young commander, even if leveling up doesn't enhance breakthrough level skills, don't be disheartened. Your role is still immensely significant. The leaders of the human race gathered around enthusiastically, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a giant panda. River God's Domain. Lu Chen displayed his skill, quickly submerging the feet of the human race leaders. All attributes increased by 70%. A breakthrough level skill with growth potential. The young commander's progress is tremendous. Yesterday, the attribute increase was only 30%, but today, after just a morning, it's increased to 70%. With such powerful support, I'm willing to level up with it. The leaders of the human race were all extremely excited. Next, Lu Junlin placed the Zhang Tian sword, Zhu Tian sword, Lu Tian sword, and Sen Tian sword into the river god's domain, illuminating the entire North Meeting Hall with golden and silver light. 4 golden swords and 4 silver swords floated above Lu Chen's palm. Young old man, are you dropping 4 golden swords, 4 silver swords, or 4 ordinary swords? After the chant ended, the attributes of the 4 pairs of golden and silver swords doubled, their sharp intent making it difficult to look directly at them. After a morning of leveling up, the young commander can now replicate 4 divine swords. The effects of the replicated golden and silver swords are similar to those of the golden and silver emperor swords, with the silver swords increasing by 100% and the golden swords by 200%. As the young commander grows, the river god legend can replicate more and more ordered items, maybe even duplicating all of Huaxia's top equipment with a golden and silver version. The war god Zhang Tian has 10 equipment slots. If equipped with the Yi Golden, Emperor Sword, Silver, Emperor Sword, Ordinary Emperor Sword, 4 golden swords, and 2 silver swords simultaneously, his strength will see an immensely huge boost. The leaders of the human race were all shocked, carefully examining the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the 4 pairs of golden and silver divine swords. By the way, war god Zhang Tian, are the Yi Golden, Emperor Sword and Silver, Emperor Sword that the young commander replicated yesterday still there? Have there been any signs of attribute weakening? The number 1 swordsmith of Huaxia, Mr. Zhong, inquired. The gold-and-silver Emperor Sword is ultimately a skill manifestation, so it is very normal for there to be a time limit and a weakening of the effects. He wanted to record more skill data from the river god legend, which would be beneficial for future war strategies. The gold-and-silver Emperor Sword is still here, and there are no signs of any decline in attribute bonuses or equipment effects. Moreover, in my perception, the stability of the gold-and-silver Emperor Sword is extremely strong, just like a real piece of equipment, not at all like a skill replicated. Lu Junlin took out the gold-and-silver Emperor Sword and released the equipment effect, causing a tremendous increase in attributes for the human high-level beings. The gold-and-silver Emperor Sword was copied at 8 o'clock yesterday, and it has been 17 hours since then. Not only is it still here, but there is no sign of any decline in attribute bonuses or equipment effects. The river god legend of the young leader is truly enduring. The temporary enchantment of a typical 4th level enchanter that strengthens equipment for 4 hours is already remarkable. The young leader hasn't even reached the 2nd level, yet the golden silver emperor sword has been around for 17 hours, even more enduring than the temporary enchantments of those high-level enchanters. Strong and enduring skill effects. Is this the legendary breakthrough level skill? And just like the river god domain, they are both breakthrough level skills that can grow. Feeling the attribute bonuses of the golden silver emperor sword, all the human high-level beings were excited. By the way, I have also comprehended a new defensive skill. After everyone marveled, Lu Chen displayed his 3rd breakthrough level skill. Strange, I feel my body structure is changing, but it doesn't affect my perception of things or the use of skills at all. This feeling is so miraculous, it seems like my connection to the river god domain has deepened, and my body's flexibility has improved. The high-level people carefully felt the changes in themselves. This skill is called elementalization. It can immunize against 50% of physical damage. When damaged, it can also consume the river god domain to rapidly recover from injuries. Lu Chen explains simply. Immunize against 50% of physical damage? This ratio is too exaggerated. I wonder if it's a breakthrough level skill. Xiao Lao, give me a punch to test the effect. Alright. Xiao Lao nodded, then punched Mr. Zheng. Under the effect of elementalization, he felt like he hit a sticky water balloon instead of flesh. I controlled the force of that punch to 5,000 caddies. How did it feel? Xiao Lao asked. Neither painful nor itchy. You can increase your strength. Mr. Zheng, in order to better test the skill's effect, didn't mind getting a little hurt. After all, Xiao Lao was on their side and wouldn't harm them. In the strongest military region of the north, even if heavily injured, there were many ways to save him. Alright, I will gradually increase the force. Speak up if you can't take it. Xiao Lao's fists had tiger-headed shadows condensing, continuously landing on Mr. Zheng, with each punch being stronger than the last. By the time he threw the 100th punch, the force alone had reached a terrifying level, like a storm, causing quite a stir in the river god domain. Splash! The sound of a stone falling into water rang out. Mr. Zheng's flesh broke open, and a small piece of flesh and blood splattered like water droplets. Mr. Zheng, are you okay? Xiao Lao immediately stopped. I'm fine. After the test just now, the young leader's elementalization is also a breakthrough level skill. Even if you are an 8th level Qi master, elementalization can still immunize against 50% of physical damage. And elementalization is not just about immunizing against 50% of physical damage, it can also reduce one's sense of pain, greatly enhancing combat capabilities. Compared to the surprises brought by elementalization, Mr. Zheng felt that this minor injury was nothing. Reducing pain is indeed a great enhancement. When a person is too injured, the impact of pain on actions is significant. Even the brain can become numb due to severe pain, unable to make the most accurate judgments. Look, the elemental recovery effect has taken effect. Under everyone's gaze, the river water in the river god's domain seemed to come to life, swiftly merging into Elder Zheng's body. Elder Zheng's broken body, like a water-filled bottle, restored itself in just 2 seconds. Such terrifying recovery power, coupled with 50% physical damage immunity, the elemental effect is truly remarkable. Moreover, like the river god's domain, elementalization is a group-enhancing skill that can reverse the course of a battle. As long as the consumption of elementalization balances with the expansion of the river god's domain, we will enter an invincible state. To experience the sensation of rapid recovery, many human high-ranking individuals began self-harming, while the river god's domain tirelessly repaired their bodies. Another group-breaking skill. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the performance of elementalization. When accompanying the White Bear Legion to the Fire Ant's secret realm, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Such defensive measures were unnecessary. The skill tests of the human high-ranking individuals were also of great help to him. Elder Zheng asked, "Young commander, you've reached level 30, have you gone to the Temple of Transcendence to accept the second job change mission?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I have. I need to clear the Golden Bear secret realm within 10 minutes. Clear the Golden Bear secret realm in 10 minutes? Isn't the difficulty of this job change mission too high? The recommended level for the Golden Bear secret realm is 50. Although there are fewer demon beasts than in the Fire Ant's secret realm, each Golden Bear inside is tough-skinned and powerful, making it very difficult to clear them quickly. Apart from agility, these Golden Bears have high attributes, so the best strategy is to lure and avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. However, to clear it within 10 minutes, the original strategy won't work. We have to confront the Golden Bears head-on. The fastest clearance time for the Golden Bear secret realm is 2 hours and 43 minutes, but the young commander's job change mission requires completion within 10 minutes. Isn't this pure harassment? The human high-ranking individuals were all troubled. The greater the potential of a professional, the higher the difficulty of the job change mission. My son truly deserves to be the strongest genius in the history of the human race. While everyone was worried, Lu Jinlin smiled. War God Zhan Tian, are you celebrating too early? If the job change mission cannot be completed, the young commander will be stuck at level 30. Although with the young commander's 3 breakthrough skills, even if he stops at level 30, he can still make a huge contribution to China. But who would complain that the young commander has contributed too much? At this point, the human high-ranking individuals couldn't help but sigh. Why sigh? I'll directly assign 100 Legion commanders to suppress the realm and accompany my son in clearing the Golden Bear secret realm. If my son were born into another family, he would indeed be stuck at level 30 and unable to complete the second job change in his lifetime. But Lu Chen is my son, and as the war god Zhan Tian, I have ways to help him complete the job change mission. Lu Jinlin said domineeringly. Yes, just let 100 Legion commanders accompany the young commander to clear the Golden Bear secret realm. Why didn't I think of that? Did you really not think of it? Clearly, you just didn't dare to. Throughout all of China, perhaps only the young commander can lead 100 Legion commanders to clear dungeons. With 100 Legion commanders entering the dungeon, even the lowest-ranked 1-star Legion commander is an 80th level awakener. With such a luxurious lineup, clearing the Golden Bear secret realm recommended for level 50, coupled with the young commander's 3 breakthrough skills, clearing it in 10 minutes is not impossible. Although mobilizing 100 Legion commanders at once will cause significant unrest in the Northern Legion, compared to the young commander's second job change, this unrest is nothing. The leaders of the human race were all excited and agreed with Lu Jinlin's approach. Hold on, my class transfer task not only requires me to clear the King Kong Bear secret realm within 10 minutes, but also to do it alone. Lu Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. Completing a level 50 recommended large-scale dungeon alone? Son, are you serious? The smile on Lu Jinlin's face froze. That's how the class transfer task is described. I can't help it, Lu Chen shrugged. Clearing the King Kong Bear secret realm in 10 minutes is already very difficult, and now the class transfer task requires the young leader to clear it alone. Is this class transfer task bugged? The King Kong Bear secret realm is a large-scale dungeon for 100 people, and it's impossible to enter without meeting the number requirement. Young leader, why don't you go back to the class transfer temple? If your class transfer task is bugged, maybe it can be refreshed. The class transfer task is ordained by the heavens, it cannot be wrong, and the second class transfer task of the War God of the Heavens is also a solo challenge in a team dungeon. Back when the War God of the Heavens had his class transfer task, it was indeed a solo challenge in a team dungeon, but how can the recommended level be as high as level 50? And with a 10-minute time limit, is it really possible for a level 30 professional to clear the King Kong Bear secret realm alone in 10 minutes? Is the young leader really going to be stuck at level 30 without advancing to the second class? The leaders of the human race were full of regret, and many even began to comfort Lu Chen. Dad, lend me the 5 Thunder Heart symbol from General Ku's arsenal. Clearing the King Kong Bear secret realm alone in 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen smirked. The 5 Thunder Heart symbol was the highest masterpiece of the Thunder family in the Imperial City. Only the head of the Thunder family could successfully create it, and it required a large amount of precious materials. Even the northern military region only had 9 5 Thunder Heart symbols, and they wouldn't be used easily unless it was a critical moment. The 5 Thunder Heart symbol is indeed a good thing, with no level restrictions, and the higher the level, the stronger the power. It is a very powerful weapon with both high upper and lower limits. The only pity is that the 5 Thunder Heart symbol is a consumable equipment. Once used, it is scrapped. Moreover, the 5 Thunder Heart symbol, even in the northern military region with the deepest heritage, there are only 9 pieces, specifically used to deal with enemy 8 transcendence experts and world-class bosses that are difficult to handle. While the leaders of the human race were discussing, Lu Chen took out a 5 Thunder Heart symbol from his storage space. 5 Thunder Heart symbol? When did you get your hands on this thing, kid? The 5 Thunder Heart symbol is meant to be used in critical situations. Lu Jinlin was immediately anxious. He was more cautious in using this consumable equipment than the Emperor's sword, as it would be gone once used. And Lu Chen, unknowingly, had one on him, and casually took it out like a toy. Even if Lu Chen wanted to use the 5 Thunder Heart symbol for his second-class transfer task, he would have to discuss its feasibility with the human race leaders. He couldn't just carry it around so carelessly. If the second-class transfer task wasn't completed, and the 5 Thunder Heart symbol was wasted, then the Northern Military Corps would suffer a great loss. Young old man, are you dropping this, gold, 5 thunder heart symbol, or this, silver, 5 thunder heart symbol, or this ordinary 5 thunder heart symbol? After chanting, Lu Chen replicated the gold and silver 5 thunder heart symbols from the river god's legend. Damn, the river god's legend can be used like this? My mind is suddenly opened. Don't get too excited too soon. One-time equipment and regular equipment have very different structures, and who knows if the 5 thunder heart symbols replicated by the river god's legend will be effective. Everyone was now looking forward, seeing a possibility. Son, quickly give it a try. If the river god's domain can replicate even consumable equipment, not to mention a 5 thunder heavenly heart talisman, I can give you 5 of them. Lu Junlin's breath quickened slightly. Alright. Lu Chen nodded, then infused his mana into the golden 5 thunder heavenly heart talisman. Boom! The sound of thunder and lightning erupted, like morning bells and evening drums. The 5 thunder heavenly heart talisman resembled a rocket launcher, with 5 thick river-like thunderbolts converging, resembling thunderous dragons. Success! The river god legend can replicate consumable equipment, and the golden and silver 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans also produce a doubling effect. If the young commander keeps using replicated 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans, not only can he unleash greater power, but the issue of the talismans being consumables will also be solved. The young commander's river god domain can replicate 5 items, meaning he can replicate 5 pairs of golden and silver 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans at once. If 5 pairs of golden and silver 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans detonate simultaneously, how magnificent it would be. The power of the 5 thunder heavenly heart talisman is already immense, and with the doubling effect of the golden and silver ones, there is a great hope of clearing the Diamond Bear's secret realm in 10 minutes. The leaders of the human race were all excited. Young commander, please wait a moment. I will bring you the other 4 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans. Old Zhong hurriedly ran out of the assembly hall and returned immediately with 4 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans from the storage space. Thank you, Old Zhong. Lu Chen took the 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans and examined them carefully. The talismans seemed neither gold nor wood, crafted exquisitely, with intricate runes carved on them, containing immense thunderous power. Young self, did you drop 4 golden, 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans, or 4 silver ones, or 4 ordinary 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans? As the chant ended, the equipment effect of the 4 pairs of golden and silver 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans doubled. With 5 pairs of 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans and the ability to replicate items from the river god legend, he had great confidence in completing the job transition. Son, the danger of the 5 thunder heavenly heart talismans is very high, just like a large bomb. A slight mistake could harm you. For safety, you better update your equipment. Lu Junlin took out a legendary set from the storage space and handed it to Lu Chen. Name, Emerald Shadow Helmet, Quality, Legendary, Level Requirement, 30, Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 200, Equipment Effect, increases Spirit by 30%. Name, Emerald Shadow Shoulder Armor, Quality, Legendary, Level Requirement, 30, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 200, Equipment Effect, reduces all attribute damage by 20%. Name, Emerald Shadow Chest Armor. Name, Emerald Shadow Belt. Name, Emerald Shadow Boots. Equipping all 5 pieces of the Emerald Shadow set activates set effects. Strength plus 300, Spirit plus 300, Agility plus 300, Constitution plus 300, set effect 1, immune to damage exceeding 10% of own health every 5 minutes. Set effect 2, gain a shield equal to 5% of own health every minute, stackable up to 3 times. Set effect 3, teleport 1 to 10 meters every 5 minutes and remove all negative effects. This Emerald Shadow set has strong life-saving capabilities. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Equipment quality ranges from common, fine, rare, epic, to legendary. The higher the quality, the harder to obtain. A legendary piece of equipment may not drop even after 10,000 dungeon runs, very luck dependent. As the child of the strongest warrior in China, the sky-cutting war god, he could easily obtain the highest quality legendary equipment. By the time he reached level 1, he was already equipped with legendary gear and triggered the set effects. It's just that the percentage bonus of these legendary equipment is not at the limit-breaking level. As his level increased, the effects all showed diminishing returns. Now, the Chueying set with a level requirement of 30 can greatly enhance his strength. At level 30, with all attributes combined, he had 1040 points, whereas a set of legendary equipment at level 30 could increase his total attributes by 2400 points, 2 points higher than his own total attributes. Coupled with the equipment effects that increase attributes by a percentage, and the extremely strong survival abilities of 3 sets, he gained more confidence when soloing the King Kong Bear's secret realm. Junior Commander, you can do it. With your strength and the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman, you will definitely be able to solo the King Kong Bear's secret realm within 10 minutes. The leaders of the human race cheered for Lu Chen. Don't worry, I will return triumphant. Lu Chen smiled and left the Northern Assembly Hall. On his way to the King Kong Bear's secret realm, he happened to meet Li Yi, the leader of the White Bear Legion. Junior Commander, should you be taking on the second advancement quest now? Do you need my help? Li Yi said enthusiastically. The feeling of a 70% increase in all attributes was truly amazing. He wanted to use Lu Chen to break more dungeon records for the White Bear Legion. My second advancement quest can only be done solo, you can't help me. Can only be done solo? Why would the Temple of Advancement assign you such a quest? As a support class, how could you possibly solo a dungeon? Li Yi was dumbfounded. Then, something even more surprising happened. Lu Chen walked alone into the King Kong Bear's secret realm. Did I just see things? The Junior Commander actually entered the King Kong Bear's secret realm alone. Legion Commander, you're not mistaken, the Junior Commander did enter the King Kong Bear's secret realm alone. The recommended level for the King Kong Bear's secret realm is 50, and about 100 people are needed to enter it. How did the Junior Commander enter the King Kong Bear's secret realm alone? Could it be that the Junior Commander's advancement quest is really to solo a 100-person level large dungeon? Otherwise, how could he enter the King Kong Bear's secret realm? A level 30 support class soloing a 50-level 100-person dungeon, is this second advancement quest really meant for people to do? The Junior Commander is too stubborn. If it were me, I would have given up on the second advancement long ago. There's no way I would just throw my life away for nothing. You're right, the Junior Commander's skills are at the limit-breaking level. Even if he doesn't advance, stopping at level 30 for a lifetime would still be a tremendous achievement. Why would he be so unreasonable? The monsters in the King Kong Bear's secret realm are all elite creatures with high attack and defense. A support class like the Junior Commander probably can't even handle them, let alone clear the King Kong Bear's secret realm. This advancement quest is impossible to complete. Let's just hope the Junior Commander realizes the reality soon and safely teleports back to the real world. The members of the White Bear Legion side, many of them were already preparing to rescue Lu Chen. King Kong Bear's secret realm. Lu Chen had just teleported here and caught the attention of 14 King Kong bears. Each of these bears was massive, with muscles as solid as if they were cast from metal. A level 30 professional has actually come to our territory alone, truly seeking death. Among us, even the weakest is at level 40, having completed the second advancement. Dealing with a level 30 professional, one bear is enough. This kid looks really good, he should taste good, let me handle it. After killing him, remember to share a piece with me. After a brief exchange, the 14 King Kong bears decided to send one bear to deal with Lu Chen. After their second advancement, they gained some intelligence and could compete with 6 or 7-year-old human children. I wonder if with my strength, a 5 Thunder Heart Talisman can one-shot a highly defensive King Kong bear. Lu Chen was in a hurry and decisively infused his mana into the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman. Boom! 5 thick and massive thunderbolts converged like rivers, resembling thunderous dragons, instantly submerging a golden bear. Ah! The golden bear let out a tragic cry. Even with its high defense attributes, it couldn't last 3 seconds. He was taken down in seconds? What kind of skill is this? Since when did a level 30 professional become this strong? It seems like a consumable equipment, otherwise how could a level 30 professional be able to one-shot us? Even 10 level 50 professionals working together couldn't do it. With such powerful consumable equipment, it must be extremely precious. He probably doesn't have many left on him. We must kill him before he teleports out of the instance. The 13 golden bears no longer underestimated the situation, charging towards Lu Chen together. 5 Thunder Heart Talisman. Lu Chen once again used a gold 5 Thunder Heart Talisman, instantly blasting 3 golden bears into pieces. The attack range of the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman is not small. To maximize its effect, it's best to lure the golden bears closer together. However, after reaching the second transformation, demon beasts develop some intelligence. They probably won't fall for it after a few more losses. Lu Chen consecutively used 3 gold 5 Thunder Heart Talismans, killing all 10 golden bears in front of him. Following that, 28 golden bears rushed towards him, doubling the previous number. His consumable equipment is not single target, let's not stand too close together. These 28 golden bears, not only higher in level but also learning from the previous 14, formed a wall-like formation, besieging Lu Chen. River God Domain. Lu Chen's River God Domain expanded outward, forming a ring centered around him. As the golden bears entered the River God Domain, 5 silver, 5 Thunder Heart Talismans were released in succession. The circular River God Domain filled with thick, snake-like electric arcs, instantly electrocuting the 28 golden bears. Following that, it seemed like the golden bear realm entered the next stage, revealing 56 golden bears, all at level 50, doubling both in quantity and level. Young one, did you drop 5 gold, 5 thunder heart talismans, or 5 silver, 5 thunder heart talismans, or just 5 regular 5 thunder heart talismans? Lu Chen invoked the river god legend, and after finishing the chant, the effects of the 5 pairs of gold and silver 5 thunder heart talismans doubled. The river god domain continued to expand, its range growing larger. When the 56 golden bears were within the river god domain, 5 gold, 5 thunder heart talismans and 5 silver, 5 thunder heart talismans were successively released by him. 10 thunder dragons roamed within the river god domain, the dazzling thunderous light illuminating the entire golden bear realm 3 times brighter. Who is this person? Why does he have so many high-quality consumable equipment? Quick, use stone armor to resist 30% of elemental and physical damage. Our 56 level 50 demon beasts cannot lose to a level 30 human. The 56 golden bears simultaneously activated stone armor, their bodies instantly covered in armor like stone blocks. Not only did they possess high strength and defense attributes, but they also wielded extremely powerful defensive skills. Thus, even after so many years, the record of clearing the level remained at 2 hours and 43 minutes, unable to be surpassed. However, the terrifying power of the 5 pairs of gold and silver 5 thunder heart talismans, combined with the elemental conduction effect of the river god domain, caused the health of the 56 golden bears to drop rapidly even with stone armor activated. 3 minutes passed, and the 56 golden bears fell to the ground, dropping numerous materials and equipment, entering the next stage of the golden bear realm once again. A gigantic golden bear, nearly 10 times larger, charged towards him, its terrifying pressure akin to a mountain range pressing down, causing the entire golden bear realm to tremble with each step it took. Name, King Kong Bear King, boss level, 60 health points, 300000 skills, spiked stone armor, thick rock palm, flying rock breath, berserk. The boss level monster King Kong Bear King. It seems that once I defeat this monster, I can clear the King Kong Bear secret realm. Young self, did you drop 5 gold thunder heart symbols, or 5 silver thunder heart symbols, or 5 regular thunder heart symbols? Lu Chen quickly used the river god legend, once again duplicating 5 pairs of gold and silver thunder heart symbols. The King Kong Bear is already a monster with very high strength and defense attributes, and the King Kong Bear King, not only at level 60 but also under the blessing of the boss aura, has 3 million health points, very tough. Wanting to clear the King Kong Bear secret realm within 10 minutes is very challenging, requiring every second to be seized. Thunder heart symbols. When the King Kong Bear King entered the river god's domain, Lu Chen successively used the 5 pairs of gold and silver thunder heart symbols, and 10 thunder dragons roamed in the river god's domain, continuously damaging the King Kong Bear King's body. 10,000, 20,000, 10,000. A large amount of damage values appeared above the King Kong Bear King's head, and with the entanglement of the 10 thunder dragons, its movements became noticeably sluggish. Silver, thunder heart symbols deal 10,000 damage, gold, thunder heart symbols deal 20,000 damage. To defeat the King Kong Bear King, I need to use the river god legend 19 more times. Fortunately, the river god legend is a skill with no consumption, otherwise, my mana bar would have been empty long ago. Lu Chen once again used the river god legend and duplicated 5 pairs of thunder heart symbols. A level 30 human, actually making me use this move. You are indeed remarkable. The King Kong Bear King used spiked stone armor, immune to 50% of elemental and physical damage, and when receiving physical damage, it would also rebound 10% of the damage. Coupled with its 300,000 health points, a tank-type professional, without a healer's assistance, even if the King Kong Bear King stood still, could bounce back damage until death. Fortunately, thunder heart symbols are pure elemental damage, and the most annoying aspect of spiked stone armor did not show. However, under the defense of spiked stone armor, Lu Chen's damage output was directly halved, requiring the number of river god legend uses to double. Boom! Boom! Lu Chen did not give up, transforming into a human rocket, launching one thunder dragon after another. With the conductivity of the river god's domain, coupled with the King Kong Bear King's mediocre agility attribute, it was basically a 100% hit. However, the recoil of the thunder heart symbols was significant. Using too many would be a huge burden on his mana and body, even leading to finger fractures. Fortunately, elementalization could quickly restore his injuries by consuming the river god's domain. As for the mana issue, with the spiritual attribute bonus of the Emerald Shadow set, it could still support for a while. Annoying ants, is it worth consuming so many top-tier equipment just to kill me? The King Kong Bear King not only endured a large amount of damage but was also slowed down by paralysis effects, already furious. Flying rock breath. Its big mouth opened, and several rocks shot out like cannonballs, making Lu Chen quickly dodge. When faced with unavoidable flying rocks, he would use the third set effect of the Emerald Shadow set, teleporting 1 to 10 meters and removing all negative effects. However, this skill had a 5-minute cooldown, basically only usable once. The attribute gap is too big. If I get hurt, I might die on the spot. Lu Chen continued to bombard the King Kong Bear King with gold and silver Thunderheart symbols. The first set effect of the Emerald Shadow set could immunize against damage exceeding 10% of one's own health in the description. However, this skill is not at the breaking limit level. Faced with the level 60 King Kong Bear, the chances of failure are very high, and he dare not take the risk. Plop! The sound of falling water rang out, and Lu Chen couldn't dodge in time, getting hit on his right arm by the flying rock breath. Fortunately, the elemental recovery ability was very strong, and the damaged right arm was recovering at a visible speed, like water filling a bottle. This won't work. I wonder if duplicating a piece of Chueying equipment can refresh the cooldown time of the set effect, or reduce some cooldown. The Chueying boots in the Chueying set have the most agility attributes, and there is a high possibility of refreshing the set effect 3 cooldown. Lu Chen used the River God legend to duplicate the silver Chueying boots. It was impossible to duplicate the entire Chueying set at once, as there were 5 pieces in the set, filling up his duplication limit. After equipping the Yi Gold Chueying boots, the set effect 3 of the Chueying set was successfully refreshed. Set effect 3, teleport 1 to 30 meters once every minute and remove all negative effects. Not only did the cooldown refresh, but the teleport distance also increased, and the cooldown time is now 1 minute. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he found a bug in the set effect, one that only he could exploit. Collecting a legendary set was already extremely difficult. Replacing one piece of legendary equipment with a higher quality one of the same origin had never happened before in a legendary set. Another flying rock breath attacked, but Lu Chen, with his extreme judgment, dodged it using the Chueying set effect 3 and immediately switched to the silver Chueying boots. Set effect 3 refreshed again. However, the set effect 3 triggered by the Ye silver Chueying boots is not as excellent as that of the Yi gold Chueying boots. When the set effect 3 of the Ye silver Chueying boots went into cooldown, Lu Chen did not wait foolishly for the 1-minute cooldown of the gold Chueying boots. Instead, he used the River God legend to duplicate a pair of gold and silver Chueying boots, directly refreshing the cooldown of the set effect 3. With his extreme judgment and continuous refreshing of the set effect cooldown, the King Kong Bear's flying rock breath couldn't harm him at all. What kind of monster is this? Why does he keep changing shoes, and wearing 1 gold and 1 silver? Is he showing off his wealth? Most importantly, don't your set effects have cooldowns? Why can you keep using them? And these consumable equipment, since I appeared until now, have never stopped. It's simply outrageous. The King Kong Bear was dumbfounded. The set effect 3 of the Chueying set was not just about avoiding the flying rock breath, but also constantly creating distance. Coupled with the slight control effect of the gold and silver 5 Thunder Talisman, it couldn't get close at all. Lu Chen endured for 5 minutes, using the gold and silver 5 Thunder Talisman at a high frequency, depleting all his mana. When he used the last, gold, 5 Thunder Talisman, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the King Kong Bear to collapse, his whole body going limp. King Kong Bear King has been defeated. King Kong Bear Secret Realm successfully cleared. The clearance time this time is 9 minutes and 58 seconds. After the King Kong Bear King died, a lot of equipment and precious materials exploded out. These materials were indeed very attractive to ordinary professionals, but for Lu Chen, they were purely optional, taking as much as he needed. 9 minutes and 58 seconds, it was too close. I would have had to challenge the King Kong Bear Secret Realm again if it wasn't for the replacement of the gold and silver Chueying boots, refreshing the set effect of the Chueying set, giving me an extra teleport skill. I might have died at the hands of the King Kong Bear King. Lu Chen felt relieved and sat down directly. It was not a pleasant feeling to be drained of mana. He needed to rest properly. As for the materials and equipment for clearing the Golden Bear Secret Realm, even if he doesn't fancy them, it's still good to enhance the arsenal's strength, no need to waste them. Outside the Golden Bear Secret Realm, 10 minutes have passed, and the young leader still hasn't come out. Could it be that the young leader died in the Golden Bear Secret Realm? Don't jinx it, the young leader's skills have all reached the limit level. If he really died, not only would the war god be sad, but the northern military region would also suffer heavy losses. But as a level 30 support class, the young leader simply can't hold on for so long in a recommended 50-player large-scale dungeon. Even if he's still alive, it's probably touch and go. The members of the White Bear Legion outside were extremely worried. "We need to get the human high command to retrieve the live broadcast footage from the Golden Bear secret realm. It would be bad if the young leader really died in there." Li Yi was extremely anxious and planned to contact the human high command via the intercom. If Lu Chen was really in danger, even if it meant destroying the entire Golden Bear secret realm, he would save him at all costs. Just then, the fastest clearance record in the Golden Bear secret realm was broken. Golden Bear secret realm fastest clearance record, 9 minutes 58 seconds. Record holder, Lu Chen. Legion Commander, the clearance record in the Golden Bear secret realm has been broken. Cleared in 9 minutes and 58 seconds, and the record holder is the young leader. The members of the White Bear Legion were all dumbfounded. Cleared in 9 minutes and 58 seconds? The young leader is a level 30 support class. How could he clear the Golden Bear secret realm, and at such a fast speed? Li Yi's head was buzzing, and the intercom in his hand fell to the ground. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? The monsters in the Golden Bear secret realm are all tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. The boss-level Golden Bear, when using spiked stone armor, can even resist 50% of physical and elemental damage. As a level 30 support class, it's unclear if the young leader has individual combat capabilities. He probably can't even handle a single Golden Bear, let alone solo the Golden Bear dungeon. But only the young leader entered the Golden Bear secret realm 10 minutes ago. And breaking the record in a team, the record holder is always the team's name. It can't be an individual. Your speculation is completely illogical. Could it be that the young leader really cleared the Golden Bear secret realm in 9 minutes and 58 seconds? This is a recommended level 50-100 player team dungeon, due to the Golden Bear's tough skin and strong defensive skill, stone armor. The previous fastest clearance record was only 2 hours and 43 minutes. And the young leader alone not only cleared the Golden Bear secret realm but also broke the clearance record to 9 minutes and 58 seconds. How did he do it? The members of the White Bear Legion were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Is he cheating? How could a class that hasn't even reached the second transformation achieve such a feat? Could it be that the war god has some low-level weapon that the young leader used to clear the Golden Bear secret realm in 10 minutes? The surrounding onlookers were also extremely shocked, unable to understand how Lu Chen had done it. Whoosh! A teleportation gate appeared, and the exhausted Lu Chen stepped out of it. The young leader is still alive. It seems that the clearance record in the Golden Bear secret realm was indeed broken by the young leader. Li Yi exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen's appearance had a conclusive effect. He didn't know how Lu Chen had done it, nor did he dare to inquire casually. He only knew that Lu Chen had reached the second transformation and sincerely felt happy for him. Priest, quickly restore the young leader's mana. Didn't you see that he's tired? Under his arrangement, all the priests of the White Bear Legion acted, and in a few breaths, Lu Chen's mana was fully restored. Comfortable. Lu Chen clenched his fist. After extreme fatigue, the feeling of being resurrected at full health was very refreshing. Well done, my son, you are truly my pride. That method of constantly refreshing the set effect by replacing the boots of gold, silver, and emerald shadows truly amazed me. Lu Junlin drifted over, his face filled with satisfaction as he embraced Lu Chen. Just now, he used the military communicator to watch Lu Chen's clearance process in its entirety. If Lu Chen were to encounter any unforeseen circumstances, he would not hesitate to break open the Diamond Bear secret realm and forcefully rescue him. Even if Lu Chen would permanently lose the opportunity to attempt the second transformation after the Diamond Bear secret realm was destroyed, he would not have a shred of hesitation. Lu Chen not only overcame numerous difficulties but also set a new record in clearing the Diamond Bear secret realm faster than anyone before, which made him very pleased. Dad, can I go to the Temple of Transcendence for my second transformation now? Lu Chen was eagerly looking forward to his second transformation. Sure, I'll accompany you. Lu Junlin nodded. Great Hall of the Northern Territory. The human high-level officials were watching Lu Chen's clearance video. Normally, they would only do this when investigating suspicious individuals, as every professional had their privacy that needed to be respected. However, Lu Chen's situation was too special. Even though the river god legend could replicate the gold, silver, and thunder heart symbols without restrictions, Lu Chen was ultimately only a level 30 professional with very low basic attributes, making the risk of dying in the Diamond Bear secret realm very high. In order to rescue Lu Chen in time if he encountered danger, the war god Lu Junlin could do so. They were all watching Lu Chen's live video attentively, not daring to even blink, fearing that a moment of negligence could lead to the Northern Territory losing the strongest genius in human history. The little commander's river god legend is too powerful, with the unlimited replication of the gold, silver, and thunder heart symbols. Even at level 30, he can easily deal with the first wave of 14 diamond bears. Facing the second wave of 28 diamond bears, his approach was also very clever. Using the river god domain to form a circular river, allowing the thunder heart symbols to produce elemental conduction effects, while attacking the 28 diamond bears. The third wave of 56 level 50 diamond bears, even though they have the stone armor that can immunize 30% of elemental damage, all perished under the firepower suppression of the thunder heart symbols and the coordination of the circular river. The human high-level officials praised Lu Chen's performance greatly. However, the defense of the 56 level 50 diamond bears in the third wave is indeed too strong. The little commander, even with the gold, silver, and thunder heart symbols, took 3 minutes. Adding the time consumed in killing the first 2 waves of diamond bears, the little commander only has 5 minutes left. Wanting to kill the boss-level diamond bear king in just 5 minutes is probably not very realistic. But this is only the little commander's first time clearing the diamond bear secret realm. With more challenges, his speed will inevitably increase. The attributes of the diamond bear king are too high. With the little commander's level 30 attributes, the odds are slim. This time can only be seen as accumulating experience for future challenges. The Diamond Bear King is out. This kind of monster already has extremely strong defense and attack power, coupled with the health bonus from the boss aura, the 50% elemental damage immunity and physical damage immunity of the thorny stone armor. Any team attacking the Diamond Bear King will consume a lot of time. Fortunately, the little commander's method of attack is only the thunder heart symbols, all dealing elemental damage. If the little commander had used only physical damage, even if the Diamond Bear King stood still, relying solely on the advantage and attributes, it could use the thorny stone armor to rebound and kill the little commander. In the live broadcast, Lu Chen and the Diamond Bear King began their battle, with the gold, silver, and thunder heart symbols releasing one thunder dragon after another as if they were free of charge. The little commander's damage is quite considerable, and as the pace quickens, the river god legend's speed in replicating the gold, silver, and thunder heart symbols also increases. In addition to the slight control effect of the gold and silver 5 thunder heavenly heart talisman, even if the King Kong Bear King uses the spiked stone armor, the junior commander still has the possibility of defeating the King Kong Bear King within 10 minutes. The leaders of the human race unconsciously held their breath, eagerly anticipating Lu Chen to complete the job change task in one go. Not good. The King Kong Bear King has used Flying Rock Breath. This is a long-range attack method. The King Kong Bear King's attributes are much higher than the junior commander's. If the junior commander is hit by a Flying Rock Breath, the outcome will be uncertain. The junior commander's reaction is so fast, he narrowly avoided the King Kong Bear King's Flying Rock Breath by a hair's breadth using the third risky effect of the Emerald Shadow set. However, the third effect of the Emerald Shadow set has a cooldown time of 5 minutes, so the junior commander cannot use it a second time. The first effect of the Emerald Shadow set is not at the breaking limit level and cannot withstand the King Kong Bear King's attacks. If the King Kong Bear King's aim were a bit better, the junior commander would probably have died on the spot. We need to keep a closer eye on the Divine Slayer. We must rescue the junior commander from the King Kong Bear's secret realm before any accidents happen. Just as the leaders of the human race were on tenterhooks, Lu Chen in the live broadcast began to use the gold and silver Emerald Shadow boots to continuously refresh the cooldown time of the Emerald Shadow set. The junior commander actually transferred a copy quota to the Emerald Shadow boots? What is the junior commander planning to do? However, using the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Talisman also takes some time. Having one less pair of gold and silver 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Talismans doesn't have much impact on the output. Wait, how did the junior commander use the set effect of the Emerald Shadow set again? Didn't he just use it? The set effect of the Emerald Shadow set has a cooldown, lasting 5 minutes. Why can the junior commander use it consecutively 2 times, even 3 times? Look closely, the color of the junior commander's Emerald Shadow boots keeps changing. The equipment replicated from the River God legend is only a few times stronger than the original equipment. Fundamentally they are of the same origin. By changing the Emerald Shadow boots, refreshing the cooldown time of the Emerald Shadow set effect is not unreasonable. Damn, this idea is too mind-blowing. In such a crisis, not only can the junior commander think calmly, but also has the courage to make such a wildly imaginative attempt. Why didn't I think of using the River God legend like this? The potential of the River God legend is even greater than we imagined, being able to refresh the cooldown time of set effects by replacing equipment. This function is not very useful for ordinary professionals, as it's a problem whether they can even collect a complete set. But the junior commander is different. As the son of the Divine Slayer, he basically won't lack legendary sets at each stage, being able to double the effects of the set. The set effects of legendary sets are already strong. If they can be doubled, it will be an immensely huge boost to one's own combat power. The leaders of the human race were greatly shocked, their evaluation of Lu Chen becoming higher and higher. The King Kong Bear King has been defeated. The clearance time is 9 minutes and 58 seconds. The junior commander cleared a recommended level 50 large-scale dungeon in just one attempt, an unprecedented event in history. Before this, the fastest clearance time for the King Kong Bear's secret realm was 2 hours and 43 minutes, achieved by 100 high-level professionals. The junior commander is only level 30, hasn't even undergone the second transformation. Not only did he clear the King Kong Bear's secret realm, but also set a new record of 9 minutes and 58 seconds. It was thought that the junior commander's second transformation job change task was impossible to complete, but who could have imagined that the junior commander did it in one go? The junior commander has great potential. After the second transformation, he will surely bring us even greater surprises. The leaders of the human race cheered. Many of them were of advanced age, yet they were excitedly embracing each other. Next to the job change temple, among the students in the same year as Lu Chen, there were still many people exchanging cultivation resources in the task hall. Is the news about noon true? Is the young leader really going to undergo the second transformation? Not sure, but the possibility of the young leader undergoing the second transformation is very slim. Even throughout the history of the human race, there has never been anyone who could complete the second transformation on the second day of awakening. Indeed, completing the second transformation in less than a day is impossible. I shouldn't dwell on this matter. The war god Zhang Tian is the most talented in China for a millennium, awakening as the SSS-ranked sword immortal. Even Zhang Tian, the war god, took 3 months to complete the second transformation. Lu Chen, a C-ranked river god, cannot be stronger than Zhang Tian, the war god. Tang Er must have been fooled by the receptionist at the Temple of Transmigration, and in such a clumsy way, it's truly laughable. Despite the young leader's profession having the word God in it, in the end, it's nothing, even more laughable than Tang Er who was fooled. At this point, many students started laughing. Especially some students whose own professions types and potentials were not ideal found some comfort and superiority in Lu Chen. The young leader has appeared, and even entered the Temple of Transmigration accompanied by Zhang Tian, the war god. It seems the young leader did come for an inspection this morning, and after discovering the issue, even called Zhang Tian, the war god. But shouldn't Zhang Tian, the war god, be concerned with such trivial matters? He is the strongest in China. Perhaps it's related to the young leader. After all, the issue at the Temple of Transmigration was discovered by the young leader, so it makes sense for Zhang Tian, the war god, to come and resolve it personally. The young leader's martial potential is too weak, only able to rely on Zhang Tian, the war god's background, to pursue a managerial path. However, without the support of strength, when Zhang Tian, the war god, grows old and his strength diminishes, the young leader's path in management will likely come to an end. The appearance of Lu Chen and Lu Junlin quickly attracted everyone's attention. Even Zhang Tian, the war god, has appeared. It seems that at noon, the young leader did come to inspect the Temple of Transmigration, so the second transformation is simply impossible. Xia Yubing felt relieved. Tang Yu smiled beside her and said, "Yubing, have you been suppressed by Lu Chen for too long, causing psychological shadow? You are an SS-ranked elemental mage, while the young leader is just a C-ranked river god. Definitely no match for you on the martial path. With your appearance and talent, I think you and the young leader are quite compatible." With Zhang Tian, the war god, backing him up, the young leader currently lacks no power. If you support him in the future, the young leader might even continue the hereditary succession. And with Zhang Tian, the war god's help, you won't lack resources for cultivation. Your growth speed will certainly be very fast. By then, as the strongest in the Lu family, you might be able to wield great power like Wu Zetian, commanding the entire Northern Legion. If she were a combat-type profession, she wouldn't be willing to tell Xia Yubing about this plan, but execute it herself. What are you talking about, Yu? I won't talk to you like this. Xia Yubing pouted, but secretly pondered the feasibility of this plan. Although Lu Chen's profession was lacking, his background and appearance were impeccable, indeed a good choice. Tang Yu teased, "When you become the leader's wife in the future, don't forget your good girlfriend." What are you talking about? I haven't decided yet. The two girls started playfully teasing each other. Inside the Temple of Transmigration, war god Zhang Tian, greetings. Young leader, greetings. The receptionist, upon recognizing the visitors, immediately saluted with utmost respect. Lu Junlin smiled. My son has completed his transmigration task, quickly arranged the awakening ceremony for his second transformation. The young leader completed the second transformation task so quickly? It's not even an hour. The receptionist was extremely surprised. Transmigration tasks are very difficult, ordinary professionals spend months on them, and it's even possible to never complete them in a lifetime. And Lu Chen was able to complete the job transfer task in such a short time, indicating that the difficulty of the job transfer task should be quite low, and she received help from the northern military region. After all, being a sea-level river god is a profession with very low potential, so it's normal for the job transfer task to be relatively easy. But Lu Chen's potential is indeed very low, so how did she manage to go from level 1 to level 30 in just one morning? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, so she decided to stop thinking about it. Follow me, little commander. With her guidance, Lu Chen arrived in a spacious and quiet room. The ground of the room was covered with thick snake-like patterns and bright star-like runes, with a giant crystal stone containing infinite energy floating in midair. Little commander, this is the second awakening array. The way to use it is similar to the first awakening array you used yesterday. Just place your hand on the awakening stone, close your eyes, and relax. After the receptionist finished her introduction, she left the room, allowing Lu Chen to complete the job transfer quietly. Every job transfer will inevitably lead to a qualitative change in strength, equivalent to a breakthrough in a fantasy novel. My river god profession has a very high rank, with all 3 skills at the limit level. I wonder how much my strength will increase after the job transfer. Lu Chen placed her hand on the second awakening stone, and her consciousness unknowingly entered an unknown space. In this unknown space, thousands of rivers float in midair, each one extremely mysterious and containing immense power, impossible to trace their source or predict their destination. In a dark blue river, countless spirits floated, their cries shaking the heavens and the earth. In a colorful river, countless couples' images appeared, showering affection crazily, some scenes even inappropriate for children. In a blood-yellow river, surrounded by worms and snakes, the stench of blood filling the air, inhabited by lost souls and wild ghosts unable to reincarnate. In an emerald-green river, full of vitality and countless spiritual herbs growing rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of life. These rivers were just the tip of the iceberg among countless others, and Lu Chen even saw the Milky Way among them. Countless stars flowed like rivers, making her feel incredibly small, like a speck of dust. Even the Milky Way is within my contemplation. Could it be that one day, I will become the river god of the Milky Way? And even after my perception, the Milky Way is not the strongest among the countless rivers. Some rivers are too powerful, too elusive, and with my level, I don't even have the ability to probe their essence. The more Lu Chen looked, the more shocked she became, realizing that the potential of the river god profession was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the second awakening and gaining the Naiha authority. Between the Yellow Springs Road and the underworld, the blood-yellow river surged like a real dragon, seemingly cheering and frolicking, finally circling around Lu Chen. After obtaining the Naiha authority, Lu Chen's physical body underwent a tremendous transformation, akin to rebirth. Name, Lu Chen, level, 30, profession, river god, second awakening, strength, 2600, agility, 2600, constitution, 2600, spirit, 2600, congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the river god domain. River god domain, limit break when activating the river god domain, a water area forms around oneself, continuously expanding and spreading outward. All friendly units within the water area receive a 100% boost to all attributes. Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the River God Legend. River God Legend, limit break when an item falls into the River God domain, it can replicate a gold and a silver version, with the silver equipment having tripled the effect of the original item, and the gold equipment having quadrupled the effect. Up to 5 items can be replicated simultaneously. Congratulations, host, on mastering the Naiha authority and comprehending a new skill. River Styx domain, breaking limit level can freely transform the River God domain into the River Styx domain. When enemies in the River Styx domain are damaged, they can receive an additional 20% of soul damage. River Styx legend, breaking limit level penetrating the enemy's body with the River Styx domain can make them randomly forget one skill. I successfully advanced to the second transformation, and my overall attributes have directly increased tenfold. The overall attribute bonus of the River God domain has reached 100%. Ignoring the time for the expansion of the River God domain, it can already be compared to the Imperial Sword, a national artifact. The River God legend is no longer just a quantitative improvement. Silver equipment effects are 3 times that of the original item, and gold equipment effects are 4 times that of the original item, undergoing a qualitative change. The River Styx domain and River Styx legend are also skills at the breaking limit level. The former can cause enemies to suffer extremely rare and difficult to counter soul damage, while the latter can make enemies randomly forget one skill. If I can make the King Kong bear forget either spiked stone armor or rock-spitting breath, two crucial skills, using the river Styx legend in battle against it, I will definitely find it much easier to clear the King Kong bear's secret realm, making the completion time faster. Lu Chen excitedly clenched his fist, carefully feeling the changes brought about by the sudden increase in strength. At the same time, there was a great commotion outside the transfer temple. The river Styx phenomenon hovered over the nine heavens like a divine dragon, with blood-yellow river water filled with worms and snakes, tormented souls and wandering ghosts, incredibly eerie. A gentle breeze passed by, turning into a gloomy wind as it passed the river Styx phenomenon, sending shivers down the spines of those present. What a terrifying phenomenon! This blood-yellow river seems to be the legendary river Styx. When professional individuals with great potential awaken their professions and advance to the second stage, astonishing phenomena often occur. Now, the river Styx phenomenon is soaring into the sky from the transfer temple. It's unclear which big shot's advancement phenomenon it is. The people around looked at the river Styx phenomenon in awe. Just now, the young leader entered the transfer temple. Could this river Styx phenomenon be the young leader's second transformation phenomenon? Xia Yubing was somewhat astonished, even doubting her own words. It shouldn't be. I have never heard of any river god who can control the legendary river Styx. Tang Yu shook his head and said, moreover, the young leader, like us, is a newcomer who awakened his profession only yesterday. It's impossible to reach level 30 in just one morning and complete the second transformation in less than a day. Xia Yubing said, however, among the prominent professionals in the northern military region, I am familiar with them, and it's impossible to deduce which professional individual, after advancing, could be related to the river Styx. It seems that only the young leader, a professional individual of the river god class, could be loosely associated with the river Styx. What you said makes sense. Tang Yu's mind was a bit confused. Could it be that the front desk of the transfer temple didn't deceive me, and the young leader really reached level 30 in just one morning and accepted the second transformation task? Tang Er was incredulous, his gaze fixed on the transfer temple. Combining the words of the transfer temple's front desk and the school flower's speculation, could it be that the young leader really completed the second transformation? It's too absurd. Am I still dreaming? The breathing of all the students became heavier. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen calmly walked out of the transfer temple. The river Styx phenomenon, hovering over the nine heavens, seemed to be like a pet eager for the young leader's attention, constantly circling around Lu Chen, jubilant and cheering. Damn, the river Styx phenomenon is like a pet, craving the young leader's attention. The young leader really completed the second transformation, and the river Styx phenomenon emerged because of him. As students who also completed the awakening ceremony yesterday, I only reached level 2 in one morning, while the young leader has already reached level 30 and completed the second transformation. A C-grade professional can actually control the legendary river Styx. Is this reasonable? The Nai River is also a river. The position of the river god held by the little leader is not simple at all, definitely not a sea-level occupation. The students were all shocked, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The receptionist at the transfer temple didn't lie to me, everything she said is true. I never expected such absurd words to become reality. Tang Er was frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The little leader's occupation, background, and appearance are all top-notch. I am still not on par with him, but far, far behind. Xia Yubing sighed deeply. She hadn't been proud for long before being suppressed by Lu Chen once again, feeling very uncomfortable. Moreover, Tang Yu's plan was doomed to fail. With Lu Chen's potential to reach level 30 in just one morning, he could easily inherit the position without her support. Even if she married into the Lu family, she would never have the same influence as the stronger Lu Chen. The little leader looks even more handsome after his second transformation. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. The only regret is that the little leader leveled up too quickly. Even though Yubing was the fastest to level up this time, reaching level 3 in just one morning, the little leader is already at level 30. If there is a huge level gap, we won't be able to team up with the little leader for dungeon runs, let alone develop any feelings. The Nai River phenomenon is truly remarkable. Lu Chen smiled faintly. As the child of the sky-cutting war god, a top student at the Qingyun Military Academy and a campus heartthrob, he was used to being in the spotlight. After incorporating the Nai River phenomenon into his body, his connection with the river became even stronger. Well done, son, you didn't disappoint me. When we reach the Northern Hall, you must show me the extraordinary aspects of your Nai River. Lu Junlin was extremely pleased and used the sword control technique to bring Lu Chen to the Northern Hall. Northern Hall. The human high-level officials were like fathers waiting for the birth of their child, with anticipation and nervousness written all over their faces. The little leader's transformation task is so difficult, the benefits after the transformation should be tremendous. Look, above the transfer temple, there is a blood-yellow river hovering in the sky, like a divine dragon. Could this be the little leader's transformation phenomenon? The little leader's potential is so great that even the transformation phenomenon is earth-shattering. This seems to be the legendary Nai River. Could it be that after his second transformation, the little leader can control this legendary river? The little leader and the sky-cutting war god have arrived. When Lu Chen and Lu Junlin arrived at the Northern Hall, the human high-level officials warmly welcomed them. Little leader, how has your strength improved after the second transformation? Have you mastered any new skills? Zhong Lao asked eagerly. My river god domain has increased all attributes by 100%. Lu Chen activated the river god domain, quickly submerging everyone's feet in water. All attributes increased by 100%. And it's a breakthrough level skill, comparable to the top-ranked Huaxia Divine Sword, Tianzi Sword. The little leader has just undergone his second transformation, and the river god domain has seen such a significant improvement. In the future, after the third, fourth, fifth transformations, the enhancement effect of the river god domain may far surpass that of the Tianzi Sword. The little leader's river god domain is indeed powerful, but the expansion of the domain requires some time. It can't instantly provide a 100% attribute boost to friendly units within 100,000 miles like the Tianzi Sword. However, as the little leader's level increases, the river god domain's expansion speed will also increase, and the enhancement effect and range may surpass that of the Tianzi Sword. The high-level officials were all excited. Father, lend me the Tianzi Sword. After my second transformation, the legend of the river god will undergo a qualitative change. Lu Chen was looking forward to the effects of the new golden and silver Tianzi Sword. The legend of the river god has undergone a qualitative change? Sky-cutting war god, quickly lend the Tianzi Sword to the little leader. In the legend of the river god before the qualitative change, the god of war who wields the three emperor swords has already increased all our attributes by 900%. After the qualitative change in the legend of the river god, how much tremendous group amplification will the god of war who wields the three emperor swords bring us? The upper echelons of the human race were once again stirred up, and the surprise brought by Lu Chen was truly immense. Son, catch. Lu Junlin took out the emperor's sword and handed it to Lu Chen with extreme care. Young old man, are you going to pick this, gold, emperor's sword, or this, silver, emperor's sword, or this ordinary emperor's sword? The river god's domain shone with golden and silver light, and after Lu Chen finished chanting, the equipment effect of the golden and silver emperor's swords began to double. God of war, quickly see how the effect of the golden and silver emperor swords is. The eyes of the human race's upper echelons couldn't move away from the golden and silver emperor swords. Even though they hadn't investigated the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the golden and silver emperor swords, they still felt that the new golden and silver emperor swords were much more powerful than the previous ones. Good. Lu Junlin took the silver emperor sword and was soon shocked. The equipment attributes and effects have all increased by 3 times. Now the silver emperor sword is equivalent to the previous gold emperor sword. Wow, the legend of the river god of the young leader has truly undergone a qualitative change. The previous gold emperor sword could increase all attributes by 300%, plus the passive effect of the god of war. The equipment effect of sword type equipment increased by 50%. One gold emperor sword can increase all our attributes by 450%. And now the silver emperor sword has the same effect as the previous gold emperor sword. The new gold emperor sword will definitely have stronger equipment effects and attribute bonuses. The upper echelons of the human race were extremely excited. When Lu Junlin took the gold emperor sword, the smile on his face grew even wider. The equipment attributes and effects have all increased by 4 times. The legend of the river god is truly a divine technique that greatly enhances the foundation of our Huaxia. As an SSS-level sword immortal, he had a total of 10 equipment slots. Therefore, he could enjoy the attribute bonuses of the 3 emperor swords. When wielding the 3 emperor swords, not only could his strength be greatly enhanced, but the Huaxia army would also receive a significant boost. Thinking of this, he simultaneously activated the equipment effects of the 3 emperor swords and dazzling golden light sword from the bodies of the human race's upper echelons, like a waterfall flowing backwards, extremely spectacular. The attribute increase of the 3 emperor swords has reached 1,200%. Coupled with the river god's domain of the young leader, my overall attributes have increased by 1,300%. This attribute bonus is too terrifying, and it's a group type enhancement. If the Japanese pirates and the Ugly Kingdom were to engage us in a major battle, and suddenly the soldiers of Huaxia had their overall attributes increased by 130%, instantly reversing the situation, crushing everything. How awe-inspiring would that be? The equipment effect of the Emperor's Sword could originally increase the overall attributes of friendly units within a radius of 10,000 miles by 100%. But with the cooperation of the young leader and the God of War, the overall attribute bonus of the Emperor's Sword has increased from 100% to 1,200%. This increase is too significant. The young leader and the God of War are the pillars of the country. Feeling the overall attribute boost of the three Emperor's Swords, the upper echelons of the human race were full of praise. Lu Junlin sighed, all of this is thanks to my son. Without the golden and silver Emperor's Swords, with my own strength alone, I could only increase the equipment effect of the Emperor's Sword by 50%, and it would be impossible to reach 1,300%. The God of War's passive skill, Sword Saint Body, is indeed powerful, but compared to the legend of the river god of the young leader, it is still far behind. Old Zhong smiled. However, the God of War's Sword Saint Body not only increases the equipment effect by 50%, but also has 10 equipment slots at the same time. It is very compatible with the legend of the river god of the young leader, something that ordinary people simply cannot replicate. If there were no existence of the Sword Dao Saint Body, the total attributes enhancement of the three heavenly Emperor Swords would only be 800%, which is quite a gap compared to 1,200%, Xiao Lao disdainfully remarked. Only 800%? How can you even say that? The 100% total attribute bonus of an ordinary heavenly Emperor's Sword is enough to make other countries extremely envious, let alone an 800% total attribute increase. Zhong Lao blushed, quickly changing the subject. Young commander, after your second transformation, there have been signs of the Naiha River emerging at the Temple of Transmigration. Do you have any skills related to the Naiha River? The Naiha River is a legendary river. The second transformation skill of the young commander should be outstanding. The attention of the human race's high-level officials quickly shifted. After mastering the Naiha River, I can freely transform the river god's domain into the Naiha River's domain. If someone in the Naiha River's domain is harmed, I can make them suffer even more damage. Lu Chen displayed the Naiha River domain, where a part of the clear river god's domain gradually turned blood yellow, with snakes, insects, and ghosts swirling violently within. The Naiha River domain? I would like to test the effect of this Naiha River domain. Xiao Lao laughed and voluntarily entered the Naiha River domain. Xiao Lao, you helped me test the young commander's elemental transformation last time, so let me help you test the Naiha River domain this time, Zhong Lao said without hesitation, drawing out a long sword. Alright, Xiao Lao nodded, standing quietly in the Naiha River domain, not even assuming a defensive posture. He was an 8th grade Qi master with high strength and physique attributes. Zhong Lao, on the other hand, was an 8th grade swordsmith, not a combat-oriented profession, so using external forces was normal. As long as they could test the effect of the Naiha River domain, he, like Zhong Lao last time, was willing to endure some damage. Put! Zhong Lao's sword struck Xiao Lao's thigh, displaying a damage value of 5,000 points. Following that, the insects, snakes, and ghosts in the Naiha River domain seemed to have found prey, inflicting 1,000 points of soul damage on Zhong Lao. This 1,000 points of damage is even more painful than Zhong Lao's 5,000 points of damage. Xiao Lao frowned. As a Qi master, my body has been tempered through and through. Even if I lose a finger, I can remain unfazed. But the damage inflicted by the Naiha River is causing a tearing sensation in my soul. It's like a person who has trained hard suddenly being hit in a vulnerable spot. This feeling is so strange. A tearing sensation in the soul? It seems that the additional damage from the Naiha River domain is soul damage. The soul is intangible, and soul damage is extremely rare, difficult to defend against, and very troublesome to heal. Ordinary professions need to reach the 6th or 7th transformation to encounter this level. Yet, the young commander, at the 2nd transformation, is already able to inflict soul damage on opponents. The young commander's Naiha River domain is also a breakthrough level skill. Even though Zhong Lao, an 8th grade professional, is causing harm to Xiao Lao, the Naiha River domain still imposes an additional 20% soul damage on Xiao Lao. The young commander has mastered another breakthrough level divine skill, which allows opponents to collectively endure more damage. If the Naiha River domain covers the enemy army and the river god's domain covers the soldiers of Huaxia, the advantage under this scenario would be immense. Many high-level human officials voluntarily entered the Naiha River domain to personally experience the effects. Most of them were 8th and 7th grade professionals, naturally having means to heal the soul. Therefore, as long as the damage was controlled well, there would be no issues. This Naiha River domain is not simple. Just now, after enduring the damage, I tried to evade to make the additional damage from the Naiha River domain ineffective. But even though I clearly dodged, I still suffered 20% additional damage. It's too bizarre. The attacks of the insects, snakes, and ghosts didn't hit me, yet the damage still took effect. Really? Zhong Lao, strike me again, I will personally test it. Alright. Master Zhong nodded, and a sword struck Xiao Lao's thigh. 5,000. Just as the Naiha worms and ghosts were about to attack Xiao Lao, he swiftly escaped the Naiha domain. However, 20% additional soul damage still landed on Xiao Lao. 1,000. Xiao Lao exclaimed in disbelief, this is so bizarre, the extra damage in the Naiha domain is like an unreasonable rule. As long as you get hurt in the Naiha domain, you will inevitably suffer 20% soul damage. The attacks of the worms and ghosts are just a formality, they are not important at all. The Naiha domain is not only a breakthrough level skill, but also so unreasonable, truly deserving of being a legendary river. The human high-ranking officials had a higher opinion of the Naiha domain. Lu Chen said, I also have a skill called Naiha Legend, it's best to test it with wild monsters. Test it with wild monsters? Could it be that your Naiha Legend can have an irreversible effect on us? The human high-ranking officials smiled at each other. In the description of the Naiha Legend skill, it can make a person randomly forget a skill. I don't know if after forgetting it, they can still recover their memory, so testing it with wild monsters would be safer. Lu Chen expressed his concerns. Randomly forget a skill? After reaching the second transformation, you actually have such a mysterious means. Wait a moment, I will go catch a wild monster. Xiao Lao rushed out of the northern conference hall. When he returned, a substantial aura bound a level 60 silver moon sheep. Leader, try your Naiha Legend. Due to the integration of the game with reality, humans could see the attributes and skills of monsters. Name, Silver Moon Sheep, Level, 60, Skills, Silver Moon Impact, Rocket Headbutt, Moonlight Projection, Moon Shadow Step. The Silver Moon Sheep skills are quality over quantity, just right to be countered by my Naiha Legend. Lu Chen used the Naiha Legend, and the water of Naiha quickly permeated the Silver Moon Sheep's body. The skill, Moonlight Projection, in the Silver Moon Sheep's skill panel melted like ice and snow. Human, what have you done to me? I clearly had 4 skills, why do I only have 3 now? The level 60 Silver Moon Sheep struggled, but faced with Xiao Lao's bound aura, it was futile. As a second transformation monster, having human-like intelligence was quite normal. Impressive, you really made the Silver Moon Sheep forget a skill. It's a pity that the forgetting skill of the Naiha Legend is random. If it could selectively make the opponent forget a key skill, its usefulness would be greater. Be content, such a big move to make someone forget a skill has never appeared in the entire history of the human race. In actual combat, the leader will definitely catch the opponent off guard. Moreover, the leader has just mastered the Naiha Legend, this skill still has greater room for growth. If the opponent has many skills and is unlucky enough to randomly forget an inconspicuous skill, the effect of the Naiha Legend seems not that significant. The human high-ranking officials carefully analyzed the Naiha Legend and gave their opinions. First, try to see if the Naiha Legend can be retracted. If it can be retracted, when sparring with others, this move can also be used. With a thought, Lu Chen brought back the skill, Moonlight Projection, in the Silver Moon Sheep's skill panel. Next, Lu Chen once again used the Naiha Legend on the Silver Moon Sheep. The skill forgotten by the Silver Moon Sheep changed from Moonlight Projection to Silver Moon Impact. What kind of means is this? I just remembered Moonlight Projection, but forgot the crucial Silver Moon Impact. The level 60 Silver Moon Sheep was extremely terrified, as if it had seen a ghost. The leader made the Silver Moon Sheep forget the most crucial skill. The skill forgetting of the Naiha Legend is indeed random, but it does not mean it is uncontrollable. If the leader is not satisfied with the forgotten skill, they can repeatedly use the Naiha Legend until the opponent forgets the most crucial skill. If you encounter an opponent whose skills are precise rather than abundant, you will definitely be countered by the Naiha Legend. If you face an opponent with a wide array of skills, it's not a problem either. As long as there is enough time, the opponent's most crucial skills will eventually be forgotten. Moreover, as a level 30 professional, the Naiha Legend can be effective against level 60 Silver Moon Sheep, indicating that this skill is also at the breakthrough level. All 5 skills are at the breakthrough level. The potential of the young leader is immense. The evaluation of the Naiha Legend by the human race's high-ranking officials instantly soared. Lu Chen said, "Don't kill this Silver Moon Sheep. Keep it locked up in the dungeon for a while to see how long the Naiha Legend can last. Rest assured, we will test your River God Legend and the Naiha Legend in the most rigorous manner. If the Naiha Legend lasts for a very long time, causing enemy strongholds to forget crucial skills, even if they leave the battlefield alive, it will have an irreversible impact on their strength." Xiao Lao cheerfully sent the level 60 Silver Moon Sheep to the dungeon. "Son, you are already 18 years old. As the young leader of the Northern Territory with such extraordinary potential, it is time for you to take control. Lu Jinlin handed Lu Chen a seal engraved with a white tiger. This is the general seal of the Northern Territory, which can mobilize 1 to 3-star legions at will. When you need to mobilize manpower, just use the seal to make arrangements yourself. Information about your control of the general seal will soon be available in your military district system, so it doesn't matter if you don't have it with you. Since you have the general seal, I will take care of your promotion. After taking over the authority, Lu Chen did not become arrogant. Indeed, wielding the general seal allows for the unrestricted mobilization of 1 to 3-star legions. However, as the young leader of the Northern Territory, his status was very sensitive. If he did something he shouldn't, Lu Jinlin would quickly notice. Of course, he had no reason to do anything inappropriate and tarnish his reputation for no reason. When needed, he could simply mobilize the manpower he required, obtaining it calmly, truly worthy of being the son of my sky-cutting war god. Seeing Lu Chen so composed, Lu Jinlin was even more pleased. The high-ranking officials of the human race also admired Lu Chen. An 18-year-old youth suddenly gaining such great power would often be extremely excited, and their character and way of doing things might change in the future, just like a parvenu. However, Lu Chen, after receiving the general's seal, seemed to take it in stride, displaying an unusual calmness that was not typical of a young person. Next, it's time to consider leveling up. I must reach level 60 as soon as possible and complete the third transformation to once again control a river. With the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman, I can even solo recommended level 50 100-player large-scale dungeons and break everyone's records. However, the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman is a consumable equipment that doesn't even take up an equipment slot. Using it to run dungeons won't provide me with experience points. Without the permissions provided by the class transformation, I can't enter the highest experience-giving large-scale dungeons alone. My group buff skills are very strong, so if I want to level up quickly, I still need to cooperate with the Northern Territory's legions to run large-scale dungeons together. Lu Chen planned his next steps. After consulting the Northern Territory Secret Realm Encyclopedia for a while, he decided to level up in the Ice Crab Secret Realm. The higher the recommended level of a secret realm, the higher the minimum level requirement tends to be. Even though his skills are all at the breakthrough level, he cannot directly go to the highest level secret realm for leveling up. The Ice Crab Secret Realm, recommended for level 60 100-player large-scale dungeons, has a minimum entry level of 30, which suits him perfectly. Moreover, the experience gain speed in the Ice Crab Secret Realm is slightly faster than other secret realms of the same level. Given that he has sufficient materials and equipment, it is a good choice. As for the legion that will accompany him in running the Ice Crab Secret Realm, it is naturally the Ice Bear Legion, the record holder of the Ice Crab Secret Realm. Led by the record keeper to level up oneself, efficiency is bound to be at its highest. Before the Ice Crab Secret Realm, 100 professional members of the Ice Bear Legion were already prepared. 30 warriors, 30 archers, 30 mages, and 10 priests, a very standard team for dungeon clearing. All 100 members are at level 80, 20 levels higher than the recommended level for the Ice Crab Secret Realm. The leader of the Ice Bear Legion is at level 100, needing to suppress his level to enter the Ice Bear Secret Realm. Are these 100 people the team that cleared the Ice Crab Secret Realm in 2 hours and 11 minutes on the spot, now gathering in front of the Ice Crab Secret Realm to refresh the clearance record? Wherever the strong go, they attract attention, and the appearance of the Ice Bear Legion quickly drew the gaze of the crowd. Did the young leader suddenly ask us to clear the Ice Crab Secret Realm because the arsenal lacks information about it? If it's just about gathering materials, why do we have to wait for the young leader? Not long ago, we clearly obtained many special products from the Ice Crab Secret Realm, so there shouldn't be a shortage of materials. Moreover, the young leader only asked us to send out a team of 100 people, and the personnel had to be the ones who originally broke the Ice Crab Secret Realm clearance record. Could it be that the young leader wants us to help him level up? That's impossible. The young leader is only 18 this year and seems to have just completed the awakening ceremony yesterday. And the minimum entry level for the Ice Crab Secret Realm is 30, so the young leader cannot enter the Ice Crab Secret Realm no matter what. But what is the purpose of the young leader asking us to wait for him? There's no reason to waste our time for no apparent reason. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were all puzzled. What does the young leader want to do? The leader of the Ice Bear Legion, Bai Yuxuan, was somewhat annoyed. The person he respected was the sky-cutting war god, not someone like Lu Chen who had no achievements. If it weren't for Lu Chen's high authority in the military system, even if he was the Legion commander, he would not have to obey, and he would not waste time coming to the Ice Crab Secret Realm. However, after Lu Chen appeared, he still respectfully saluted, "Young leader, hello." The 100 soldiers of the Ice Bear Legion behind him also saluted Liu Kang in unison. "Now that everyone is here, follow me into the Ice Crab's secret realm." Liu Kang nodded and walked towards the Ice Crab's secret realm. "Am I hearing correctly? The young leader actually wants us to go to the Ice Crab's secret realm with him? The minimum level requirement for the Ice Crab's secret realm is 30. The young leader awakened his profession yesterday. Can he enter?" The members of the Ice Bear Legion were all stunned, and to dispel their doubts, they all cast detection spells on Liu Kang. Level 30, the young leader has reached level 30. Is that possible? The young leader just completed the awakening ceremony yesterday. How could he reach level 30 in less than a day? But the young leader's level panel couldn't be faked. He had indeed reached level 30, meeting the minimum requirement to enter the Ice Crab's secret realm. Moreover, the young leader is level 30 and still needs to continue leveling up, indicating that the young leader has completed the second advancement task. Is it fake? To reach level 30 in less than a day and complete the second advancement task? What profession did the young leader awaken to? Is this related to the profession? The profession of the sky-cutting war god is the SSS level Wine Sword Immortal, but it still took 3 months to reach level 30. SSS level is already the highest potential profession, so there's no reason for the young leader's profession to have higher potential than the sky-cutting war god. The hearts of the Ice Bear Legion were filled with questions. Stop thinking so much and hurry up. After Bai Yuxuan gave the order, the members of the Ice Bear Legion quickly followed, not daring to delay Liu Chen's time. Upon arriving at the Ice Crab's secret realm, a chilling wind blew, lowering Liu Chen's body temperature slightly. High-level recommended dungeons not only have high-level monsters but also very harsh environments. Therefore, most dungeons have a minimum level restriction to prevent low-level professionals from dying directly in the harsh environment without even encountering monsters. After reaching the second transformation, his overall attributes increased tenfold. Coupled with the bonus from the Emerald Shadow set, even in the harsh environment of the Ice Crab's secret realm, its impact on him was minimal. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking echoed as 100 level 50 ice crabs emerged from the ice, each as tough as an armored vehicle. "Lieutenant, be extra careful. These ice crabs are much higher level than you. Any slight mistake could lead to an accident. You'd better stay with the priests. Not only are they strong in protection, but they are also in the safest place in the team. You'll be absolutely safe there." Bai Yuxuan briefly instructed before launching an attack on the 100 ice crabs. Liu Chen spoke up. "Wait a moment." Just as everyone was slightly puzzled, the river god's domain quickly covered everyone's feet. "My overall attributes have increased by 100%. Could it be that the lieutenant brought the Emperor's sword to the Ice Crab's secret realm? The Emperor's sword is a national treasure, the #1 divine sword of Huaxia. Even if the lieutenant is the god of war, it's impossible for him to bring the Emperor's sword into the Ice Crab's secret realm. This enhancement effect is called the river god's domain, unrelated to the Emperor's sword. It's the lieutenant's skill. We are all level 80 professionals, while the lieutenant is only level 30, yet he has increased our overall attributes by 100%, completely defying logic. I also have a skill that increases attributes by percentage, but when I was level 30, it didn't work on level 80 professionals. Could this be the legendary skill that breaks level limits? To provide such a significant boost to 100 level 80 professionals, it's no wonder the lieutenant reached level 30 in less than a day. Feeling the enhancement of the river god's domain, the Ice Bear Legion was all amazed. 30 mages and 30 archers launched an attack together. With a 100% increase in overall attributes within the river god's domain, they inflicted unbearable pain on the 100 ice crabs, all of which perished before reaching the Ice Bear Legion's front line. The second phase began with 200 level 55 ice crabs breaking through the ice, dying in the bombardment before reaching the front line. The third phase started with 400 level 55 ice crabs emerging, doubling the quantity once again. With more numbers and stronger defense, these 400 ice crabs withstood the damage from 60 long-range output professionals and reached the 30 warriors. However, the 30 warriors had extremely high defense, and the ice crabs not only failed to break through their defense but also became easy targets for the 60 long-range output professionals. This feels amazing. A 100% increase in overall attributes is so satisfying. The lieutenant's river god's domain not only has a strong group enhancement effect but also lasts a very long time. Although the lieutenant is only level 30, the boost to our combat power is even greater than that of 10 level 80 priests. With the lieutenant's help, our speed in clearing the Ice Crab secret realm will double. The Ice Bear Legion members were all thrilled, killing as if addicted, wishing for the ice crabs to appear more frequently and in greater numbers. With a 100% increase in overall attributes, the 10 priests' support abilities also became stronger, playing a significant role. As they fought monsters, Lu Chen's river god's domain continued to expand outward. When the ice crabs entered the river god's domain not needed by the Ice Bear Legion, they quickly transformed into the Nether River domain. What is this blood-yellow river water? There are worms, snakes, and ghosts floating in it. So eerie. This blood-yellow river water is transformed by the Lieutenant's river god's domain. It has never appeared in the ice crab's secret realm before. It must be the Lieutenant's skill. Don't worry about that. We just need to defend within the river god's domain and wait for these ice crabs to come to us. Once you leave the river god's domain, you won't enjoy the feeling of a 100% increase in overall attributes. The Ice Bear Legion members were very attached to the river god's domain and naturally reluctant to leave. When hundreds of ice crabs were in the territory of the Nai River and under attack, they quickly discovered the mystical nature of the Nai River domain. When an ice crab is injured, the bugs, snakes, and ghosts in the yellow river water will launch an attack on it. Moreover, the damage is 20% of our original damage, a very rare and difficult to prevent soul damage. Ice crabs are tough, ordinary physical and elemental damage is hard to hurt them. Even if the amount of soul damage is not high, it can make the ice crab feel a piercing sensation, greatly affecting its actions. 100% total attribute bonus, 20% additional damage bonus. The assistant ability of the little leader is unexpectedly strong. How come the little leader's skills are completely different from the previous river god? It's simply the strongest support profession. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were shocked. With the help of the river god domain and the Nai River domain, their efficiency in killing ice crabs increased. Crack, crack, crack. A 300-meter-high iceberg rose from the ground, and to their surprise, it was the back of an ice crab. Name, Ice Crab King, boss level 80, health, 50 million, skills, Ice Spike Assault, Ice Mountain Hammer, Life and Death Transformation, Frost Breath, Frost Armor. The Ice Crab King has appeared. Before, it took us 1 hour to reach the boss stage of the Ice Crab Secret Realm, but now with the help of the little leader, we made the Ice Crab King appear in 25 minutes. Quick, launch the attack. Try to break the record of clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm like never before. You're right, the chance to run dungeons with the little leader is rare, we must cherish it. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were excited. 30 mages and 30 archers unleashed their firepower, and the dense damage values kept appearing on the Ice Crab King. Sensing that its health was dropping rapidly, the Ice Crab King quickly used Frost Armor to block 50% of physical and magical damage, and reduce the attack and casting speed of the damage dealers by 30%. This skill is disgusting. Not only does it block a lot of damage, but it also reduces our attack speed. But with the help of the little leader, our damage is much higher than before. The Ice Crab King won't disgust us for long. The 30 mages and 30 archers were a bit annoyed, but they were used to it. Resisting damage, coupled with reducing attack and casting speed, under the double effect of these, the Ice Crab King's tankiness will be greatly increased, indeed disgusting. After a sigh, Lu Chen decisively used the Nai River legend. The water of the Nai River, like entering a sponge, carrying bugs, snakes, and ghosts, penetrated the body of the Ice Crab King. Then, the Ice Crab King's frost armor fell off, and the skill, Frost Armor, on the panel also disappeared. Lucky, the first Nai River legend made the Ice Crab King forget such a crucial skill. Lu Chen smiled satisfactorily. How did I use my skill? Wait, why can't I remember? The Ice Crab King was confused, inexplicably losing a very important memory. The Ice Crab King's frost armor has fallen off. Attack quickly. As an 80-level boss monster, the Ice Crab King should have decent intelligence, so why make such a stupid move? It's hilarious. Maybe this time the refreshed Ice Crab King is a bit dumb, specifically to help us break the record. All the members of the Ice Bear Legion laughed. Look carefully, the skill, Frost Armor, on the Ice Crab King's panel has disappeared. This means that the Ice Crab King did not voluntarily remove Frost Armor, but lost the skill. Losing a skill? This has never happened before when clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm. Could it be related to the Little Leader? The yellow river of blood of the Little Leader not only makes enemies suffer additional damage but also makes them forget skills. It's unbelievable. The Ice Crab King forgot about the Frost Armor. Our speed in clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm will greatly increase. Everyone, hurry up with the damage output. The time the Frost Armor is forgotten by the Ice Crab King is uncertain. It wouldn't be good if halfway through, the Ice Crab King remembers the Frost Armor again. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were all excited. Every time they cleared the Ice Crab Secret Realm, they were disgusted by the Ice Crab King's Frost Armor. Rarely did the Ice Crab King forget about the Frost Armor, so they naturally had to output fiercely to vent their frustrations. Ice Spike Assault. The Ice Crab King was hit so hard that its body staggered, filled with anger. It then firmly planted its mountain-sized pincers into the ground, sending rows of ice spikes rushing out like waves. causing the entire Ice Crab secret realm to tremble. 30 warriors each used defensive skills, like city walls, blocking all the ice spike assaults, preventing the Ice Crab King from harming the backline. Previously, they would have suffered significant damage. Now, under the 100% attribute boost in the River God's domain, the damage was quickly healed by the priest, and they were almost at full health. Continue the output. The Ice Crab King is about to enter the second phase. The leader of the Ice Bear Legion, by Yuxuan, was an ice mage. After casting Ice Cone Descent, a 200-meter long, as thick as a bucket ice cone pierced the Ice Crab King's body, dealing 5 million damage. Following that, the Nihad domain added 20% soul damage, directly emptying the Ice Crab King's health bar, entering the second phase. In the second phase, the Ice Crab King would automatically trigger the life and death transformation, entering the Ice Sculpture state. Attacking the Ice Sculpture state would restore the Ice Crab King's health until it was full. If the Ice Crab King were a wild monster, once it entered the Ice Sculpture state, it could be left alone. As long as it didn't take damage and its health didn't fully recover, it would never wake up. However, in the Ice Crab secret realm, if the Ice Crab King was not killed, the realm could not be cleared. Despite the Ice Crab King's disgusting life and death transformation, after returning to full health, it would still receive a 30% boost in all attributes, and they still had to help it complete the transformation. By Yuxuan's side, another disgusting skill. If it weren't for setting records and obtaining unique materials, I really wouldn't want to fight the Ice Crab King. It's not satisfying at all. Other boss-level monsters enter the second phase directly when their health is depleted, and I can accept them having a second life. But for the Ice Crab King to enter the second phase, we, as opponents, have to help. It's really frustrating. The members of the Ice Bear Legion all sighed. Dealing damage consumed physical and magical energy, especially when trying to set record clearances. Weakening themselves to allow the Ice Crab King to quickly revive and increase its strength just by thinking about it made them feel sick. Lu Chen spoke up, "Don't rush, watch me." As the son of the sky-cutting war god, he could easily check all the clearance records and notes of the secret realms. Even though it was his first time entering the Ice Crab secret realm, he knew what kind of skill the Ice Crab King's life and death transformation was. He planned to use the Nihao legend to break the Ice Crab King's life and death transformation. Could it be that the little leader can break the Ice Crab King's life and death transformation? The members of the Ice Bear Legion did not rush to attack, all looking at the Ice Crab King. Under their gaze, the Ice Crab King's skill panel kept changing. Sometimes Ice Spike Assault disappeared, sometimes Glacier Hammer Strike disappeared. With every breath, the Ice Crab King would randomly forget a skill. When the Ice Crab King's life and death transformation disappeared, the Ice Sculpture state of the Ice Crab King collapsed with a bang, losing all vitality. The Ice Crab King has been slain, and the Ice Crab secret realm has been cleared successfully. The clearance record is 40 minutes and 34 seconds. Damn, the little leader really has a big trick to make people forget skills. It seems that the Ice Crab King forgetting the frost armor is the masterpiece of the junior leader. Without the junior leader's great tactics, we wouldn't have been able to push the Ice Crab King to the second phase so quickly. When the Ice Crab King uses the life and death transformation, we need to help it resurrect. The junior leader directly made the Ice Crab King forget the crucial skill, allowing us to directly clear the Ice Crab secret realm. Our previous fastest clearance time was 2 hours and 11 minutes. With the junior leader's help, we cleared it in 40 minutes and 24 seconds, over an hour faster. What a huge improvement! The 2 hours and 11 minutes clearance record took us hundreds of attempts to achieve. And the junior leader had no prior coordination with us, yet with just one cooperation, we far exceeded our previous clearance record. Previously, when clearing the Ice Crab secret realm, we spent half the time fighting small monsters and the other half fighting the boss. But after the Ice Crab King forgot the life and death transformation and frost armor, our boss fighting time was cut in half compared to fighting small monsters. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were all stunned. Outside the Ice Crab secret realm. The Ice Crab secret realm is too difficult to clear. The number of monsters at each stage doubles, hundreds of them rushing at us, making it impossible to cope with. The consumption of health and mana is too high. Yes, after finally reaching the boss stage, the Ice Crab King still has that disgusting frost armor skill. Not only does it immunize against 50% of physical and elemental damage, but it also reduces our attack and casting speed by 30%. How are we supposed to fight that? 100 professionals were teleported back, looking disheveled, with about 10 of them seriously injured, almost meeting their end in the Ice Crab secret realm. That's how the Ice Crab secret realm is. The skills of the boss-level Ice Crab King are extremely nasty, and clearing it is not an easy task. When we first cleared the Ice Crab secret realm, we also suffered a lot. But despite the nastiness of the Ice Crab secret realm, it provides a lot of experience and valuable unique materials, so it's a mixed bag. Of course, there are pros and cons. If clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm had no advantages over other realms, who would be willing to clear it? The members of the Iceberg Legion laughed. Their leader had obtained a set of epic-level equipment and planned to break the Ice Bear Legion's clearance record. The fastest clearance record of the Ice Crab Secret Realm has been broken. 40 minutes and 24 seconds. Record holder, Ice Bear Legion. The fastest clearance record of the Ice Crab Secret Realm has been broken. 40 minutes and 24 seconds. This clearance speed is incredible. I was here this morning, and the clearance record was still 2 hours and 11 minutes. In just one afternoon, it changed to 40 minutes and 24 seconds, over an hour faster. And the Ice Bear Legion still holds the fastest clearance record. The Ice Bear Legion is too strong, clearing it in 40 minutes and 24 seconds. We can't even catch a glimpse of the boss. The people around were all stunned. The leader of the Iceberg Legion, Wangi, frowned. Apart from the frost armor, the Ice Crab King also has a very nasty skill. No matter how strong the Ice Bear Legion is, it's impossible to clear it in 40 minutes and 24 seconds. You're right, the Ice Crab King's life and death transformation is very nasty. After finally killing it, you have to resurrect it, then kill it again, a process that takes a lot of time. If your strength is not significantly higher than that of the Ice Crab Secret Realm, when the Ice Crab King enters the second phase, you must take the opportunity to replenish your health and mana, or you won't be able to clear it at all. It's common for an ordinary team to spend over 10 hours clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm. For the Ice Bear Legion to break the clearance record in 40 minutes and 24 seconds, they must have cleared it many times and discovered a bug in the Ice Crab Legion. Members of the Iceberg Legion on the side echoed, feeling that the Ice Bear Legion was just too lucky. When the members of the Polar Bear Legion returned to reality, Wangi quickly asked, Captain Bai, did you find any bugs? Bugs? Do you think my record of 40 minutes and 24 seconds was achieved by exploiting bugs? Bai Yuxuan found it somewhat amusing. Wangi sneered, are you saying it's not? Your Polar Bear Legion's completion time was 2 hours and 11 minutes this morning. Without exploiting bugs, how could you finish in 40 minutes and 24 seconds, more than an hour faster than before? With the little commander around, nothing is impossible. And 40 minutes and 24 seconds is not our limit, we aim to break the completion record even faster. Bai Yuxuan chuckled and, with Lu Chen, entered the Ice Crab Secret Realm once again. The little commander is only 18 this year, just completed the awakening ceremony yesterday. How could it be the little commander's achievement? Wait, the little commander and the Polar Bear Legion entered the Ice Crab Secret Realm, meaning the little commander reached the minimum level requirement of the Ice Crab Secret Realm in less than a day. Wangi was dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom how Lu Chen entered the Ice Crab Secret Realm in less than a day. Moreover, with Lu Chen's help, the Polar Bear Legion's completion speed was over an hour faster than before. The vice captain of the Iceberg Legion said, Captain, the Polar Bear Legion found a bug in the Ice Crab Secret Realm. It seems unrealistic for us to break the record. Wangi replied, indeed, but since we're here, let's run the Ice Crab Secret Realm a few more times before leaving. At the very least, we should surpass our own completion record. Alright. After a brief discussion, the Iceberg Legion entered the Ice Crab Secret Realm. Their completion time was 2 hours and 7 minutes, 4 seconds faster than the Polar Bear Secret Realm's completion record this morning. It's a pity. If the Polar Bear Legion hadn't found the bug, we would have been the record holders of the Ice Crab Secret Realm. Look at the Ice Crab Secret Realm's completion records. We ran it once, while the Polar Bear Legion ran it 4 times, and each time faster than the last. Is this for real? Let me see. The members of the Iceberg Legion looked at the completion records, utterly shocked. Ice Crab Secret Realm's fastest completion record has been updated. 37 minutes and 17 seconds. Record holder, Polar Bear Legion. Ice Crab Secret Realm's fastest completion record has been updated. 34 minutes and 13 seconds. Record holder, Polar Bear Legion. Ice Crab Secret Realm's fastest completion record has been updated. 30 minutes and 24 seconds. Record holder, Polar Bear Legion. Ice Crab Secret Realm's fastest completion record has been updated. 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Record holder, Polar Bear Legion. 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Is this even achievable by humans? Even if it's a bug, it shouldn't be this fast. We completed it in 2 hours, while the Polar Bear Legion finished in 26 minutes, 4 to 5 times faster than us. If the Polar Bear Legion doesn't share this bug, no one will be able to break this completion record. The members of the Iceberg Legion were starting to doubt their life choices. Wangi said, since Bai Yuxuan won't talk, I'll definitely ask the little commander when he comes out. He believed that Lu Chen must have informed the Polar Bear Legion about the Ice Crab Secret Realm's bug, otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? As the little commander of the Northern Territory, Lu Chen should be fair and square. If he could tell the Polar Bear Legion, why couldn't he tell them? Awesome! After the Polar Bear Legion returned to reality, everyone was ecstatic. They never dreamed they could break the Ice Crab Secret Realm's completion record so quickly. Without Lu Chen's assistance, they would never have been able to complete the Ice Crab Secret Realm so comfortably. Little Commander, did you discover a bug in the Ice Crab Secret Realm? Otherwise, how could the Polar Bear Legion complete it so quickly? Wang Yi hurried to Lu Chen's side. The surrounding professionals all perked up, eager to eavesdrop on how the bug in the Ice Crab Secret Realm was exploited. In dungeons, bugs were a matter of chance, not something one could seek out. Moreover, when a bug is discovered by someone, it won't be long before it is fixed by the heavens, and the completion records achieved using the bug will become invalid. Therefore, they wanted to make a big profit in the Ice Crab Secret Realm before the bug was fixed. Bug? How could I be so lucky to find a bug the first time I entered the Ice Crab Secret Realm? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Bai Yuxuan beside him also laughed. Leader, it seems my completion speed is too fast, making the members of the Icebird Legion mistakenly think we are exploiting a bug. Isn't that so? Without using a bug, how could you possibly complete the level in 26 minutes and 48 seconds, 1.5 hours faster than before? Wang Yi became anxious, feeling that Bai Yuxuan and Lu Chen were teasing him. Bai Yuxuan said, take a good look at the leader's level. If we were relying on a bug, the leader's leveling speed wouldn't be this fast. The leader's level? A newcomer who awakened their profession just yesterday, how many levels can they gain in less than a day? After using detection magic, Wang Yi was stunned. Level 60. The leader reached level 60 in less than a day. Less than a day to reach level 60? That leveling speed is too fast. When reaching level 30, you need to complete the second transfer mission before you can continue leveling. And the leader completed the second transfer mission in less than a day and reached level 60. They can now go to the transfer temple and take on the third transfer mission. In the Ice Crab Secret Realm, the leader must have made a huge contribution to earn so much experience. Such a terrifying leveling speed is unheard of, unseen before, unprecedented in the history of the entire human race. Could it be that the leader has a special constitution and awakened their profession before the age of 18? It seems what Captain Bai said is true. The Ice Bear Legion's ability to complete the level in 26 minutes and 48 seconds is not due to a so-called bug, but because the leader truly has great skills. I wonder what skills the leader has. A second transfer professional can bring such a huge improvement to a 100-person team with a level of 80. The members of the Icebird Legion were all shocked. It's getting late, let's stop here for today. After reaching level 60, Lu Chen needed to complete the third transfer mission to gain experience, so there was no need to continue grinding in the Ice Crab Secret Realm. Alright, leader. Bai Yuxuan grinned. Next time you need to run a dungeon, just call us, we'll be there in no time. Happy times are indeed short-lived. The leader went from level 30 to 60 in just one afternoon. The leader's support ability is too strong, doubling our strength throughout, naturally speeding up our leveling. I wonder when we'll cooperate with the leader again. With the leader's growth rate, we'll probably be left behind soon. The members of the Ice Bear Legion were somewhat reluctant to leave, wanting to continue running dungeons with Lu Chen. Am I hearing correctly? The Ice Bear Legion is actually enjoying leveling up with someone. For ordinary low-level professionals, they are completely burdensome for the Ice Bear Legion and not worth bringing along. But despite the leader's level being much lower than that of the Ice Bear Legion, they are still a hot commodity. If you can reduce the completion time of the Ice Crab Secret Realm from 2 hours to 26 minutes, you too would be a hot commodity, and the Ice Bear Legion would be willing to take you along. The surrounding professionals were envious of Lu Chen. Leader, if you need to run a dungeon, you can also inform my Icebird Legion, we'll be there in no time. Wang Yi showed a friendly smile. With Lu Chen's help, he believed that all recommended level 60 dungeons could be broken by the Icebird Legion, so they naturally had to strive for it. Okay. After nodding, Lu Chen boarded a military vehicle and left the area. Name, Lu Chen, level 60, profession, River God, second transfer, strength, 6,000, agility, 6,000, constitution, 6,000, spirit, 6,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up in the River God domain. River God domain, breaking limit level when activating the River God domain, a water area forms around oneself and continuously expands outward. All friendly units within the water area receive a 160% increase in all attributes. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the River God Legend. River God Legend, breaking limit level when items fall into the River God domain, they can replicate into 1 gold and 1 silver. The silver equipment effect is 3 times that of the original item, and the gold equipment effect is 4 times that of the original item. Up to 10 items can be replicated simultaneously. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the Manhwa domain. Manhwa domain, breaking limit level can freely transform the river god domain into the Manhwa domain. Enemies within the Manhwa domain receive an additional 50% soul damage when damaged. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the Manhwa legend. Manhwa legend, breaking limit level by drilling into the enemy's body within the Manhwa domain, they can randomly forget 3 skills. The improvement this afternoon is significant, with all 4 attributes reaching 6,000 each. And the River God domain, River God legend, Manhwa domain, and Manhwa legend have all been greatly enhanced. The all attribute bonus of the River God domain has reached 160%, and the replication quantity of the River God legend has reached 10 items. The Manhwa domain makes enemies suffer an additional 50% soul damage, while the Manhwa legend directly causes enemies to forget 3 skills at random. If these 4 skills are combined, they will undoubtedly play a significant role in reversing the situation. Lu Chen carefully felt the changes in himself and was very satisfied. With the increase in level, his attributes and skill effects were also improving. Therefore, the speed of the Ice Bear Legion's clearance was getting faster and faster. During the 5th time clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm, the clearance record reached an astonishing 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Great Hall of the Northern Territory. The human high-level officials were dealing with military matters. Lu Junlin's thoughts were all on Lu Chen, and the human high-level officials did not say much about it, but instead were very understanding. If they had a child like Lu Chen, it would also be difficult for their thoughts to return to work. War God Zhan Tian, where did the young commander go to level up in which instance? Old Zhong casually asked. Lu Junlin smiled and said, he went to the Ice Bear military area to clear the Ice Crab Secret Realm. The clearance record is getting faster each time. The fastest clearance time for the Ice Crab Secret Realm used to be 2 hours and 11 minutes, and my son cleared it in just 26 minutes and 48 seconds after only 5 times. 26 minutes and 48 seconds? A full hour and a half improvement. Such an amazing clearance speed, I'm afraid only the young commander can achieve it. Breaking the limit level skills are powerful. Even if the young commander enters a recommended level 60 100-person large instance, he can still play an incredibly significant role. I wonder how many levels the young commander can reach in an afternoon. With the young commander's 5 breaking limit level skills and the experience split during instance runs, it should be very high. The human high-level officials were looking forward to Lu Chen's progress. Dinner isn't even here yet, why did my son come back? Could it be that he reached level 60? Lu Junlin smiled. As the Grand Commander of the Northern Garrison, he could check the positions of all high-level officials at any time, naturally including Lu Chen's. It's unlikely. The higher the level, the more experience is needed. It was already amazing for the young commander to go from level 1 to 30 in the morning. How is it possible to go from not even reaching an afternoon to reaching level 60 while completing the second transfer task? As the level increases, the required experience does indeed increase, but after killing high-level monsters, the experience gained will also increase. The young commander is running instances that exceed his own level, plus the high experience split. It is not impossible to reach level 60 in an afternoon. Old Zhong makes sense. The human high-level officials discussed one after another. I'm back. At that moment, Lu Chen's voice rang outside the door, and everyone hurriedly welcomed him in and cast detection spells. Level 60, the young commander really reached level 60. Less than a day to reach level 60, the young leader has once again broken the record for the human race. Young leader, how is your skill improvement? Show us what you've got. The high-ranking members of the human race were excited, all eyes on Lu Chen. River God Domain. After using the skill, Lu Chen quickly submerged everyone's feet in the clear river water. 160% increase in all attributes, a 60% improvement compared to the second transformation. The young leader hasn't even reached the third transformation yet, but the enhancement effect of the River God domain has already surpassed the national artifact, Emperor's Sword. No wonder the Ice Bear Legion's clearance speed has increased so much. With a 160% boost in all attributes, breaking records is to be expected. With a 160% increase in all attributes, along with the equipment effects of the 3 Emperor's Swords and the passive effect of the divine body of the War God's Sword Dao, it can reach a 1,360% increase in all attributes. Feeling the changes in themselves, the high-ranking members of the human race were shining with excitement. Lu Junlin smiled and asked, "Son, how many items can your River God legend duplicate at once?" Lu Chen replied, 10 items. Duplicate 10 items at the same time? Very good, excellent. You're only level 60 now, but as the number of duplications in your River God legend continues to increase, you might be able to duplicate all of Huaxia's top equipment, greatly enhancing Huaxia's national strength. Lu Junlin was extremely pleased. Then keep those 5 Thunderheart symbols on you for protection. With the River God legend, these 5 precious consumable items won't be used up. It's best for you to keep them. By the way, my Naiha legend can now make enemies forget 3 skills at the same time. Who wants to give it a try? Lu Chen smiled with interest. After clearing the Ice Crab Secret Realm 5 times and using the Naiha legend over 30 times, he had mastered this skill. He could ensure that after erasing everyone's skills, he could make them remember with just a thought. Forget 3 skills at the same time? The improvement of the Naiha legend is so significant. Try it on us. The high-ranking members of the human race willingly entered the Naiha domain. Since Lu Chen was one of them, they dared to try the powerful effect of the Naiha legend. Only by understanding Lu Chen's skills well could they better strategize in the future. After Lu Chen used the Naiha legend, everyone forgot 3 skills and couldn't remember them no matter what. So this is what it feels like to forget skills? Even if I try my best to recall, I have no clue. No wonder the Silver Moon Sheep was completely lost after losing its skills. Even though we are knowledgeable, encountering such a mysterious skill would leave us clueless. Xiao Lao, did you also forget 3 skills? Yes, this feeling of forgetting skills is like early onset dementia, it's so uncomfortable. Damn, with just one glance from the young leader, all of us forgot 3 skills. Forgetting 3 skills collectively. If the Naiha legend appears on the battlefield, it will surely cause chaos among the enemy forces. Many formations in the army are built on key skills. If these key skills are forgotten by the Naiha legend, the enemy's coordination and combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. Forgetting 3 skills at the same time greatly increases the probability of the opponent forgetting key skills if they don't have many skills. Coupled with the additional damage boost from the Naiha domain, in this tit-for-tat situation, a battle that was evenly matched will become completely one-sided. The high-ranking members of the human race were more and more pleasantly surprised. Xiao Lao, punch me, let me see how much the Naiha domain has improved. Zhong Lao stood upright, eagerly anticipating being hit for the first time. Alright, I'll give you a punch. Xiao Lao controlled the force and dealt Zhong Lao a damage value of 5,000. Then, the insects, snakes, and ghosts in the Naiha domain moved, causing 2,500 points of soul damage to Zhong Lao. An additional 50% damage. The Nether River domain has indeed become stronger. As long as the enemy is within the Nether River domain, all damage will increase by 50%, and it's all soul damage. How terrifying. Coupled with the Nether River Legends group amnesia of 3 skills, how can the enemy even play? Unless there is a huge power gap, there is simply no way to fight. Fortunately, the young commander was born in China, the child of the sky-cutting war god. If the young commander were born in another country, it would be an immense threat to China. The leaders of the human race were shocked. After Lu Chensheng reached level 60, the improvement was truly significant. Truly my Qilin child. Listening to the leaders of the human race praising Lu Chen to the skies, Lu Junlin was proud, smiling from ear to ear. Son, you are already level 60. The 30-level Emerald Shadow set is no longer suitable. Quickly switch to the Azure Scale set. Name, Azure Scale Helmet, Quality, Legendary, Level Requirement, 60, Constitution plus 1000, Spirit plus 2000, Equipment Effect, 40% increase in Spirit, 40% increase in Mana Recovery Speed. Name, Azure Scale Shoulder Armor, Quality, Legendary, Level Requirement, 60, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 2000, Equipment Effect, reduce all attribute damage by 40%. Name, Azure Scale Chest Armor. Name, Azure Scale Belt. Name, Azure Scale Boots. Equipping all 5 pieces of the Azure Scale set activates set effects. Strength plus 3000, Spirit plus 3000, Agility plus 3000, Constitution plus 3000, set effect 1, transform into Azure Scale Wings, gaining flight ability, movement speed increased by 200%. Set effect 2, wearing Azure Scale, defense increased by 200%. Set effect 3, teleport 1 to 100 meters every 5 minutes, and add an Azure Scale Feather Strike to the enemy. Lu Junlin said, Son, I specially selected this Azure Scale set for you. Like the Emerald Shadow set, it has a teleportation set effect. If you don't like it, you can also switch to another level 60 legendary set. There are many in the northern border arsenal. Lu Chen still remembered the video of soloing the Golden Bear Secret Realm. The operation of changing the Emerald Shadow Boots and constantly refreshing the set effects was truly exquisite. Therefore, for Lu Chen's next set, he also hoped to have a teleportation set effect to greatly increase his survivability. No need to change, I quite like this Azure Scale set. Lu Chen put on the Azure Scale set, and his strength immediately received an immensely huge boost. Truly a level 60 legendary set. I have reached level 60, with a total attribute of 24,000 points. The Azure Scale set directly increased my total attributes by 27,000 points, even higher than my own attributes. Plus those percentage buffs, they bring an immensely huge boost to my strength. With the legendary Azure Scale set, he also had more confidence when taking on the third advancement mission. The next day, Mission Hall. Students from the same year as Lu Chen were exchanging materials for efficiency resources. Leveling up is too difficult, monster grinding is too tiring. I really don't know how the young commander managed to reach level 30 in just one morning and complete the second advancement at noon. Just thinking about it feels unreal. Even with someone guiding, the leveling speed shouldn't be this fast. It's completely illogical. The students discussed with bitter smiles. The harder they worked, the more they could appreciate how amazing it was for Lu Chen to reach level 30 in one morning. Most people toiled all day to gain 2 levels. Those who could level up by 3 in a day were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The potential of their professions must be at the SS level. The young commander completed the second advancement yesterday at noon. I wonder what level he is now. Xia Yubing murmured. She was the fastest to level up among this group of students, but her level was only 4, which was a huge gap compared to Lu Chen. Tang Yu sighed. The growth speed of the little leader is too fast. When it comes to the college entrance exam, it will definitely be the moment for the little leader to strike back. Moreover, with the little leader's background in growth speed, it doesn't matter if she doesn't take the college entrance exam. Even if she participates, it's just a formality. You're right. For ordinary professionals, it's very rare to reach level 10 during the college entrance exam. The little leader awakened and reached level 30 the next day, completing the second transformation task. When the college entrance exam begins, the little leader's level will definitely be higher. By then, even if the little leader doesn't use any skills, she can push everything aside just based on her attribute advantage. Xia Yubing shuddered at the thought, completely losing the idea of surpassing Lu Chen. The gap was just too big. Even though she was considered a genius in everyone's eyes, when facing Lu Chen, she still felt inferior, lacking even the confidence to catch up. Then, she witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Lu Chen had entered the Transcendence Temple again. The little leader entered the Transcendence Temple again? Could it be that she is going to take on the third transformation task? Take on the third transformation task? That's impossible, right? The little leader couldn't have gone from level 1 to level 60 in just one day. Tang Yu couldn't believe it and instinctively retorted. Transcendence Temple. Hello, little leader. The receptionist greeted Lu Chen with a salute, showing great respect. I'm here to take on the third transformation task. Lu Chen explained her purpose. The third transformation task? Little leader, did you reach level 60? The receptionist was stunned. Yes, Lu Chen nodded, releasing the aura of level 60. Their voices were not loud, but they were heard clearly by others, like a bolt from the blue. The little leader just completed the awakening ceremony the day before yesterday, and now she's already at level 60. Is this for real? This leveling speed is too exaggerated. I'm already 23 this year, barely completing the second transformation task, and the little leader has already reached level 60 and is about to take on the third transformation task. Are there any professionals here at level 60? How many years did it take to reach this level? I'm level 60, 30 years old this year, took 12 years to reach this level. And the little leader, only 18 years old, is at the same level as me. All the professionals who came for the transformation were stunned, unable to believe their ears. But Lu Chen's level 60 aura was undeniably real, forcing them to believe. Successful acceptance of the third transformation task. Please solo the 9 lives tree demon within 10 minutes. 9 lives tree demon? It seems to be a boss level monster in the wild. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Wild boss level monsters were not as easy to find as those in dungeons. If luck was not on his side, it might take 1 or 2 months for the 9 lives tree demon to respawn. Moreover, the transformation task required him to defeat it alone. After the 9 lives tree demon appeared, the Northern Military District personnel could not touch it and could only restrain it until he arrived to deal with it. Wild monsters are different from dungeon monsters, their levels fluctuate unpredictably. If wild monsters are not cleared for a long time, they will continue to expand and pose a threat to human survival. According to military records, the 9 lives tree demon often appears in the Black Knight Forest, and the forest garrison is the legion specifically tasked with maintaining stability in the Black Knight Forest. With this in mind, Lu Chen contacted the commander of the forest garrison. When the 9 lives tree demon appears in the Black Knight Forest, immediately control it and contact me. Do not harm it in the slightest. Understood. Yi Zhiqiu, the commander of the forest garrison, would execute Lu Chen's orders without hesitation, even if he couldn't fully understand them. After leaving the Transcendence Temple, Lu Junlin hurriedly asked, "Son, what is your third transformation task?" Lu Chen replied, "Within 10 minutes, solo the 9 Lives Tree Demon. I have already informed the Town Forest Legion. Once the 9 Lives Tree Demon respawns, notify me immediately." 9 Lives Tree Demon? This wilderness boss-level monster usually ranges from level 70 to 90. Every appearance triggers a beast tied in the Dark Night Forest, keeping the entire Town Forest Legion extremely busy. Dealing with a 9 Lives Tree Demon above level 80 would be very troublesome for the Town Forest Legion, requiring timely reinforcements from other legions. Lu Junlin's expression turns serious. Your third job advancement task remains highly challenging. If the next respawn 9 Lives Tree Demon is too high level, you may have to wait for the next one. Only by facing the lowest level 79 Lives Tree Demon will your chances of completing the job advancement task be higher. Lu Chen nodded, indeed, but a 9 Lives Tree Demon usually respawns once every 1 or 2 months. To avoid delaying the progress of your third job advancement, even if the 9 Lives Tree Demon is of a very high level, I still want to give it a try. Of course, I will protect you. If the 9 Lives Tree Demon threatens your life, I will instantly kill it. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Junlin's eyes. By the way, a competitive instance has appeared in Huaxia, with only 5,000 slots available, exclusively for 18-year-old professionals. The benefits of competitive instances are significant, with top rankings granting powerful passive awakenings. My Sword Saint body evolved through winning in competitive instances time and time again. To select participants for the competitive instance, the college entrance exam will be held early, and the top 5,000 will qualify to enter the competitive instance. Since the respawn of the 9 Lives Tree Demon also takes time, you can prepare for the college entrance exam in advance. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Is the college entrance exam starting early? If it weren't for Lu Junlin, he wouldn't have received the news so quickly. The college entrance exam usually takes place 3 months after the awakening ceremony, by which time most students have reached level 10. Starting the exam early would likely mean only students with exceptional potential could reach level 5. However, the exam is not based on scores but on rankings. As long as everyone's levels are low, the impact is not significant. As a level 60 professional, competing with students in single digits, isn't that a bit unfair? Lu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were too high now, totaling 24,000 points even without legendary equipment. An average level 3 professional would be considered good with a total attribute of 120. Even if he didn't use any skills and let these students hit him, they wouldn't be able to harm him at all. In the face of absolute strength, all fancy moves are meaningless. The top scorer of this exam can only be him, without any suspense. Lu Junlin said, the college entrance exam will take place in a week. During this time, why not learn some versatile skills? As for the River God skill books, they are also available in the Northern Border Arsenal. However, the previous River Gods were all solid C-class professionals, and in terms of skill intensity, they are no match for you. Moreover, none of the previous River Gods were above level 60. At just 18 years old, you are already the highest level River God in the history of the human race. There is also mentorship among professionals of the same type. However, skills acquired through level advancement are immediately mastered, while those taught require time and effort to learn. Some overly powerful and poorly adaptable skills may not yield results even after decades of study. Popular professions like swordsmen, warriors, archers, mages, and priests have numerous skill books accumulated over time, allowing for easy selection. However, for Lu Chen's River God, being a low-potential, slow-growing, and extremely rare profession, the options for skill books are very limited. It wouldn't hurt to learn some skills while you have free time. Lu Chen's skills mostly thrive in the face of challenges, not from opponents, but from teammates and himself. Without using the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman, he could only trigger the additional damage bonus of the Naiha domain by using basic attacks since he lacked damaging skills. This was one of his weaknesses that needed to be addressed. I've sent you the list of River God's skill book and general skill book. If you're interested, just arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Lu Junlin's finger tapped on the communicator, and a comprehensive list quickly appeared on Lu Chen's device. Water Whip Technique, Water Cannon, Torrent. The previous River God had comprehended ordinary water-based skills, heavily reliant on rivers. With the River God domain, all restrictions on these skills will disappear, allowing you to learn them with confidence. Without hesitation, Lu Chen had the River God's skill book sent over by the Northern Border Arsenal. With these means, even without teammates and without using the 5 Thunder Heart Talisman, he could use water whip technique and water cannon to trigger the additional damage bonus of the Naiha domain. Detected skill books similar to your profession. Comprehension speed increased by 500%. Can comprehension speed be increased? Maybe I can master a couple of ordinary river god skills by the time of the college entrance exam. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled, fully immersed in the learning of skills. After a whole day of study, the comprehension progress of water whip technique reached 30%. Maintaining this momentum would soon lead to mastering the skill completely. While studying water whip technique, Lu Chen, with the help of the river god profession, subconsciously began to improve the skill. Once water whip technique was mastered, it might evolve into an even more powerful skill. During this time, Lu Chen had been studying in the Northern Border Assembly Hall, with the human high-ranking officials eager to answer any doubts he had. Time flew by. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering water whip technique. Guided by you, water whip technique has undergone a transformation. River God's Lashing allows the river god domain to condense whips to strike enemies, causing a large amount of elemental damage. When using the Naiha domain to condense the whip, it will cause a significant amount of soul damage. Success! Lu Chen's eyes lit up, eager to test the power of the new skill on someone. Commander, you've mastered a skill so quickly? Clock Elder was slightly surprised. After mastering my water whip technique, it transformed into River God's Lashing on its own. After displaying the skill, 15 thick water whips emerged from the river god domain. Clock Elder touched them and remarked, "These water whips are quite thick, with a texture similar to tentacles, flexible and elastic, but I wonder about their power. Commander, give me a lash to feel the power of your new skill." All right. Lu Chen was waiting for this moment, and the 5 thick water whips struck Clock Elder simultaneously. Slap, 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 slap. -2000, -2000, -2000. 5 damage values appeared on Clock Elder, dealing a total of 10,000 damage in one strike. Each whip inflicts 1,000 damage. If all 15 whips strike together, it will deal 30,000 damage. As a level 60 professional, Commander can deal 30,000 damage in one strike, which is quite impressive. With the additional damage bonus of the Naiha domain, this 30,000 damage will increase to 45,000. It seems that Commander's learning of water whip technique has indeed transformed it. The previous version did not have such power. The human high-ranking officials were pleasantly surprised. It was very rare for skills to undergo transformation after being learned. Lu Chen's skill book had transformed on his first use, which was incredibly fortunate. When River God's Lashing is cast in the Naiha domain, it will also produce special changes. Lu Chen converted a portion of the River God's domain into the Nai River domain, and 15 blood-yellow water whips stood up on his body like snakes. You can actually change based on the river's domain? Try it on me. Xiao Lao was eager to give it a go. Smack, 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 -2000, -2000, -2000. As the pain from soul damage was stronger, Lu Chen only summoned 3 Nai River water whips. However, 6,000 points of soul damage landed on Xiao Lao, causing even the 8th Revolution Chi Master Xiao Lao to shiver slightly. The damage wasn't much for Xiao Lao, but the sensation was like accidentally cutting off a piece of flesh while trimming nails, extremely painful. 3 Nai River water whips, dealing 6,000 points of soul damage, and also triggering a 50% additional damage bonus in the Nai River domain. Such pure soul damage, even if not high, can bring great torment to the opponent's spirit. The human race's high-level officials highly praised the River God's Whip. Mastering an offensive skill, I have finally made up for my shortcomings. With only 3 days left until the college entrance examination, I will try to learn another skill before that. Lu Chen held the skill book of Water Iron Cannon in his hands and immersed himself in studying once again. At the same time, news of the early start of the high school entrance examination had spread, and all students were preparing for the college entrance examination. Qingyun Military Academy. Except for Lu Chen, all the third-year high school students gathered on the playground, listening to the principal's speech. A competitive instance has appeared in Huaxia. Only awakeners who are 18 years old can enter, with 5,000 spots available. In order to select the participants for the competitive instance, the college entrance examination will start early, and the top 5,000 will enter the competitive instance. Therefore, this college entrance examination is more important than ever before. During this period, you must not slack off and do your best to improve yourselves. To not delay the students' leveling time, the principal's speech this time was much more concise than before. The college entrance examination is starting early. We must reach level 5 as soon as possible before the examination, achieving a higher ranking in the examination. Xia Yubing was a bit nervous, as it concerned her future. She had to give it her all. The potential professions of our team are all SS level. It shouldn't be a problem to level them all to level 5 before the college entrance examination. After encouraging his teammates, Tang Yu once again entered the Shadow Cat's secret realm. With the college entrance examination approaching, under the influence of the atmosphere, everyone's students were all rolled up, fully immersed in improvement, even eating and bathing were done in a race against time. Eastern Military Region. Grand Marshal's Mansion of the Eastern Region. Son, you're lucky. You just awakened and encountered a competitive instance that only 18-year-olds can enter. With the age restriction, all your competitors are of the same age. What's the difference between this and boxing with the elderly or kicking kindergartners? The Grand Marshal of the Eastern Region, Xiao Tang, laughed heartily. Like Lu Junlin, he was one of the 4 great war gods of Huaxia, known as the Thunder Dragon War God. Dad, what is the profession of the Little Marshal of the Northern Region? His father is the Sky-Cutting War God. I wonder if I can become the top scholar in the country. Xiao Fan was somewhat lacking in confidence. His profession was the SSS-level Dragon Blood Knight, and theoretically, he should have the confidence to be invincible at the same level. However, among SSS-level professions, there were differences in strength. Xiao Tang and Lu Junlin were both SSS-level professionals, but Lu Junlin still managed to surpass them and become the strongest and youngest war god in Huaxia. Through bloodline inheritance, his profession, like the Thunder Dragon War God, was an SSS-level Dragon Blood Knight. But Lu Chen's bloodline inheritance was even more terrifying. If his profession was the same as Lu Junlin's, an SSS-level Wine Sword Immortal, it was really hard to say whether he could become the top scholar in the country. Xiao Tang smiled and said, I have investigated the situation of the Little Marshal of the Northern Region. Although many things are encrypted, even I don't have the authority to know. But the profession of the Little Marshal of the Northern Region cannot be faked. Anyone with a little power can find out. Xiao Fan hurriedly asked, what exactly is the profession of the Northern Territory's Little Commander? His current mood was somewhat contradictory. He hoped to surpass Lu Chen in his profession and become the national champion. At the same time, he also hoped that Lu Chen could inherit Lu Junlin's profession, making the future of Huaxia even stronger. The profession of the Northern Territory's Little Commander is a sea-level river god, which is completely out of reach compared to the SSS-level Wine Sword Immortal, the Slashing Heaven War God. I used to envy Lu Junlin. As the youngest war god in Huaxia, his military exploits were so great that they were comparable to ancient times, allowing his son to inherit without replacement. But Lu Chen is really disappointing. He actually awakened to a sea-level river god profession, with no cultivation value at all. No matter how great the military exploits of the Slashing Heaven War God are, it is very difficult to maintain the qualification for hereditary succession. Xiao Tang sighed, looking at Xiao Fan, and your profession is the same as mine, both SSS-level Dragon Blood Knights. As long as you don't die prematurely, you will definitely become a war god in the future. As long as your strength is strong enough, even without hereditary succession, you can firmly become the next Grand Commander of the Eastern Military Region. Fate is truly unpredictable. After the Northern Territory's Little Commander, the profession he awakened to is so weak. It seems that this year's national champion will definitely be me. Upon learning of Lu Chen's profession, Xiao Fan's confidence soared. Don't be too happy too soon. After the 18-year-old war god, it's not just you and Lu Chen. The descendants of the war god of the Brahma and the barbarian war god also have 18-year-old successors. I think this 18-year-old competition-type instance is not randomly generated. It arises under the influence of the 4 war gods. Xiao Tang paused, then suddenly smiled, no. To be precise, it's after 3 war gods. How could a sea-level river god like Lu Chen possibly give rise to a competition-type instance? He was somewhat smug. Indeed, he had lost to Lu Junlin in terms of military exploits and strength. But when it came to descendants, he surpassed Lu Junlin by far too much. Are the descendants of the war god of the Brahma and the barbarian war god also rated as SSS level in their professions? Xiao Fan was somewhat astonished. Xiao Tang said, they are all SSS level, and their professions happen to match those of the war god of the Brahma and the barbarian war god, just like you, receiving the best training. Even if they are all SSS level, so what? In my opinion, the only ones stronger than an SSS level Dragon Blood Knight are SSS level Wine Sword Immortals. Even if the other 2 war gods have successors who are also SSS level professionals, I still have confidence in becoming the national champion. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the flames of battle intent. Upon learning of Lu Chen's profession, his invincible heart as an SSS level professional became even more resolute. Indeed, truly worthy of being the child of my Thunder Dragon War God. Xiao Tang patted Xiao Fan's head, feeling very gratified. Northern Military Region. Northern Conference Hall. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the water iron cannon. Guided by you, the water iron cannon has undergone a transformation. Water Dragon Blast can condense the river god's domain into a dragon-shaped bombardment to inflict a large amount of elemental damage on enemies. When using the Water Dragon Blast in the Nai River domain, it will cause a large amount of soul damage. The Water Iron Cannon has been mastered, and it has undergone a transformation just like the Water Whip technique. The skill description of Water Dragon Blast is similar to that of River God's Whipping, but I wonder about its power. Lu Chen was eager to try it out. Little Commander, you are so lucky to have learned 2 skills, and they have both undergone transformations. Let me see the power of your new skill. After some emotional remarks, old Zhong once again acted as a human test subject. Anyway, with his high level, no matter how strong Lu Chen was, he couldn't possibly harm him. Water Dragon Blast. Lu Chen used the skill, and a vivid water dragon shot out from the river god's domain, hitting old Zhong straight on. 50,000. 50,000 points of damage. This is definitely not something the water iron cannon could produce. The little commander's skill has indeed transformed. Old Zhong was extremely surprised, not caring at all about the loss of that bit of health. The water iron cannon is a long-range attack skill, a transformed water dragon bullet. Its attack range should be even larger. Junior Commander, quickly use a water dragon bullet outside the window. Xiao Lao hurriedly opened the window. All right. Lu Chen nodded, and a water dragon bullet shot out towards the window, impacting a kilometer away before showing signs of descending on the attack trajectory. Following that, he unleashed a water dragon bullet in the Nai River domain, with a blood-yellow water dragon closely trailing behind, the effect similar to the previous one, except this time it changed from elemental damage to soul damage. The damage reduction only appears at a kilometer away. The Junior Commander's Water Dragon Bullet is not only powerful but also has a very wide attack range. Moreover, both the Water Dragon Bullet and the River God Scourge can convert into soul damage through the Nai River domain. The leaders of the human race couldn't stop praising, feeling that Lu Chen's chances of becoming the national champion were even more secure. The power of the Water Dragon Bullet has increased, and the range is larger, but the mana consumption is much higher compared to the River God Scourge. However, the River God Scourge can only attack enemies next to the River God domain, while the Water Dragon Bullet can attack enemies a kilometer away from the River God domain. The skills that Lu Chen comprehended on his own did not consume mana. However, skills learned through skill books required some mana consumption. But as a level 60 professional, Lu Chen had very high mana, coupled with the attribute bonuses of legendary equipment, supporting the mana consumption of 2 skills was absolutely effortless. Lu Junlin smiled. The college entrance examination will start in an hour. Let's go to the Qingyun Military Academy for registration in advance. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and took a military vehicle to the Qingyun Military Academy. As soon as he got off the car, like an idol who had just landed from a plane in his past life, a bunch of classmates swarmed towards him, extremely enthusiastic. Junior Commander, want to team up? Our captain is an SS-level archer, already at level 5, and the other team members are S-level professionals, mostly at level 4. Just one SS-level leader? Do you think the Junior Commander will consider it? Junior Commander, team up with us. We are a team formed by SS-level professionals. As for those mid to lower tier teams, they didn't even have the confidence to invite Lu Chen to join them, not wanting to embarrass themselves. Junior Commander, my profession is an SS-level elemental mage, just halfway to level 6. As long as I hunt more monsters during the college entrance examination, reaching level 6 is definitely not a problem. Xia Yubing's face blushed, also initiating a team invitation to Lu Chen. Her character had always been somewhat aloof, never actively engaging with men. But in order to achieve better results in the college entrance examination, she had to go all out. Sorry, classmates, I won't team up. Lu Chen decisively rejected all team invitations. With his strength, participating in the college entrance examination was simply child's play. He didn't need team cooperation at all. There was no need to share his experience with others. Is that so? It's really a pity. The Junior Commander is so strong that he doesn't need team cooperation anymore. We don't even have a chance to cling to his leg. Is this the treatment the River God deserves? Being sought after by a group of S and SS level teams, even the school flower Xia Yubing initiated a team invitation, but the Junior Commander rejected them all. Lu Chen had always been firm in his decisions, and after rejecting them, his classmates didn't dare to insist and voluntarily dispersed. Quiet. The homeroom teacher said sternly, the college entrance examination is about to begin, and you will soon enter the nationally unified artificial dungeon. The higher the level of the monsters you kill, the more points you will earn. The college entrance examination map will display the levels of monsters in each area. Go to the area that suits you to hunt monsters. If you die during the college entrance examination, you will really die, so be sure to assess your capabilities and use a teleportation scroll promptly if you encounter danger. Students in teams, please note that the distribution of points and experience is similar to when you enter dungeons normally, based on your contributions. I hope you all achieve good results in the examination. As soon as the words fell, a huge portal appeared, and the students entered nervously, being randomly transported to various locations in the examination site. Hosts are now in the examination site. Please wait a moment until all students have entered before you can move freely. After entering the exam room, Lu Chen was restricted by the rules and couldn't move, so he had to observe his surroundings first. Not far away, 7 pitch-black shadow cats were glaring at him, as if they would pounce on him without hesitation once the movement restriction was lifted. Name, Shadow Cat, Level 2, Strength, 12, Agility, 20, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 10, Skill, Shadow Claw Strike. So weak, this must be an easy question at the beginning of the exam. Lu Chen couldn't muster any enthusiasm facing such weak opponents. All examinees have entered. Free movement will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, meow. After the countdown ended, the 7 shadow cats rushed towards him. Lu Chen moved like kicking tofu, his feet were swift, touching one meant defeating one, with no suspense. Successfully killed 7 level 2 shadow cats, gaining 14 points. Too weak, I need to head to the area with higher level monsters, otherwise, it's not even interesting. Lu Chen glanced at the exam map and found that the highest level monster area was only level 30, far below his own level. No one would have expected a level 60 professional to participate in the exam. If I only use my fists and feet without skills, I should be able to exchange a few moves with a level 30 monster. Lu Chen decisively headed towards the nearest level 30 monster area. With the legendary grade equipment and the agility attribute provided by level 60, even without using skills, he could swiftly reach the level 30 monster area 100 kilometers away. He didn't waste any time on the monsters he encountered on the way, defeating them effortlessly like squeezing tofu, without affecting his journey. Qingyun Military Academy. The school leaders gathered together, closely monitoring the students' points changes. This exam has gathered all the students from North China. I wonder if our Qingyun Military Academy students can still excel as usual. There are many talented students this year, with 4 teams formed by SS-level professionals, all reaching level 5 before the exam. The school leaders looked delighted as they checked the points of these 4 teams, all exceeding 400 within just 3 hours of entering the exam. Among them, the team led by Xia Yubing had reached 600 points, showing outstanding performance. It's a pity that the midterm exam started early, so the scores of this year's students are destined to be less impressive than the previous year. Otherwise, when these SS-level students reach level 10, they will surely earn more points. After feeling pleased, the principal sighed. The only regret is for the young leader. Clearly, as the successor of the war god, he could have inherited his father's SSS-level sword immortal profession. But fate played tricks on him, and the profession he awakened is not related to the war god at all, it's just a sea-level river god. I wonder how many points the team where the young leader is in has gained after 3 hours. If Qingyun Military Academy could produce an SSS-level professional who scored highly in the exam, it would greatly benefit his future career. Unfortunately, all their expectations turned into disappointment after the awakening ceremony. Lu Chen's homeroom teacher spoke up. When the young leader entered the school, many students wanted to team up with him, but he rejected them all. So, the young leader entered the exam room alone. The principal was surprised. The young leader, as a sea-level river god, was sought after by students to team up. The exam site was unified nationwide, and even though Lu Chen was the successor of the war god, the environment couldn't be specially altered for him. As a river god who heavily relies on rivers, there are very few places where Lu Chen can fully unleash his power in the high school exam venue with scarce rivers. Even with the help of the war god Zhan Tian and excellent equipment on him, it is still very difficult for Lu Chen to break through the upper middle level in the college entrance examination. In such a situation, many students still invite Lu Chen to team up, which he never expected. It seems that the war god is quite popular. It seems that the influence of Zhan Tian's battles on Huaxia is very significant. Even though the river god, a sea-level professional, is of no help in the college entrance examination, he is still willing to help. And the river god also has a broad view, knowing that he is not playing a role. His point share is very low, and he has no intention of dragging down his classmates, so he refused all of them. The principal sighed, feeling that Lu Chen is good at everything except his profession. The homeroom teacher smiled and said, "Principal, don't think like that. Why don't you take a look at the river god's points? His attention has always been on the mysterious Lu Chen, and with the rapid increase in points, he feels that what the students said, rising to level 30 in less than a day and completing the second transformation, is very likely to be true. The Qingyun Military Academy has produced a true dragon, and Lu Chen has not disappointed anyone. The River God's points? As a sea-level River God professional without even a teammate, how high of a score can he get? The principal looked around and found Lu Chen's name at the top, with an astonishing 3,000 points. It is more than the team formed by Xia Yubing with 5 SS-level professionals, and he is leading by 2,400 points, a full 5 times ahead. How is this possible? Even with the attribute bonus from equipment, the River God, as a River God, cannot possibly score so high in 3 hours. 3,000 points in 3 hours, even with no advance notice of the SS-level professionals in the college entrance examination, it is difficult to achieve. Only the SSS level is possible. The principal was shocked and wanted to watch Lu Chen's live broadcast, but found that he did not have permission. I can't even watch the River God's live broadcast. Is Zhang Tian the War God openly cheating? The principal frowned, knowing that if a student from his Qingyun Military Academy is caught cheating, it would be a stain on his life. But as the War God, Lu Chen has the power to deal with it. Thinking of this, he turned to the homeroom teacher, Teacher Huang. You are the homeroom teacher of the River God. Do you have anything to say? The homeroom teacher said firmly, the River God did not cheat. No cheating? Without cheating, how could a sea-level River God professional get 3,000 points in 3 hours? Such abnormal data would be difficult even for SSS-level professionals, let alone the River God. The principal was somewhat displeased. Since Lu Chen awakened as a River God professional, he has paid little attention. As the principal of Qingyun Military Academy, he is busy every day and cannot waste time on a student with no potential, even if this student has a great background as the War God. The homeroom teacher said seriously, I am the homeroom teacher of the River God, so I know more information than you do. According to what the classmates said, the River God rose to level 30 and completed the second transformation on the second day of awakening his profession. Now that so many days have passed, his level must be even higher, and even if he doesn't use any skills, he can still dominate the exam venue. But few people believed his words, causing many school leaders to question. The principal asked with a smile, Teacher Huang, your information is just hearsay. Have you personally checked the River God's level? The homeroom teacher shook his head and said, the River God, as the War God, has countless means to prevent detection, and I cannot check his level at all. Under the protection of Zhang Tian the War God, even you as the principal cannot view the River God's college entrance exam live broadcast. It's the same for everyone. Principal coldly snorted, in the end, your information is just hearsay, and the source is a group of 18-year-old students, very unreliable. To reach level 30 in one day and complete the second transformation, such a speed has never occurred in the entire history of the human race. Not to mention it happening to a sea-level River God. Even if the father of the little leader is the sky-cutting War God, the leveling speed cannot be this fast. The speed at which Lu Chen leveled up in the student's eyes was indeed too abnormal. With the principal's reasonable rebuttal, the homeroom teacher began to doubt the truth of the rumors. There's no need to dwell on this too much. Let's just pretend that the little leader doesn't exist and consider the second place as the first. The principal felt a bit of a headache. Lu Chen gained 3,000 points in just 3 hours, and when the college entrance examination ends, his score will surely be even higher. When the results are uploaded to the educational system for national ranking, he will undoubtedly face a lot of questioning. At that time, if he steps forward, he will be confronting the sky-cutting War God. If he doesn't, he will be an accomplice to this cheating scandal and face a lot of criticism. No matter what he does, it will not be beneficial to his career. I just hope that other students can encounter the little leader, so I can watch through the live broadcast and see how the little leader cheats. If I really have to confront the sky-cutting War God, I can have a bit more confidence. Inside the examination hall, the exam continued. Xia Yubing held her staff, and the substantial flames she conjured struck like waves, instantly incinerating 9 level 7 red-eyed enchanting rabbits. Yubing is amazing, being able to kill 9 level 7 red-eyed enchanting rabbits in 2 moves at level 5. Maintaining this momentum, it shouldn't be a problem to choose one of the top 4 prestigious schools. Tang Yu cheered and quickly used Mana Spring to restore Xia Yubing's mana. Xia Yubing was a high-damage, high-consumption artillery mage, and with Tang Yu's Mana Spring, she perfectly compensated for her high consumption, making them an unbeatable team. 600 points in 3 hours. Looking at the entire North China examination hall, I should also be among the top ranks, right? Xia Yubing thought happily, feeling a bit relieved from fatigue. To stimulate the students' monster-killing speed and achieve higher scores, students could check the ranking of points at any time. However, this ranking was limited to the current examination hall. If they wanted to know the national ranking, they would have to wait for the country's statistics. My team is ranked second in North China province, but we are only 30 points ahead of the third place. We need to work even harder. After checking her team's ranking, Xia Yubing's gaze quickly settled on Lu Chen, who was in first place. 3,000 points. The little leader gained 3,000 points in just 3 hours. Is it true? Her team members quickly gathered around, all stunned. The little leader's score is too exaggerated, 5 times higher than ours. And the little leader didn't team up, these 3,000 points are all his alone. When the college entrance examination ends, based on individual scores, the gap between us and the little leader will be even greater. It seems that the Manhwa phenomenon that day was indeed caused by the little leader. Otherwise, how could he achieve such outstanding results? Similar scenes kept happening in the North China examination hall. Every student who checked the real-time ranking was shocked by Lu Chen's overwhelming lead. Cheating should have a limit too. The college entrance examination has been advanced, and he managed to get 3,000 points in 3 hours. Is he taking us for fools? Li Tianyu was furious. He came from Huangfeng Middle School, and his team strength was similar to Xia Yubing's team, both composed of SS-level professionals and both reaching level 5. They were currently ranked third in the North China examination hall, only 30 points behind the second place. With such obvious cheating, shouldn't the exam be interrupted? Why is Lu Chen's score still increasing? Don't you all know who Lu Chen is? Lu Chen is the child of the sky-cutting war god, possibly inheriting his father's SSS-level wine sword immortal profession, so it's normal for him to have a higher score. So he's the war god's descendant, that explains it. Explains what? Even as the war god's descendant with an SSS-level profession, it's impossible to get 3,000 points in 3 hours before the college entrance exam. And looking at Lu Chen's ranking information, it seems like he's not in a team. He soloed all these 3,000 points. Li Tianyu's team members discussed, full of doubts about Lu Chen's performance. Lu Chen must be cheating. When we meet him, we'll challenge him. We'll prove he's cheating through live streaming and have his score revoked. By then, we'll be the first in the North China exam. Before that, let's leave the second place in the North China exam behind. Li Tianyu was competitive, always aiming for the top. Even in Huangfeng High School, he always ranked first, acknowledged as a top student. Despite there always being someone better, he didn't want to see himself fall to second place so soon. Level 30 Monster Area. White Snake Pond. Finally here. Lu Chen entered the White Snake Pond, feeling the air damp and a hint of decay lingering. He had only been casually killing monsters along the way, not actively seeking them out. Thus, after 3 hours, he only gained 3,000 points. Entering the level 30 monster area marked the time for him to focus on hunting monsters wholeheartedly. Hiss! A crisp snake hiss came from afar as a white snake, 100 meters long and as thick as a water bucket, lunged towards him like a sharp arrow. Name, White Snake, Level, 24, Strength, 220, Agility, 250, Spirit, 190, Constitution, 230, Skills, Ambush, Venomous Fangs, Strangulation. Still weak, the stats are too low to be impressive. Lu Chen casually swatted the head of the level 24 white snake like shooing a fly, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Successfully killed a level 24 white snake, gaining 2,400 points. It's indeed right to come to a higher level monster area. Even the monsters on the outskirts can yield so many points, almost catching up to all the monsters I killed on the way here. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he strode towards the depths of the white snake pond. Under his fists, all the white snakes that attacked him were as fragile as noodles. A swing of his fist sent their broken bodies flying. What kind of monster is this? How did my second uncle shatter with just one touch from him? Our instance is called the college entrance exam site. Why are there such high-level professionals here? Are you calling this a high school student? Lu Chen's strength was overwhelming, terrifying all the white snakes, making them want to flee the white snake pond. However, under the influence of the college entrance exam rules, the white snakes were blocked by an invisible barrier, forced to watch Lu Chen approach helplessly. Before this, they would have torn through the spatial restrictions to taste the tender students. But now, they wailed and begged for a way out from the spatial constraints. Just when the white snakes were in despair, the boss-level White Snake King appeared. It was much larger than the other white snakes, with some eerie patterns on its body. Name, White Snake King, Boss Level, Level 30, Health, 100,000, Strength, 440, Agility, 500, Spirit, 400, Constitution, 460, Skills, Concealed Ambush, Venomous Fangs, Strangulation, Poisonous Breath. When using Concealed Ambush, it moved almost imperceptibly, like a fallen leaf skimming the ground, attempting to ambush Lu Chen. Huff, huff, huff. Faint sounds of breaking air came from behind. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, dodging the attack like a pendulum and landing a punch on the White Snake King. 10,000. Prominent damage numbers appeared, and the White Snake King crashed heavily against the spatial barrier like a burst sack, emitting a muffled sound. Damn, a punch of 10,000 damage, directly wiping out 10% of the king's health. What level is this professional? He hasn't even used skills from start to finish, fighting us like squashing earthworms. The white snakes were even more terrified. If it weren't for the White Snake King's health being much higher than ordinary monsters due to the boss aura, a punch from Lu Chen wouldn't just reduce 10% of its health. If you don't want to die, follow me to kill. The White Snake King unleashed the poison mist breath, spewing out rolling dark green poison mist, causing the surrounding plants to decay at a visible speed. The white snakes followed suit, maneuvering through the poison mist, their teeth emitting a cold glint as they maintained the venomous teeth state. Whip of the River God. Lu Chen's River God domain condensed 10 water whips, fiercely lashing forward. The white snakes touched by it died instantly, their bodies dissolving along with the poison mist. When the water whip struck the White Snake King, 10 prominent -20,000 figures appeared, and the White Snake King died on the spot. Successfully killed the boss-level White Snake King, gaining 50,000 points. 50,000 points? This White Snake King is really something. Lu Chen smiled, decisively moving on to the next level 30 monster area after clearing out the white snakes in the White Snake Pond. Qingyun Military Academy. First place, Lu Chen, points, 150,000. Second place, Team Xiaoyubing, points, 900. Third place, Team Li Tianyu, points, 890. The school leaders looked at the real-time leaderboard, their jaws almost dislocating. Did I read that right? The squad leaders' points have reached 150,000. This cheating is too much. Should we suspend the squad leaders' exam? Although the exam venue is an artificial copy, cheating is very difficult. When cheaters are detected, their scores will be cleared, and they will be expelled from the exam room. But the squad leaders' data is so abnormal, there's not even a sign of alarm in the exam room. What method did Zhan Tian War God use? The data of Team Xiaoyubing and Team Li Tianyu were within reason. But Lu Chen alone reached a 6-digit score, more than 100 times higher than the second-place Team Xiaoyubing, a completely unprecedented event in the history of the human race. A school leader asked, "Principal, should we artificially cancel the squad leader's qualification for the exam?" The principal pondered for a moment and said, "Let's see what Zhan Tian War God thinks first. If we cancel the squad leader's exam qualification, it might anger Zhan Tian War God, and the entire leadership of Qingyun Military Academy might have to be replaced." Another school leader agreed, "That's true. Let's see what Zhan Tian War God thinks first. The squad leader's data is excessively abnormal. Perhaps Zhan Tian War God will voluntarily cancel the squad leader's exam qualification for the sake of his own reputation." The principal subtly hinted at cheating by Lu Chen and sent the real-time ranking to Lu Junlin. However, Lu Junlin did not suspect Lu Chen of cheating. Instead, he praised his son, looking very pleased. It was as if having such an outstanding student at Qingyun Military Academy was an honor for the institution. The school leader asked, "How does Zhan Tian War God feel about this?" Zhan Tian War God is very pleased, as if these 150,000 points were earned by the squad leader's own abilities. The principal sighed in exasperation. Zhan Tian War God deceives us, but now he's even deceiving himself. Since Zhan Tian War God has made his stance clear, let's not get involved and just watch this exam come to an end. To get 150,000 points, at least the entire level 30 monster area must be cleared. The college entrance examination often takes place 3 months after the awakening ceremony. If it weren't for Lu Junlin advancing to level 30 within 3 months back then, the college entrance examination venue would not have had a level 30 monster area because it wouldn't have been necessary. As a sea-level professional river god, Lu Chen could never clear out a level 30 monster area, especially without a team. College entrance examination venue. Xiaoyubing's team encountered a level 17 swordtooth wolf while heading to a suitable monster area, and they were chased hundreds of meters away. We need to shake it off quickly, or it will delay our time for scoring points. There's another area ahead. Once we enter, the swordtooth wolf will be blocked. Xiaoyubing and the others hurried into the white snake pool, where the level 17 swordtooth wolf was stopped by a spatial barrier, left helplessly staring. It's not a good idea to take the exam early. The exam venue won't change because of our early arrival, and many areas can't be used for monster hunting. Traveling will consume a lot of time. Tang Yusong sighed in relief. By the way, what's the recommended level for our area? If the level is too high, we need to leave quickly. It wouldn't be good to encounter high-level monsters. Let me check. Xiaoyubing looked at the exam map and her face, which had just relaxed, quickly turned fearful. The recommended level is 30 for the white snake pool. We accidentally stumbled into this area. Yubing, don't scare me. Tang Yosong's legs went weak after looking at the map. Our luck is terrible. We've accidentally entered a level 30 monster area. A level 17 sword-tooth wolf chased them through the streets, and if they encountered a monster over level 20, they might have to end the exam early. Hint, the monsters in the white snake pool have been cleared. After system detection, you have never hunted monsters in the white snake pool, or have hunted too few monsters. You have the right to refresh the monsters in the white snake pool once. Do you want to use it? To prevent monster stealing or students running around only to find no monsters in the target area, the exam venue's dungeon settings deliberately added the function of actively refreshing monster areas, allowing students to complete the exam as fairly as possible and reducing luck factors. What? The monsters in the white snake pool have been cleared? Xia Yubing suddenly realized the strong smell of blood in the white snake pool. Looking around, she saw white snake corpses everywhere, with extremely miserable deaths. Who has such great ability? They actually killed all the level 30 recommended monster areas. Tang Yusong was shocked but also somewhat grateful. If it weren't for this expert clearing the white snake pool, they might have been chased by white snakes, even more embarrassed than before. Only the little leader who cleared the white snake pool and reached level 30 during the exam is so powerful. Xia Yubing checked the real-time rankings, her delicate body trembling at Lu Chen's score. 150,000 points, over 100 times more than our 900 points. Accumulating such an exaggerated score in just 5 hours, even the former battle god couldn't do it. Although the level 30 monster area was added after Lu Junlin's college entrance exam, Lu Junlin couldn't have hunted there even if he wanted to. But Lu Chen's ability to earn 150,000 points in 5 hours was enough to make countless people envious. The little leader is too strong, truly a man who completed the second transformation in less than a day. This year's national champion will undoubtedly be the little leader. After some emotion, Tang Yusong suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, our second place was snatched by the Leaf and Rain team. We need to quickly surpass them in scoring points." Xia Yubing and the others dared not slack off and busied themselves once again. We killed another group of level 7 monsters. This should put us ahead of Xia Yubing's team. Leaf and Rain laughed heartily. I have to say, Xia Yubing's team does have strength, but they are still slightly inferior to us. When he checked the real-time rankings, he was stunned. 150,000 points? How is this possible? Lu Chen's data is so abnormal. Hasn't the college entrance examination center detected his cheating yet? Even if the examination center can't detect it, won't the educational institution forcibly stop his college entrance examination? Boss, don't think too much about it. When the college entrance examination is over, Lu Chen's results probably won't count, and by then we will definitely be the strongest team in North China. Li Feiyu's teammates laughed one after another. Lu Chen's results were too unreal, so they didn't care. Although that's true, I really look down on cheaters. If it weren't for him, my name could have stayed at the top for a long time, and I wouldn't have been stuck in second place. Li Feiyu was very unhappy. As he led his team to continue fighting monsters, he noticed a handsome young man not far away grilling fish, occasionally sprinkling some cumin and chili powder on it, looking very content. The time for the college entrance examination is limited, and this person is actually grilling meat in the examination room, completely giving up on himself and wasting time. Li Feiyu sneered, always striving to get higher scores. When hungry, he naturally solved it with compressed biscuits, not wasting time on irrelevant matters. Encountering such a weirdo, he subconsciously used detection technique, but apart from the name, he couldn't see anything else. Name, Lu Chen. Level, occupation, strength, Lu Chen. Could he be the Lu Chen who became first by cheating? Li Feiyu was somewhat surprised and quickly walked over to ask, "Hello, are you Lu Chen, the first-ranked student?" "Hello, you are Li Feiyu, ranked third." Lu Chen nodded and flipped the fish. "I'm already second." Li Feiyu reminded, then stated his purpose, "Classmate, I would like to see the strength of the first-ranked student. Can we have a friendly match?" "Sure, you go first. I'm afraid of hurting you." Lu Chen sprinkled some cumin on the fish again. Since the fish needed a little more time to grill, he didn't mind playing with Li Feiyu in the meantime. Quite arrogant. Then you better be careful. Li Feiyu snorted coldly, his fist accompanied by a thick thunder python, like a cannonball attacking Lu Chen's chest. This was his most powerful skill, named Thunder Python Punch. With this skill, he could fight against level 8 monsters at level 5. Boss is too ruthless, actually using the strongest skill right away, not afraid of killing someone? If Lu Chen dies, he deserves it. As a cheater, facing the boss with such arrogance, he naturally needs to be educated properly. Besides, Lu Chen's points are so high, reaching 150,000. What's wrong with the boss going all out? Even if Lu Chen really dies, it's accidental manslaughter. Who would have thought that Lu Chen's grades are so good, but his own strength is so weak? But Lu Chen is the war god. If he really gets killed by the boss, for whatever reason, the boss won't get away with it. Li Feiyu's teammates originally wanted to see Lu Chen's joke, to vent their frustration at being second. But thinking of Lu Chen's identity as a war god, they were really afraid that after Li Feiyu's move, they would all have to beg Lu Chen not to die. However, the situation where Lu Chen was beaten by Li Feiyu to the point of life and death did not happen. Li Feiyu's proudest skill was easily shattered by Lu Chen, as if crushing jelly with ease. Ah! Li Feiyu flew 100 steps away. The hand that had just used Thunder Python Punch felt like it had been run over by a wheel, twisting his face in pain. So weak, is this the second place in North China? Lu Chen found it a bit boring, and his attention returned to grilling the fish. As a level 60 professional, sparring with a level 5 professional was like an adult fighting a baby, without any fun in winning. It's better to go to the level 30 monster area to earn points. At least the boss level monsters there can exchange a few moves with you. My Thunder Python fist was shattered. How is this possible? Li Feiyu was extremely shocked. All his pride was shattered so effortlessly by Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen didn't even use skills, he just relied on his physical strength to shatter his strongest skill. Can someone of the same age really do this? He's not just any ordinary student, he's a top student at Huangfeng High School, an SS-level professional. His formidable strength made countless classmates look up to him. But in front of Lu Chen, he couldn't even see a glimmer of hope for victory. Damn, did I just see things? I was even worried about Lu Chen's well-being. After Lu Chen took the Thunder Python fist head-on with his body, he didn't even get a scratch. Can a human really do this? Lu Chen is too abnormally strong. Could he be an invincible high school student who repeated grades for over 10 years? Are you overthinking it? Where would you find such a high school student? Lu Chen can crush the boss, probably earning 150,000 points with his skills. With the intelligence level of the college entrance examination, if there were any cheating, the exam would have been cancelled long ago. There's no way Lu Chen could leisurely grill fish. While everyone is racing against time, Lu Chen is grilling fish. Is this the composure of a strong person? Admiration, admiration. Lu Chen's score has reached 150,000 points. Even if he does nothing next, he can still secure a spot in the competitive dungeon. Li Feiyu's teammates were greatly shocked. Their attitude towards Lu Chen underwent a complete 180-degree change. Qingyun Military Academy. The school leaders always pay attention to the students' scores. The top 10 teams will even be broadcasted on the big screen. The Li Feiyu team from Huangfeng High School is amazing. They have actually surpassed my team, Xiaoyubing, from Qingyun Military Academy. But the Li Feiyu team's lead is not significant. With a little more effort, Xiaoyubing's team can quickly regain the lead. The school leaders felt some pressure, and when they saw the Li Feiyu team meet Lu Chen, their eyes lit up. After 5 hours of the college entrance examination, I finally see the figure of the young leader. Wait, in such an important exam where every student is racing against time, the young leader is grilling fish? With such negligence, and still having 150,000 points, the young leader must have cheated. 150,000 points, at least clearing out a level 30 monster area to achieve that. With the young leader's careless appearance, how could he possibly clear out a level 30 monster area? The school leaders were indignant. Even if Lu Chen was the child of the god of war, they despised him greatly. Classmate, I would like to witness the strength of the first place. Can we have a friendly match? In the live broadcast, Li Feiyu challenged Lu Chen. Li Feiyu is challenging Lu Chen during the college entrance exam? The school leaders smiled at each other. Points can only be obtained by killing monsters. There's no benefit in defeating peers. Unless there's a special situation of fighting for monsters, students wouldn't engage in internal conflicts during the crucial college entrance exam. Li Feiyu challenging Lu Chen during the exam must mean that, like them, he strongly disapproved of Lu Chen's cheating. Li Feiyu has the spirit of a young man. I like this kid. The principal's eyes lit up. He was worried about not being able to catch Lu Chen's wrongdoing, but Li Feiyu's actions gave him a great opportunity. Lu Chen, as the first place with 150,000 points, has over 100 times more points than the second place. There's no reason for him not to have the courage to accept Li Feiyu's challenge. As soon as they start fighting, all of Lu Chen's issues will be exposed. How could someone who can't even defeat a level 5 SS level professional become the undisputed first place with 150,000 points? And when Li Feiyu sparred with Lu Chen, it was like giving Xiaoyubing's team a chance to overtake. For him, it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Go ahead, expose Lu Chen's true colors. Even if you can't take the first place in North China province, you can still become the second. The principal chuckled mischievously. In the scene, Li Feiyu unleashed the strongest move, the Thunder Python Charge Fist. Yet Lu Chen didn't even use any skills, casually raising his hand to effortlessly break Li Feiyu's strongest move, as if kicking a kindergarten kid like a strong man kicking a toddler. What's going on? Li Feiyu, the second in the North China exam, was actually crushed by the junior leader in one move. When Li Feiyu used the Thunder Python Charge Fist, I was worried the junior leader might have an accident. But who would have thought that the junior leader's strength is so much greater than Li Feiyu's? What level is the junior leader really? The school leaders couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, could it be that what the junior leader's homeroom teacher said is true? The junior leader really achieved the second awakening of his profession on the second day? How is that possible? To reach level 30 and complete the second awakening in less than a day, it has never happened in the entire history of the human race? Lu Chen, as a C-class river god professional, even with the help of the war god, with countless resources, it's still impossible. But how do we explain Lu Chen crushing Li Feiyu's Thunder Python Charge Fist with just his physical strength? Powerful equipment has level restrictions. Even if Lu Chen wears legendary equipment, it's impossible to win in this way. The school leaders were puzzled. If Lu Chen's strength is really that strong, getting 150,000 points in 5 hours is not impossible. It seems my judgment was right, my student didn't lie to me. The homeroom teacher was extremely excited, unable to contain his laughter. College entrance examination hall. After finishing the grilled fish, Lu Chen continued to the next level 30 monster area. Each time he cleared a level 30 monster area, his points would increase by 150,000, a remarkable improvement. By the end of 3 days, he had cleared all the level 30 monster areas in the exam hall, gaining 1,500,000 points. With 1,500,000 points, the national champion is definitely secured. There has never been such a high score in the history of the human race. Instead of wasting 4 days in the exam hall, it's better to return to reality as soon as possible and learn the torrent skill. Lu Chen used the teleport function to leave the exam hall directly. Qingyun Military Academy. Another student has teleported back. It's normal, with the early start of the exam, many areas have become dead ends for the candidates, so the probability of candidates leaving the exam hall early is much higher than before. Steady progress is the key to this exam. If you leave the exam hall early out of impatience, you won't be as good as those students who are steady and stable. In 3 days, half of the candidates were forced to leave the exam hall. I wonder if the remaining candidates can hold on until the end of the exam. The list of early eliminations was as long as the barrage of a top streamer's live broadcast. The school leaders couldn't keep up, they could only pay attention to the numbers, unable to focus on who exactly was being eliminated. When they looked back at the real-time rankings, they were once again shocked. First place, Lu Chen, already left the exam hall, points, 1,500,000. Second place, Team Xiaoyubing, points, 5,200. Third place, Team Li Feiyu, points, 4,900. The junior leader has left the exam hall? Did he encounter some danger? What kind of danger could a student with 1,500,000 points encounter in the exam hall? 1,500,000 points. You have to clear 10 level 30 monster areas to achieve such an exaggerated score. Can a human really do that? Maybe the junior leader found it boring after clearing all the level 30 monster areas and decided to leave the exam hall early. The school leaders were dumbfounded. In the vast and fiercely competitive land of Huaxia, all candidates wished their scores could be higher, as each additional point could surpass thousands of others. In such circumstances, no candidate would voluntarily leave the examination hall. They only do so when faced with danger and forced to leave to save their lives. And like Lu Chen, a candidate who voluntarily leaves the examination hall, one would hardly find a second one in the whole of Huaxia. However, Lu Chen's score is too high. In the entire history of the human race, no one has ever scored 1,500,000 points in the college entrance examination. Even if he submits his paper early, it cannot shake Lu Chen's identity as the national champion. Northern Command Mansion. After returning home, Lu Chen's father, Lu Junlin, was somewhat surprised. "Son, you're back so soon?" He remembered very clearly that the college entrance examination lasted for 7 days, with 4 days remaining until its conclusion. I've cleared out 10 level 30 demon beast areas, with a score of 1,500,000 points. The national champion title is as secure as it can be. Lu Chen smiled and took out the skill book for Torrent to observe. Detected a skill book similar to your profession. Comprehension speed increased by 500%. 1,500,000 points? This is a score unprecedented in human history, truly worthy of being my son. Lu Junlin was very pleased. The level 30 demon beast areas were added by him after the college entrance examination. Even the total score before that did not reach 1,500,000 points. Even if he were to go back to being 18 years old and sweep through the college entrance examination venues with level 30 demon beast areas, it would be difficult to achieve a higher score than Lu Chen within 3 days. He also understood Lu Chen's decision to leave the examination hall early. Rather than wasting time during the college entrance examination, it was better to improve one's strength and prepare for the upcoming competitive dungeons. After the college entrance examination, the rankings and scores of each province were finalized. All candidates were nervously checking their scores and rankings. The names and scores of those at the top of the rankings became the focus of attention, sparking numerous discussions. Hubei Province College Entrance Examination Ranking. First place, Lu Chen, left the examination hall on the third day, score, 1,500,000. Second place, Team Xia Yubing, score, 13,200. Third place, Team Li Feiyu, score, 11,400. Am I seeing this right? The young commander left the examination hall on the third day and scored 1,500,000 points, over 100 times more than the second place Xia Yubing team. It's unbelievable. How did the young commander achieve this? In the entire history of the human race, there has never been such a high score. Could it be that the young commander cleared out all the high-level demon beast areas? Even if the college entrance examination wasn't completed early, those high-level demon beast areas are not places where SS-level teams can easily enter, let alone the highest level 30 demon beast areas. I once accidentally entered a level 30 demon beast area, and the system prompted me that all the demon beasts had been killed. Would I like to refresh the demon beasts there? I've encountered this situation too. Could it be that the young commander cleared out the level 30 boss areas of the examination hall? Looking at the college entrance examination ranking list of Hubei Province, the students were all shocked. The young commander is truly too strong. Even if he left the examination hall on the third day, our scores cannot compare to his. Xia Yubing's side, her initial competitiveness had turned into pure admiration. On the fifth day of the college entrance examination, she successfully reached level 6. Coupled with Li Feiyu injuring his hand after sparring with Lu Chen, she managed to lead the third-place team by 1,800 points. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was filled with regret. If only I hadn't sparred with Lu Chen. If my hand hadn't been injured, my team could have overtaken Xia Yubing's team and secured second place. He had hoped to defeat Lu Chen and claim first place, but ended up not even holding on to second place. Eastern Military Region. Eastern Command Mansion. The war god Lei Long smiled and asked, "Son, how did you do?" 34,000 points. Xiaofan said excitedly, "Just like Lu Chen, we both don't need to team up for this 34,000 points. 34,000 points. Compared to my score back then, it's only 4,000 points lower before the college entrance examination. Son, your national champion title is definitely secure." Xiao Tang was extremely pleased. I wonder what Lu Chen's score in the college entrance examination is. Even with a legendary set, it's hard to exceed 5,000 as a sea-level river god professional. If we don't search by name but just look at the rankings, my fingers would probably get sore. Thinking that his son was more outstanding than Lu Junlin, he felt proud once again. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Xiaofan's phone vibrated a few times. He opened it and immediately smiled. "Dad, the national individual rankings are out. I wonder what the exam scores of the other two war gods are." As for Lu Chen, even with the strongest Zhan Tian war god in Huaxia backing him, he still didn't care. As an SSS-level Dragon Blood Knight, how could he see a sea-level river god as a rival? First place, Lu Chen, left the exam room on the third day, points, 1,500,000. Second place, Su Luoxia, points, 35,000. Third place, Xiaofan, points, 34,000. Fourth place, Yi Chen, points, 33,500. The top 4 in the national rankings are all after the war gods. Su Luoxia is the daughter of the Burning Heaven war god, and Yi Chen is the son of the Savage war god. My score is 34,000, and I'm not the national champion? Xiaofan was stunned, then he counted Lu Chen's points, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1,500,000 points. This is a score that no one can achieve, especially leaving the exam room early on the third day. He hurriedly asked, "Dad, is the information you inquired about accurate? Is Lu Chen's profession really a sea-level river god, or is he an SSS-level wine sword immortal? If he's a sea-level river god, why is his score so high?" Xiao Tong frowned. Levels can be hidden, skills can be kept secret, but professions cannot be faked. And to get 1,500,000 points in the college entrance examination ahead of time, even the Zhan Tian war god back then couldn't do it, let alone a sea-level river god. How did Lu Chen achieve this? 1,500,000 points, more than 40 times higher than mine. No matter how you think about it, it's unreasonable. Xiao Fan was even more puzzled. Maybe the Zhan Tian war god cheated for Lu Chen to enter the competitive instance. As for why Lu Chen wasn't detected by the exam room after cheating, I have no idea. Xiao Tang could only think of one possibility. Although cheating in the college entrance examination is very difficult, even I am not sure. But as the strongest in Huaxia, the Zhan Tian war god might have a way. Is cheating meaningful? Does cheating mean that he is really the national champion? And Lu Chen couldn't even control the score of his cheating, breaking the record of the college entrance examination in Huaxia directly. Is he taking us for fools? Xiao Fan was somewhat indignant. If Lu Chen relied on cheating to snatch his national champion title, it would be acceptable. But after the Burning Heaven war god, Su Luoxia's score was 1,000 points higher than his. Even if Lu Chen was really caught cheating, the title of national champion would not fall to him. Xiao Tang said earnestly, Lu Chen relies on cheating, you don't need to care. When it causes a national uproar, the Zhan Tian war god is likely to be forced by pressure to cancel Lu Chen's spot. Then you will be second in the country, only 1,000 points behind the champion, a small gap that doesn't need to be worried about. But none of the war gods are simple after all, except for the irredeemable Lu Chen. When you enter the competitive instance, you must not underestimate your opponents. Xiao Fan clenched his fist, speaking seriously, rest assured, this time I missed the national champion, but I will definitely win in the competitive instance next time. Southern Military Region. Grand Marshal's Mansion in the Southern Region. Lu Ken, 1,500,000 points? Are you kidding me? Su Haotian, the god of war, furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't believe that this data actually came from the highly authoritative National College Entrance Examination personal ranking list. Beside him, Su Luoxia also frowned, 1,500,000 points. How did Lu Ken achieve that? She had been working tirelessly to earn 35,000 points, never resting for a moment, always diligently upgrading and practicing. But as fellow descendants of war gods, Lu Chen's score was more than 40 times hers. How could she accept that? Su Haotian said, daughter, what is Lu Chen's profession? You should have some understanding. If Lu Ken had inherited the SSS level wine sword immortal of the sky-cutting god, it would be understandable, but with just a sea-level river god, how could his exam score be more than 40 times yours? The sky-cutting god must have used improper means to let Lu Ken snatch your position as the national top scorer. Su Luoxia nodded, I also think so, but with Lu Chen's exceptional score, why is he still included in the national rankings and displayed? Could it be that the sky-cutting god has become so powerful that he can ignore all of us? Perhaps the sky-cutting god never expected that after Lu Ken mastered the cheating methods, he would foolishly inflate his score to 1,500,000. Su Haotian suddenly chuckled, you are only 3 months younger than Lu Ken. I even thought of arranging a marriage between you two back then. Fortunately, the sky-cutting god refused, otherwise my daughter would have been ruined by a shameless cheat who can't even understand cheating in the college entrance exam. Su Luoxia fell silent. This was a statement Su Haotian had mentioned many times. As the strongest in China, the sky-cutting god was naturally the best candidate for a powerful alliance among war gods. However, Lu Junlin believed that if there was fate between children, they would naturally come together, and if there was no fate, there was no need to bind them with a marriage contract. In order to matchmake this, Su Luoxia had been arranged by Su Haotian to spend some time in the northern military region from time to time, hoping to cultivate feelings through this. Did I really misjudge? Or did Lu Ken change after awakening as a river god? Su Luoxia felt disappointed. Some commoners became extremely arrogant after awakening as advanced professionals, like nouveau riche. There were also aristocratic children who became decadent and irritable after awakening as low-level professionals, with distorted minds. She felt that Lu Ken was likely the latter, otherwise how could he inflate his score to 1,500,000, ignoring logic just to prove himself? Similar doubts were raised in various places. Everyone thought there was something wrong with Lu Chen's data, but his ranking remained unshaken, firmly holding the top position. There was no change due to public opinion, surprising everyone. As the strongest in China, the highest-ranking general of the Northern Army, Lu Junlin's attitude was strong enough that no one dared to forcibly erase Lu Chen's score. Northern Military Region. Northern Assembly Hall. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the torrent. Guided by you, the torrent has spawned a new skill, Surging Undercurrent. Torrent, freely control the flow speed and direction of the river god's domain. Surging Undercurrent, the river god's domain can seep into the ground, forming an underground river that can swiftly transport goods and living beings. After mastering the torrent, I actually comprehended a derivative skill? Lu Ken smiled with interest. During this period, his thoughts had been focused on studying the torrent skill book, seeking advice from the human high levels when encountering difficulties. The previous skills had undergone transformations once mastered, but this time it was a derivative skill, which intrigued him. Old Zhong beside him asked with a smile, "Young commander, what is your derivative skill?" "It's called Surging Undercurrent." After using Surging Undercurrent, the river god's domain seemed to effortlessly dive into the earth like a swimming dragon, forming an underground river. The underground river spread rapidly, advancing 50 meters per second, and after a minute, it emerged 3,000 meters away. After the preparation phase, Lu Chen was transported like riding a waterslide to the place 3,000 meters away at an extremely fast speed. With another thought, he was sent back from the 3,000 meters away. During the transportation, he was enveloped by the gentle river water, feeling refreshed and comfortable without any suffocation or discomfort. Surging dark current is like the river god's domain. It requires a preparation process. But once ready, its effects are tremendous. Elder Zhong's eyes sparkled. "Young commander, can your underground river be made wider? This way, more people and items can be transported." "It can, but the wider the underground river, the longer the expansion time," Lu Chen thought, and the underground river began expanding visibly. When it reached 20 meters, the leaders of the human race were eager to try. "Young commander, let us experience your new skill." With a thought, Lu Chen transported over a dozen high-ranking humans through the underground river to the place 3,000 meters away. If used well, Surging Dark Current is a strategic level skill. The human leader's eyes gleamed. In warfare, support and supply are crucial. The Surging Dark Current is a divine skill for support and supply, with a fast and gentle transportation process that causes no damage to items or people. Moreover, the transportation takes place deep underground, enhancing its concealment, making it costly for enemies to investigate or intercept. When Lu Chen's level rises, enveloping the entire battlefield with Surging Dark Current will greatly enhance the mobility of the northern region's military district. It's a pity that Surging Dark Current is not a limit-breaking skill, so it can't forcibly transfer the opponent's strong individuals. When I resist the transportation of Surging Dark Current, its effect is nullified. Elder Zhong noticed the shortcomings of Surging Dark Current. "Be content, if we could forcibly transport the enemy's strong individuals, other countries wouldn't stand a chance. It would be difficult for high-end forces to rush to the battlefield," Elder Xia disdainfully remarked. Next, Lu Chen tested the rapid stream. Although not as impressive as Surging Dark Current, when used correctly, it could accelerate allies, swiftly advancing them to key positions. It also restricted enemy movements, making it difficult for them to reach their target points, disrupting their rhythm. With these two skills, he gained more confidence for the upcoming competitive dungeons. 3 days later, Lu Chen arrived at the White Cloud Valley. Looking ahead, in front of the teleportation entrance to the competitive dungeon, a group of fully armed soldiers were verifying the students' identities. Only awakened individuals aged 18 can enter the competitive dungeon, no need for repeaters to waste time. The military's verification was strict, leaving no room for deception. Although the repeaters had known this information for a while, they still came with a hopeful attitude. What if the military only detected them within the first 5,000 names, allowing them to try to enter the competitive dungeon? If they could enter the competitive dungeon, even if they ranked last, they would still benefit greatly. "Young commander of the northern region, please follow me," a military officer approached with utmost respect. After nodding, Lu Chen followed the officer into a heavily guarded reception area. As the successor to the war god and the national top scorer in the system, he didn't need to queue up like ordinary students for identity verification. Inside the reception area, Su Luoxia, Xiao Fan, and Yi Chen were already there. This reception area was specifically for the successor to the war god. "The national top scorer is here, welcome, welcome." Xiao Fan was very enthusiastic, but to Su Luoxia and Yi Chen, his words seemed somewhat sarcastic. "Just lucky," Lu Chen casually replied. Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are not just lucky. Your score is more than 40 times higher than ours, a cliff-like lead." His character was straightforward, filled with a touch of gunpowder as soon as he spoke. As fellow war gods, he despised Lu Chen's blatant cheating behavior. "Brother Lu Chen, how did you do it?" Su Luoxia also walked over, sizing up Lu Chen from head to toe. Lu Chen had equipment with a hidden level, making it impossible for her to detect his level. "As long as your level is high, you can do it too," Lu Chen said truthfully. He reached 1,500,000 in 3 days, barely using skills, mostly relying on fists and feet to solve problems, without much technique. Yi Chen sneered, "High level? Even the college entrance exam has been advanced, how high can your level go?" With the college entrance exam being advanced, even if he were an SSS level boxing king and put in a lot of effort, he would only reach level 8. Lu Chen, as a sea-level river god, How fast could he catch up to an SSS-level boxing king? The river god was widely recognized as a trashy, rare, and difficult-to-grow profession. Many people would rather have professions like chefs or hairdressers than be a useless river god. Identity verification completed, you can enter the competitive instance now. A military officer walked in. Okay, Yi Chen nodded, not dwelling on Lu Chen. So what if he was the top scorer in the country? It was just a title. The rewards for becoming the top scorer meant nothing to the descendants of war gods. In the competitive instance, it all depended on real skills. Whoever had the skills would reap the most benefits. No matter how powerful the slashing sky war god was, he only managed to cheat during the college entrance exam. If he had the ability, he could cheat in the competitive instance. With a major opportunity at stake, Lu Chen, Su Luoxia, and Xiao Fan had no time for idle chatter and decisively entered the competitive instance. The battle of the spirit sacrifice has begun. Each professional will be bound to a spirit sacrifice. Compete for resources, continuously strengthen the spirit sacrifice's power, and win the battle of the spirit sacrifice. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Professionals, please cultivate your spirit sacrifices as much as possible to earn more points. After listening to the rules, Lu Chen looked around. He saw a black fish standing on the altar, which should be the spirit sacrifice bound to him. Name, Black Fish, Master, Lu Chen, Level 1, Health, 1000, Strength, 15, Agility, 15, Constitution, 15, Spirit, 15, Skills, Symbiosis, Devour. The basic attributes are similar to mine when I was Level 1. Lu Chen clicked on the skill icon of the black fish to check its effects. Symbiosis, when the spirit sacrifice is damaged, the master can digest an equivalent amount of life to restore its health. When the master is damaged, the spirit sacrifice can also consume an equivalent amount of life to restore its health. Devour upgrade, exclusive skill of the battle of the spirit sacrifice. The spirit sacrifice can devour all things and evolve continuously. With my level 60 advantage, coupled with the effect of symbiosis, even if I'm not around, the black fish will hardly die midway. Competitive instances like the battle of the spirit sacrifice had appeared in the history of the human race. After clearing the battle of the spirit sacrifice, there was a high probability of taking away the well-cultivated spirit sacrifice. The difficulty of cultivating a spirit sacrifice in the battle of the spirit sacrifice was thousands of times easier than in reality, especially in terms of potential development. Therefore, the better the spirit sacrifice was cultivated, the greater the benefits. Even if the cultivated spirit sacrifice had no attack power, as long as its health was high enough, coupled with the symbiosis skill, it was equivalent to having a second life. Lu Chen checked the instance map and found that D, C, and B-grade resource points were all displayed, while higher-level resource points were still locked. There was a B-grade resource point 50,000 meters away, where he could obtain resources for the black fish to devour and evolve. However, it was impossible to walk back and forth, as it would be too strenuous. Lu Chen planned to create an underground river stretching 50,000 meters using the surging dark flow, directly transporting resources from the B-grade resource point. The underground river flowed swiftly, advancing 50 meters per second once it burrowed into the ground. 16 minutes later, the surging dark flow dug a well at the B-grade resource point, and Lu Chen quickly teleported there. Name, Elemental Spirit, Earth, Level 7, Strength, 20, Agility, 20, Constitution, 100, Spirit, 20, Skills, Hardening, Rock Fist. Apart from defense, these monsters are useless. Lu Chen struck out, and the Earth Elemental Spirit instantly perished, leaving behind a B-grade Earth Elemental Stone. Blackfish are mostly water-based. Consuming a water elemental stone should be more effective. However, within the instance map, only the level of the resource points is displayed, not their specific contents. Lu Chen realized that the battle of the ancestral spirits was not a completely fair competitive instance. Encountering suitable resource points and the distance between the resource points and the altar would significantly impact the cultivation of the ancestral spirits. Fortunately, with the surging dark flow, his fixed point movement speed was very fast. As long as the surging dark flow connected all resource points, all issues would be easily resolved. While the surging dark flow connected to other B-grade resource points, Lu Chen continued to encounter Earth Elemental Spirits. With his level 60 dominance, these level 7 Elemental Spirits were all defeated in one move, turning into Earth Elemental Stones. Hint: you have obtained 50 Elemental Stones in the current area. Within 24 hours, continuing to kill Elemental Spirits in this area will not yield rewards. Please proceed to the next resource point. There are limitations even in obtaining rewards, requiring higher map running abilities. Fortunately, I have the surging dark flow. After collecting 50 elemental stones, I've just connected to the next B-grade resource point. Without hesitation, Lu Qin jumped into the well of the surging dark flow and swiftly teleported to the next B-grade resource point through the underground river. Name, Elemental Spirit, Wood, Level, 7, Strength, 20, Agility, 20, Constitution, 100, Spirit, 20, Skills, Hardening, Wood Spike Strike, similar to the Earth Elemental Spirit. After collecting 50 Wood Elemental Stones, Lu Qin once again teleported to the next resource point. With his level dominance and the map-running ability of the surging dark flow, he efficiently collected elemental stones. Through exploration of the instance, he marked the elemental spirits of the B-grade resource points: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, ice, each corresponding to 10 B-grade resource points. Moreover, there is a considerable distance between these 10 B-grade resource points. Finding a resource point that matches the ancestral spirit's attributes is not an easy task. If the matching resource point is very far from the altar, even if the attributes match, the cost-effectiveness of collection will be very low. 4 hours later, Lu Qin had reached the limit of elemental stones from the 10 B-grade resource points, harvesting 500 B-grade elemental stones. Before opening the A-grade resource point, in order to obtain more elemental stones, he began heading towards the C-grade resource points. In a C-grade resource point, 2 young girls were teaming up to defeat fire elemental spirits. I'm lucky to have found a fire attribute C-grade resource point. Xia Yubing smiled faintly as the solidified flames crashed out like waves, instantly engulfing 5 elemental spirits. When her mana was depleted, Tang Yu quickly cast Mana Spring to restore her mana. In competitive instances, support professions have the right to team up, and the loot is split evenly. Tang Yu was very lucky to encounter an acquaintance at the first C-grade resource point. Otherwise, an auxiliary profession, if teamed up with cunning and treacherous individuals, would be eliminated prematurely with just a slight mistake. Hint: you have obtained 50 elemental stones in the current area. Within 24 hours, continuing to kill elemental spirits in this area will not yield rewards. Please proceed to the next resource point. There are restrictions on resource acquisition. Xia Yubing was a bit puzzled. After encountering a resource point that matched their attributes and obtaining 50 elemental stones, they could no longer receive rewards. Yubing, let's head to the next C-grade resource point. Tang Yu's spirit was of the light attribute, naturally wanting to go to a light attribute resource point. Okay, Xia Yubing felt a bit reluctant. However, within 24 hours, the fire attribute C-grade resource point could no longer yield resources, so they could only move on to the next C-grade resource point. Suddenly, water gushed out not far away and continued to expand. When the water subsided, the earth had been pushed open, turning into a well. What is this? Could it be a stroke of luck? Xia Yubing and Tang Yu hurried over to take a look, afraid of missing out on something. Under their gaze, Lu Qin jumped out of the well, bringing out splashes of water, yet his clothes and hair showed no signs of being wet, quite mysterious. Leader Lu, you actually jumped out of the well. Tang Yu was startled. Xia Yubing, on the other hand, was curious. Leader Lu, what's in the well? What benefits did you gain? Can we still make it down there now? The benefits in the well are significant, but you need chips to access them. Lu Qin came up with a plan. Xia Yubing asked again, what chips? Pay 10 C-grade elemental stones, and this well can teleport you to a designated C-grade resource point. I came here through this well. Lu Qin intended to earn some travel expenses. After all, there were many resource points covered by the undercurrent surges, and he couldn't use them all by himself. 10 C-grade elemental stones? Xia Yubing was hesitant. In one C-grade resource point, you could only collect 50 elemental stones within 24 hours. With 10 elemental stones as travel expenses, 1/5 of the harvest would be gone directly. However, the next C-grade resource point was extremely far away, taking her 5 hours to reach at her speed. If she could save time on the journey, she would undoubtedly harvest more elemental stones. Alright, 10 stones it is. Do I just throw them into the well? Xia Yubing took out 10 elemental stones. You can give them directly to me. I'm right here. Lu Qin reached out his hand. Give them to you? Tang Yu was stunned as he took out the elemental stones, momentarily not reacting. Lu Qin explained, this well is not a feature of the Battle of Spirits, but a skill of mine. If you trust me, you can trade with me. A skill that can actually teleport to a specific location. If what Leader Lu says is true, he must have some understanding of many resource points. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Leader Lu, do you know where the light attribute C-grade resource point is? I want to go there. Xia Yubing quickly asked, Leader Lu, are there any fire attribute ones among the C-grade resource points? I need fire attribute elemental stones. As the war god and a classmate, they naturally trusted Lu Qin. I can tell you about the situation of various resource points since we are classmates, but please do not disclose it. When I trade with others, if they immediately find their desired resource points, it will not be beneficial for me to earn more elemental stones, Lu Chen said earnestly. They had a relationship, so he didn't mind giving them some benefits. Don't worry, Leader Lu, you helped us, we won't deceive you. Tang Yu and Xia Yubing each handed 10 elemental stones to Lu Chen. After receiving the payment, Lu Chen manifested a map of the instance and pointed, the light attribute C-grade resource point is here. As for the fire attribute resource points, there is only one in the C-grade resource points, and the situation is the same for the B-grade resource points, which is related to the rules of the Battle of Spirits. Is that so? It seems that if you want to get more fire elemental stones, you have to try your luck at the B-grade and D-grade resource points. Xia Yubing felt somewhat regretful. The D-grade resource point is the lowest level resource point in the Battle of Spirits. Even if the fire elemental stones at the D-grade level are extremely compatible with the spirits, the effect may not necessarily be better than the other elemental stones at the C-grade level. Commander, I'll give you the coordinates. Can you use your skills to connect to my altar? This way, it will be more convenient for me to return. Xia Yubing was already considered close to this fire attribute C-grade resource point. However, it would still take 2 hours to walk from the altar to here. Since the spirits cannot leave the altar and need to return home occasionally to devour elemental stones for transformation, this round trip would waste 4 hours, which is very inefficient. Therefore, she hoped that Lu Chen could solve this problem. Even if he exposed the coordinates of the altar, she didn't mind offering more rewards. Yes, but setting up a teleportation point at your altar is like opening a new route with a high-speed rail, and it's not something that can be done with just 10 C-grade elemental stones. Lu Chen paused. He was considering how many elemental stones would be appropriate as payment. Commander, with 20 elemental stones as the fare, we only have a total of 80 elemental stones on us. Xia Yubing was somewhat distressed. The fire elemental stones on her and Tang Yu were both very important to her. She was also thinking that after collecting 50 light elemental stones, she would exchange all the fire elemental stones on Tang Yu. It's not expensive, 50 C-grade elemental stones will do. You don't need to give them now, just pack the elemental stones in the letter nicely and put them in the well when you have extra. When the teleportation point to your altar is established and you use Surging Darkness again, I will be able to convey the information to you. After a brief explanation, Lu Chen began to brush the nearby elemental spirits. He couldn't see who was being teleported through Surging Darkness. However, he could analyze the familiar sensations conveyed through Surging Darkness to determine which familiar people had entered the underground river and whether Surging Darkness had been activated. Alright, Commander, we will contact you through the well when we have extra resources. Xia Yubing nodded and jumped into the well with Tang Yu. With the package of Surging Darkness and high-speed teleportation, the two quickly arrived at the light attribute C-grade resource point. All the elemental spirits here are of the light attribute. The commander is indeed trustworthy. The two girls were extremely excited and immersed themselves in battling monsters once again. They aimed to gather enough elemental stones to connect their altar through Surging Darkness before nightfall. Purple Worm Altar. Xiao Fan was feeding the purple worm spirit with B-grade thunder elemental stones. I'm really lucky, a B-grade thunder attribute resource point is only an hour away from my altar. The only regret is that within 24 hours, only 50 elemental stones can be obtained from one resource point. If I want to get more elemental stones, I must go to other resource points. Wasting time on the road doesn't allow me to fully demonstrate my strength. Xiao Fan was somewhat troubled. Purple Worm consumes 50 B-grade thunder elemental stones and gains 5,000 points. Name, Purple Worm Master, Xiao Fan level, 5 health, 6,000 strength, 65 agility, 65 constitution, 65 spirit, 65 skills, coexistence, devour truly worthy of the battle of spirits, the leveling speed is too fast. If it were me, it would be difficult to go from level 1 to level 5 in just one day. As long as I keep it up, the spirit's level might even surpass mine. I have to work even harder to strive for the evolution of the purple worm into a thunder dragon. Xiao Fan glanced at the leaderboard and found his name prominently ranked first. First place, Xiao Fan points, 5,000. He deliberately searched for Lu Chen's name and found that Lu Chen had 0 points and hadn't made a move yet. Is cheating useful? Even if you score 1,500,000 points in the college entrance examination, so what? In competitive copies that rely on real skills, without the support of strength, you can't even get 1 point, wasting a spot for nothing. Xiao Fan sneered, starting to check the points of Su Luoxia and Yi Chen. In his eyes, Lu Chen was not even a rival. Only Su Luoxia and Yi Chen, both successors of the war god, were qualified to compete with him. Also 0, it seems Su Luoxia and Yi Chen have been farming resource points outside and haven't returned to the altar once. Xiao Fan smirked triumphantly, feeling certain that he would be the leader in this spirit sacrifice battle. If Su Luoxia and Yi Chen were like him, with suitable resource points and the altar very close, they would have come back to feed the spirit long ago and wouldn't have stayed outside for so long. His strength and luck were top-notch. In the spirit sacrifice battle, no one would be his match. Night is approaching. The spirits are about to face their second challenge. Dear masters, please return to the altar promptly and help the spirits overcome this difficulty. The announcement echoed throughout the copy, and everyone hurried back to their altars, fearing that their spirits might encounter accidents. It's time to go back. Lu Chen had just reached the limit of rewards for the B and C grade resource points and swiftly teleported to the Black Fish altar through the surging dark flow. Today, I harvested 500 B grade elemental stones and 700 C grade elemental stones. I wonder how many points I'll get. Lu Chen smiled and poured all the elemental stones into the Black Fish's altar. By cooperating with Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, he earned 200 C grade elemental stones through travel expenses. 1,200 elemental stones? How did the master manage that? Looking at the pile of elemental stones, the Black Fish's eyes gleamed, devouring them like a hungry wolf. Due to its attributes, its first target for consumption was the water elemental stones. Black Fish consumes 50 B-grade water elemental stones, gaining 5,000 points. Black Fish consumes 50 B-grade earth elemental stones, gaining 1,000 points. Black Fish consumes 50 C-grade water elemental stones, gaining 500 points. Black Fish consumes 50 C-grade gold elemental stones, gaining 100 points. I see. Through the points feedback, Lu Chen analyzed the priority among the elemental stones. A B-grade water elemental stone provides 100 points. An incompatible B-grade elemental stone only provides 20 points, which is 20% of the compatible attribute. A C-grade water elemental stone provides 10 points. An incompatible C-grade elemental stone only provides 2 points, a meager amount. Even if the quality is incompatible, B-grade elemental stones provide more points than C-grade water elemental stones. Therefore, pursuing high-quality elemental stones is better than pursuing stones with the same attributes. Of course, if high quality and the same attributes can be combined, that would be the best result. After consuming 1,200 elemental stones, Lu Chen gained 15,800 points, and the Black Fish spirit underwent a significant transformation. Name: Black Fish level, 8 health, 20, 800 strength, 100 agility, 100 spirit, 100 constitution, 100 skills, coexistence, devour reach level 8, should be able to easily handle the upcoming challenges. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the Black Fish's attributes. Its health could rival that of a monster with a boss aura. As for how to further enhance the Black Fish's potential, he needed to study it further. As the sky gradually darkened, except for the light emitted by the altar and the spirits, everything else was pitch black, nothing visible. Suddenly, more than 10 pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the distance and drew closer. The first challenge of the spirits begins. Except for support skills, masters will not be able to intervene in the spirits' battles. Can only use auxiliary skills? Lu Chen checked his personal panel and found that River God Scourge and Water Dragon Blast were ineffective, and his strength attribute had also become 0. However, auxiliary skills like River God Legend, River God Domain, and Naiha Domain were still usable. Is this a protection for auxiliary professions? The altar of the spirit sacrifice was randomly allocated, unlike the college entrance examination where team professionals would be fixed together. Auxiliary professions were at a disadvantage when gathering resources, but during the spirit sacrifice challenge, they had a tremendous advantage. Lu Chen was different, relying on level suppression and surging dark flow. He had a great advantage in gathering resources and running maps. Coupled with auxiliary skills like River God Domain and Naiha Domain, he also had a tremendous advantage during the spirit sacrifice challenge, without any weaknesses. A loud wolf howl rang out as 5 blood-eyed wolves pounced from the darkness, their gaze filled with greed as they looked at the Black Fish. 5 level 2 monsters. Lu Chen had no desire to make a move. With the level advantage, the Black Fish swiped its tail like a fan, instantly killing all 5 blood-eyed wolves. Killed 5 level 2 blood-eyed wolves, gained 100 points. First stage challenge successful. Host can make the following choices. 1. Repeat the challenge. 2. Challenge the second stage. 2. Lu Chen didn't hesitate. The Black Fish had no difficulty in the first stage, so there was no need to repeat the challenge. Second stage initiated. Next, 10 level 3 blood-eyed wolves charged out, and the Black Fish continued to kill them in swathes with just a flick of its tail, wiping them all out in 2 moves. Killed 10 level 3 blood-eyed wolves, gained 200 points. Second stage challenge successful. Host can make the following choices. 2. 15 level 4 blood-eyed wolves charged out, but the Black Fish, with its level advantage, was still able to handle them. Killed 15 level 4 blood-eyed wolves, gained 400 points. The black fish repeatedly completed the challenges, while Lu Chen kept increasing the difficulty. With each difficulty increase, the level of the blood-eyed wolves would increase by +1, and their numbers by +5, doubling the points that could be obtained. When reaching the 4th stage, there were 20 level 5 blood-eyed wolves. The black fish's monster spawning speed slowed down, but it still managed to clear the stage, gaining 800 points. In the 5th stage, there were 25 level 6 blood-eyed wolves. Due to the lack of skills in the black fish, coupled with the large number of blood-eyed wolves, it became increasingly difficult. However, under the 160% attribute bonus of the river god domain, the situation instantly reversed, and the black fish easily killed all 25 wolves with its tail. Killed 25 level 6 blood-eyed wolves, gained 1,600 points. 5 rounds of challenges have ended, your challenge points are 3,000, and the time taken to complete all challenges is 40 minutes and 32 seconds. After all spirit sacrifice challenges are completed, today's ranking rewards will be settled. Is it over after 5 rounds of challenges? 3,000 challenge points are far less than my 15,800 collection points. Lu Chen rested at the altar, quietly waiting for today's ranking rewards. Red Bird Altar. I can't help after all. Su Luoxia frowned, watching helplessly as the red bird spirit fought alone. Her luck was not good, as the altar was 3 hours away from the nearest B-grade resource point. After finally getting there, it turned out to be a water attribute resource point, completely incompatible with her fire attribute spirit. Coupled with the hint of the dungeon nightfall approaches, she had to rush back early, stopping on the way to clear a C-grade gold attribute resource point. By the end of the day, as the successor of the war god, she only earned 1,500 points, allowing the red bird spirit to reach level 3. For safety's sake, she could only repeat 5 rounds in the first stage, earning only 500 challenge points. My luck is so bad. I only earned 2,000 points today. How can I win the top spot next? Su Luoxia gritted her silver teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. As a descendant of the war god, she definitely had the strength. But due to her bad luck, her efforts throughout the day seemed to yield little results. Let's see how others are doing. I hope everyone is as unlucky as me. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Luoxia opened the leaderboard. First place, Lu Chen, points 18,800, second place, Xiaofan, points 6,100, third place, Lu Ruyan, points 6,000, fourth place, Yi Chen, points 5,800. Damn, why do they have such high points? Comparison is the thief of joy. Su Luoxia was already in a bad mood, but after comparing herself to the other 3 descendants of the war god, her mood worsened. And it wasn't just other descendants she had to surpass, but also the legitimate daughter of the imperial capital's Lu family. Although Lu Ruyan was also an SSS class professional, there was still a considerable gap between the prestigious family lineage and the invincible war god of the present age. Excluding the cheater Lu Chen, I would be the national champion. But due to luck, Xiaofan, Yi Chen, and Lu Ruyan's points were 3 times higher than mine. Thinking about her biggest competitors and not finding her name on the leaderboard next to theirs, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and inadequate. Wait. Why is Lu Chen's name still at the top? And his points have reached 18,800. That's 3 times the second place. When Su Luoxia realized this, she was completely stunned. As a cheater, Lu Chen should have been exposed during the ritual spirit battle, so how could he still maintain such a cliff-like lead in points? And 18800 points, she couldn't fathom how Lu Chen achieved that. The map of the ritual spirit battle was vast. Didn't it take time to travel? Even if one finally reached the nearest resource point, was it guaranteed to align with one's spirit's attributes? To earn 18,800 points, one needed not only combat skills but also speed. How could Lu Chen, a C-class river god, manage to fight and run at the same time? Even if Lu Chen inherited the SSS class Wine Sword Immortal of the war god, it was impossible for him to score that high. 18,800 points, it doesn't make sense. Xiaofan also couldn't believe Lu Chen's points. Competitive instances, born of the heavenly Tao, were significantly different from artificial instances. No matter how powerful the war god was, it couldn't allow Lu Chen to cheat in competitive instances. Yet Lu Chen's 18800 points were indeed displayed on the leaderboard. It couldn't be faked. Could it be that Lu Chen's strength was truly formidable? But even the river god profession of Lu Chen couldn't be faked. How could a C-class profession, especially a widely known useless river god, earn 18,800 points in the ritual spirit battle in less than a day? Could it be that Lu Chen's luck is exceptionally good, and he found a bug in the ritual spirit battle on the first day? Xiaofan could only think of this possibility. After all, the heavenly Tao could make mistakes, and whenever a benign bug appeared in an instance, humans could benefit greatly from it. However, when instances were exploited too often, the heavenly Tao would urgently fix them. Lu Chen had no real strength, relying solely on a bug would only give him a temporary lead. Once the bug was fixed, all of Lu Chen's issues would be exposed, and he would undoubtedly be the champion of the ritual spirit battle. Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen have points similar to mine. They must have encountered a B-grade resource point that matched their spirits during today's resource collection. To maintain her advantage, Su Luoxia knew she had to work even harder. But the ritual spirit battle isn't just about strength, luck is also crucial. Despite being a descendant of the war god, Su Luoxia, with only 2,000 points, was the best example. I wonder if my good luck can continue. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. He preferred to pave his way with absolute strength rather than rely on elusive luck for the future. Today's Spirit Sacrifice Challenge has ended, and the ranking rewards for today are about to be settled. First place, Lu Chen. Points, 18,800. Challenge progress, 5th stage. Today's clearance speed, 40 minutes and 23 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, 5,000 points. Second place, Xiao Fan. Points, 6,100. Challenge progress, 3rd stage. Today's clearance speed, 1 hour and 11 minutes. Rating, SSS. Reward, 4,000 points. Third place, Lu Ruyan. Reward, 3,500 points. Fourth place, Yi Chen. Reward, 3,000 points. The announcement of the instance lasted a long time, and the lower one's ranking, the fewer points one naturally received. For the top 100, the points rewarded were over 1,000. For ranks 100 to 500, a uniform 800 points were given. Ranks 501 to 1,000 received 500 points uniformly. Ranks 1,001 to 2,000 received 300 points uniformly. Ranks 2,001 to 5,000 received 100 points uniformly. Lu Chen already had 18,800 points, and with an additional 5,000 points for the ranking reward, wouldn't that make it 23,800 points? Moreover, on the first day, Lu Chen actually reached the 5th stage, surpassing me in both difficulty and time. Unfortunately, in the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge, except for support professions, there is simply no way to intervene. Otherwise, how could Lu Chen surpass me in the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge, even with a huge point advantage? Xiao Fan was very displeased. If it weren't for Lu Chen discovering the BUG, the 5,000 points ranking reward would have been his for sure. With Lu Chen holding so many points, the strength of the spirits would undoubtedly be very strong. Even if the bug was fixed by the heavens, Lu Chen, due to his lack of strength, would not be able to efficiently obtain resources, but with his current foundation, he would surely hold the top spot for several days. Red Bird Altar. It's over, the ranking rewards for the first day are so generous, how am I going to compete for the top spot in the spirit battle next? After the reward settlement, Su Luoxia's mood worsened. As a successor to the war god, although her strength was very strong, due to luck, she was ranked 80th and only received a ranking reward of 1,200 points. One step slow, every step slow, the competition in the spirit battle was extremely fierce. If she didn't find a breakthrough, she would be the most lagging behind among the successors to the war god. At the same time, Li Feiyu was also looking at the rankings. Lu Chen is really abnormal, still leading by a landslide in the spirit battle. Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyan, Yi Chen can have the same rating as Lu Chen, all SSS level, purely because there is no higher rating level in the spirit battle. Only SSS level professionals with very good luck could get around 6,000 points on the first day. As for SS level professionals, it was very difficult for them to solo B-level resource points, and even if they encountered suitable C-level resource points, they could only collect around 2,000 points. At the start of the Spirit Challenge, even the first stage was very challenging, with no confidence to challenge the second stage. Even strong individuals like Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Chen were stuck at the third stage in the Spirit Challenge. Lu Chen had already cleared the 5th stage on the first day, and if the Spirit Challenge had more than 5 attempts, Lu Chen would probably reach even higher stages. As for those S-level professionals, due to collecting fewer resources, they struggled even in the first stage. When the spirits were challenged, they had to physically pull monsters to barely help the spirits overcome difficulties. Fortunately, after the Spirit Challenge ended, even the bottom 5,000 received a reward of 100 points, which could provide some consolation. Blackfish Altar. 23,800 points, not bad, not bad. The ranking reward is a whopping 5,000, higher than when I challenged the Spirit Sacrifice to the max. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this result. The extra 5,000 points allowed Blackfish to level up from 8 to 9, making it even stronger. Ranking rewards settled, A-grade resource points have refreshed, the level of the Spirit Sacrifice will provide feedback to the master. A-grade resource points have refreshed. And the spirit sacrifice has brought me feedback. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly checked his own panel. Name, Lu Chen, level, 60 plus 9, temporary level increase from the spirit sacrifice battle, occupation, river god, second transformation, strength, 6,900, agility, 6,900, constitution, 6,900, spirit, 6,900, skills, river god's domain, river god's legend, knighthood domain, knighthood legend, elemental transformation, river god's whip, water dragon blast, rapids, dark current surging, equipment, blue scale set, Blackfish has reached level 9, directly boosting my level by 9. However, this level 9 is temporary. After the spirit sacrifice battle, it will likely expire, similar to the nature of Blackfish's Devour evolution. Lu Chen carefully analyzed the level feedback from the spirit sacrifice. This level increase allowed him to break through the level restriction of the second transformation. However, this increase was only quantitative, not a qualitative change like after the third transformation, with significant differences. The spirit sacrifice battle provides feedback to the master to facilitate exploration of higher-level resource points. Next, everyone's speed in acquiring resources will increase. As long as I manage the dark current surging well, I can earn more travel fees. Lu Chen didn't mind others gaining more benefits as long as he received the most. The underground river of the dark current surging spreading to A-grade resource points will take time. Before that, Lu Chen couldn't stay idle and planned to go to B-grade resource points to collect some elemental stones. With the advantage of his level, he easily defeated all the elemental spirits at the B-grade resource points, with very high efficiency. He quickly reached the limit of 10 B-grade resource points and collected 500 B-grade elemental stones. After clearing the B-grade resource points, the dark current surging conveniently connects to 6 A-grade resource points. Lu Chen decisively teleported there. Looking around, several fire elemental spirits were basking in the sun, much larger in size compared to the elemental spirits at the B-grade resource points. Name, elemental spirit, fire, level, 10, strength, 45, agility, 45, constitution, 130, spirit, 45, skills, hardening, flame breath. A-grade resource points have level 10 elemental spirits. Lu Chen, as a level 60 professional, with 4-digit attributes, still defeated them easily. There was no difference compared to clearing B-grade and C-grade resource points. Crushing a smaller ant and a larger ant took the same amount of time. After feeding the A-grade elemental stones, the spirit sacrifice's gains will surely be greater. Lu Chen smiled and headed to the next A-grade resource point. Water attribute A-grade resource point. A stunningly beautiful girl with flowing movements was clearing elemental spirits. Every time she made a move, it was accompanied by a melodious phoenix cry and scorching flames, incredibly graceful. As the second in the country, an SSS-grade Phoenix language divine envoy, she already had the ability to fight beyond her level. Coupled with the level feedback from the spirit sacrifice, soloing level 10 elemental spirits was no problem at all. The goddess of luck has finally favored me. This A-grade resource point is only a 2-hour journey from my altar. Unfortunately, this A-grade resource point is not of the fire attribute, so my spirit sacrifice cannot gain greater benefits. Su Luoxia still felt troubled, finding it difficult to surpass Xiao Fan, Yi Chen, and others. When she defeated the 21st water elemental spirit, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure and immediately shouted, "Lu Chen, brother?" "Luoxia, what a coincidence," Lu Chen smiled. He had just finished collecting 50 A-grade water elemental stones and was about to leave. "Lu Chen, how did you end up here? This place is full of level 10 monsters. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened." Su Luoxia walked gracefully towards him. She didn't believe Lu Chen's 23,800 points were earned fairly. He must have discovered a bug in the spirit sacrifice battle. With their childhood friendship, maybe they could exploit this bug to surpass Xiao Fan and Yi Chen. However, despite her calculations, her worries were genuine. The river god was a universally acknowledged useless profession, rare, weak, low potential, highly restrictive, and difficult to develop. Its only advantage was its rarity. Even life-based professions were better than the river god. No one wished for such a profession. Moreover, the monsters at the A-grade resource points were all level 10. At this point, it wasn't a place for C-grade professionals to be, not even for S-grade professionals. What unexpected event could happen? I have 23,800 points, and my spirit sacrifice is now level 9, Lu Chen smiled faintly, revealing the 50 water elemental stones he had just collected. Your spirit sacrifice is level 9? Su Luoxia felt a pang of jealousy. In the spirit sacrifice battle, the level of the spirit directly affected the master. With a level 9 spirit, Lu Chen could have the strength of a level 10, even with just a level 1 spirit. Moreover, the water elemental resource point was one of the few places where the river god could be effective. Killing 50 level 10 water elemental spirits was not an impossible task at this point. Lu Chen, how did you earn so many points on the first day? Xiaofan and Yi Chen, who also became war gods like you, only have around 10,000 points after a day. They can't compare to you at all. As for me, I had bad luck and only gained 3,200 points. Su Luoxia put on a pitiful look, hoping to coax the bug information out of Lu Chen. Since they were childhood friends, acting cute and spoiled towards Lu Chen was something she was used to. Follow me. Lu Chen knew a deal was coming and decisively headed towards the well. Lu Chen, you're telling me the method without hesitation? Su Luoxia was excited. The more the bug was used, the higher the chance of attracting the attention of the heavens. If more people exploited the spirit sacrifice battle bug, the higher the chance of it being fixed. Therefore, when a bug was discovered, one could either keep it to themselves and profit greatly or tell a bunch of people and challenge fate to make a big profit. Arriving at a well, Lu Chen stopped. By jumping into this well, you can teleport to any resource point you want. This is the teleport well from the spirit sacrifice battle? Su Luoxia was somewhat surprised. Have you seen it before? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I saw one at a B-grade resource point, but after studying it for a while, I found nothing special about it, so I stopped paying attention to it. Su Luoxia asked, Lu Chen, how do you use the teleport well? If I could teleport to specific points, my collection speed of elemental stones would definitely increase significantly. Just give me the elemental stones. For a B-grade resource point, give me 10 B-grade elemental stones. For an A-grade resource point, give me 10 A-grade elemental stones. Lu Chen stated his prices. 10 elemental stones? For someone who clears monsters quickly but moves slowly through maps, it's definitely a profitable deal. Once I master the use of the teleport well, I can surely surpass Xiaofan and Yi Chen. Su Luoxia's eyes sparkled. Once she finished collecting all the rewards at the A-grade water resource point, she would not hesitate to use this teleport well. As for the matter of the elemental stones and Lu Chen, she subconsciously ignored it. She didn't think the teleportation well was Lu Chen's masterpiece. Even if she had to pay a fee, it shouldn't be given to Lu Chen but to the teleportation well. Considering our childhood friendship, I can give you a discount and tell you where the fire attribute resource point is. Lu Chen would offer benefits to those close to him, unlike some who would take advantage of their friends. A discount? Are you the one who decides on such matters? Su Luoxia was a bit puzzled. The teleportation well that covered the entire instance should be part of the instance's setup, just like the challenge with the night spirit. Lu Chen, like himself, was a student participating in the battle of spirits. How could he shake the setup of the instance? Lu Chen said, this teleportation well is my skill, called Surging Darkness. To earn such high points from me, having strong power alone is not enough. You also need very strong map running abilities. Can your Surging Darkness achieve targeted teleportation? Su Luoxia was puzzled. Ordinary river gods definitely didn't have such a strong skill, let alone covering multiple resource points. The attributes of the spirits are generally similar to those of the masters, so the water elemental stones should not be compatible with your spirit. I want to exchange some A-grade water elemental stones for an A-grade fire elemental stone with you. Lu Chen took out 50 A-grade fire elemental stones to prove his ability for targeted teleportation. And the A-grade water elemental stones collected by Su Luoxia were indeed what he wanted and must be exchanged. 50 A-grade fire elemental stones. Su Luoxia used detection magic and found that all 50 A-grade fire elemental stones were genuine. The next A-grade resource point was a 4-hour journey from here. Plus, it would take some time for Lu Chen to summon the elemental spirits here. Without the ability for targeted teleportation, Lu Chen couldn't have obtained 50 A-grade fire and water elemental stones. Thinking of this, she was already 80% convinced of the teleportation function of Surging Darkness. The remaining 20% required her to personally test the effect of Surging Darkness to confirm it completely. Lu Chen, please wait a moment. With my strength, I can quickly gather 50 A-grade water elemental stones. Su Luoxia exchanged all her water elemental stones for fire elemental stones and then began monster hunting. As the successor to the war god, the SSS level Phoenix language divine envoy, her monster hunting speed was naturally very fast. She quickly gathered the 50 water elemental stones and exchanged them all with Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, fire elemental stones are important to you, you don't need to rush to pay the fee. When you gather other A-grade elemental stones, just throw the owed fee into the well along with a letter, and I'll know it's from you. Being childhood friends, they naturally trusted each other. Even if she really encountered a situation where she couldn't pay, he could simply revoke Su Luoxia's permission to use Surging Darkness. Whether it was still for the discounted fee or to use the teleportation function of Surging Darkness, anyone with a normal mind would undoubtedly choose the latter. Thank you, Brother Lu Chen, Su Luoxia smiled sweetly, feeling that Lu Chen was very considerate. With the teleportation of Surging Darkness, she quickly appeared at the A-grade fire attribute resource point. Lu Chen didn't deceive me. Surging Darkness really teleported me to another A-grade resource point. Moreover, the teleportation speed was really fast, and the process was very comfortable, just like soaking in a bath. When the teleportation ended, not a single part of her body was wet, it was perfect. Even if Brother Lu Chen had no combat power, just this one skill made him a very rare strategic talent. No wonder the war god Zhan Tian, for Lu Chen's growth, disregarded public opinion and allowed Lu Chen to cheat to maintain his high exam scores. Looking at the level 10 fire elemental spirits around her, Su Luoxia was overjoyed. The A-grade fire attribute resource point is a 7-hour journey away from her altar, making it quite a distant point. Without Lu Chen's dark flow surging, it would be difficult for her to explore such a distant resource point even if she knew it was a fire attribute. After all, a round trip would take 14 hours, and she would still need to feed the sacrificial spirit in the evening, help it overcome the spirit challenge, which would simply not leave enough time. If it weren't for Lu Chen's help, my luck would still lag behind Xiaofan and Yi Chen. Su Luoxia's eyes sparkled. Although she hadn't discovered the bug of the spirit battle on Lu Chen, with the high-speed transmission of dark flow surging, she still had the confidence to surpass Xiaofan and Yi Chen. I need to collect 40 A-grade elemental stones as soon as possible. As long as the altar is also covered by Lu Chen's dark flow surging, my ability to run maps will definitely be stronger. She clenched her fist, full of determination. Time passed quickly, and Lu Chen filled all A-grade, B-grade, and C-grade resources through his own efforts. Xia Yubing and Tang Yu are progressing quickly. As SS-grade professionals, they are now clearing A-grade resource points just like SSS-grade professionals. Lu Chen roughly assessed the situation based on the travel expenses provided by Xia Yubing and Tang Yu. Throughout the day, Xia Yubing and Tang Yu cleared 6 A-grade resource points, earning him 120 A-grade elemental stones. Knowing that he needed water elemental stones, they would prioritize handing those over when paying the toll. Su Luoxia's monster clearing speed was even faster. She cleared all 10 A-grade resource points, plus the cost of opening the return route, also earning her 120 A-grade elemental stones. Night is approaching, and the spirits are about to face their second challenge. Please, masters, return to the altar promptly and help the spirits overcome this difficulty. It's time to go back and feed the spirits. With 740 A-grade elemental stones, including 200 water elemental stones, it should bring a significant improvement to the black fish. Lu Chen smiled and decisively teleported back to the black fish altar. So many A-grade elemental stones. Watching the pile of elemental stones, the black fish pounced on them like a hungry wolf. Black fish consumes 200 A-grade water elemental stones, gaining 200,000 points. Black fish consumes 50 A-grade gold elemental stones, gaining 10,000 points. 1 A-grade water elemental stone provides 1,000 points. An A-grade elemental stone with mismatched attributes provides 200 points, all 10 times that of B-grade. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the results. In addition to Xia Yubing, Tang Yu, and Su Luoxia consuming 10 A-grade elemental stones on their way home, he gained an additional 28 A-grade elemental stones, bringing the total to 768. When the black fish finished consuming all the elemental stones, his total points reached 355,880. Such a significant improvement, 12 times that of yesterday, and this was even before the spirit challenge began. Name, River Flipper Fish Level, 28 Health, 355,880 Strength, 400 Agility, 400 Spirit, 400 Constitution, 400 Skills, Coexistence, Devour, Mighty Tail Strike, River Breath Level 28. Transformed from Black Fish to River Flipper Fish and mastered 2 skills. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. But that wasn't the most impressive thing about the River Flipper Fish, it was his health. The River Flipper Fish's health was exactly the same as his points, a whopping 355,880. Even if the River Flipper Fish had no combat power, based on this health and the coexistence skill alone, it could play a significant role, giving Lu Chen a very strong recovery ability until the River Flipper Fish's health was depleted. Coupled with the elemental group recovery ability, he and the River Flipper Fish would be even harder to kill, maximizing their survival capabilities. Purple Worm Altar. Am I the legendary chosen one? The nearest A-grade resource point is only an hour away and is the most suitable Thunder Attribute resource point for me. Xiaofan couldn't stop smiling. With such good luck, he was bound to be the leader of this spirit sacrificing battle. As for Lu Chen, who was ahead by more than 18,000 points, Xiao Fan didn't even consider him a threat. A trashy professional who temporarily led with a bug. Once the bug was fixed by fate, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed himself. Thinking of this, he decisively opened the leaderboard. First place, Lu Chen, points 355,880. Second place, Su Luoxia, points 160,000. Third place, Tang Yu, points 140,000. Fourth place, Xia Yubing, points 138,000. Fifth place, Xiao Fan, points 70,000. Sixth place, Yi Chen, points 68,000. Seventh place, Lu Ruyan, points 64,000. I actually ranked fifth. Xiao Fan couldn't believe his eyes. Lu Chen had gained so many points through the bug that fate should urgently fix it. But instead, Lu Chen's points were increasing even faster, 12 times more than yesterday. And Su Luoxia, who had only 3,200 points yesterday, now had 160,000 points today, 50 times more than yesterday. Logically, Su Luoxia, with her bad luck, should have been suppressed by him all along, so why did she suddenly surpass him, with more than twice his points? Su Luoxia, as a war god's successor, could be excused for overtaking him in points, but what about Xia Yubing and Tang Yu? In his impression, there were no such people as these two SSS-ranked professionals. How could these two SS-ranked professionals have more points than him? Yellow Cat Alter. What's going on with the leaderboard? It's fine if Xiao Fan's ranking is still above mine, but why can Su Luoxia overtake me and rank ahead of me? Yi Chen was completely puzzled. In the process of collecting resources, he encountered a suitable A-grade gold resource point. Thinking his luck was good, he hoped to surpass Xiao Fan with this. However, Xiao Fan didn't fall behind but let Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu overtake him, leading by 70 to 80,000 points. Each resource point can only obtain 50 elemental stones. How many resource points do I need to visit to get so many elemental stones? It's impossible to keep up. Could it be that the top 4 on the leaderboard have all turned into bandits, or how else could they have so many points? In order to win, he decided to change his strategy and snatch resources whenever he saw one. After all, the spirit sacrifice battle is a competitive dungeon, so robbing others should make the competition more intense, which should be reasonable. However, each resource point is very large, and it's not easy to come across one. It also requires some luck. White Fox Altar. Lu Chen's points are too abnormal. No matter how you calculate it, it shouldn't be this many points. Even if all the A, B, and C grade resource points are filled, it's impossible to have 355,880 points, and each resource point is far apart. Even if Lu Chen had hundreds of legs like a centipede, it's impossible to visit all the resource points. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She was extremely beautiful, resembling a fox spirit from legends in appearance, figure, and demeanor. Her profession was an SSS-ranked Qingqiu divine messenger, with strong assassination and mental control abilities. It was because of this that she slightly surpassed Yi Chen in yesterday's points ranking. For Lu Chen to get 355,880 points and securely hold first place, he must have found a bug in the spirit sacrifice battle. And for Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu to get such high points, it must also be related to the bug in the spirit sacrifice battle, most likely leaked by Lu Chen. Lu Ruyan's foxy eyes narrowed slightly, a plan forming in her mind. Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu all sounded like girls' names. Lu Chen told the 3 girls about the bug in the sacrificial battle, but didn't tell a single guy, indicating he might be a bit reserved. With her exceptional looks and figure, coupled with the professional blessing of the Qingqiu divine messenger, even without any emotional foundation, it would be effortless for her to manipulate a man. If it were someone else, as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial city, she would disdain using such means. The only men who caught her eye were the SSS-level professionals Xiao Fan and Yi Chen. However, after becoming the god of war, Lu Chen was exceptionally handsome, so even a sea-level river god wouldn't mind giving him some advantages, or even a kiss. As long as she could latch onto the thigh of the sky-cutting god of war, what did it matter if her husband was useless? But the sacrificial battle was vast, and the chances of encountering Lu Chen were like finding a needle in a haystack, almost as slim as winning the lottery. Moreover, the bug in the sacrificial battle was already known to 4 people, increasing the likelihood of attracting the attention of the heavens. Even if she was extremely lucky and did meet Lu Chen, it was very likely that the bug in the sacrificial battle had already been fixed by the heavens. Headache. Why isn't it me who coincidentally meets Lu Chen? Lu Ruyan sighed, feeling that her luck was just too bad. Red Bird Altar. My red bird has transformed into a phoenix. Su Luoxia held the phoenix sacrificial spirit in her hands, growing more fond of it as she looked at it. Without Lu Chen's help, she would never have been able to overtake Xiao Fan by more than 90,000 points. As for the points of Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, she was somewhat surprised. SSS level professionals were extremely rare, with not even one appearing in 100 billion people. Only SSS level professionals at the level of the God of War had a high probability of producing an SSS level professional. Therefore, except for Lu Ruyan, those with an SSS level professional rating were all successors to the God of War. In this generation, there were only 4 SSS level professionals, and she naturally remembered the names of the other 3. Despite the high potential of Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, they were only SS level professionals, so how did they surpass Xiao Fan, Yi Chun, and Lu Ruyan, these 3 SSS level professionals? Could it be that Xia Yubing, like Tang Yu, has also formed a cooperative relationship with brother Lu Chen? Thinking of this, Tang Yu felt that everything was not surprising. With the help of undercurrent surging, Xia Yubing and Tang Yu had very strong map running abilities. Even if their strength was not as good as that of SSS level professionals, they could still leave them behind by relying on their strong map running abilities. Moreover, the level of the sacrificial spirit could provide feedback to the master, and after today, Xia Yubing and Tang Yu would gain a level advantage, allowing them to deal with Xiao Fan and others calmly. River Overturning Fish Altar. The first challenge of the sacrificial spirit has begun. Apart from auxiliary skills, the master will not be able to intervene in the sacrificial spirit's battle. You have passed the 5th stage. You can make the following choices. 1. Repeat the 5th stage. 2. Enter the next stage. 2. Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all. A loud wolf howl rang out as 30 level 7 blood-eyed wolves surrounded him, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Use river breath. Lu Chen commanded, and the river overturning fish spat out a river. With a level advantage of 28, where the river swept through, the flesh of the blood-eyed wolves shattered instantly, like a truck hitting eggs. Killed 30 level 7 blood-eyed wolves, gaining 3,200 points. In the 7th stage, 35 level 8 blood-eyed wolves attacked. The river overturning fish used a powerful tail strike, and its massive tail fell like a giant hammer, instantly smashing 10 blood-eyed wolves into pulp. After 4 consecutive tail strikes, all the blood-eyed wolves were dead. Killed 35 level 8 blood-eyed wolves, gaining 6,400 points. In the 8th stage, there were 40 level 9 blood-eyed wolves. Every time the river overturning fish made a move, a large number of wolves died, and Lu Chen harvested 12,800 points. In the 9th stage, there were 45 level 10 blood-eyed wolves. The river flipper easily dealt with them, and Lu Chen earned 25,600 points. In the 10th stage, there were 50 level 11 blood-eyed wolves. The river flipper remained invincible, and Lu Chen gained 51,200 points. The 5-round challenge has ended, and your challenge points are 99,200. The time taken to complete all challenges was 30 minutes and 32 seconds. After all the spirit sacrifice challenges are over, today's ranking rewards will be calculated. 99,200 points, not bad for this challenge. Lu Chen was very satisfied. This spirit sacrifice challenge not only earned more points but was also completed faster. After the river flipper spirit sacrifice reached 99,200 points, it also leveled up from 28 to 29. Light Bird Altar. You've reached the 8th stage, Light Bird, you're amazing. Tang Yu pinched the Light Bird spirit's cheek, almost wanting to kiss it. With the help of Lu Chen and Xia Yubing, her points reached 140,000, and the yellow bird directly rose to level 21, transforming into the Light Bird. Additionally, as she was a support-type profession, she could assist during the spirit sacrifice challenges, resulting in slightly higher points than Xia Yubing. Today's spirit sacrifice challenge has ended, and today's ranking rewards will be calculated soon. First place, Lu Chen, points, 455,080, challenge progress, 10th stage, today's completion time, 30 minutes and 23 seconds, rating, SSS, reward, 50,000 points. Second place, Tang Yu, points, 164,600, challenge progress, 8th stage, today's completion time, 50 minutes and 14 seconds, rating, SSS, reward, 40,000 points. Third place, Xia Yubing, reward, 35,000 points. Fourth place, Su Luoxia, reward, 30,000 points. The ranking rewards that followed were similar to last time, just with an extra 0. I actually became second. Tang Yu was extremely excited. She thought her ranking would be similar to before the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge, but she surpassed Su Luoxia after becoming a war god. After the 4 war gods, she had already surpassed 3. Is this what an SS level professional should achieve? If it weren't for the help of the little leader in Yubing, I wouldn't have made it today. She was extremely grateful, as support-type professions that could be consistently brought along were very rare. Therefore, those at the top of the points list were generally combat-type professions. Since combat-type professions couldn't influence the spirit sacrifice challenges, the points ranking often mirrored the challenge ranking, without any fluctuations. Firebird Altar. It's a pity, if only I had met brother Lu Chun earlier, Su Luoxia sighed. She wasn't foolish and could naturally analyze why she was surpassed by Tang Yu during the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge. Her luck on the first day was too poor, only collecting 2,000 points, causing the spirit to cycle in the first stage. To challenge higher stages, one had to progress stage by stage, and with only 5 challenges per day. When points were all over 100,000, and one could easily crush the challenges, she naturally couldn't catch up with Tang Yu and Xia Yubing, who had surpassed her on the first day of the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge. Purple Worm Altar. 10th stage, completion time 30 minutes and 23 seconds. Lu Chen, as before, directly maxed out the difficulty of the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge, and surprisingly completed it even faster than last time. Xiao Fan was completely stunned. With Lu Chen's spirit being so strong, regardless of how trashy Lu Chen's profession was, under the level feedback, he could still be invincible in the spirit battle. How could he compete next? The first place reward for the Spirit Sacrifice Challenge was 50,000 points, bringing Lu Chen's total points to 405,880. Even if the bug in the spirit battle was fixed by the heavens, with such a huge advantage, he couldn't be caught up with. Damn it, why does Lu Chen have such good luck? Clearly a sea-level river god, a recognized trash profession. During the college entrance examination, there was the help of the sky-cutting war god, and during the ritual spirit battle, there was the help of the instance Bug. Clearly, he had no special skills, yet he was leading by a landslide, crushing someone like me, who should have been the unrivaled genius. Xiao Fan became more and more angry as he thought about it, feeling a bit defenseless. With both luck and strength on his side, he mistakenly believed he was the chosen one, only to end up in 5th place. How could he accept this? He felt that Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu suddenly surpassing him must be because Lu Chen leaked the bug of the ritual spirit battle. Lu Chen, relying on the Bug, not only took 1st place from him, but also didn't leave him with 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place. How could he endure this? The benefits of competitive instances are immense, enhancing the potential of a professional. Such great benefits, even if obtained by the SSS-ranked Su Luoxia, would be acceptable. Why should Lu Chen, a C-ranked professional, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu, SS-ranked professionals, also be able to seize the lion's share of this opportunity? Good opportunities should only fall into the hands of the most top-tier geniuses to unleash their full value. Lu Chen, a cheat in the college entrance examination, a waste who relies on bug in the ritual spirit battle, even if he wins in the battle, gaining the greatest benefits, so what? Trash professions are just that, trash professions, and they can never be lifted up. Such great benefits falling into the hands of a trash profession are simply a waste. The fish altar was turned over. With the ranking reward of 50,000 points, I now have 505,080 points. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this result. To obtain higher points, relying solely on 3 customers is far from enough. I need to make a name for myself in the instance of surging dark streams. After a brief moment of joy, Lu Chen began to contemplate. The area occupied by each resource point was very large. Even if each level of resource point only had 10, it was not easy for him to encounter someone. Of course, this also depended on his efficiency in collecting resources. His monster spawning speed was fast, and he spent very little time at each resource point, making it even harder to encounter someone. Moreover, meeting unfamiliar people and gaining their trust was not easy. It required a lot of time and effort. After all, the resources obtained at each resource point were limited, and traveling was very difficult. If deceived, there was no way to report it in the ritual spirit battle, so everyone was very vigilant. What if I disguise surging dark streams as one of the settings of the ritual spirit battle? Even if those who don't know me don't trust me, they should trust the setting of the ritual spirit battle, right? Lu Chen suddenly had a whimsical idea, and how to efficiently convey the usage of surging dark streams is also a problem. In the ritual spirit battle, communication devices cannot be used. Right, I can try Torrent. Torrent could freely control the flow direction and speed of the river god's domain, achieving precise control. If the river god's domain was the base and the Naiha domain was the character, this combination of blue and yellow could function like a black and white phone, accurately conveying information. Done. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Such precise control required a high demand for mental attributes. Especially when the torrent panel was in large quantities, it would constantly consume a huge amount of mental power. Fortunately, with his level boosted by the ritual spirit, reaching level 89, his mental attributes were very high, so creating 5,000 torrent panels was not a problem. The issue of information transmission is resolved. To increase the popularity of surging dark streams, one teleport well per resource point is by no means enough. Even the aroma of wine fears deep alleys, especially in the difficult information transmission of the ritual spirit battle. Lu Chen once again thought of a solution. Abyssal Flow has very low mana consumption, coupled with level advantage. He plans to have a teleportation well every 10,000 meters at all resource points. Since the farthest path has already been cleared, it's just a matter of spreading nearby, not consuming much time. Ranking rewards settled, S-Class resource points have refreshed. The level of the spirit will provide feedback to the master. S-Class resource points have refreshed. Lu Chen's Abyssal Flow spread in all directions like roots. Before connecting the S-Class resource points through the underground river, he planned to clean out all the A-Class resource points first. By the time he collected 500 A-Class elemental stones, Abyssal Flow had connected 4 S-Class resource points, ready to go monster hunting. Level 13 Elemental Sprite. Lu Chen continued to punch one by one, with a similar efficiency in monster hunting as before, mainly wasting time finding monsters. Golden Attribute A-Class Resource Point. All A-Class resource points have been cleared. I wonder if Brother Lu Chen has connected the S-Class resource points. Su Luoxia walked gracefully to the teleportation well, full of anticipation. Her appearance and temperament were top-notch, like a legendary fairy if she wore traditional Han clothing. Whoosh! The teleportation well gushed out blue and yellow liquid, forming a panel in mid-air with blue as the background and yellow as the text. Brother Lu Chen's Abyssal Flow has become stronger. Su Luoxia was slightly surprised. The flow panel detailed which S-Class resource points had been connected and marked the fire attribute resource point she needed the most. Moreover, within the panel, she could see the trading function, allowing her to trade for the elemental stones she wanted through the teleportation well. Without hesitation, like operating a phone, she tapped a few times on the flow panel and tossed 50 A-Class water elemental stones into the teleportation well. Immediately, 50 A-Class fire elemental stones flew out of the well and landed securely in her hand. The trade was successful. I have communicated remotely with Brother Lu Chen through the panel. Su Luoxia admired greatly. Even in her dreams, she found it difficult to control the dream to this extent, let alone mastering rivers of different colors like a black and white screen phone. And the flow panel not only displayed images but also functioned like a phone, enabling remote communication. What incredible computing power it must take to achieve such a feat. Just the thought of it was terrifying. This feat was accomplished not by a 3rd or 4th tier spiritual professional, but by a young man of the same age as her, 18 years old. An 18-year-old human computer. Could he really possess the abilities that a C-Class river god has? Brother Lu Chen's talent is truly remarkable. If his profession were like the sky-cutting war god, he would be an SSS-Class wine sword immortal. Su Luoxia sighed with emotion. Achieving remote communication in the spirit battle was indeed extremely difficult and could surprise countless people. However, this method was limited to instances where information was difficult to transmit, and once back in reality, it would be useless. Moreover, a person's mental energy is limited, and Lu Chen maintaining a flow panel was already impressive. Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, even if they had a cooperative relationship with Lu Chen, would likely not benefit from the information transmission of the flow panel. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. The feeling of being valued was truly wonderful. Wind Attribute A-Class Resource Point. Lu Ruyan was hunting monsters there. On her way to the S-Class resource point, she happened to pass by here and naturally wanted to collect resources along the way. Whoosh! Suddenly, spring water gushed from the ground and quickly expanded into a well. Another well has emerged. How strange. Lu Ruyan looked around, noticing a well every 10,000 meters, and these wells were continuously expanding outward at a very fast pace. Could it be that there's going to be a major change in the spirit battle? She decided to investigate, just in case she missed out on some great opportunity. Every 10,000 meters, a well is dug, and no one can determine who the well digger is. She doesn't think it's something someone of her age can achieve. It must be one of the settings of the Battle of the Spirit, just like unlocking A and S level resource points. When her finger touched the river water, the rapid flow panel immediately appeared. Teleport function unlocked. Go to C-level resource point, consume 10 C-level elemental stones. Go to B-level resource point, consume 10 B-level elemental stones. Go to A-level resource point, consume 10 A-level elemental stones. Go to S-level resource point, consume 10 S-level elemental stones. Trading function. Masters only need to bear 10% of the handling fee to exchange desired elemental stones with other masters. As for setting a teleport point with her own altar, Lu Can did not rush to set a price. He will judge based on each person's strength. Strong people pay more, weak people pay less, but 50 elemental stones are a must. The difference lies in quality. These wells actually unlocked a new function for me. Lu Ruyan was pleasantly surprised. Teleportation does require a toll, but the distance to each resource point is very far. Using the travel time to gather resources will definitely earn more. As for the 10% handling fee for trading, it is completely acceptable. Compatible A-level elemental stones can earn 1000 points, while other A-level elemental stones can only earn 200 points. Compared to 800 points, what is a mere 10% handling fee? It's not worth mentioning at all. With this in mind, she decided to try the trading function first. When she input 100 A-level elemental stones into the teleport well, 90 A-level water elemental stones quickly teleported over. Success! If I feed the spirit with 100 incompatible A-level elemental stones, I can only get 20,000 points. Feeding the spirit with 90 water attribute elemental stones, I can get 90,000 points, earning 70,000. The benefits are too great. Lu Ruyan's breathing quickened a bit. The spread speed of the teleport well is very fast. I have to establish a greater advantage before others discover the teleport well. Unfortunately, to go to the S-level resource point, 10 S-level elemental stones are needed. I haven't even been to an S-level resource point. Even if I have the strength, I can't directly teleport to the highest rewarding S-level resource point. With a trial in mind, Lu Ruyan set her destination to the S-level resource point. In case a bug appears in the Battle of the Spirit, teleporting her directly to the S-level resource point would be a big win for her. When she jumped into the teleport well, she quickly teleported to the S-level resource point. The elemental spirits here are all level 13, I was just trying it out, I didn't expect to hit a bug in the Battle of the Spirit. Lu Ruyan chuckled, feeling incredibly lucky, and the rapid flow panel floated over to her as she teleported and hovered in front of her. You owe 10 S-level elemental stones, if not repaid, you will be unable to use the teleport well. This is not a bug, but a deliberate arrangement by Lu Ken to speed up everyone's resource gathering efficiency. As the legitimate daughter of the imperial capital's Lu family, I never thought I would owe money one day. Lu Ruyan laughed and decisively took action against the surrounding elemental spirits. It's impossible not to repay the debt. If because of 10 elemental stones, she misses out on more elemental stones, it's like picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. With her strength, coupled with the teleportation ability of the teleport well, it's not a problem to sweep through all S-level resource points. Plus, with the trading function, she can exchange her S-level elemental stones for water elemental stones that match the spirit as much as possible. Similar scenes were happening in every corner of the instance. Some unlucky people even cried tears of joy. Great! Great! Finally, no more wasting time on the road. Li Feiyu was overjoyed. His luck was terrible. Not only did he have a long journey, but he couldn't even come across a resource point that matched his spirit attribute. He had planned to win back what he lost to Xia Yubing during the college entrance examination in the Battle of Spirits. However, Xia Yubing had climbed to 4th place with a whopping 173,000 points, leaving even the God of War behind. Not only Xia Yubing, but even her good friend Tang Yu had surpassed the God of War, making him question life itself. Were these two really top-tier professionals competing with him for the second spot in the North China province during the college entrance examination? Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Yi Chen discovered a teleportation well and were all grinding monsters in S-level resource points. With the help of dark flow surging, the luck factor in the Battle of Spirits was reduced. Now it was about whose strength was greater. As the successors to the God of War, Xiao Fan and Yi Chen, the top young powerhouses of China, naturally wanted to compete based on strength, not luck. Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, relying on the level feedback of the spirits, were not falling behind the God of War at all. Light attribute S-level resource point. Su Luoxia happened to meet Xiao Fan and greeted him. Xiao Fan, what a coincidence. Su Luoxia, you're here too, Xiao Fan smiled. As successors to the God of War, everyone had a strong background, so it was natural to get along rather than be enemies. Even though Lu Chen's cheating had made him and Yi Chen very unhappy, they didn't insult him in front of him, and even their sarcasm was very subtle. Do you have a panel too? Su Luoxia looked at Xiao Fan's unique torrent panel with some surprise. You have one too, what's so surprising? Xiao Fan shrugged. This panel is a new feature unlocked in the Battle of Spirits, not only for teleportation but also for commodity trading. If this feature had been unlocked earlier, it would have been great. For us strong ones, speaking with strength is the best, we don't need luck at all. He suddenly felt that Su Luoxia's mind was a bit dull, so he explained briefly. Well, yes, Su Luoxia appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was in turmoil. Lu Chen could create a torrent panel to communicate remotely with her, which was already impressive. And now, not only she had one, but Xiao Fan had one too. If Lu Chen was grinding monsters and both she and Xiao Fan needed to use the torrent panel, wouldn't Lu Chen have to multitask? Could people of the same age really have such amazing computational abilities? Strange, why is your travel expenses discounted by 20%, and even commodity trading is discounted by 20%? Xiao Fan looked at Su Luoxiao's panel with envy. If he also had a 20% discount advantage, he would surely accumulate elemental stones much faster. Therefore, he wanted to find out how to get the teleportation function discounted. I completed a hidden task and got a 20% discount. Su Luoxia didn't reveal the truth. Xiao Fan thought the torrent panel was one of the settings in the Battle of Spirits, surely operated by Lu Chen. Since Lu Chen had helped her, she naturally wouldn't expose him. A hidden task? How can I accept this hidden task? Xiao Fan hurriedly asked. If Su Luoxia refused to say, he didn't mind paying some elemental stones. I'm not sure either, it was suddenly assigned to me, maybe I was just lucky. Su Luoxia lied as naturally as telling the truth, not arousing Xiao Fan's suspicion. Lucky? Your luck is really too good. The Battle of Spirits is so vast, yet you managed to encounter Lu Chen and even learned how to exploit the bug in the Battle of Spirits. Even exploiting the bug is fine, but then the heavens give you a hidden task, allowing you to get a 20% discount, saving a lot of elemental stones. Xiao Fan was completely stunned. Just because of luck, he couldn't compete with Lu Chen and Su Luoxia at all. He really wished the luck factor in the Battle of Spirits could be reduced, so everything would be based on strength. Xiao Fan, did you encounter anyone else on your way here? Were there panels floating around them too? Su Luoxia asked again. She vaguely guessed the reason why various resource points were scattered with teleportation wells, but could such astonishing computational ability really be achieved by people of the same age? Even with such astonishing computational ability, comparable to a human calculator, magical power must also keep up. Even with the level feedback from the sacrificial spirits, Lu Chen should not have accomplished such an astonishing feat. I met 4 or 5 people on the road, each with a panel floating behind them, just like us. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Su Luoxia, you were so strange today. Teleportation wells are scattered around various resource points, with one every 10,000 meters, he continued. As long as you touch the water in one of them, you can unlock the teleportation and trading functions. It's been so long, I guess everyone has unlocked the new functions by now. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed, I understand now, your teleportation function wasn't unlocked using the teleportation wells. Seeing his advantage being mastered by multiple people, he was truly surprised. Su Luoxia nodded, you're right, my teleportation function was also unlocked through hidden tasks. I was able to jump from 3,200 points to second place in one go, gaining a large number of points, all thanks to the teleportation function. I see, I thought Lu Chen had told you about the bug in the Battle of the Sacrificial Spirits. Xiao Fan acknowledged Su Luoxia's half-truth. If he had mastered the teleportation function earlier, he could have also cleared out all the high-level resource points. After Xiao Fan left, Su Luoxia could no longer control her shocked expression. There is a teleportation well at every resource point, one every 10,000 meters. Brother Lu Chen must have a purpose for doing this. It is very likely, as Xiao Fan said, that everyone has been given a personal panel that can easily use the surging dark flow teleportation function. If 4,999 people use their panels simultaneously, wouldn't Brother Lu Chen have to handle the needs of 5,000 people at once? No, that example is too extreme. 4,999 people cannot be using their panels all the time. With the teleportation wells, traveling no longer wastes time, the main time is spent on collecting resources. Even so, Brother Lu Chen must handle the needs of hundreds of people at once, around the clock, for 7 to 8 hours. This computational ability is truly terrifying. As far as I know, River God is not even a mental-based profession. How did Brother Lu Chen achieve this? Su Luoxia was amazed, just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Each surging flow panel is extremely intricate, it would be difficult for her to create just one. And Lu Chen simultaneously created 4999 of them, constantly meeting the needs of 400 to 500 people. He could already be called a human server. Brother Lu Chen is truly powerful. The strategic skill, Surging Dark Flow, connects every resource point and even opens a teleportation well every 10,000 meters. With such talent, if Lu Chen's profession were an SSS level Wine Sword Immortal, he might very well succeed the slashing Sky War God and become the new strongest in Huaxia. While marveling at Lu Chen's strength, she also felt regretful about his profession. However, now that everyone has access to the teleportation function, her advantage lies only in her own strength and the 20% discount. In order to maintain her second-place position and not be overtaken by Xiao Fan and Yi Chen, the two war gods, she also had to seize every moment. Under the influence of the surging dark flow, everyone was fully immersed in monster hunting, busy and enjoying themselves. Before the popularization of the teleportation function, they had to waste time traveling, which was tedious and boring, wishing they could slap the heavens. But now, travel time was infinitely shortened. After teleporting, they felt refreshed, just like after a shower, and they had more energy to hunt monsters. And every time they used the teleportation function, every time they used the trading function, Lu Chen would receive a large amount of elemental stones, definitely making a huge profit. After sweeping through all the resource points, Lu Chen returned to the altar of the river-turning fish, focusing wholeheartedly on being a humanoid server, constantly processing vast amounts of information. Fortunately, these pieces of information were quite homogenized, so as long as he avoided mistakes, there wouldn't be any perplexing issues. However, just avoiding mistakes was challenging enough to stump countless individuals, even professionals in the mental field. As time passed, Lu Chen's mind grew increasingly fatigued, to the point where he even had a headache. Luckily, the recovery ability of elementalization was robust, allowing him to swiftly recuperate even if his mind suffered under high loads. Furthermore, being at the altar of the river-turning fish meant he had a constant supply of a massive amount of elemental stones for the river-turning fish to enjoy. The levels fed back to him by the sacrificial spirit were also increasing, gradually making him more composed. Night is approaching. The final battle is about to begin. Please all masters return to the altar promptly, enhance the sacrificial spirit's strength, and prepare for the final battle. When the instance broadcast sounded, Lu Chen had acquired a total of 1600 S-grade water elemental stones, 8400 A-grade water elemental stones, 19700 B-grade water elemental stones, and 56,000 C-grade water elemental stones. As the controller of commodity trading, he naturally exchanged the water elemental stones he needed first. As for others, they could only patiently wait if there were no goods available. With so many elemental stones piled up, it was like a mountain of gold, making the river-turning fish drool almost like a river. So many, truly too many. And they are all the most delicious water elemental stones. The river-turning fish was so happy that tears streamed down its face as it buried its head in the mountain of stones. It swallowed so quickly that its jaw seemed about to dislocate, yet it showed no signs of stopping, almost wishing to eat itself to death. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Lu Chen patted the river-turning fish's head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Master, rest assured, with Devour Evolution, I can eat as much as there is without wasting any, and certainly won't eat myself to death. Once the battle of the sacrificial spirit is over, I won't have such a huge appetite. I need to take this opportunity to become stronger. The river-turning fish ate so quickly that it didn't even care about its cracked lips. Seeing its unwavering determination, Lu Chen didn't try to dissuade it further and silently applied elementalization to it. The decisive battle of the sacrificial spirit was about to begin, and with so many elemental stones, eating slowly would definitely not be enough. Only by devouring them eagerly could the river-turning fish's sacrificial spirit meet the final battle in its strongest form. Consuming 1600 S-grade water elemental stones, gaining 16 million points. Consuming 8400 A-grade water elemental stones, gaining 8,400,000 points. Consuming 19700 B-grade water elemental stones, gaining 1,970,000 points. Consuming 56,000 C-grade water elemental stones, gaining 560,000 points. After consuming all the elemental stones, Lu Chen's points reached 27,435,080. Being a merchant is truly profitable. By collaborating with 4,999 people, my points have increased by 54 times compared to yesterday. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this outcome. In order to maintain 4,999 rapid flow panels and provide services to everyone, his mental strength had been on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, all the efforts were worthwhile. He not only earned a large number of points but also significantly boosted the points of everyone, greatly enhancing the strength of the new generation of Huaxia. After devouring a massive amount of elemental stones, the river-turning fish directly ascended to level 60 and experienced an immensely significant enhancement in its life level. Tilting its head back, the river-turning fish let out a howl, with divine light emanating from its body piercing through the sky, causing tremors in the surrounding 1,000 miles as if the Milky Way was pouring down, transforming every inch of its flesh and blood under the envelopment of the divine light, growing larger and larger in size. Name, Koan level, 60 health points, 27, 435, 080 strength, 9,000 agility, 9,000 spirit, 9,000 constitution, 9,000 skills, coexistence, devour, mighty tail strike, river breath, vast sea impact, 3,000 water strikes, water flow armor. After the transformation from the river-crossing fish to Koan, all four attributes have reached 9,000, which is 2,000 higher than the same level Lu Chen. However, the outstanding feature of Koan is not its four attributes but its health points. Koen's health points are exactly the same as Lu Chen's score, reaching 27,435,080. Even a level 60 King Kong bear with a boss aura, a monster, only has 3 million health points, just a 7-digit number. Koen's health points reach a whopping 8 digits, exceeding the King Kong bear by 24,435,080. A battle pet, meatier than a boss of the same level. What kind of concept is this? Coupled with Koen's skill, coexistence, when Lu Chen is damaged, it can consume an equal amount of health points to rapidly restore his health. To kill Lu Chen, one must first deplete Koen's health points. What an astonishing life-saving ability. Unless the opponent is 50 or 60 levels higher than Lu Chen, it will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time to kill him. The decisive battle is about to begin. The final reward of the spirit sacrifice battle will surely be more generous than before. Lu Chen is looking forward to the upcoming battle. Yellow Cat Altar. It's really a ripoff. The cost of connecting to the altar varies from person to person. Only those who can spawn at A-grade resource points need to pay 50 A-grade elemental stones. While I can spawn monsters at S-grade resource points, I have to pay 50 S-grade elemental stones. Returning to the altar, Yi Chen felt somewhat annoyed. If he had known today was the decisive battle, he would never have spent 50 S-grade elemental stones to open the teleportation point to the altar. With the trading function available, he had exchanged all his elemental stones for the most suitable thunder attribute. 50 gold elemental stones equated to 500,000 points, which was not a small amount. If he hadn't been worried that after the SS-grade resource point was opened, the teleport function would require him to pay 50 SS-grade elemental stones, he wouldn't have done it at all. Saving these elemental stones, teleporting to the nearest resource point from home, wouldn't that be better? But there is no regret medicine in the world. No matter how much he regrets, it is meaningless. He can only blame himself for impulsive spending. Never mind, let's feed the spirit first. With so many S-grade gold elemental stones, the spirit is bound to undergo a transformation. Yi Chen smiled and took out 320 S-grade gold elemental stones. The yellow cat pounced as if it hadn't eaten for 4 or 5 days, eating 320 S-grade gold elemental stones, gaining 3,200,000 points. Great, over 3 million points not only raised Yellow Cat to level 45 but also transformed it into a golden tiger. Yi Chen excitedly raised his fists. When he opened the leaderboard to see his ranking, he was stunned. First place, Lu Chen points, 27,435,080. Second place, Su Luoxia points, 5,460,000. Third place, Tang Yu points, 4,800,000. Fourth place, Xia Yubing points, 4,600,000. Fifth place, Xiao Fan points, 4,000,000. Sixth place, Lu Ruyan points, 3,700,000. Seventh place, Yi Chen points, 3,300,000. After Lu Chen cooperated with everyone in the spirit sacrifice battle, the luck factor in the rankings was greatly reduced, resulting in very small fluctuations compared to yesterday. If the spirit sacrifice battle ends, Tang Yu and Xia Yubing will definitely not be opponents for Xiao Fan and Yi Chen. However, relying on the level advantage feedback from the spirit, they can still maintain their rankings and not be surpassed by the later war gods. Why am I in 7th place? Yi Chen was dumbfounded on the spot, but soon he figured out the reason. If the 50 S-grade gold elemental stones connecting the altar were fed to the sacrificial spirit, he would be able to defeat Lu Ruyan with an advantage of 100,000. But impulsively, he consumed them, becoming the lowest ranked among the SSS level professionals before the decisive battle began. Not only was he below all the other SSS level professionals, but even Xia Yubing and Tang Yu, both SS level, were ranked above him, and they had surpassed him by 2 rounds. Damn it, Lu Chen! It's bad enough that you gave the bug to Su Luoxia, but you actually told Xia Yubing and Tang Yu. Yi Chen felt extremely frustrated. When he noticed Lu Chen's points, he was dumbfounded on the spot. 27,435,080 points, 8 times mine. How did Lu Chen manage to get so many points? A bug. Lu Chen couldn't possibly stall until the end of the Battle of the Spirits. And that's even when Su Luoxia, Tang Yu, and Xia Yubing were all using it together. Ice Fox Altar. After feeding the elemental stones to the White Fox sacrificial spirit, Lu Ruyan successfully raised it to level 46, transforming it into an Ice Fox. 27,435,080 points? How did Lu Chen get so many points? Even if all the resource points were maxed out and all turned into matching elemental stones through trading, it wouldn't be possible to have so many points. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. After the teleport function was unlocked, everyone's efficiency in obtaining resources had qualitatively improved. However, no matter how fast resources were obtained, each resource point had a limit, and Lu Chen forcibly broke through this limit. For inexplicable things, she could only attribute it to a bug, but using a bug too much would be fixed by the will of heaven. Lu Chen started to stall the bug on the first day of the Battle of the Spirits, and it continued until the end of the battle. Could it be that the bug hadn't been fixed yet? Could it be that Lu Chen was the son of heaven, and this bug was specially prepared by the heavens for Lu Chen, so no matter how he stalled, it wouldn't be fixed? Absurd, truly absurd. Thunder Serpent Altar. Xiao Fan's purple worm sacrificial spirit transformed into a thunder serpent, and he was initially in a good mood. But when he opened the rankings, he was dumbfounded. 27,435,080 points? This is something a person can't achieve by grinding. Even if all the resource points were cleaned out, and one grabbed every opportunity by any means to obtain resources, it wouldn't be possible to get so many points. Xiao Fan was well aware that Lu Chen had gained too much advantage in the first 2 rounds by stalling the bug. Even if the bug was fixed by the will of heaven, with the level advantage, he could still remain invincible in the Battle of the Spirits. But he couldn't imagine how Lu Chen could maintain the first place in this way. 3 times in first place, with a cliff-like lead each time, the points in each round were completely unreasonable. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and all the altars moved, neatly arranged in 2 rows, separated by 10,000 meters, like guardrails by the river. 5,000 professionals, 5,000 sacrificial spirits facing each other, all tense. What's going on? Are we supposed to fight the professionals and sacrificial spirits next to us? Everyone was cautious, not daring to act recklessly. The activity range of each sacrificial spirit was 1,000 meters around the altar. The distance between the altars was only 800 meters, causing overlapping activity ranges. However, under the restriction of the activity range, even if the sacrificial spirits really fought, as long as they left the overlapping area, the other party would be helpless. The decisive battle begins. The instance boss is about to arrive. The higher the damage caused, the more rewards you will receive. After the broadcast ended, a towering elemental spirit emerged from the ground, 10,000 meters high, square, and upright. Its body was attached with vast elemental power, mutually generating and restraining each other, constantly evolving, corresponding to 10 different resource points. Just appearing, it made countless people pale, not even daring to meet its gaze. This physique is too large. Even without using any skills, just stomping around can crush people to death. Is this what we have to deal with? Li Feiyu was completely stunned. He looked up at the elemental spirit god, feeling as small as an ant. This dungeon was not a game. If killed by the elemental spirit god, it would be game over for real. However, when he used detection art, he immediately realized. Name, elemental spirit god, boss level, health, infinite, strength, 0, agility, 0, spirit, 0, constitution, 0, skills, none, damn. So this elemental spirit god is just a punching bag, purely here to deal damage to us. After Li Feiyu's realization, he led his own spirit to rush up and madly output damage towards the elemental spirit god. So brave, facing such a powerful dungeon boss and still daring to charge up. The pressure from the elemental spirit god was so strong that many people felt fearful and hesitated to approach. When they timidly used detection art, they instantly understood Li Feiyu's actions and quickly attacked the elemental spirit god. In no time, countless skills landed on the elemental spirit god, displaying endless damage values. However, compared to the towering 10,000 meter size of the elemental spirit god, these skill attributes seemed insignificant. I understand now, this final battle is similar to a tower defense game. The elemental spirit god won't attack us, only pass by all the altars. We just need to attack the elemental spirit god wholeheartedly like defense towers to receive abundant rewards. Watching the battle from afar, Su Luoxia analyzed carefully. With the lessons learned, the following individuals naturally didn't waste time. As soon as the elemental spirit god entered the spirit's activity range, they would fiercely output damage. Some with long-range abilities and spirits continued to output damage even if the elemental spirit god moved out of range, making it impossible for direct long-range attacks to reach it. When the damage reached a certain standard, the elemental spirit god would drop an S-grade elemental stone, corresponding to the source of the damage. A matching S-grade elemental stone was equivalent to 10,000 points, greatly enhancing the spirit's power. With the elemental spirit god not fighting back, everyone was eager to give their all. I have to inform Brother Liu Kan in advance so he can prepare more. Su Luoxia's fingers swiftly moved across the torrent panel, transmitting the information to Liu Kan in no time. A tower defense game? Quite interesting, Liu Kan smiled with interest. Being at the end, without Su Luoxia's timely information, he would need to enter the elemental spirit god's sight range to learn about its situation. Considering the higher damage caused, the more rewards received, he planned to pave the way for the elemental spirit god with the Naiha domain. Naiha domain, breaking limit level, can freely transform the river god domain into the Naiha domain. Enemies in the Naiha domain receive an additional 50% soul damage when damaged. Once the Naiha domain was set up, it was like everyone helping him deal damage. With the combined effort of 5,000 people, the rewards he would receive would undoubtedly be substantial. The higher the damage caused by everyone, the higher the additional damage from the Naiha domain. To make everyone deal more damage and gain more benefits, he planned to also use the river god domain to give everyone a 160% all attribute boost. Rumble. The surging river water flowed rapidly from Lucan towards the various altars. As for the path the elemental spirit god would take, it was covered by the Naiha domain. What is this? Lu Ruyan was alert and instinctively avoided the river god domain. Her altar was right next to Luchan's, and she watched the water flow out from him. However, the range of the river god's domain expansion is vast and extremely rapid. The area where her spirit sacrifices were active was directly engulfed by the river god's domain. Wait, my overall attributes have increased by 160%. The Ice Fox spirit's overall attributes have also increased by 160%. As a C-grade river god, Lu Chen actually wields a percentage-based enhancement skill. Lu Ruyan was immensely shocked. Leveraging the feedback from the spirit sacrifices, she was only killing high-level monsters and enjoying the experience all to herself, thus her actual level reached 10. Coupled with the level feedback from the Ice Fox spirit at level 46, her temporary level reached 56. As a level 56 professional, even without a qualitative change from a second transformation, only a quantitative accumulation of levels, under the 160% enhancement of the river god's domain, the increase was still immensely significant, allowing her to feel even more benefits in the upcoming decisive battle. Why did Lu Chun use support skills on me? Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? It's a pity. If only I had met Lu Chun earlier, I would surely have been able to exploit the bug of the spirit sacrifice battle. Lu Ruyan sighed regretfully, feeling a great sense of loss. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial capital, she excelled in background, appearance, figure, and potential, attracting countless suitors. Therefore, when it came to attracting men, she was very confident. With so many choices, her standards had become extremely high, believing that only a war god was worthy of marrying her. Since Lu Chen's father was the strongest in Huaxia, the war god Zhan Tian, as long as she could latch onto Zhan Tian's thigh, she wouldn't mind marrying Lu Chen even if he was a waste. However, compared to Xiaofan and Yechen, Lu Chen's priority as a C-grade river god was slightly lower. Now, Lu Chen's river god's domain had given her a great surprise. As a river god with a river of his own, he perfectly resolved the shortcomings of the river god's restrictions. Coupled with the powerful auxiliary abilities of the river god's domain, Lu Chen's river god profession was definitely not C-grade. It could even be considered SSS grade. Most importantly, in a situation where they had no prior interaction, Lu Chen took the initiative to show her kindness, which must mean he had taken a liking to her. As long as there was mutual affection, the speed of emotional development would be very fast, and it wouldn't be long before she became Zhan Tian's daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan licked her lips and looked Lu Chen up and down. She found that Lu Chen not only had a great background but was also much more handsome than Xiaofan and Yechen, which suited her taste. Whoosh! The river god's domain continued to spread outward, leaving Lu Ruyan stunned on the spot, wanting to see where else the river god's domain would flow. 1 altar, 2 altars, 3 altars, 4 altars. The spread of the river god's domain showed no signs of stopping, spreading all the way without pausing for anyone. Even the opposite bank, thousands of meters away, was also the target of the river god's domain spread. What's going on? My overall attributes have inexplicably increased by 160%. This enhancement effect is called the river god's domain. Could it be that the river god is using it? The river god is just a C-grade profession. How could they possibly wield such a powerful skill? But the name of the enhancement cannot be false. If the user of the skill is not the river god, why is it named this way? In our generation, there is only one river god. Could this be the means of the little commander? Wherever the river god's domain passed, everyone was shocked. What does Lu Chen want to do? Is he trying to give everyone a 160% increase in all attributes? Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. Such a powerful enhancement skill that could affect her and the Ice Fox spirit was already outstanding. It was precisely because of this that she mistakenly thought Lu Chen was pursuing her. But wherever her gaze fell, everyone received Lu Chen's favor, with all attributes increasing by 160%. In comparison, she realized how limited her perspective was. What Lu Chen wanted was not some beauty at all. It was to ensure that all of Huaxia's geniuses could gain greater benefits from the spirit sacrifice battle. As for how far the river god's domain could flow, she was still unable to determine. Each spirit altar was 800 meters apart. Even if they were divided into 2 rows, with each row having only 2,500 altars, the distance would still be around 2 million meters. With her vision, she couldn't even see that far. But even within her line of sight, at least 300 altars would benefit from the river god's domain effect, providing a 160% boost in all attributes to at least 300 professionals and 300 spirits would require immense magical power. Just the thought of it made her scalp tingle, yet Lu Chen remained calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. If she hadn't witnessed Lu Chen using the river god's domain and the hint of the enhancement effect's name, she wouldn't have been able to connect the two. Jinhu, let's go. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his condensed energy rushing forward like a raging bull. Even though the boss was still 500 meters away from Jinhu's altar, he could still inflict significant damage. So powerful, truly worthy of being the successor of the war god and SSS-ranked ancient martial artist. As a melee profession, the ancient martial artist can still harm enemies from 500 meters away. The people around were all greatly shocked. Suddenly, they felt a light at their feet. Looking down, they found it was water, so they paid it no mind. Wait, what is this water? Why did my attributes increase by 160% after it submerged my feet? Once the crowd realized this, they were once again astonished, their attention completely focused on the river god's domain. After all, no matter how strong Yi Chen was, it had nothing to do with them. The amplification effect of the river god's domain could allow him to deal more damage and gain more benefits. The choice was clear, and everyone could see it. A 160% increase in all attributes? Is this for real? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, then turned around to see that all the altars behind him were covered by the river god's domain. If the 160% enhancement was real, wouldn't everyone behind him benefit from a 160% increase in all attributes? Such a strong group enhancement couldn't possibly be the work of one person. But in the competitive instance of the spirit altar battle, it's impossible to favor those behind, neglecting those in front. It's just not logical. Yi Chen, filled with doubt, stepped into the river god's domain and quickly felt the pleasure of a 160% increase in all attributes. Great! With this enhancement, I will definitely be able to output more damage. After praising this, Yi Chen soon froze. Because this enhancement was called the river god's domain, and Lu Chen was the only river god among the 5,000 people, for a C-ranked river god to provide a 160% boost to one person was already astonishing, so how could it possibly give a 160% boost to a group of people? River god's domain? Could this be Lu Chen's skill? Yi Chen was puzzled, realizing that the previous river gods didn't have such a skill. Could it be that Lu Chen's river god was a top-tier SSS-ranked support profession, completely different from the previous river gods? However strong a support profession might be, it couldn't possibly take a commanding lead in the college entrance exam and the spirit altar battle. No matter how strong a support profession was, it needed a cooperative partner. As long as there was a cooperative partner, it was difficult to take a commanding lead. Lu Chen, you clearly have the ability, yet you insist on cheating. It's truly disappointing. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He felt that with Lu Chen's strong skills, even without cheating, he could easily secure a spot in the top 5,000 of the college entrance exam and qualify for the spirit altar battle. What's going on? Is there no fairness left in the spirit altar battle? Why should those behind receive a 160% boost in all attributes? Li Feiyu couldn't hold back. Initially, he was very happy to receive 42 S-Class Thunder Elemental Stones, but seeing people weaker than him gaining more benefits under the River God's domain enhancement, how could he accept it? If he also received a 160% increase in all attributes, his 42 S-Class Thunder Elemental Stones would turn into over 100. Crash! Following that, the Nai River domain appeared, covering the path the Elemental Spirit God was about to take. Is the Elemental Spirit God entering the second stage? Why is there blood-yellow river water underfoot? This river water is so strange, it actually contains worms, snakes, and ghosts. Everyone, be careful, do not touch this blood-yellow river water. Everyone was very cautious about the unknown, fearing accidents. When they attacked the Elemental Spirit God again, the frequency of damage values doubled directly. The ghosts and snakes in the Nai River domain were extremely busy, causing a large amount of soul damage, exactly 50% of everyone's damage. Surprise me, turns out this blood-yellow river water is here to help us. This blood-yellow river water is so powerful, directly increasing our damage by 50%. Everyone was excited and more motivated. Too unfair, the people in front are not familiar with the rules, and when the boss appeared, they did not rush to attack, they were already at a disadvantage. The people behind not only learned from the mistakes of the front, but also received such amazing help. Seeing this scene, Li Feiyu felt even more unbalanced. Even if the people behind had all attributes increased by 160% and a 50% damage bonus, how was this fair? Completely unbalanced. If he could also enjoy the help of the River God domain and the Nai River domain, obtaining 150 S-Class Thunder Elemental Stones would not be a problem. Too far, can't reach it. Yi Chen watched as the boss walked out of his attack range, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Beside him, Jean, who was still gnashing his teeth, wishing to gnaw a few more elemental stones from the boss. With the efforts of both man and beast, they harvested over 1,500 S-Class Gold Elemental Stones. Too far, Huzi, hurry up and eat. Yi Chen rubbed Jean Hu's head. After Jean Hu finished eating the S-Class Gold Elemental Stones, he directly reached level 60, transforming into a dark gold magic tiger, making those around him envious. However, Yi Chen did not become conceited because of this. He was well aware that his ability to obtain so many S-Class Gold Elemental Stones was closely related to Lu Chen's River God domain. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength, he could only obtain a little over 500 S-Class Elemental Stones, a huge disparity. Whether out of Lu Chen's favor or out of respect for the strong, his attitude towards Lu Chen had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. He pondered how to repay Lu Chen. As the son of the war god and the strongest warrior in China, Lu Chen would undoubtedly have what he had, and even more. For someone who lacked nothing, the only thing he could offer was gratitude. Something's not right, the additional damage from this blood-yellow river seems not to be calculated on me. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Before the spread of the River God domain, he had punched the boss, so he had a rough idea of how much damage he had dealt and what benefits he would receive. If the additional damage from the Nai River domain could also provide him with rewards, the number of elemental stones he received would increase by 50%. However, he was already very content with the huge benefits he had received and did not dwell too much on this matter. Guangyou Altar. Yubing, I'm so nervous, the elemental spirit god is about to enter the attack range. Tang Yu trembled with excitement. She and Xia Yubing were simply a perfect match, directly neighbors during the decisive battle, and they went through the entire spirit sacrifice battle together. Unfortunately, in the final battle phase, only causing damage to the boss would yield rewards, making it unfriendly to support professions. However, Xia Yubing had helped her so much that even if supporting the other party would result in the other party surpassing her in ranking, she would not hesitate at all. Yu, this blood-yellow river water is exactly the same as the second transformation phenomenon of the Little Leader. It's very likely that, like the River God domain, it's also a skill of the Little Leader. Xia Yubing, as a classmate of Lu Chen, must know more information than others. This blood-yellow river is indeed powerful. The boss within will endure 50% additional damage. And this additional damage inflicted by the blood-yellow river is all soul damage, quite different from ordinary support skills. It's very likely that the gains in the final battle will be shared by all of us, 50% for each. Tang Yu was equally amazed. He and Xia Yubing had never teamed up with Lu Chen, only knowing that he was very strong, but unaware of his specific skills. Now, Lu Chen had revealed 2 skills in a row, each one leaving them deeply shocked. The River God domain, as a group enhancement skill, boosts all attributes by 160%. The Ninha domain, as a damage increasing skill, causes enemies to suffer an additional 50% soul damage. When combined, the elemental spirit god had to endure massive damage at all times, and a significant portion of this damage was taken by Lu Chen. Lu Chen helped everyone, and at the same time, everyone was also helping Lu Chen work. Here it comes. When the boss entered the attack range, Xia Yubing and Tang Yu both busied themselves, unwilling to waste a single moment. Although they were both SS-class professionals, leveraging the level advantage provided by the spirit sacrifice, they managed to raise their spirits to over level 60 and undergo transformation once again. Kuan Altar. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, a massive amount of S-class elemental stones constantly emerged from Lu Chen's altar, all of them water attribute. There are too many, really too many. Koan was ecstatic, his mouth never stopping. Faced with so many elemental stones, other spirits probably couldn't even consume them all. After evolving into Koan, his size was comparable to a building. With a mouth bigger than a door, he directly blocked the spot where the S-class elemental stones emerged, just like a popular challenge of a dragon drinking water. Even though his mouth was large, many elemental stones still leaked out from the sides, unable to cope with the speed at which the elemental stones emerged. Master, look at him. The Ice Fox spirit was so anxious that she spoke, pointing at Koan who was feasting, while pulling on Lu Ruyan's black hair. Although after her transformation, her most contracted elemental stones changed from water to ice. Faced with so many water elemental stones, even if they were incompatible, no spirit could handle them. Lu Chen is so bold, actually exploiting a bug in front of me, but I didn't see what he did. These elemental stones all emerged from his altar. Lu Ruyan's head was buzzing, trying to analyze how this bug was exploited, but no matter what, she couldn't figure it out. In order to gain greater benefits, she decided to take the initiative. Lu Chen, big brother. Her charming voice was so alluring that if one lacked composure, their intelligence would likely decrease by 60%, even if it meant paying a great price to please her. What's the matter? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Being called so affectionately by an unfamiliar girl made him feel somewhat puzzled. As for beauties, having seen too many as the god of war, his composure was unmatched by ordinary people. Even if Lu Ruyan was stunningly beautiful, it wouldn't make him lose any rationality. And as the young leader of the Northern Territory, as long as he informed the Lu family in the imperial capital, in order to get close to the god of war, they might very well send Lu Ruyan over joyfully. For the woman he set his sights on, did he need to pursue her and pay a price? Absolutely not. Lu Chen, big brother, can you teach me how to exploit the bug? The battle of spirits is about to end. With your current advantage, securing the top spot is definitely not a problem. Why not let me soar with you? After the battle of spirits ends, I will definitely do my best to repay you. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved by her beauty, Lu Ruyan's tone shifted from seductive to sincere. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial capital, she was disdainful of such actions towards others. As a descendant of the sky-cutting war god, Lu Ken didn't mind using such means. Not only could this entice Lu Ken, but it could also increase the success rate of obtaining bugs. Unfortunately, Lu Ken wasn't falling for it. She could only show her true self. Bug? I've never exploited any bugs, Lu Ken stated truthfully. All these elemental stones were obtained through her own abilities, with no relation to bugs. This, Lu Ruyan was stunned, unsure how to proceed. If Lu Ken didn't exploit bugs, how did she manage to acquire so many elemental stones even in the presence of bosses? Could lying be so confidently justified these days? She wanted to extract the bug information from Lu Ken but didn't know what the other party desired. The beauty trap she had just used wouldn't work on Lu Ken, who, as a descendant of the war god, wouldn't lack resources for cultivation. Faced with such an opponent without any weaknesses, she didn't know how to proceed. Wait, Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu all have unusually high points, and they are all women. If Lu Ken didn't leak the bug, these three couldn't have such a significant advantage. Lu Ken has 3 younger sisters in a row. He shouldn't treat them this way. Could it be that he doesn't like my type? Lu Ruyan felt she had miscalculated. As for using the charm skill on Lu Ken, she didn't dare. He was a descendant of the war god, and she couldn't afford to offend him. Across from the Kuan altar was the Thunder Serpent altar. Xiao Fan observed Lu Ken from a distance of 10,000 meters for a long time. He greatly admired the 160% attribute bonus of the river god's domain and began to look at Lu Ken with new eyes. However, Lu Chen's blatant exploitation of bugs still disgusted him. Lu Ken, you indeed rely on exploiting bugs to gain an advantage. I've caught you in the act. It's one thing to hide it, but to exploit it in front of me without telling me is simply unreasonable. Watching the massive influx of elemental stones at the Kuan altar, Xiao Fan was envious. If he could get a share, the Thunder Serpent altar would undoubtedly experience a significant boost. Boom! The earth began to tremble more and more violently. Looking around, the towering elemental spirit god, standing 10,000 meters tall, was slowly approaching, enduring massive damage at every moment. Too far, not within attack range yet. Xiao Fan remained calm, adjusting his own state to its peak. He didn't want any mistakes while dealing damage. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth. A water dragon leaped out of the river god's domain, striking the boss like a missile and exploding with a bang. This was Lu Chen's water dragon blast. With the feedback from the Kuan altar's level, its temporary level was very high, allowing it to deal damage from 10,000 meters away. 10,000 meters away, and Lu Ken is already taking action. Is this still human? Lu Ruyan's altar was next to Lu Ken, making her the best judge of how absurd the attack range of the water dragon blast was. Moreover, the power of the water dragon blast was immense, combined with Lu Chen's domain skill. An auxiliary profession in terms of damage output seemed no less than a combat-oriented profession. Truly unbelievable. Damn, with a level advantage, can one really do as they please? But this skill is of a high level. Even without the level advantage, it can deal considerable damage. Xiao Fan was equally amazed. With a cell phone domain and such a powerful output skill, Liu Ken had perfectly overcome the river god's weaknesses. With such a perfect profession, both output and support capabilities were top-notch. Was this still considered a C-level profession? If the final battle of the Altar Spirits War wasn't about fighting the boss but a showdown between the spirits, he probably wouldn't even withstand a single water dragon blast. Don't hesitate, keep outputting, Liu Ken reminded before using the water dragon blast once again. After Koan swallowed the elemental stone in his mouth, he decisively used the breath of the river to unleash a massive and sustained output, creating a tremendous momentum. As the first in the battle of sacrificial spirits, Koan was naturally the strongest sacrificial spirit in the battle. By the time the boss entered the attack range of Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan, at the end, Liu Chen had already fired more than 40 water dragon bullets, while Koan's sacrificial spirit continued to use the breath of the river without any pause. So Liu Chen didn't deceive me. These elemental stones weren't obtained through a bug, but were brushed out by the blood-yellow river. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. Being next to Liu Chen, she naturally knew that both the river god's domain and the Nai river's domain were Liu Chen's creations. However, she was still clueless about the function of the Nai river's domain and could only attribute the massive amount of elemental stones to a bug. So Liu Chen wasn't uninterested in me, he just didn't want to tell me about the bug. Thinking of this, she felt much better. It was quite normal for any bug to be continuously exploited for 3 days and then fixed by the heavens. This blood-yellow river water has such a great effect. Xiao Fan was greatly shocked. When the boss was in the Nai river's domain, it had to endure 50% of soul damage when attacked. If the Nai river's domain covered the boss's path, wouldn't it be like 5,000 people helping Liu Chen deal damage? With everyone suffering 50% damage, plus the river god's domain's 160% all-attribute bonus, it was not strange at all for Liu Chen's altar to produce a massive amount of elemental stones. And the emergence of a large number of elemental stones had been going on for hours. Judging by the boss's speed, it was very likely that the entire battlefield would be filled with Liu Chen's Nai river's domain and river god's domain. What an astonishing and shocking thing! A professional who could bring all attribute boosts to thousands of people from such a distance and make the boss endure 50% additional damage throughout the battle. What could someone like that compete with? Even if their profession was an SSS-grade dragon language knight, they wouldn't be qualified. However, the Nai river's domain and river god's domain were indeed powerful, but he still believed that Liu Chen's advantage was built on exploiting bugs. Because Liu Chen's scores from start to finish were all beyond reason, just like his exam results. No matter how strong a person's profession was, there would always be weaknesses. Liu Chen, as the river god, was stronger than the previous river gods, but he couldn't be strong in all aspects like output, support, and mobility. If he excelled in everything, how could other professions be played? Did the human race have to create a profession rating above SSS because of Liu Chen? Liu Chen, you are truly amazing, Xiao Fan sincerely said. As a successor to the war god, an SSS-grade profession, he felt self-conscious for the first time. When the boss entered Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan's attack range, the two had no time to be amazed and focused all their thoughts on dealing damage. At the same time, Liu Chen used the river god's scourge, and hundreds of water whips lashed out at the boss like a storm, combined with the Nai river's domain's 50% additional damage, resulting in extremely concentrated damage values. When Koan's sacrificial spirit saw that the distance was enough, he decisively unleashed the most powerful 3,000 water strikes. His massive tail came crashing down like a cliff, dealing a large amount of damage with each swing. So strong. Without distance restrictions, Liu Chen and Koan's sacrificial spirit have even higher output. Lu Ruyan kept glancing back at Liu Chen, even in the midst of the intense battle. The momentum of Liu Chen and Koan's sacrificial spirit was too overwhelming. If this man and beast accidentally went off course, she could very well lose her life on the spot. For her own safety, she had to pay attention. The instance boss has completed all routes, the final battle is over. It ended so quickly, Xiao Fan said, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After giving their all in outputting power with the Thunder Snake Spirit, they harvested over 1,600 S-grade Thunder Elemental Stones. The Thunder Snake Spirit successfully reached level 60 and transformed into a Thunder Dragon. If it weren't for the 160% all-attribute boost from the River God's domain, I wouldn't have had such a great harvest. Lu Ruyan expressed her gratitude to Liu Chen, and her favorability rating soared. Her gains were similar to Xiao Fan's. The Ice Fox Spirit successfully reached level 60 and transformed into an Ice Soul Enchanting Fox. Another bountiful harvest. The Koan Spirit was extremely excited, once again blocking the emergence of elemental stones with its large mouth, enjoying the feast. Be careful, don't choke, Liu Chen patted the Koan Peng's head. Leveraging his level advantage in the Nai River domain, when the decisive battle ended, he harvested 320,000 S-grade water elemental stones, 200 times more than Xiao Fan. With so many elemental stones gushing out, even with the Koan spirit's large mouth, it couldn't swallow them all. The elemental stones leaking from its mouth piled up like a mountain. If it weren't for the exclusive skill Devour evolution from the spirit battle, at the Koan spirit's current eating speed, its belly would surely burst. Therefore, cultivating spirits in the spirit battle made it thousands of times easier than in the outside world, especially in terms of potential improvement. So many, if the Koan spirit swallows all the elemental stones, how many points will Lu Chen get? Lu Ruyan witnessed this absurd scene firsthand, unable to look away. First place, Lu Chen, points, 16,27,435,080. Second place, Su Luoxia, points, 35,460,000. Third place, Xia Yubing, points, 3,140,000. Fourth place, Tang Yu, points, 3,008,400. Fifth place, Xiao Fan, points, 2,800,000. Sixth place, Lu Ruyan, points, 2,750,000. Seventh place, Yi Chen, points, 2,700,000. When the rankings were announced, everyone was dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Lu Chen's score is actually 16,027,435,080. It's an 11-digit number, 160 billion points. Second place Su Luoxia only has 30 million points, while Lu Chen already has 160 billion. Both being war gods, Lu Chen's profession is still a C-grade river god, yet he's over 450 times ahead of second place Su Luoxia. How astonishingly leading! He must have cheated, Lu Chen must have cheated. The bug in the spirit battle is outrageous, letting Lu Chen rack up billions of points. How are we supposed to play? You can't say that. If it weren't for the 160% all-attribute boost from the river god's domain, I couldn't have scored so high. You're right, Lu Chen has been kind to us, so what if he exploited a bug? Shouldn't good people receive good rewards? Normally, seeing Lu Chen with such a high score would have led many to curse. However, after receiving the blessing of the river god's domain, they all felt goodwill towards Lu Chen, showing more tolerance. A benefactor who helps them earn more points. What's wrong with getting a few extra points? After all, the first place in the spirit battle had nothing to do with them from start to finish. No matter how high Lu Chen's score was, it wouldn't affect them in any way. The ones who should be worried are Su Luoxia, Xiao Fan, Yi Chen, and Lu Ruyan, the 4 SSS grade professionals aiming to win the spirit battle. The spirit battle isn't biased. The 160% all-attribute boost is Lu Chen's skill, not a setting of the spirit battle. Upon learning this news, Li Feiyu sighed deeply. His luck was just too bad. If he had been closer to Lu Chen, he would have also gained the 160% all-attribute boost before the boss entered the attack range. A support-type profession not only boosts everyone's attributes by 160%, but can also shatter my Thunder Python Rush Fist with a single punch. Lu Chen is destined to be the most dazzling existence of this era. With these thoughts in mind, he was full of admiration for Lu Chen. Koan altar. The Koan sacrificial spirit was still feasting wildly. Even though his eating speed was so fast that his jaw dislocated, he still couldn't keep up. There were just too many S-grade water elemental stones, up to 320,000 pieces. Even with Devour evolution, it would still consume a lot of time. With so many elemental stones, I could eat for several days. The Ice Soul Fox's eyes lit up. If not for the limited activity range and inability to win, she would definitely go up and snatch them. Lu Chen has already taken a cliff-like lead before finishing all the elemental stones. Lu Ruyan sighed. In the eyes of others, Lu Chen could only obtain so many elemental stones through a bug card. She had seen Lu Chen use Naiha domain with her own eyes, naturally knowing how extraordinary Lu Chen was. When the Koan sacrificial spirit finished eating all the S-grade water elemental stones, the score reached 32,027,435,080, shocking everyone once again. Phoenix Sparrow Altar. How did Lu Chen brother accumulate 300 billion points? Su Luoxia's head was buzzing, unable to understand no matter what. She had 35,460,000 points, which had already raised the sacrificial spirit to level 68. With 300 billion points, how high could the sacrificial spirit be raised by Lu Chen? She simply couldn't imagine. In addition, the sacrificial spirit's health was linked to the points. Even if Lu Chen's sacrificial spirit had no combat power at all, relying solely on the same life skill could play an immensely significant role, making Lu Chen the most difficult to erase existence in the same level. A top-tier support profession, mastering the top-tier life-saving methods, would give any opponent a headache. Holy Radiance Crane Altar. Tang Yu and Xia Yubing were both dumbfounded. It's too exaggerated. After the rankings were announced, the little leaders' points not only took a cliff-like lead but also kept skyrocketing. They knew that Naiha Domain was Lu Chen's masterpiece, and they were well aware that with the combined strength of 5,000 people, Lu Chen's gains would undoubtedly be astonishing. But when Lu Chen's points appeared on the leaderboard, it still exceeded their expectations. 300 billion points. This was a number they didn't dare to think about, yet Lu Chen achieved it with his own abilities. Without Lu Chen's help, they would have no way to compete with SSS-level professions, occupying the 3rd and 4th positions. Everything Lu Chen did in the sacrificial spirit battle could be called legendary. After devouring almost all of the 320,000 S-grade water elemental stones, the Kuan sacrificial spirit's aura soared steadily, like riding a rocket. Name, Kuanping, level, 100, health, 32,027,435,080, strength, 100,000, agility, 100,000, spirit, 100,000, constitution, 100,000, skills, same life, devour, carefree journey, Biming bodyguard seal, Biming overturning heaven decision, mighty tail strike, river breath, great sea collision, 3,000 water strikes, water flow armor. After the Kuan sacrificial spirit transformed into Kuanping, a magnificent vision emerged, and the water of Biming spread rapidly like a strong wind, enveloping the entire instance. The earth-shattering pressure was like that of a ruler of all beasts, causing all the sacrificial spirits and elemental spirits present to bow in the direction of Kuanping's sacrificial spirit. What's happening? Could it be that after the decisive battle, there's still another stage to the sacrificial spirit battle? Such terrifying pressure, I haven't even seen his shadow, and my legs are weak. Such an existence is even more terrifying than the god of elemental spirits. Everyone was stunned, especially those who were far away and couldn't see the Kuanping sacrificial spirit. Such a terrifying vision. Could it be that Lu Chen's sacrificial spirit has undergone an incredibly astonishing transformation? Su Luoxia was deeply shocked. After her sacrificial spirit reached level 60, it transformed into the phoenix of the burning sky, displaying a powerful transformation that amazed countless onlookers. However, compared to the transformation of the Kuanping, the phoenix's metamorphosis seemed insignificant. In the battle of the spirits, only Lu Chen's sacrificial spirit could undergo such a transformation. Plop! Even at level 68, the phoenix of the burning sky still couldn't resist the oppressive aura of the Kuanping's sacrificial spirit. Unable to even catch a glimpse of the Kuanping, it, like the other sacrificial spirits, continued to bow in the direction of the Kuanping's spirit. Phoenix of the burning sky, why are you? Su Luoxia tried to approach and support it, only to find its legs as weak as if paralyzed. Master, you need not worry about me. It is only proper to pay homage to such noble bloodlines. The phoenix of the burning sky had resisted before, but in the face of such terrifying pressure and noble lineage, it chose to bow its head. Because the act of all the sacrificial spirits bowing was part of the Kuanping's transformation, to defy it would lead to an inexplicable and terrifying fate. Just like the rules of the heavens, no explanations needed. It's too frightening. Who could have caused this phenomenon? Witnessing this scene, the surrounding people were even more shocked. Their sacrificial spirits ranged from level 20 to 30, and facing such terrifying pressure, they all knelt down in unison. Su Luoxia's phoenix of the burning sky was at level 68, yet there was still a significant gap between it and the master of the phenomenon. Looking around, perhaps only Lu Chen's sacrificial spirit could achieve such a feat. Wait, this phenomenon of concealing the sky is of the water element. Could it really be caused by Lu Chen, given such a commotion? The decisive battle is over, and it is time to settle the final ranking rewards of this battle of the spirits. First place, Lu Chen reward, 50% increase in points. Second place, Su Luoxia reward, 40% increase in points. Third place, Xia Yubing reward, 35% increase in points. Kuanping Walter, a percentage increase in points. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. With a 50% increase in 3 billion points, it amounted to 4,500,000,000 points, directly raising the Kuanping sacrificial spirit to level 110. Only he, as the first place winner, could receive such a reward, totaling 150 billion points. Even the second place Su Luoxia, after a 50% increase in points, could only gain over 17 million points. If the ranking rewards were fixed as before, he wouldn't have gained so much. After all, when designing the Battle of the Spirits, the heavens never anticipated someone could accumulate points so high. And not just Lu Chen's points, with a 160% increase in all attributes in the river god's domain and the benefits of the surging dark flow, everyone's points in this Battle of the Spirits were exceptionally high. Lu Chen's points were already off the charts, and the final ranking reward increased his points by 50%. Lu Ruyan was utterly amazed. With Lu Chen's sacrificial spirit reaching level 100, a 50% increase in points brought it directly to level 110. It was crucial to note that the higher the level, the more experience required, and the more attribute points gained. Raising a level 60 monster by 10 levels was entirely different from raising a level 100 monster by 10 levels. Without the help of the Battle of the Spirits, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Ice Fox to the level of the Kuanping, even with a significant investment of time, manpower, and resources. With a level 110 Kuanping as support, even a useless waste could become invincible at the same level. Xiao Fan was envious. Lu Chen's strength was already formidable, and with a level 110 Kuanping sacrificial spirit, even if he were a god of war, he wouldn't have the qualifications to compete. In just 3 days, Lu Chen had opened an insurmountable gap, leaving Xiao Fan trailing far behind. It's time to go home. As the portal back to reality appeared, Lu Chen decisively left the instance without hesitation. Brother Lu Chen, wait for me. Lu Ruyan hurried to catch up. Lu Chen's father was already the strongest in Huaxia. After the Battle of the Spirits, Lu Chen became the strongest of his generation, surpassing numerous prodigies, naturally becoming her most admired marriage partner. As for Xiao Fan and Yi Chen, the two war gods, when compared to Lu Chen, they still paled in comparison. Baiyun Valley. 300,000 soldiers stationed here, quietly awaiting the end of the Battle of the Spirits. Those who could participate in the battle were undoubtedly the top 5,000 high school students in Huaxia. In order to ensure the safety of these geniuses, even after 3 days had passed, they dared not relax in the slightest, fearing that these geniuses might be maliciously attacked by other countries upon leaving the Battle of the Spirits. A military commander sternly said, "Those entering the competitive instance are just over 18 years old and rank among the top 5,000 in the college entrance examination. These people are the future of our Huaxia. After obtaining the opportunity of the competitive instance, their potential will surely rise again. We must be vigilant and not let any accidents happen to them." Yes, 300,000 soldiers shouted, their momentum even more astonishing than before. The only restriction for this competitive instance is age, which is absolutely friendly to geniuses. It's a pity that there is one person with no potential who has sneaked in, wasting a spot. A soldier lamented. As for the person he mentioned with no potential, there was no need to name names, and everyone knew who it was. You can't say that. The war god Zhan Tian has made countless contributions to Huaxia. Can't he have any selfish desires? What you said, I understand, but in a competitive instance, the emphasis is on the word competition. Even a sea-level river god, once entering the Battle of the Spirits, is just a bottom dweller, purely wasting time and a spot. Many soldiers argued because of Lu Chen. Just then, the final rankings of the Battle of the Spirits appeared, and the name in first place surprised everyone. Am I seeing things? Lu Chen is actually in first place? As far as I know, Lu Chen's profession is a river god, a recognized useless profession. How did he manage to surpass numerous prodigies? Look at Lu Chen's points, he has a whopping 48 billion, this data is too abnormal. The significance of points lies in comparison, whether it's a lot or a little is irrelevant. It's like comparing a full score of 10 to a full score of 100. In different competitive instances, the value of points is completely different. The key is how big the gap is between others and Lu Chen. At this point, everyone quickly turned their gaze to the second place. Second place, Su Luoxia, with 49 million points, is more than 900 times less than Lu Chen. Is it fake? Both are war gods. How could Lu Chen's points be more than 900 times that of Su Luoxia, the second place? Everyone was stunned. This year, there are 4 war gods who have turned 18, just in time to enter the competitive instance. Among these 4 war gods, except for Lu Chen, all are SSS-level professionals, and have perfectly inherited their parents' professions. In theory, Lu Chen's profession is a sea-level river god. Even with legendary equipment, it would be difficult for him to rank above 3,000 in the Battle of the Spirits. But who could have imagined that Lu Chen not only won first place, but his points were more than 900 times that of the second place? How did the young leader do it? Even if the young leader's profession is the same as the war god Zhan Tian, an SSS-level wine sword immortal, it's impossible to lead the other war gods by so much. The station military commander was greatly shocked. Those who could participate in the Battle of the Spirits were the top 5,000 geniuses before this year's college entrance examination, not just any run-of-the-mill individuals. Yet Lu Chen still managed to stand out among the prodigies and become the undisputed first place. Hoo. The sound of the void tearing apart rang out, and after the teleportation gate opened, a paying bird with wings as vast as clouds soared out. The airflow between the flapping wings was like a storm, causing the giant trees in the White Cloud Valley to sway like willow branches. A level 110 monster flew out of the Ritual of Spirits portal. Don't act rashly, there's someone on the back of the rock, and it's the Northland's junior leader, Lu Chen. Damn, the Ritual of Spirits only lasted 3 days, and Lu Chen already gained a level 110 battle pet. The bloodline level of this battle pet is extremely strong. Its future potential will undoubtedly be amazing. Looking up at the rock, all the soldiers were dumbfounded. For most people, reaching level 110 would take decades. If one's talent is lacking or luck is poor, they might not even reach level 110 in their lifetime. Yet, Lu Chen managed to cultivate a level 110 battle pet in just 3 days, which was truly astonishing. As the first place, Lu Chen is leading the second place by over 900 times in points, so it's only natural for him to gain big. However, to obtain such great benefits from a competitive dungeon, it's not just about one's own strength, but also about timing, location, and people. I'm sure others have gained equally great rewards. As the successor of the war god, Lu Chen naturally had strong escorts accompanying him to the White Cloud Valley, so they didn't need to worry. Therefore, after the rock flew away, their attention returned to the Ritual of Spirits portal. Damn, Su Luoxia obtained a level 75 Fire-type battle pet. Xiaofan obtained a level 68 Thunder-type battle pet. The battle pets of the war god's successors are all above level 60. It seems that the opportunities in this Ritual of Spirits are indeed great. Not only the successors of the war god, but everyone in this Ritual of Spirits has gained a lot. Xia Yubing and Tang Yuming, both SS-class professionals, managed to cultivate battle pets above level 60, surpassing even 3 SSS-class professionals in the Ritual of Spirits. The soldiers were envious. In such a good competitive dungeon, even those with little strength could gain significant rewards. Brother, how was your harvest this time? Upon returning to reality, Li Feiyu was stopped by a soldier. This soldier was Li Feishue, Li Feiyu's sister. Sister, let's not talk about it. My luck was very bad, especially during the final battle. Li Feiyu sighed. Luck? What happened during the final battle? Li Feishue was curious. Their conversation made all the nearby soldiers perk up their ears. They didn't care about Li Feiyu's luck. They wanted to know how Lu Chen emerged victorious and obtained 480 billion points. As someone who experienced the Ritual of Spirits firsthand, Li Feiyu should be able to enlighten them. I was too far away from Lu Chen, sigh. Li Feiyu sighed again. Too far from Lu Chen? What does that mean? Li Feishue was puzzled. Bad luck should be related to the dungeon settings in the Ritual of Spirits. How could it be related to the distance from a person? Could it be that robbing Lu Chen could lead to great rewards? But with Lu Chen's points reaching 480 billion, if an individual could rob him, he wouldn't be stably in first place. She couldn't figure it out for a moment. Lu Chen has a skill called River God's Domain, which boosts all attributes of those within the domain by 160%. With such a significant boost, he naturally could earn more points during the final battle. But my luck was bad. By the time the River God's Domain reached my altar, the final boss had already moved out of range. The more Li Feiyu thought about it, the more upset he became. River God's Domain? Did the previous River God have this skill? Absolutely not. The River God is recognized as a useless profession. Where would such a powerful skill come from? Could it be that Lu Chen brought the Emperor's Sword of the Nation with him? The equipment effect of the Emperor's Sword can boost all attributes by 100%. Even if Lu Chen brought the Emperor's Sword, the River God's Domain would still have at least a 60% boost in all attributes. And as the Emperor's Sword is the nation's sword, it's impossible for Lu Chen to bring it into a competitive dungeon. The effect of the River God's Domain left the soldiers in awe. At just 18 years old, Lu Chen already possesses such powerful auxiliary skills. When he grows up, he will surely be able to play a greater role. Li Feishue asked again, how large is Lu Chen's River God Domain? I'm not sure, I don't even know where Lu Chen is. Anyway, everywhere I can see is covered by the River God Domain, giving everyone a 160% boost in all attributes. Li Feiyu replied truthfully. The soldiers on the side were even more shocked. The enhancement effect of the River God Domain was already strong, and with such an exaggerated range, if it appeared on the battlefield, it would definitely be able to turn the tide of the battle. Everyone thought they had gained a lot, thanks to the benefits of the spirit sacrifice battle. But who could have imagined that everyone's gains were closely related to Lu Chen? Western Military Region. Grand Command of the Western Region. The fierce war god Yi Xiaoyao smiled and asked, Son, you're back. How was the harvest in this competitive instance? Not much, just a level 65 war pet. Yi Chen smiled and summoned the dark gold demon tiger. The agile tiger body, as if cast from gold, exuded astonishing demonic energy. In just 3 days, you've gained a level 65 war pet, and its bloodline level is also very high. It seems you are definitely the leader of this competitive instance. Yi Xiaoyao was very pleased. During the college entrance examination, so what if Yi Chen didn't rank first or second? In the competitive instance where real skills mattered, he could still dominate an era and become the leader. Dad, my gains are indeed significant, but I'm not the leader. Yi Chen scratched his face with his index finger, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your gains are so great, and you're still not the leader? Are you kidding me? Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Not to mention being the leader, I can't even make it to the top 5. Yi Chen sighed. He was well aware that as one of the 4 war gods of Huaxia, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't be kept in the dark about certain things and had to tell the truth. You can't even make it to the top 5? How is that possible? As my son, an SSS-level ancient boxer, how can you not even make it to the top 5? Yi Xiaoyao was getting anxious, already reaching for the belt at his waist. Among this year's college entrance examinees, there were only 4 SSS-level professionals, and Yi Chen was one of them. Now, if Yi Chen couldn't even make it to the top 5, he would have completely lost face for the Western military region and needed to be taught a lesson. Dad, I've done my best. It's really not my fault. Yi Chen quickly shielded his head with his arm, afraid that Yi Xiaoyao would hit him in the face with the belt. Not your fault? Are you saying that if you can't rank higher, it's someone else's fault? Or is it because Su Luoxia and Xiao Fan teamed up against you, causing you to fall behind in points? Yi Xiaoyao laughed in exasperation. Yi Chen hurriedly said, It's all Lu Chen's fault. Dad, let me explain slowly. Lu Chen's fault? A sea-level river god, a useless profession with no potential, how can he have any impact on you? You brat, can't even come up with a proper excuse, just trying to fool me. Before Yi Chen could finish, Yi Xiaoyao's belt cracked with a sonic boom. Dad, Lu Chen's profession is indeed a river god, but his strength is completely different from previous river gods. His river god domain has a very large range, covering everywhere I can see. And the people covered by the river god domain all receive a 160% boost in all attributes. Yi Chen spoke quickly, afraid of being hit by Yi Xiaoyao again. A 160% boost in all attributes? This skill is indeed powerful, but what does it have to do with you not even making it to the top 5? If your profession was SS level, not making it to the top 4 would be understandable. But both your profession and mine are SSS level ancient boxers. If you can't even make it to the top 5, it's not just your own face you're losing, but mine too. Yi Xiaoyao lashed out again. Even though Yi Chen had tough skin, he couldn't bear it and explained again, Lu Chen was just lucky to find a bug in the spirit sacrifice battle as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he also told Su Luoxia, Xia Yubing, and Tang Yu about this bug, resulting in the top 4 of the ritual spirit battle all being from Lu Chen's side. Not to mention me, even Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan have to be behind these 4. How can one bug make 4 people so far ahead? Why is Lu Chen's luck so good? After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiaoyao asked, Then what place are you in? 7th. Yi Chen found it hard to speak. If he hadn't impulsively spent 50 great elemental stones to open the teleportation route to the altar, he wouldn't have been overtaken by Lu Ruyan. You still need to fight. Even if Lu Chen didn't find the bug or share it, you would still be at the bottom of the SSS rank. Yi Xiaoyao was annoyed. Even in this ritual spirit battle, even the 7th place had such a great harvest. If Yi Chen could be a bit more competitive, leveling up the Dark Gold Demon Tiger to level 70 would not be a problem. Southern Military Region. Southern Commander's Mansion. Well done, daughter. This time in the Ritual Spirit Battle, you gained 49 million points, easily surpassing Xiao Fan and Yi Chen, who are also war gods. The Burning Heaven war god Su Haotian was very pleased. Dad, I can have such high points, thanks to brother Lu Chen. Mentioning Lu Chen, Su Luoxia smiled sweetly. Brother Lu Chen? Su Haotian furrowed his brows. I wonder how Lu Chen helped you in the Ritual Spirit Battle. Lu Chen is the first in the Ritual Spirit Battle. With a score of up to 48 billion, he had heard about it a long time ago. He didn't know how Lu Chen got so many points, he only knew that Lu Chen was a sea-grade river god with no potential. He didn't want his daughter to marry a man without abilities, so when Su Luoxia called him such an intimate name, he was somewhat displeased. Each resource point in the Ritual Spirit Battle is very far apart, easily taking several hours to travel. And within 24 hours, only 50 elemental stones can be obtained from a resource point. If the elemental stones don't match, the cultivation effect will be greatly reduced, so luck plays a very high role. On the first day, my luck was very bad. I only gained 3,200 points, completely incomparable to professionals like Xiao Fan and Yi Chen. And brother Lu Chen has a skill called Surging Dark Flow. It can connect all the resource points in the Ritual Spirit Battle and teleport at will. With extremely strong map running abilities, I surpassed Xiao Fan and Yi Chen, securing second place. Su Luoxia became more and more excited as she spoke, feeling very grateful to Lu Chen. If it weren't for Lu Chen, she would definitely be at the bottom of the SSS professional ranks, and the Red Bird spirit would not have been able to evolve into a level 75 Burning Heaven Sparrow. Extremely strong map running abilities? Lu Chen, as a river god, actually has such means? Su Haotian nodded, somewhat acknowledging Lu Chen's strength. With just one skill, skipping the most time-consuming travel in the ritual spirit battle, it was indeed a great help to Su Luoxia. Su Luoxia sighed, and Brother Lu Chen's surging dark flow not only helped me but also helped everyone in the ritual spirit battle. If it weren't for Brother Lu Chen, everyone's gains would have been greatly reduced. This ritual spirit battle had a total of 5,000 participants. How could Lu Chen possibly help everyone with just one skill? Su Haotian smiled and shook his head. Su Luoxia said, I also think it's impossible. The map of the ritual spirit battle is vast, and communication devices in reality are completely unusable. Even if Brother Lu Chen's surging dark flow could be used by 50-100 people at the same time, the method of using it would have to be passed on to each person first. Without being able to pass on information, helping everyone is indeed even more difficult. Su Haotian nodded, agreeing with Su Luoxia's words. Su Luoxia smiled. Fortunately, Brother Lu Chen has great powers and establishes a teleportation well every 10,000 meters. And through exquisite control, the river water is made to function like a mobile phone screen, achieving remote information transmission. If it weren't for Brother Lu Ken, most of our time would still be wasted on the road. Wait. Lu Ken not only connects various resource points with his teleportation skill but also establishes a teleportation point every 10,000 meters? Su Haotian found it hard to remain calm. According to Su Luoxia, the Ritual of Spirits is a super large-scale instance. To visit every resource point, it would take at least 7 to 8 days. How many teleportation points does Lu Ken need to establish in the Ritual of Spirits to achieve this? The Ritual of Spirits lasts only 3 days, and Lu Ken managed to accomplish such a feat in just 3 days, truly showcasing his strategic talent. Moreover, Lu Ken possesses astonishing communication abilities, able to transform river water into screens and establish remote communication with 5,000 people, akin to a human server. What immense computational power is required to achieve such a feat? Dad, Brother Lu Chen's abilities go beyond this. His surging flow can not only teleport people but also items. Everyone can freely trade their desired elemental stones through the rapid flow panel. With Brother Lu Chen's help, the speed at which we acquire resource points has completely transformed. Su Luoxia spoke again, leaving Su Haotian once more astonished. Lu Ken is truly a hidden talent, deserving of being the son of the strongest warrior in Huaxia, the sky-cutting war god. Su Haotian's face lit up with joy. In the Ritual of Spirits, Lu Ken helped his daughter secure the second position, indicating a potential interest in her. Coupled with their childhood friendship, the likelihood of them being together is very high. When Lu Ken awakened as a sea-great river god, he was still worried. What if Su Luoxia was in love? Even if Lu Ken had a useless profession, how would he handle marrying her? But now, it seems all his concerns were unnecessary. Lu Chen's potential is incredibly strong, and his hereditary position is undoubtedly secure. Looking across the entire Huaxia, there is no son-in-law more outstanding than Lu Ken. In the imperial capital, the Lu family. Ruyan, your performance in the Ritual of Spirits ranks higher than a war god. Now, the top 10 universities in Huaxia have extended offers to you. You must be patient, let them compete first, and maximize your own benefits. Lu Yechen was very pleased. An SSS-grade profession, not even 1 in 100 billion people may have it. Therefore, when Lu Ruyan awakened her profession, numerous universities wanted to secure her enrollment. However, she was not in a hurry and still participated in the college entrance examination, garnering even more attention. Now, Lu Ruyan's exam results and ranking in the Ritual of Spirits are outstanding, naturally leading to greater benefits promised by various universities. Dad, I want to go to the Northern Border Military Academy. Even if the treatment is slightly inferior to other schools, I still want to go. Lu Ruyan's words were resolute. Why? The Northern Border Military Academy is indeed good, but the Imperial University, Huaqing University, Southern Border Military Academy, Western Border Military Academy, and Eastern Border Military Academy are equally good. Under similar teaching resources, naturally, choose the one with the most benefits, never be hasty. Lu Yechen furrowed his brows, his attitude equally firm. Dad, I want to have more contact with Lu Ken. Only by entering the Northern Border Military Academy can I get the moon near the water. After stating her reasons, Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned red. Lu Chen's points in the Ritual of Spirits are indeed very high, but his profession is a C-grade river god. This profession is very weak, with very clear records in human history. Don't do anything foolish. Focus on Xiaofan and Yechen, that is your safest decision. Lu Yechen spoke with great seriousness. Lu Chen's profession is ultimately a river god. Even if he scored 480 billion points in the Ritual of Spirits, there is still a lot of room for improvement. After all, Lu Chen's father is the strongest warrior in Huaxia, the god of war who can cut through the heavens, and it's quite normal for him to possess some great means unknown to others. Dad, don't underestimate Lu Chen. During the final battle of the Ritual of Spirits, Lu Chen's river god domain covered the entire battlefield, granting everyone a 160% boost in all attributes. If it weren't for Lu Chen's assistance, those who participated in the Ritual of Spirits wouldn't have gained such rewards. Lu Ruyan said earnestly. Covering the entire battlefield, granting a 160% boost in all attributes to 5,000 awakeners and 5,000 ritual spirits? Lu Chen, as the river god, possesses such remarkable abilities. Lu Yechen was dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan continued, not only that, Lu Chen also controls a river of blood yellow. When the dungeon boss is damaged, it will suffer an additional 50% soul damage. With this skill, Lu Chen's damage is at least half of everyone else's, hence accumulating 480 billion points, 900 times more than the second place. Providing a 160% boost in all attributes to allies, causing enemies to suffer an additional 50% soul damage. Lu Chen, as the river god, actually wields two divine skills. Coupled with Lu Chen's father being the strongest warrior in Huaxia, the god of war who can cut through the heavens, indeed, you are his best match. Lu Yechen instantly understood Lu Ruyan's thoughts. Xiaofan and Yi Chen are indeed outstanding, but compared to Lu Chen, they fall far short. Dad, in order to see Lu Chen as soon as possible, I want to enter the Northern Border Military Academy ahead of time. Lu Ruyan couldn't wait any longer. As the legitimate daughter of the imperial capital's Lu family, she had seen too many outstanding men, but Lu Chen was the only one who made her lose her composure. Go ahead, as far as I know, the god of fire has long wanted to become relatives with the god of war who can cut through the heavens. Your competitor is the successor of the god of war, Su Luoxia, so you must not be careless. Lu Yechen never thought of letting Lu Ruyan have Lu Chen all to herself. As long as she held a significant place in Lu Chen's heart, that would be enough. Lu Family Hall. The senior members of the Lu family were as excited as auctioneers, recording the enrollment commitments of major academies. For ordinary students to enter the top 10 academies, they must go through fierce competition. Now, in order to attract Lu Ruyan, the top 10 academies were also fiercely competing, even to the point of blushing with anger. The people from the Southern Border Military Academy are really willing to spare no expense. Bai Yuxuan, the leader of the Ice Bear Legion, sighed. Representing the Northern Border Military Academy and recruiting Lu Ruyan, with his authority, if he couldn't offer a higher price, he would have to report to the higher-ups of the Northern Border Military District. The gains of everyone in the Ritual of Spirits this time were significant, with immense potential growth, leading to even fiercer competition among the major academies than before. Just then, a bright-eyed, beautiful young woman with a frosty complexion and jade-like bones walked gracefully, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the target of competition among the major academies, her appearance this time might be the moment of decision. The senior members of the Lu family hurried to Lu Ruyan's side and handed her a notebook. Miss, these are the enrollment commitments of the major academies, please take a look. We'll talk about these later. Lu Ruyan was not concerned about these enrollment commitments and went straight to Bai Yuxuan. Are you the representative of the Northern Border Military Academy? Yes. Bai Yuxuan nodded. He was somewhat surprised by Lu Ruyan's arrival, but quickly regained his composure. After I join the Northern Border Military Academy, can I form a fixed team with Lu Chen? Lu Ruyan directly stated what she wanted most. For professionals, grinding and leveling up monsters are essential. As long as she formed a fixed team with Lu Chen, she could be with him every day, and their relationship would inevitably deepen rapidly. Even though Su Luoxia is also a successor of the god of war, she wouldn't neglect her own territory and follow them to the Northern Border Military Academy. With the advantage of distance, even if Su Luoxia is the successor of the god of war, she might not be able to compete with her. What's the situation? Yan Lu didn't even look at our admission requirements. Just ask the people from the Northern Border Military Academy directly if they can team up with Lu Chen. Is a man more important than his own future? Everyone from the major academies was dumbfounded. What level are you now? Bai Yuxuan raised an eyebrow with a smile. He wasn't stupid, he naturally knew that Yan Lu was here for Lu Chen, not the Northern Border Military Academy at all. Level 12, Yan Lu released her aura. During the Battle of the Spirits, everyone received feedback on their spirit levels, able to kill a large number of high-level monsters, so everyone's leveling speed was very fast. As a high school graduate this year, your leveling speed is indeed very fast, and your professional rating is also the highest, SSS level. But wanting to form a fixed team with the little commander is still far from enough, Bai Yuxuan spoke frankly. After Lu Chen's second transformation, he led the Ice Bear Corps and cleared the Ice Crab Secret Realm with Lu Chen. In just one afternoon, Lu Chen went from level 30 to 60. And Yen Lu was only at level 12, how could she qualify to team up with Lu Chen at level 60? Even with an SSS professional rating, it was not enough. Is the representative of the Northern Border Military Academy crazy? Yen Lu, as an SSS level Qingqiu Divine Envoy, who reached level 12 at a young age, doesn't even qualify to form a fixed team with Lu Chen? SSS level professionals are like stars wherever they go. And instead of supporting the representative of the Northern Border Military Academy, they are suppressing her. The representatives of the major academies were all gloating, feeling hopeful about recruiting Yen Lu. Why? Yen Lu was somewhat displeased, feeling that Bai Yuxuan was playing with her. If even an SSS level professional didn't qualify to form a fixed team with Lu Chen, then an SS level professional would be even less likely. And as Lu Chen was a support type professional, he couldn't possibly not have any teammates and always solo. I can't make decisions for the little commander. I can't give you what you want. But once you enter the Northern Border Military Academy, you will definitely have many opportunities to interact with the little commander. As long as you can keep up with the little commander and form a fixed team with him, it will naturally not be a problem. Lu Chen's potential and growth rate were confidential to the Northern Border Military District. Even the other three war gods of China couldn't find out. Bai Yuxuan couldn't reveal Lu Chen's true situation. Okay. Yen Lu nodded, still deciding to join the Northern Border Military Academy. With her strength and potential, even without a promise, she would definitely be able to form a fixed team with Lu Chen. This was her confidence as an SSS level professional. Is it fake? The attitude of the Northern Border Military Academy is so bad, yet Yen Lu still agreed. Is it worth it for a man? Ignoring your own future? The representatives of the major academies were all stunned, especially the representative of the Southern Border Military Academy. He had offered a very high price, and Yen Lu's affiliation was almost certain. But because of Lu Chen, all his efforts were in vain. Could it be that Lu Chen's 48 billion points were earned by his own ability? The representative of the Southern Border Military Academy had a very frightening guess. Yen Lu entered the Battle of the Spirits with Lu Chen, so she must know more about Lu Chen than they did. Combined with what Bai Yuxuan said, Lu Chen's profession was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Northern Border Military District. Northern Border Hall. After returning home, the Kuanping, who had spread its wings like clouds, transformed into the size of a parrot and obediently perched on Lu Chen's shoulder. The little commander is back. The human high-level officials were excited, all welcoming Lu Chen's return. Every appearance of a competitive instance was accompanied by great opportunities. And as the strongest genius in human history, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be able to win the top spot in the competitive instances and gain great benefits. Therefore, they were always looking forward to Lu Chen's return. 48 billion points, still a cliff-like lead, truly the son of my sky-cutting war god. Lu Junlin was extremely pleased, his smile so wide that he couldn't close his mouth. Lu Chen's points were more than 900 times higher than the second place, let alone the other three war gods. Even he, who knew Lu Chen well, was stunned. The gap between Lu Chen and the other war gods could definitely be called supreme youth. In just 3 days, the young leader has captured a level 110 demon beast, with a very high bloodline level, truly deserving of being the owner of 480 billion points. The attention of the crowd was quickly drawn to Kuanping. When they used detection spells, they were soon shocked by Kuanping's attribute panel. With 480 billion health points, the same as the young leader's points, coupled with the skill, same life, Kuanping can rapidly heal the young leader by consuming its own health points. This means the young leader also has 480 billion health points, plus the healing ability of elementalization. Even if the young leader stands still, those of the same level cannot kill him. Moreover, as a level 110 demon beast, Kuanping's base attributes are very high, each one reaching 200,000 points, possessing strong combat power. Kuanping has appeared in myths, able to freely transform between Kuan and Pang, truly a divine beast. The more the human high-ranking officials looked at Kuanping's attribute panel, the more they liked it. Many elderly people even reached out to touch Kuanping. Sun, Kuanping's Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal, and Northern Ocean Overturning Heaven Technique sound quite powerful. Show us what you've got. Lu Junlin was very eager about Kuanping's skills. Alright, Lu Chen nodded. Kunpeng understood and decisively displayed the Northern Ocean Bodyguard seal. The thick Northern Ocean water enveloped him like silk. Looks good, but I wonder about its actual effect. Xiao Lao controlled his strength and punched Kunpeng. Immune to 50% of all damage, and can also reduce the attacker's attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 60%. Xiao Lao's eyes lit up. Although Kunpeng's skill was not at the limit-breaking level, when faced with his fist, there was a diminishing effect. However, with his rich experience, he could still judge the actual effect of Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal. With Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal, Kunpeng is basically invincible at the same level. The young leader has struck gold. The human high-ranking officials were even more fond of Kunpeng. With high attributes and powerful skills, Kunpeng was definitely an impeccable battle pet. Not only that, my Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal can also protect others. Kunpeng spoke like a human, and the Northern Ocean water wrapped around Lu Chen and Xiao Lao like silk. The Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal is actually a group damage immunity skill. And Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal can also reduce the attacker's attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. The human high-ranking officials were dazzled. With Kunpeng's already high health points of 480 billion, coupled with the defensive ability of Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal, even if demons and professions of the same level attacked together, it would be difficult to kill Kunpeng. Moreover, Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal could be used on others. Combined with the health conversion of same life, Lu Chen's survivability would become even stronger. Next is Northern Ocean Overturning Heaven Technique. Kunpeng flew out the window, and the vast Northern Ocean water surged into the sky like a tsunami, instantly covering an area of hundreds of miles. Each drop of this Northern Ocean water was incredibly heavy, like millstones. If this sky-obscuring Northern Ocean water were to fall, it would surely be a catastrophe. With high damage and a large range, coupled with the defensive ability of Northern Ocean Bodyguard Seal, Kunpeng is definitely the top demon beast among the fourth transformations. The human high-ranking officials praised endlessly. Next, Kunpeng demonstrated other skills, all of which were remarkable. Father, any news about the 9 Lives Tree Demon? Lu Chen looked at Lu Junlin. Within 10 minutes, killing the 9 Lives Tree Demon solo was his third-level mission. Only by completing the third-level mission as soon as possible could he strive for a higher rank. Not yet, but according to the usual respawn pattern, it won't take more than 3 or 4 days for the 9 Lives Tree Demon to respawn. Lu Junlin attached great importance to Lu Chen's third-level mission, always keeping an eye on the movements in the Dark Night Forest. Alright, then I'll wait a little longer. Lu Chen was not idle, silently using Dark Flow Surge to connect the various major areas of the northern military region, especially the respawn point of the 9 Lives Tree Demon. Dark Night Forest. Thousands of souls emerged from the ground, converging into a colossal boss-level demon beast, towering like a mountain and shaped like a tree. Name, 9 Lives Tree Demon, boss level, level 90, health points, 30 million, skills, Dark Tide, 9 Lives Tree Heart, Root Strike, Flying Leaf Storm, Dark Erosion. The 9 Lives Tree Demon unleashed Dark Erosion, rolling black mist spreading in all directions, causing all the forest demons to stir up. The 9 Lives Tree Demon has respawned. Be on guard, everyone. The members of the Town Forest Legion busied themselves, exerting all their efforts to resist the beast tide. Their duty was to maintain the balance of the Dark Night Forest and prevent the demons within from causing havoc. However, each time the 9 Lives Tree Demon respawned, it would trigger a massive beast tide, causing them a great deal of trouble. The junior leader wants us to control the 9 Lives Tree Demon, but I wonder what the purpose is. After contacting Lu Chen, Captain Yi Jiqiu decisively headed towards the source of the black mist. He didn't understand Lu Chen's actions, but as a soldier, he only needed to carry out the orders. If he delayed the higher-ups' plans, he couldn't afford the consequences. A level 99 Lives Tree Demon. Upon seeing the 9 Lives Tree Demon, Yi Jiqiu was completely stunned. With the strength of the Town Forest Legion, they could only deal with 9 Lives Tree Demons ranging from level 70 to 80. Once the 9 Lives Tree Demon surpassed level 80, the Town Forest Legion would need assistance from other legions to overcome the challenge. Moreover, controlling the 9 Lives Tree Demon was much more difficult than killing it. And with the 9 Lives Tree Demon at level 90, it was simply beyond his capabilities. If a level 99 Lives Tree Demon steps out of the Dark Night Forest, it will surely bring disaster to all living beings. Let's try to hold it back for a while and buy time for reinforcements from other legions. Yi Jiqiu gritted his teeth, leading 300 elites to engage with the 9 Lives Tree Demon. This appetizer, I quite like it. The 9 Lives Tree Demon smirked coldly, and its tree leaves shot out like a storm, piercing through countless giant trees. Yi Jiqiu and the others dodged with all their might, but there were too many flying leaves to evade, and their injuries became increasingly severe. "Captain, I can't hold on any longer." A defensive class player's health was about to run out, forcing them to move away from the 9 lives tree demon. If he hadn't used defensive skills to block a large amount of damage, the other players would have collapsed long ago. A level 99 lives tree demon is indeed not something we can handle. Yi Zhiqiu continued to persevere through gritted teeth. Just then, a rock swooped in, its resilient claws instantly piercing through the 9 lives tree demon's body, inflicting a significant amount of damage. A more powerful beast has arrived, it's level 110. The members of the Town Forest Legion panicked. Although the rock seemed to be helping them by attacking the 9 lives tree demon, who could guarantee that the rock wouldn't target them after killing the 9 lives tree demon? They were already struggling with the level 99 lives tree demon, let alone a level 110 rock. "Don't panic, this beast is my battle pet." Lu Chen appeared nonchalantly. "A level 110 beast is the junior leader's battle pet?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was dumbfounded. They were already finding it difficult to deal with the level 99 lives tree demon, and Lu Chen already had a level 110 battle pet. "You don't need to intervene next, my third level mission is to solo kill the 9 lives tree demon." In order to complete the job change task as soon as possible, Lu Chen decisively displayed the River God domain. When the River God domain spread to the feet of the Kuanping's overall attributes increased by 160%, and a vast sea impact burst the 9 lives tree demon. Ayo! The 9 lives tree demon howled miserably, with a large amount of black energy emanating from its bark, entering the second phase. As the 9 lives tree demon entered the second phase, the level 110 monster just waited obediently without any intention of attacking us. It seems that this Big Peng is indeed the little leader's battle pet, and very obedient too. Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, "Little leader, your third job change task is too difficult. To think it's to solo kill the 9 lives tree demon. If it weren't for the help of the level 110 battle pet, it would probably be impossible to break through the third job change in a lifetime." As the leader of the Zhenlin Legion, he didn't have the ability to solo kill a level 99 lives tree demon, but Lu Chen could. Die. After the 9 lives tree demon entered the second phase, its overall attributes increased by 30%, making it even stronger. However, relying on the level advantage and the 160% overall attribute boost from the River God domain, Kuanping could still easily defeat the 9 lives tree demon. 1 minute passed, and the 9 lives tree demon entered the third phase. Another minute passed, and the 9 lives tree demon entered the fourth phase. Even though the 9 lives tree demon's strength increased with each new phase, it was still no match for Kuanping, completely defenseless against its attacks. When the 9 lives tree demon entered the fifth phase, Yi Zhiqiu quickly reminded, "Little leader, don't rush to kill him. When he enters the fifth phase, he will use the 9 lives tree heart, equivalent to having 9 lives. And each time the 9 lives tree demon resurrects, the location is random. If he resurrects on the edge of the dark forest, it will cause a lot of trouble. Even if your job change task is to solo kill the 9 lives tree demon, you have to wait for reinforcements from other legions to arrive. I can't wait, my job change task has a time limit, I must solo kill within 10 minutes. Lu Chen shook his head. "There's a time limit too? Little leader, are you serious?" Yi Zhiqiu was stunned. A level 60 professional could never solo kill the 9 lives tree demon, and if another professional took on this task, it would be impossible to complete. Lu Chen's job change task was to solo kill the level 99 lives tree demon within 10 minutes, a difficulty increased nearly 1,000 times. Such a difficult job change task, it seemed like fate was determined to keep Lu Chen stuck at the second job change. Solo killing a level 99 lives tree demon in 10 minutes is impossible. Not to mention level 90, even a level 79 lives tree demon would be impossible to solo kill. The members of the Zhenlin Legion sighed, feeling that Lu Chen was too unlucky. Kuanping's strength was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong its output was, it still took time for the 9 lives tree demon to enter the next phase, during which one had to wait patiently. And when the 9 lives tree demon used the 9 lives tree heart, it took time similar to entering the next phase, it wouldn't resurrect immediately. 5 phases, 9 resurrections, even if it could one-shot the 9 lives tree demon each time, it would still take 13 minutes. In addition to the 9 lives tree demon's 9 resurrections, the locations were completely random, making it even harder to solo within 10 minutes. The 9 lives tree heart is indeed tricky, but luckily I have the Naiha legend. Lu Chen smiled, the water of Naiha infiltrated the 9 lives tree demon, causing it to forget the crucial 9 lives tree heart. Solo kill me in 10 minutes? How arrogant, even with a level 110 battle pet, you can't reach the third job change. The 9 lives tree demon grinned ferociously. It had been tortured too miserably by Kuanping, so it naturally took this opportunity to vent its anger. I have the 9 lives. Wait, what's the name of this skill again? Why can't I remember? After forgetting the 9 lives tree heart, it was completely bewildered. Not only did the 9 lives tree forget about the dark tide and flying leaf storm, both of which are crucial skills. What's wrong with the 9 lives tree demon? It seems like its brain isn't working well. It even forgot what its own skills are called. Look at the 9 lives tree demon's skill bar. Damn, the 9 lives tree demon suddenly lost 3 skills, and one of them is the most disgusting 9 lives tree heart. The people of the Jinlin Legion were all extremely shocked. They had been guarding the Dark Night Forest for over 10 years, encountering hundreds of 9 lives tree demons, but this situation was the first time they had seen it. Could it be that Lu Chen could make the 9 lives tree demon forget crucial skills? You're celebrating too early. Kuenping coldly smiled and decisively used Water Strike 3000. Crack, crack, crack. The body of the 9 lives tree demon shattered, wood chips splashing everywhere like water droplets. The 9 lives tree demon has been killed. Time of kill, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Ha, the 9 lives tree demon died directly, without even using 9 lives tree heart once. The 9 lives tree demon died so decisively, making the people of the Jinlin Legion very pleased. When they were dealing with the 9 lives tree demon before, each time it resurrected, it kept them busy. And in less than 7 minutes, Lu Chen alone killed the 9 lives tree demon, a feat even professionals of the 6th or 7th rank couldn't achieve. Meanwhile, the Legion rushing to support hurriedly arrived at the Dark Forest to help the Jinlin Legion suppress the beast tide. Wang Yi, the captain of the Icebird Legion, asked, "How is the situation? Can the captain of the Jinlin Legion hold on? This 9 lives tree demon is level 90, our captain can't hold on for long, please hurry to the core battlefield, Captain Wang." The people of the Jinlin Legion were very anxious. As the backbone of the Jinlin Legion, they naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yi Zitsu. "Alright, I'll go right away." Wang Yi nodded, then took out a military map. This map had a very powerful positioning function, accurately displaying the names and levels of the monsters in the Dark Forest. Wait, the map doesn't show a level 90 monster. Wang Yi was stunned. He had hoped to find the 9 lives tree demon directly through the military map, but now he had no clue. Could it be that the captain has taken out the first life of the 9 lives tree demon and it is in the resurrection stage? The people of the Jinlin Legion were pleasantly surprised. Previously, facing a level 99 lives tree demon, Yi Zitsu couldn't even defeat the first stage. Now Yi Zitsu directly pushed the 9 lives tree demon to the 5th stage, and even forced out the 9 lives tree heart. What a huge improvement! Resurrection stage? Then I'll wait. Wang Yi kept an eye on the military map, ready to set off at any moment. However, he didn't wait for the 9 lives tree demon to resurrect, but for Lu Chen and Yi Zitsu. "Junior leader, what are you doing here?" Wang Yi was very surprised. Lu Chen smiled, "The 9 lives tree demon has been taken care of, you can go back." "The 9 lives tree demon has been taken care of? How is that possible?" Wang Yi was puzzled. He had rushed at a very fast speed, starting his actions the moment he received the distress signal. How could the 9 lives tree demon be taken care of in just 8 minutes? "Junior leader, you may not understand the 9 lives tree demon well. The 9 lives tree demon not only has 5 stages, but also 9 lives. It needs to be killed 14 times to die completely. And the 9 lives tree demon entering the next stage or resurrection takes time. Just the waiting time alone far exceeds 8 minutes. Wang Yi patiently explained. The camp of the Icebird Legion was very close to the Dark Night Forest, so he often reinforced the Jinlin Legion and was very familiar with the 9 lives tree demon. He felt that Lu Chen, being new, must not be aware of how troublesome the 9 lives tree demon could be. Yi Zitsu said, "You make a valid point, but the junior leader made the 9 lives tree demon forget the 9 lives tree heart. Without this disgusting skill, dealing with the 9 lives tree demon would be much easier." Make the 9 lives tree demon forget the key skill? The young leader actually has such astonishing means? Wang Yi was dumbfounded. As the leader of the Town Forest Legion, Yi Zitsu's duty was to guard the Black Night Forest, making him the person who knew the 9 lives tree demon best in the northern military region. The words spoken by Yi Ziki carried great credibility. If the 9 lives tree demon lost the major skill of resurrection, he could indeed leave now. However, to completely kill the 9 lives tree demon at such a fast pace, just making it forget the 9 lives tree heart was far from enough. 4 months ago, a level 99 lives tree demon appeared in the Black Night Forest, and Yiziki couldn't even defeat it in the first stage. In just 4 months, how much progress could Yiziki have made? Now, the only reinforcement that returned with Yiziki was Lu Chen. Could it be that the death of the 9 lives tree demon had a huge connection with Lu Chen, and Yiziki and the others were just assisting? Thinking of this, he felt it was unlikely. Lu Chen had just finished the college entrance examination, and if it weren't for this year's exam being early, the exam might not have even started yet. In such a short time, how could Lu Chen possibly take the lead and let Yiziki, the Legion commander, assist? Did the war god Zhan Tian come with the young leader? Wang Yi asked tentatively. Do you think the 9 Lives Tree Demon was killed by the young leader and the war god Zhan Tian working together? Yiziki sensed the meaning behind Wang Yi's words. Wang Yi asked in confusion, isn't it? Of course not. The 9 Lives Tree Demon was killed by the young leader and his war pet working together. As soon as Yiziki finished speaking, the rock spread its wings and came, emitting a level 110 aura as deep as the sea. Such a powerful monster, after landing, behaved obediently next to Lu Chen, even more docile than many people's pets. A level 110 monster, this is the young leader's war pet. Wang Yi was greatly shocked. Lu Chen's war pet was even higher level than him. Just with this war pet, Lu Chen could easily suppress him. Moreover, Lu Chen not only had strong power but also very fast support. By the time he arrived, Lu Chen had already dealt with the 9 Lives Tree Demon. It's time to transfer to the 3rd level of the Temple of Gods. Lu Chen and the rock jumped into the teleportation well and soon arrived at the Temple of Gods. Northern Military Academy. The environment is nice. Before the school started, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to come here to familiarize herself with the surroundings in advance. Of course, her main goal was to contact Lu Chen and try to become his girlfriend as much as possible. With the connections of the Lu family in the imperial capital, she had long obtained Lu Chen's contact information. However, there were too many people chasing after Lu Chen, and he couldn't be bothered with these unproductive messages. All her good morning and good night messages were like drops in the ocean, which made her very distressed. She had always been pursued by others, but now she needed to figure out how to pursue someone else. Forget about all that, let's go to the mission hall to exchange some materials. There was still some time before school started, but it was not a time to relax. To become stronger, most students were still leveling up by running instances. The stronger one's own strength, the greater the chance of catching Lu Chen, so she was always working hard. Since the mission hall was next to the Temple of Gods, she happened to see Lu Chen. I'm lucky, I have to take this opportunity to perform well. Lu Ruyan quickly adjusted her hairstyle, planning to create a perfect encounter in the mission hall. However, Lu Chen didn't enter the mission hall at all but walked into the Temple of Gods. Oh, did Lu Chen make a mistake? Why did he walk into the Temple of Gods? Lu Ruyan frowned, thinking she might be seeing things. To advance to the 2nd level, one's level had to reach 30. Lu Chen was in the same year as her, and in just 1 month, how could he possibly reach level 30? As the young leader of the Northern Territory, Lu Chen has the qualifications of hereditary succession. Perhaps going to the Temple of Gods is to handle some important matters. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and decided to guard the entrance of the Temple of Gods to continue creating coincidences. Temple of Gods. Young leader, hello. The receptionist quickly saluted Lu Chen with great respect. Lu Chen said, arrange the 3rd job transfer ceremony for me. Young leader, please follow me. The receptionist smiled and decisively led Lu Chen. Did I hear wrong? The young leader is going to undergo the 3rd job transfer ceremony? In just 1 month, from level 1 to level 60, even the former god of war couldn't achieve that. Everyone around was stunned. They were all here to attend the job transfer ceremony, so they knew how difficult it was. Just leveling up wasn't enough, they also had to complete the job transfer tasks issued by the heavens. The difficulty of the job transfer tasks depended on the profession's potential, so a high potential didn't necessarily mean a fast transfer. Lu Chen completing the 3rd job transfer at this speed was truly extraordinary. Few people present believed what Lu Chen said. Even if Lu Chen was being playful, it was normal for the young leader of the Northern Territory to be a bit willful. But why was the receptionist also playing along? Could it be that Lu Chen could really achieve the 3rd job transfer? Under the guidance of the receptionist, Lu Chen arrived at the array for the 3rd job transfer. During the 2nd job transfer, all my attributes increased tenfold, and I gained control of the Nai River. Now, for the 3rd job transfer, I wonder what my next river will be and what kind of improvement it will bring me. Each job transfer was like breaking through a major realm, so Lu Chen was very much looking forward to the improvements after the 3rd transfer. He lightly placed his hand on the awakening stone, and his consciousness once again entered the unknown space. The unknown space was exactly the same as last time, with thousands of rivers still flowing suspended within it. Each one was extremely mystical, containing immense power, impossible to trace to its source or predict where it would flow. Congratulations, host, on a successful 3rd transfer, gaining the authority of the River of Love. The colorful rivers swirled like real dragons, hovering around Lu Chen as if protecting the Lord of all beings. After gaining the authority of the River of Love, Lu Chen's life underwent a qualitative change, and every inch of his skin became flawless. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 60. Profession, River God. 3rd transfer, Strength, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Constitution, 60,000. Spirit, 60,000. Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the River God domain. River God domain, breaking limit level. When activating the River God domain, a water area forms around oneself, continuously expanding outward. All friendly units within the water area receive a 200% boost to all attributes. Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the River God Legend. River God Legend, breaking limit level. When an item falls into the River God domain, it can replicate a gold and a silver item. The silver item's effects are 4 times that of the original item, and the gold item's effects are 5 times that of the original item. Up to 10 items can be replicated simultaneously. Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the Nai River domain. Nai River domain, breaking limit level, can freely transform the River God domain into the Nai River domain. Enemies within the Nai River domain receive an additional 70% soul damage when damaged. Nai River Legend, breaking limit level. By diving into the enemy within the Nai River domain, it can randomly forget 5 skills. Congratulations, host, on mastering the authority of the River of Love, increasing charm tenfold, and gaining new skills. River of Love domain, breaking limit level, can freely transform the River God domain into the River of Love domain. When enemies within the River of Love domain cast skills, there is a 30% chance of failure. River of Love Legend, breaking limit level. The River of Love domain shoots out arrows of true love. By signing a true love contract or a dog-like contract, the target's damage can be converted into an equivalent healing effect. The 3rd transfer was successful, and all my attributes increased tenfold, each reaching 60,000 points. The attribute boost of the River God domain has reached 200%, already twice that of the Heavenly Sword, and the spreading speed has been greatly enhanced. The legend of the River God has once again undergone a qualitative change. The effect of silver equipment is 4 times that of the original item, while the effect of gold equipment is 5 times that of the original item, capable of replicating a stronger gold and silver Emperor sword, greatly enhancing the power of the Huaxia. The Naiha domain and the Naiha legend have also been enhanced, the former causing enemies to suffer an additional 70% soul damage, and the latter directly causing them to forget 5 skills. As for the skill effect of the Love River domain, it's quite interesting, as it can actually make the enemy's skills have a 30% chance of failure. Lu Chen smiled with interest. As for the true love contract and the dog-like contract of the Love God legend, he needed to study them carefully. At the same time, there was a great commotion outside the transfer temple. The colorful Love River phenomenon covered the sky, with projections of millions of couples appearing, including many inappropriate scenes. In a brief moment, the gentle breeze turned into a spring wind, making people of all ages feel warm. What is this? Why are there projections of millions of couples appearing? So much dog food. I even saw some inappropriate scenes. Can I see this without spending money? Such an amazing transfer phenomenon, it feels even more majestic than an SSS level transfer phenomenon. Suddenly I feel like falling in love. What's going on? I feel the same way. I'm 76 years old, and I never thought I'd have a flutter of love. Could this be the legendary Love River, constructed from countless love and affection? Damn, I saw myself and my wife in the Love River. Looking at the Love River phenomenon, everyone was deeply shocked. Under the influence of this spring breeze, many people felt restless and were already making eye contact with potential targets. Could it be that the Love River phenomenon means that the young commander has successfully transferred? Xia Yubing also witnessed Lu Chen entering the transfer temple and felt that this possibility was very high. She studied in the Northern Military District in high school and naturally wanted to continue her studies there in university. Moreover, during the spirit sacrifice battle, Lu Chen had helped her a lot, so she and Tang Yu naturally wanted to make more contributions to the Northern Military District. Is the young commander you mentioned Lu Chen? Lu Ruyan asked tentatively. She thought Xia Yubing was quite clever and shouldn't have such far-fetched guesses. If it weren't for Xia Yubing's outlandish speculation, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Tang Yu said, among the Northern Military District, only Lu Chen can be called the young commander. But the young commander, like us, is a newcomer who awakened his profession this year. How could he successfully transfer in just a month? Lu Ruyan was even more puzzled. Xia Yubing smiled. I can't explain this, but the young commander is very powerful. Even SSS-level professionals can't compete with him. She and Tang Yu had long been fans of Lu Chen, and even though they didn't understand how he did it, they still praised him blindly. Xia Yubing's answer left Lu Ruyan speechless. When she looked towards the transfer temple, she saw Lu Chen walking out of it. The love river phenomenon, like a pet seeing its owner, kept swirling around Lu Chen, as if longing for his approval. Could it be that the love river phenomenon is really Lu Chen's transfer phenomenon? Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. No wonder the representative of the Northern Military Academy had made such arrogant remarks, thinking that as an SSS-level professional, she was not qualified to form a fixed team with Lu Chen. With Lu Chen's speed of advancement, he was even faster than the former god of war Zhan Tian in reaching the second transformation. She was only level 12, how could she qualify to team up with Lu Chen, who had already reached the second transformation? She was just a burden. It's unbelievable. In just a month, Lu Chen has reached level 30 and completed the second transformation. After taking control of the Love River domain, Lu Chen's charm increased by 10 levels, making Lu Ruyan's heart of love even more determined. Do you think the young commander has only reached the second transformation? Tang Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled, thinking that Lu Ruyan, as a newcomer, knew too little. What do you mean? Could it be that the young commander's transfer phenomenon is the third transformation? Yen Yuro was a bit puzzled, but she quickly figured it out. During the final battle of the ritual spirit war, Lu Chen's altar was right next to her, and she saw Lu Chen use the river god domain and the Naiha river domain with her own eyes. If Lu Chen could control a river every time he changed jobs, the love river in front of her was most likely Lu Chen's third river. In just 1 month, Lu Chen reached level 60 and completed 3 job changes. Looking at the entire history of the human race, this has never happened before. Yen Yuro instantly understood how Lu Chen managed to score 1,500,000 points in the college entrance exam. With the advantage of levels, even if Lu Chen didn't have any attack skills, he could easily crush the level 30 monster areas and effortlessly score high points. The monster levels in the Ritual Spirit War were between 5 and 15, so Lu Chen naturally had an easier time collecting resources. However, in the Ritual Spirit War, having strength alone was not enough, one also needed strong map-running abilities. If Lu Chen didn't sweep all the resource points, it would be impossible to establish such a huge advantage. Moreover, Yen Yuro calculated Lu Chen's points in the Ritual Spirit War every day, and even if he swept every resource point, it wouldn't be possible to have so many points. Therefore, in the Ritual Spirit War, she still felt that Lu Chen had a great deal of luck. As for how Lu Chen reached level 60 and completed 3 job changes in a month, she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, it was completely illogical. Great Hall of the Northern Territory. Is this the job change vision of the little commander? It seems to be the legendary Love River. Xia Lao looked up in awe at the direction of the job change temple. The job change temple was a public area, while the Great Hall of the Northern Territory was the core area of the Northern Territory military region, so the distance between the two was naturally extremely far. Lu Chen's job change vision was so vast that even if he was far away in the Great Hall of the Northern Territory, he could see it very clearly. This Love River is not simple. Even if we are all professionals above the 7th job change, we have been greatly affected. I feel the same way. This hot feeling is like seeing my first love when I was young. The elders of the human race were very old, and they hadn't experienced this kind of heart-pounding feeling for decades. Even they were greatly affected, and it was likely that the entire Northern Territory military region would be affected by the Love River vision, leading to a significant increase in birth rates. I'm back. Lu Chen walked into the Great Hall of the Northern Territory, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I've completed 3 job changes, Little Commander, and each attribute has reached 60,000 points, showing significant improvement. After using detection technique, Zhong Lao praised decisively. Compared to my son's skills, what are these attributes? Son, show everyone what you've got. Lu Junlin was very eager. Everyone present was the same, eager to see how much Lu Chen had transformed after his 3rd job change. All right. Lu Chen nodded and decisively displayed the River God domain. After the 3rd job change, the spread speed of the River God domain underwent a qualitative change, quickly covering the entire Great Hall of the Northern Territory, increasing everyone's attributes by 200%. A 200% increase in all attributes. The enhancement effect of the River God domain is now twice that of the Emperor's Sword. In just 1 month, the Little Commander's River God domain has transformed from a 30% increase in all attributes to a 200% increase. The Little Commander has just completed the 3rd job change, and there is still a lot of room for growth. When the Little Commander grows completely, the effect of the River God domain will undoubtedly be even stronger. The high-level members of the human race praised endlessly. The equipment effect of the Emperor's Sword could increase all friendly units within a radius of 100,000 miles by 100%. And it would always have a game-changing effect when it appeared. Lu Chen's River God domain was similar to the equipment effect of the Emperor's Sword, capable of increasing the attributes of a large number of friendly units by 200%. As long as the river god domain was given enough time to spread, its effect would be even greater than that of the Emperor's sword. Lu Junlin asked, "Son, after your third transformation in the river god legend, did you experience another qualitative change? How powerful is the Emperor's gold and silver sword?" The top figures of the human race present were well aware. When Lu Chen reached the second transformation, with 3 Emperor's swords appearing together and combined with the passive skill of the Godslayer, it could boost all friendly units within a radius of 100,000 miles by 1,200% in all attributes. If Lu Chen experienced another qualitative change in the River God legend after the third transformation, the effect of the 3 Emperor's swords appearing together would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. Lu Chen replied, "Indeed, my River God legend has undergone a qualitative change. It's time to upgrade to a stronger gold and silver Emperor's sword." "Good." Lu Junlin decisively handed the Emperor's sword to Lu Chen. "Young old man, are you going to wield this gold Emperor's sword, or this silver Emperor's sword, or this ordinary Emperor's sword?" As Lu Chen finished chanting, the attributes and equipment effects of the gold and silver slashing heaven sword doubled. The sharp sword intent and majestic imperial aura condensed into substance, like a dormant true dragon. Even though the top figures of the human race present were professionals of 7 transformations or above, in the face of the 3 Emperor's swords, they still showed immense reverence, not daring to have any disrespectful thoughts. After receiving the silver Emperor's sword, Lu Junlin decisively activated the equipment effect. Several golden lights simultaneously appeared on everyone, flowing like a reverse waterfall, soaring into the sky. All attributes increased by 400%. Coupled with the Godslayer's passive skill, Sword Saint Body, it can bring us a total of 600% increase in all attributes. With the Godslayer wielding the silver Emperor's sword, it can boost all friendly units within a radius of 100,000 miles by 600% in all attributes. How astounding! Feeling the changes within themselves, the top figures of the human race were all excited. When Lu Junlin simultaneously activated the 3 Emperor's swords, their total attributes increased by 1,500%. If combined with Lu Chen's River God domain, the total attribute increase reached 1,700%. With the 3 Emperor's swords appearing together, my total attributes increased by 1,500%, plus the Little Commander's River God domain, it reached 1,700%. It's too incredible. If the 6th World War erupts, the soldiers in my northern military region will have their total attributes increased by 1,700%, surely sweeping all enemies. This is just the improvement of the Little Commander in a month. When the Little Commander fully grows, during the World War, our Huaxia will surely win more easily, effortlessly achieving the unity of the human race. The breathing of the top figures of the human race became rapid. Such a crazy idea was something they had never dared to think of before. And after Lu Chen awakened his profession, this possibility became more and more likely. With these 3 Emperor's swords, even if the Godslayer, Thunder Dragon God, and Barbarian God join forces, they will surely not be my opponents. Lu Junlin, holding the 3 Emperor's swords, became even more resolute in his invincible heart. The strengthening of Lu Chen's River God legend not only enhanced the equipment effects but also the attribute bonuses. As the top divine sword of Huaxia, the Emperor's sword naturally had very high attribute bonuses. The attribute bonus of the silver Emperor's sword was 4 times that of the ordinary Emperor's sword, and the G gold Emperor's sword was 5 times that of the ordinary Emperor's sword. Coupled with his passive skill, Sword Saint Body, which allowed him to possess 10 equipment slots and enjoy the attribute bonuses of 10 swords simultaneously. With such stacking, his attributes could easily crush other god-level strong warriors. Zhang Lao asked, "Godslayer, the last time the Little Commander replicated the gold and silver Emperor's swords was half a month ago. During this period, did the gold and silver Emperor's swords still exist? Did any situation of decreasing equipment effects occur?" This question was crucial and instantly drew the attention of all the top figures of the human race. The effect and duration of a skill were both very important. If the duration of the River God legend was very long, the operational space would also increase. I have been observing during this period. Half a month has passed, and the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the gold and silver Emperor's swords have remained stable without any anomalies. After the appearance of the new gold and silver Emperor's sword, the gold and silver Emperor's sword my son replicated last time disappeared, Lu Junlin said truthfully. The duration of the River God legend maintained for half a month is even stronger than we imagined. This half month is not the limit of the River God legend. If the new gold and silver Emperor's sword had not appeared, the duration would have been even stronger. With a duration of at least half a month, even if the young leader does not go to the front line, the river god legend can still play an immensely significant role. The duration of the river god legend surprised the leaders of the human race. Next is the Naiha domain. Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, and a part of the river god domain transformed into the Naiha domain, with its eerie blood-yellow river water. Xiao Lao, come. Zhong Lao voluntarily entered the Naiha domain. All right. Xiao Lao nodded and punched Zhong Lao. A damage value of 10,000 appeared, followed by ghosts and snakes in the Naiha domain, causing 7,000 points of soul damage to Zhong Lao. A 70% additional soul damage. This damage boost is remarkable. If we envelop all enemy forces with the Naiha domain, even defensive professions won't last long, and defeat is inevitable. The young leader's skills are strengthened in the face of challenges. If the river god domain and the Naiha domain work together, they will inflict very high damage. The leaders of the human race praised enthusiastically and began testing in the Naiha domain. There is also the Naiha legend. After using the skill, Lu Chen's Naiha water silently entered everyone's bodies. The young leader's Naiha legend has also become stronger, allowing people to forget 5 skills at once. It's too exaggerated. Many low-level professionals don't even have 5 skills. If one goes against the young leader and all skills are forgotten, how can one fight? Moreover, like the Naiha domain, the Naiha legend is also a group skill. If during a national war, the enemy forces are shrouded in the Naiha domain, suffering a 70% increase in damage and forgetting 5 skills, their morale will surely explode. The leaders of the human race laughed heartily. The means to make people forget skills were only mastered by Lu Chen in the entire history of the human race. When the national war began, Lu Chen would use the Naiha legend, causing the enemy forces to be collectively confused. Just the thought of such a scene was amusing. Furthermore, the Naiha legend could make one forget up to 5 skills, with a very high probability of forgetting crucial skills. Zhong Lao asked, Xiao Lao, didn't you lock up a level 60 silver moon sheep in the dungeon to test the duration of the Naiha legend? Now that half a month has passed, I wonder if the silver moon sheep has remembered the forgotten skills. Alright, I'll bring that silver moon sheep over now. Xiao Lao nodded and left the assembly hall. When he returned, the level 60 silver moon sheep was enveloped in energy, floating in the air like a balloon. Half a month has passed, and the silver moon sheep's skill bar remains unchanged. It has not remembered the forgotten skills. The duration of the Naiha legend is the same as the river god legend, lasting at least half a month. Half a month is too long, and there is a high probability that the duration of the Naiha legend will be even longer. With such a long duration, even if the enemy manages to cling to life, the influence of the Naiha legend will severely impact their combat effectiveness. Just the thought of such opponents was terrifying. Son, what about the new skills after your 3rd transformation? Show us. Lu Junlin was very curious about Lu Chen's new skills. Alright. Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, and a part of the river god domain transformed into the love river domain. The colorful river water gave a dreamlike and surreal feeling. The leaders of the human race found themselves immersed in the river of love, with inappropriate images flooding their minds, making it hard to focus. This river of love is really something else, I can barely handle it, blushed Elder Zhong. He planned to have oysters for dinner and then visit a foot bath shop at night. Elder Xia sighed, the control effect of the love river domain is quite strong. Being in it makes it difficult to even concentrate, let alone make calm and accurate judgments. Just the spring breeze stirred up by the river of love could have a significant impact on them. Now, being in the midst of the river of love, this impact was even greater. Experiencing this feeling on a regular day might be fine, but in a battlefield, it would be extremely deadly, exposing a bunch of flaws in minutes. Use your skills, the more times, the better, reminded Lu Chen. As the one who wielded the love river domain, he naturally wanted to comprehensively test the skill's effects. Alright, the human race leaders nodded and continuously used their skills while in the love river domain. However, under the influence of the love river domain, their focus was hard to maintain, and even their most proficient skills had a 30% failure rate. Damn, the control effect of the love river domain is too strong. Even my best skill has a 30% failure rate. Moreover, like the Nai river domain, the love river domain can apply negative effects to a large number of enemies, making it a group control type skill. The human race leaders felt that the love river domain was becoming more and more mysterious. Elder Zhong, being lustful, had a failure rate of 60%. Even after staying in the love river domain for a while, his eyes became increasingly hazy, wishing to indulge in it continuously. Lu Chen noticed something was wrong and quickly had Elder Zhong leave the love river domain. Damn, what just happened? Elder Zhong woke up in terror, as if from a nightmare. In his perception, the influence of the love river domain became increasingly real and intense, gradually taking over his consciousness, as if he was being hypnotized. Elder Zhong, you almost fell into the depths of the love river, Elder Xia chuckled. It seems the love river domain has an additional effect on those with strong desires. From my observation, your skill failure rates have all reached 60%. Using 10 skills, at least 6 of them are ineffective. Not only are they ineffective, but they also waste time, revealing too many flaws. The love river domain is really tough on Elder Zhong. The human race leaders all laughed, leaving Elder Zhong embarrassed. Elder Zhong hurriedly explained, I'm already old, my desires have long diminished, but they were reignited by the love river domain. Elder Fong spoke up, the love river domain is truly terrifying. I have no interest in love and relationships, yet I am still greatly affected, with a 30% failure rate in skills. As a warrior monk by profession, and due to his temperament, he had no interest in women or men. However, after experiencing the baptism of the love river domain, he unexpectedly started considering marriage and having children. Damn, the love river domain of the young commander is too terrifying. Even the steadfast Elder Fong has been greatly affected. Back in the day, Elder Fong deliberately sought out a group of snake demons disguised as humans to test himself for a class change. Although these snake demons were extremely beautiful and flirtatious for 3 days and nights, Elder Fong did not even glance at them, completing an impossible class change task. Even the resolute Elder Fong, with such a compassionate heart, could not escape the influence of the love river domain. Is this the legendary skill that breaks limits? The human race leaders were greatly shocked. Next is my other skill, called Love River Legend. Who wants to give it a try? Lu Chen's thoughts moved, and a true love arrow formed within the love river. In the skill description of Love River Legend, there were True Love Contract and Loyal Dog Contract, which piqued his curiosity, eager to test them out soon. I think I'll pass, Elder Zhong shook his head. He almost fell into the river of love, with some psychological shadows. Let me do it. Xiao Lao took a step forward. The arrow of true love pierced into him like a ghost, instantly entering his body without any strange feeling. Choose the next target. The prompt sounded, and another arrow of true love condensed in the river of love. Lu Chen said, it needs 2 targets to take effect. Let me do it. Fong Lao wanted to continue challenging the river of love to hone his Buddha's heart. The love river legend is in effect. I have established a true love contract for you, you can have a little spar. Lu Chen's words were astonishing, making Xiao Lao blush. Haha, luckily I didn't participate in the test. Zhong Lao chuckled. It was fine for 2 old men to establish a true love contract, but Xiao Lao ended up establishing a true love contract with a monk. Fong Lao, are you ready? I'm going to make a move. Xiao Lao controlled his power and punched Fong Lao. Plus 10,000, I took a punch from Xiao Lao and actually gained health. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fong Lao returned the punch to Xiao Lao. Plus 10,000, it feels good, Fong Lao, put some effort into it. Xiao Lao made a bizarre request. Okay. Fong Lao nodded and increased the strength by 100 times. Plus 1000000, so comfortable. Xiao Lao let out a strange cry, stunning everyone around. Even when controlling the power during skill testing, punches landing on the body still hurt a bit. However, after establishing the true love contract, the damage was converted into a healing effect, and the pain turned into a sense of comfort, like being baptized by a healing skill. I understand how the true love contract works. The true love contract can convert all the damage caused by the 2 contractees into healing effects. With the Love River Legend, even combat-oriented professions can have strong healing abilities. This is not the greatest highlight of the Love River Legend. If you establish a contract with a powerful opponent, you can recover a large amount of health through information asymmetry. As long as the Love River Legend continues, that powerful opponent will never be able to harm us, only give us healing. The leaders of the human race were excited. Due to the true love contract, Xiao Lao and Fong Lao's damage values kept increasing, making each other feel ecstatic. Fighting is a form of affection, and with the Love River Legend, fighting can truly enhance relationships. Next, let's try the Loyal Dog contract. Lu Chen's thoughts moved, and 2 arrows of true love condensed again, with Xiao Lao and Fong Lao volunteering once more. Who wants to be the loyal dog? Lu Chen casually asked. When signing the Loyal Dog contract, he could choose a target to become the loyal dog, which was undoubtedly the core of the Loyal Dog contract. Fong Lao said, I'll be the loyal dog. Since it was a skill test, he didn't mind being a loyal dog for a while. Lu Chen said, the Loyal Dog contract is established. You can continue sparring. Okay. Fong Lao punched Xiao Lao, and the damage value was still converted into an equal amount of healing effect. However, when Xiao Lao punched Fong Lao, it still caused damage and did not convert into a healing effect like before. The 2 kept exchanging punches, with Fong Lao constantly healing Xiao Lao, while Xiao Lao kept causing damage. Damn, this loyal dog contract is too tricky. Fan Lao's damage is all turned into healing effects, while Xiao Lao is completely unaffected. Clearly they are fighting, but Xiao Lao keeps regaining health, while Fan Lao keeps losing health. At this rate, Fan Lao has no chance of winning. The loyal dog in the loyal dog contract has no right to fight back, only to keep getting hit. If the Emperor of Japan becomes a loyal dog, I can keep chasing the Emperor of Japan, rendering him powerless to fight back. The loyal dog contract of the Love River legend is truly a solo combat divine skill. The leaders of the human race burst into laughter joyfully. The Emperor of Wa is a 9 transformation powerhouse. Before, they didn't even have hope of winning. But with the Lick Dog contract, each of them has the ability to challenge the Emperor of Wa in a one-on-one battle. Zhang Lao asked, "Young leader, how many contracts can your Legend of Love River maintain at the same time? Let me try." After a try, Lu Chen found that he could only condense 3 pairs of arrows of true love. When the number of contracts exceeds 3, the previous contracts will become invalid. I can only maintain 3 contracts, but as long as these 3 contracts are used on high-end combat power, they will have an incredibly huge impact. Moreover, the young leader has just mastered this skill. The Legend of Love River still has great potential for success, and the number of contracts will inevitably increase in the future. Everyone was envisioning the future, unable to contain their joy. Truly worthy of being the son of the god of war. Lu Junlin patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, feeling proud. In just 1 month, Lu Chen was able to significantly increase the strength of the country of Huaxia, bringing a tremendous impact to high-level battles. Such astonishing potential and strength had never been seen in the history of the human race. After testing his skills, Lu Chen was ready to continue leveling up for the upcoming 4th transformation. His skills were all group-oriented with significant enhancements. In order to gain more experience at the fastest pace, he naturally had to continue choosing large team dungeons. After browsing through the complete guide to Northern Region dungeons for a while, his gaze finally settled on the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. The recommended level for the Rock Dragon Secret Realm was 90. With an entry requirement of around 300 people, making it a very experience-rich large dungeon. His level was 60, just meeting the minimum entry requirement for the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. With this in mind, he promptly informed the record keeper of the Rock Dragon Secret Realm, the Frostleaf Legion, to wait at the entrance of the Rock Dragon Secret Realm for his arrival. At the entrance of the Rock Dragon Secret Realm, the Frostleaf Legion had assembled and was patiently awaiting Lu Chen's arrival. The team consisted of 150 warriors, 50 archers, 50 mages, and 50 priests, forming a highly defensive team. Each member was at level 100, surpassing the recommended level for the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. The leader of the Frostleaf Legion was a level 125 transformation professional, requiring level suppression to enter the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. Going to grind the Rock Dragon Secret Realm again. The leader of the Frostleaf Legion, Bai Ningbing, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. If it weren't for the high experience gain and material prices in the Rock Dragon Secret Realm, he wouldn't even consider grinding it. In regular dungeon teams, except for priests, the ratio of warriors, archers, and mages was usually 1:1:1. The Rock Dragon Secret Realm was different. The proportion of warriors in the teams attempting to conquer it was directly half of the total, making it very unusual compared to other dungeon teams. The military needs materials, so we can just go in and grind. Why wait for the young leader? The minimum level requirement for the Rock Dragon Secret Realm is 60. No matter how fast the young leader levels up, it's impossible for him to reach this level in just a month. Even if the young leader reaches it, so what? Is he going to enter the Rock Dragon Secret Realm with us? The members of the Frostleaf Legion were puzzled. Grinding the Rock Dragon dungeon was very time-consuming, and if it wasn't for the materials, they didn't want to waste time waiting for nothing. They had heard about Lu Chen becoming the champion of the Battle of the Spirit Sacrifice and the leader of the River God profession. However, they couldn't understand how a sea-level river god could surpass all the geniuses and achieve the top spot twice in a row, no matter how hard they tried to figure it out. In their understanding, the river god had no advantages, lacked potential, had many restrictions, weak strength, and faced great difficulty in leveling up. Even if Lu Chen was amazing, it was impossible for him to reach level 60 in just a month, let alone achieve the top spot twice in a row purely based on skill. Now that everyone is here, follow me into the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. After Lu Chen appeared, he promptly sent a team invitation to Bai Ningbing. Entering the Rock Dragon Secret Realm? Little leader, the minimum level requirement for the Rock Dragon Secret Realm is 60. Bai Ningbing quickly reminded. Lu Chen didn't want to waste words, so he directly released the aura of level 60. 60? In just 1 month, the little leader has risen to level 60. How is this possible? And at level 60, he still needs to enter dungeons to grind monsters, indicating that the little leader has already undergone 3 advancements. The members of the Frost Leaf Legion were shocked, all their previous doubts swept away. Too exaggerated, reaching level 60 in a month, and completing 3 advancements. Such a fast leveling speed, not even the War God or the Heaven Warrior can achieve it. Could it be that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination and the champion of the Battle of the Spirits are both won by Lu Chen's own abilities? Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Even though Lu Chen is the little leader of the Northern Territory, with countless people willing to level him up at his command, leveling up is not something that can be done casually. If one's own strength is not enough, the experience points shared in a team are very low, and the leveling speed is not much faster than normal dungeon runs, only wasting the time of high-level professionals for no reason. Therefore, after the other 3 war gods, they all teamed up with peers and were not led by high-level professionals to level up. As for why Lu Chen's leveling speed is so fast, he believed that everything would be revealed in the Rock Dragon's secret realm. Look, this person seems to be the little leader of the Northern Territory. What do you mean seems to be? He is indeed the little leader of the Northern Territory, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. After becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination, more people recognized Lu Chen, and he was soon identified by the surrounding professionals. The dungeon levels in this area range from 60 to 90. I wonder what the little leader's purpose is for coming here. The little leader is destined to inherit the position of the grand leader of the Northern Territory in the future, so naturally, he has to handle some official duties and learn how to manage subordinates. While people were discussing, Lu Chen and the members of the Frostleaf Legion entered the Rock Dragon's secret realm, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Wait, how did the little leader enter the Rock Dragon's secret realm with the members of the Frostleaf Legion? The minimum level requirement for the Rock Dragon's secret realm is 60. The little leader just became the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How could he have gone from level 1 to 60 in just 1 month? Could it be that the little leader received a job change mission, and the conditions for entering the Rock Dragon's secret realm were relaxed? But even in just 1 month, the little leader couldn't have reached level 30, such a fast leveling speed that not even the former war god of the Heaven Slayer could achieve. After arriving at the Rock Dragon's secret realm, Lu Chen silently observed the surroundings. Apart from the giant stone platform where everyone was located, the other areas were similar to a desert, devoid of any signs of life. The air here was extremely hot, and sandstorms would occur from time to time. If one's level was not high enough, they would dehydrate and die in no time. However, with Lu Chen's high attributes, legendary equipment, and the coexistence skill of the Kuanping, his survivability was very strong. The harsh environment of the Rock Dragon's secret realm had no effect on him. Little leader, the dungeon rules of the Rock Dragon's secret realm are quite special. We cannot leave the stone platform. We can only wait quietly for the monster's attack. After Bai Ningbing reminded him, she took out a giant shield taller than a person to protect Lu Chen. Compared to the speed of clearing the dungeon, she believed that Lu Chen's safety was the most important. It was too dangerous for a level 60 professional to enter a level 90 large dungeon. Shoo! Rustling sounds echoed as 100 rock dragons emerged from the desert, using their flying rock breath while rushing towards the group. 150 warriors reacted swiftly, decisively using defensive measures to block the 100 rock dragons, making it easier for the archers and mages behind to deal damage. Due to the high defense of the rock dragons and the high proportion of warriors in the team, the speed of killing the 100 rock dragons was not fast. River God's Domain. Lu Chen wanted to get more experience points. Just watching the show was not enough, he had to maximize his effectiveness. When the River God's Domain submerged everyone's feet, the 200% increase in all attributes took immediate effect. 200% increase in all attributes. Such a powerful buff skill. This boost is twice as strong as the Emperor's Sword. When did my Frostleaf Legion ever have such a powerful support class? This skill should have been used earlier. The record for clearing the Rock Dragon's secret realm would have been broken long ago. Everyone present was utterly shocked. This enhancement effect is called the River God's Domain, and the little commander is the only river god in the team. Could it be that the little commander used this skill? Bai Ningbing looked around and noticed that the River God's Domain was centered on Lu Chen, continuously spreading outward. Others soon noticed this too, turning their gaze towards Lu Chen. They had just witnessed Lu Chen's level. In just 1 month, he had reached level 60, undoubtedly the fastest leveling speed in human history. Not only did Lu Chen level up quickly, but his skill effects were also very strong. Even at level 60, he could provide a 200% increase in all attributes to them, who were all around level 100, without any diminishing effect. This was something that other support classes of the same level could never achieve, not even the 5th transformation support classes. Under the 200% increase in all attributes, the 100 rock dragons were quickly slaughtered. However, after the 100 rock dragons died, they did not immediately disperse but instead turned into one stone statue after another, freezing beside the stone platform, continuing to unleash rock breath on everyone. The mechanism of the rock dragon's secret realm is too nasty. After the small monsters reach the end of their health, they don't disappear immediately but turn into stone statues to continue attacking us. The rock dragons in statue form cannot be damaged, we can only stand there and take the hits. The members of the Frostleaf Legion were annoyed by these statues and began to complain. The more rock dragons they killed, the more rock dragon statues accumulated, continuing to increase until the end of the level. Even if they were very strong, they still had to endure a lot of damage. For teams with high attack but low defense, even if all their levels exceeded the recommended level for the Rock Dragon's secret realm, they still couldn't clear it. That's why the teams that strategized the Rock Dragon's secret realm were very abnormal, with half of the 300-member team being warriors, requiring high defense capabilities. If it weren't for the high experience and material prices in the Rock Dragon's secret realm, they wouldn't even bother farming it. Unable to take damage, I wonder if my River Styx legend in Love River domain will work. Lu Chen thought to himself. The spread of the River God's domain was fast, already covering the 100 rock dragon statues. With a single thought, Lu Chen instantly transformed the River God's domain into the River Styx domain and cast the River Styx legend on the 100 rock dragon statues. Success! These rock dragon statues can't be damaged but will still be affected by negative effects. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. After forgetting 5 skills, the output ability of the 100 rock dragon statues greatly decreased. However, as a level 83rd transformation monster, the rock dragon naturally possessed more than 5 skills and continued to attack the members of the Frostleaf Legion. Strange, our defensive pressure suddenly decreased. Look at the skill bar of the rock dragon statues, they all have 5 fewer skills, so their output ability naturally decreased. What's going on? I've never experienced this while farming the rock dragon's secret realm before. Could it be related to the little commander? That blood yellow river water is produced through the River God's domain. The members of the Frostleaf Legion's eyes lit up. With reduced defensive pressure, they could focus more on farming monsters, greatly increasing efficiency. And with the 200% increase in all attributes from the River God's domain, even if the warrior's output ability was slightly lower, they could still slaughter rock dragons like cutting through butter. The second phase began, with 200 rock dragons emerging from the desert. The Frostleaf Legion was still able to easily handle it, but the newly promoted rock dragon statues had reached 300 in number, making their attacks more intense than before. Fortunately, under the influence of the Naiha legend, all 300 rock dragon statues had forgotten 5 skills, significantly reducing their output capabilities. The rock dragon statues cannot be harmed, it's a waste to soak them in the Naiha domain, better to immerse them in the Love River domain. With a thought, Lu Chen gradually transformed the blood-yellow river water into a colorful spectacle. Under the influence of the Love River domain, even though the rock dragon statues lacked the ability to think, there was still a 30% failure rate when using skills, reducing the defensive pressure on the Frostleaf Legion once again. Love River is actually one of the little commander's tactics. Bai Ningbing was greatly shocked. The grandeur of the Love River phenomenon was immense, and even though the Frostleaf Legion's camp was far from the Transcendence Temple, she could still see it. She never imagined that such a earth-shattering transcendence phenomenon was caused by an 18-year-old youth. Strange, I just prepared for defense, but then dozens of rock dragon statues turned out to be duds. I saw that too. As beasts above level 80, rock dragons shouldn't make such mistakes. It's probably related to the little commander's skills. This colorful river water was transformed from the blood-yellow river water. Under the influence of the Love River, 3 out of 10 skills of the rock dragon statues are ineffective, drastically reducing their output capabilities. The members of the Frostleaf Legion were quite pleased. With the help of the Naiha legend and the Love River domain, the output capabilities of the rock dragon statues were significantly reduced. Coupled with a 200% increase in all attributes from the River God domain and 50% physical damage immunity from elementalization, some warriors with strong defensive abilities completely ignored the rock dragon statue's output and threw themselves wholeheartedly into battle. Even if someone was injured, Lu Chen's elementalization quickly healed the damage. With the healing skills of 50 priests, everyone's health was replenished as soon as it dropped a bit, maintaining a healthy state. The third phase began, with 300 rock dragons emerging from the desert, continuing their charge. Strange? Why are our companions transformed into statues so weak? And they're using low-level skills, which shouldn't be the case. Moreover, these low-level skills should be easy to use even with eyes closed, yet some still fail to use them properly, leading to their ineffectiveness. The rock dragons in the third phase were all dumbfounded. They were amazed to find that all the rock dragons transformed into statues had forgotten 5 skills and their bodies were submerged in the colorful river water. Could it be that the human race can make us forget skills and render them ineffective? The rock dragons grew more and more alarmed, but under the influence of the dungeon rules, they continued to charge at the Frostleaf Legion, entering Lu Chen's pre-arranged Naiha domain. Kill! 50 archers and 50 mages acted together. Hundreds of skills rained down on the 300 rock dragons like a storm. Coupled with a 70% additional soul damage from the Naiha domain, the third phase of monsters was quickly wiped out, and the number of rock dragon statues on the field reached 600. In the fourth phase, 400 rock dragons. In the fifth phase, 500 rock dragons. With Lu Chen's strong support, various team buffs and crowd control emerged endlessly, and the Frostleaf Legion advanced like a broken bamboo to the sixth phase. We've reached the sixth phase so quickly. The little commander is too powerful. Each skill has a very strong effect that can turn the tide of battle. Our allies have a 200% increase in all attributes, 50% physical damage immunity, and powerful healing effects. While the enemies suffer an additional 70% soul damage, forget 5 skills, and with a 30% chance of skill failure. With these advantages, even if we were to face 3 legions of the same level simultaneously, we could still easily emerge victorious. The members of the Frostleaf Legion were all exhilarated, each one filled with excitement. Taking other lower-level professionals to level up is definitely a waste of time. But leveling up with Lu Chen is pure enjoyment. Under the multiple influences of the River God Domain, Elementalization, Naiha Legend, and Love River Domain, even if there are 1500 rock dragon statues on the field, they feel no pressure. Normally, they would have been extremely busy long ago. Sha. Suddenly, the desert surged like ocean waves, and a massive rock dragon the size of a building emerged, its horn on top shining with a chilling light as if cast from gold. Name, Rock Dragon King, Boss Level, 100, Health, 500 million, Skills, Flying Rock Bombs, Rock Dragon Bite, Sandstorm, Mount Tai Press, Powerful Tail Swipe. It's only been 50 minutes, and we've already summoned the boss of the Rock Dragon Secret Realm. After the boss appeared, the Frostleaf Legion showed no sense of urgency, only excitement. As the record holders of the Rock Dragon Secret Realm, having cleared the Rock Dragon Secret Realm hundreds of times, they naturally had no fear of the Rock Dragon King. The level 100 Rock Dragon King is 10 levels lower than my Kunpeng. Lu Chen activated the spirit summoning, and Kunpeng soared out of the portal. The terrifying bloodline power and the aura of level 110 condensed into substance, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. The young leader is only 18 years old and already commands a level 110 battle pet. Damn, this battle pet's level is higher than the dungeon boss. The members of the Frostleaf Legion were all stunned. The young leader was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and must have participated in the competitive dungeon accessible only at 18. Could it be that this level 110 battle pet is the young leader's reward from the competitive dungeon? Bai Ningbing was deeply shocked. It is very difficult for ordinary professionals to reach level 110. If their potential is not strong enough or if the job change task is too difficult, they may never reach this level in their lifetime. And Lu Chen's battle pet has reached level 110. So powerful. The Rock Dragon King's expression turned serious. Kunpeng's level and bloodline were above his, so he had to be on high alert. Moreover, with the 1500 rock dragon statues affected by the Love River Domain and Naiha Legend, their output capabilities were greatly reduced, providing very little help to him. Kunpeng, use the Sea Strike. Lu Chen commanded, and Kunpeng's body became incredibly heavy, crashing down like a sea. -50,000,000. The huge damage caused the Rock Dragon King to lose a tenth of his health, his massive body retreating thousands of meters before recovering. Kunpeng's attributes and skill damage were already high, and with the 200% all-attribute boost from the River God Domain, he could easily deal tons of damage. If it weren't for the boss aura of the Rock Dragon King, his health would have bottomed out long ago. Next, the 70% additional damage from the Naiha Legend was triggered, causing the Rock Dragon King to lose another 35 million health points. Too strong, the young leader's battle pet made the Rock Dragon King lose so much health with just one move. With the additional damage from the Naiha Legend, it won't be long before the Rock Dragon King enters the second phase. We need to act quickly, or we won't even have a chance to strike. The members of the Frostleaf Legion launched their attacks one after another, their skills falling on the Rock Dragon King like a torrential rain. With everyone's combined efforts, the Rock Dragon King's health quickly plummeted, turning into a statue, a sign of entering the second phase. During the Rock Dragon King's transition to the second phase, like the other Rock Dragon statues, he continued to attack the group. And the damage output of the Rock Dragon King alone was higher than that of the 1500 Rock Dragon statues. Full defense. By Ningbing commanded. 150 warriors formed a battle formation, like a city wall, protecting all the damage-dealing and support professions securely. Upon seeing this scene, Luchan decisively unleashed the Legend of Love, and 2 arrows of true love were shot at Kuanping and the Rock Dragon King respectively. The dog-licking contract is established. Kuanping, you must increase your size to the maximum and block all of the Rock Dragon King's attacks. Yes, master. Kuanping nodded, and his body quickly expanded, his wings covering the Rock Dragon King like a dark cloud. Plus 30,000. Plus 30,000. Plus 30,000. Damn, the little leader's battle pet is taking all the damage head-on, and not even defensive skills are working. The little leader's battle pet is level 110, it should have defensive skills, why isn't it using them? Even archers and mages have some defensive skills, why doesn't the little leader's battle pet have any? The Frostleaf Legion members were all stunned. The Rock Dragon's Secret Realm, as a 300-person team dungeon, naturally required 300 people to fight the boss together. Kuanping alone trying to withstand all of the Rock Dragon King's damage, even at level 110, wouldn't last long. The values the Rock Dragon King is dealing are all marked with A+, not A. Could it be that all this time the Rock Dragon King has been healing Kuanping with its attacks? Bai Ningbing was the first to react. Damn, the Rock Dragon King is clearly a dungeon boss, yet it's healing the little leader's battle pet? Are we seeing things? Since when does the Rock Dragon King have healing skills? And in its stone statue state, the Rock Dragon King has no consciousness, similar to a turret that only attacks. How could it possibly heal someone? Such a strange occurrence, never seen before, must be related to the little leader. The Frostleaf Legion members were dumbfounded, just the thought of such a skill was terrifying. Clearly wanting to kill, but all the damage was being converted into healing, how could they fight back? Die. The Rock Dragon King shed its stone statue state like shedding skin. Upon entering the second phase, its health increased, and all attributes rose by 30%. Wait, as I enter the second phase, I should be continuously attacking like a turret, why are you all at full health? After observing for a moment, the Rock Dragon King was completely baffled. Its output ability in the stone statue state was not much different from its normal state. Logically, the Frostleaf Legion members should be in a difficult situation, yet each one seemed unaffected, all in their prime state. Such a bizarre scene would leave anyone bewildered. Kuanping couldn't be bothered to explain, he just grabbed the Rock Dragon King and unleashed a frenzy of attacks, dealing tons of damage every second. The Rock Dragon King fought back desperately, but all the damage landed on Kuanping, turning into healing effects. Why isn't he losing health when I hit him? The Rock Dragon King's mentality shattered, unsure of how to proceed. Even in a one-on-one battle, it might not be a match for Kuanping. Under the influence of the dog-licking contract, it didn't even have the ability to harm Kuanping, let alone defeat him. 10 minutes passed, and the Rock Dragon King entered the third phase. 20 minutes later, the Rock Dragon King was completely dead, all the Rock Dragon statues turned to dust. Rock Dragon King has been defeated, Rock Dragon's Secret Realm cleared. The completion time for this run is 1 hour 28 minutes. We cleared it in 1 hour 28 minutes. This speed is too fast, the previous record was 4 hours 30 minutes, we're 3 hours ahead. The Frostleaf Legion members cheered. As the holders of the Rock Dragon's Secret Realm completion record at 4 hours 30 minutes, they had to run it hundreds of times to achieve that time. Yet Lu Chen had no coordination with them at all, and with just one attempt, he shaved off 3 hours from the completion time. With a completion time of 1 hour 28 minutes, without Lu Chen's intervention, it's unlikely anyone could break this record for centuries to come. If they ran it a few more times, the completion record for the Rock Dragon's Secret Realm would surely be even higher. Before the Rock Dragon's Secret Realm, 300 professionals lay exhausted on the ground, each one looking worse for wear, with very severe injuries. Iron Dragon Abyss, is it a player-made challenge? After the Iron Dragon dies, it actually turns into a stone statue and continues to attack. Moreover, the more dead Iron Dragons, the more stone statues launch attacks. After the second stage, there are already 300 Iron Dragon stone statues. Adding the refresh of 300 Iron Dragons in the third stage, it's like facing 600 demon beasts at the same time, with 300 of them being untouchable. After experiencing failure, they finally understood why the teams attempting to conquer the Iron Dragon Abyss were so abnormal. Even if their damage output is very high and they can instantly kill all Iron Dragons, the defensive pressure will still increase. Therefore, in teams attempting the Iron Dragon Abyss, the proportion of frontline professions has reached 50%. The more expensive the materials in the instance, the greater the difficulty naturally. If everyone could easily clear the Iron Dragon Abyss, the prices of materials would have plummeted long ago. Your third stage is nothing, just 300 Iron Dragon stone statues. When you finish the fifth stage, the number of Iron Dragon stone statues will reach 1200, and you will also have to deal with the instance boss, the Iron Dragon King. The teams that have cleared the Iron Dragon Abyss all laughed. They were also in a sorry state when they first attempted the Iron Dragon Abyss. I couldn't even handle 300 Iron Dragon stone statues, let alone 1200. When fighting the instance boss, you also have to deal with 1200 Iron Dragon stone statues at the same time. The defensive pressure is too great, no wonder the proportion of warriors has reached 50%. The difficulty of the Iron Dragon Abyss is so great, no wonder the prices of materials are so high. The teams that had experienced failure decided to temporarily give up on the Iron Dragon Abyss and first conquer easier instances. After all, the efficiency of resource acquisition is also very important. Without the strength to conquer the Iron Dragon Abyss, there is no need to torture oneself in it. The Iron Dragon Abyss clearance record has been refreshed. Clearance time 1 hour 28 minutes. Record holder, Frostleaf Legion. The clearance record of the Iron Dragon Abyss has been refreshed. Frostleaf Legion, 1 hour 28 minutes, how did they achieve this? We can't even clear it, and Frostleaf Legion has already cleared it in 1 hour 28 minutes. The teams that had experienced failure were all dumbfounded. Frostleaf Legion is indeed the record holder of the Iron Dragon Abyss clearance, but yesterday's record was 4 hours 30 minutes. How could it suddenly be 3 hours faster? Even if the members of Frostleaf Legion collectively obtained great opportunities and their strength underwent a qualitative change, it's still impossible to clear it in 1 hour 28 minutes. Just now, the little commander entered the Iron Dragon Abyss with the members of Frostleaf Legion. Could it be related to the little commander? As a student who awakened only this year, even if the little commander brought the national treasure, the Emperor's Sword, it's still impossible for the members of Frostleaf Legion to clear it in less than 3 hours. The teams that cleared the Iron Dragon Abyss were all extremely shocked. They had experienced many failures in order to clear the Iron Dragon Abyss and naturally knew how difficult it was to conquer it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could clear it at such a fast speed. A teleportation gate appeared, and Frostleaf Legion and Lucan returned to the real world. With the little commander here, the defensive pressure is very low, and there is no need for so many warriors. 50 warriors are enough. If we replace 100 defensive professions with 100 offensive professions, the speed of clearing the Iron Dragon Abyss will definitely be faster. With the help of the little commander, we will surely be able to break the Iron Dragon Abyss clearance record and surpass all others. Bai Ningbing quickly mobilized manpower and had 100 offensive professions rush over. Before these people arrived, she didn't dare to delay Luchen's time and hurriedly said, "Little commander, let's try again." She was very clear that Luchen's goal was to gain experience, and he might not care about clearance records. Okay. Lucan nodded and once again entered the Iron Dragon Abyss. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. Damn, the young leader, as this year's college entrance examination student, actually entered the Rock Dragon's secret realm with the Frostleaf Legion. Bai Ningbing is the leader of the Frostleaf Legion, yet her attitude towards the young leader is so attentive, as if she is in need of him. It's normal for the young leader to be polite after becoming the war god of the Slayers. But it's abnormal when combined with the just refreshed clearance record. And the young leader is like the core of the Frostleaf Legion, with everyone in the Legion showing him extreme respect. This is not the treatment an ordinary member would receive, right? Could it be that the clearance record of the Rock Dragon's secret realm is really related to the young leader? The leader of the Frostleaf Legion wants to refresh the clearance record faster, so she is eager to start the next round with the young leader. Damn, it feels like it's not the Frostleaf Legion leading the young leader, but the young leader leading the Frostleaf Legion. Rock Dragon's secret realm clearance record has been refreshed. Clearance time 1 hour 08 minutes. Record holder, Frostleaf Legion. Damn, 1 hour 08 minutes. The clearance record of the Rock Dragon's secret realm has been refreshed again. Is it fake? The Rock Dragon's secret realm is so difficult, how could it be cleared so quickly? When Lu Chen and the Frostleaf Legion completed the second round, the people around were once again shocked. At the same time, 100 output-oriented professions gathered by Bai Ningbing arrived. The leader actually cleared the Rock Dragon's secret realm in 1 hour 08 minutes. Li Feishue was extremely shocked. As a member of the Frostleaf Legion, she had once cleared the Rock Dragon's secret realm with Bai Ningbing and naturally knew how difficult it was. You've come at the right time. Join us in clearing the Rock Dragon's secret realm. After returning to reality, Bai Ningbing decisively replaced the 100 defensive professions in the team with output-oriented professions. Li Feishui was surprised. Leader, the defense pressure in the Rock Dragon's secret realm is very high. Is it really enough to bring only 50 warriors? Not only her, but the other 99 output-oriented professions also couldn't understand Bai Ningbing's actions. Only those unfamiliar with the situation of the secret realm would make such a basic mistake by bringing so many output-oriented professions to clear the Rock Dragon's secret realm. As someone who had been clearing the Rock Dragon's secret realm for years, under Bai Ningbing's leadership, the Frostleaf Legion became the holder of the fastest clearance record and should not make such a basic mistake. With the young leader here, 50 warriors are definitely enough. Just trust me to clear the Rock Dragon's secret realm. Bai Ningbing explained simply. In order not to waste Lu Chen's time, she hurriedly entered the Rock Dragon's secret realm. The 100 output-oriented professions who didn't understand Lu Chen's abilities dared not disobey Bai Ningbing's orders and could only enter the Rock Dragon's secret realm with gritted teeth. After entering the Rock Dragon's secret realm, Lu Chen, as in the previous 2 times, utilized the effects of the 3 rivers. Under the effects of Naiha Legend and Love River Domain, Li Feishuet and the others finally understood Bai Ningbing's actions. The young leader's strength is too strong, clearly awakening as a professional this year, yet able to exert such a great influence. Naiha Legend makes the Rock Dragon Stone forget 5 skills. Love River Domain makes the Rock Dragon Stone skills have a 30% failure rate. The defense pressure of the Rock Dragon's secret realm has been directly reduced by 80%. Coupled with River God Domain, as 200% all attribute bonus, 50% physical damage immunity and recovery ability, there really is no need for so many defensive professions. With a team of 300 people, having 150 defensive professions, the young leader can still clear the Rock Dragon's secret realm in 1 hour 08 minutes. Now with only 50 defensive professions, if we go all out, we will definitely be able to refresh the clearance record of the Rock Dragon's secret realm even faster. The members of the Frostleaf Legion were extremely excited. Clearing the level quickly not only established the reputation of the Frostleaf Legion but also allowed them to collect more materials in the same amount of time, so everyone was full of enthusiasm. Under the firepower coverage of 200 output-oriented professions, the Rock Dragon's secret realm was quickly cleared. Rock Dragon King has fallen. Rock Dragon's secret realm cleared successfully. This clearance time is 40 minutes and 43 seconds. Awesome! So awesome! The first time cooperating with the little leader, we managed to set a clearance record of 40 minutes and 43 seconds in the Rock Dragon's secret realm. We've cleared the Rock Dragon's secret realm nearly 1,000 times, but it's the first time we've cleared it with this lineup. If it weren't for the little leader, our defensive professions would still need to be at 50% ratio, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to withstand the damage from 1,200 Rock Dragon Stone statues and the Rock Dragon King. If it weren't for the little leader's help, it would have taken us at least 4.5 hours to clear. This improvement is really significant. The time it took for 1 run before, we can now do it 6 times. The little leader is amazing. The crowd cheered and once again entered the Rock Dragon's secret realm with Lu Chen. Rock Dragon King has fallen. Rock Dragon's secret realm cleared successfully. This clearance time is 35 minutes and 32 seconds. Rock Dragon King has fallen. Rock Dragon's secret realm cleared successfully. This clearance time is 30 minutes and 34 seconds. Rock Dragon King has fallen. Rock Dragon's secret realm cleared successfully. This clearance time is 20 minutes and 27 seconds. As Lu Chen's level increased and his cooperation with the Frostleaf Legion improved, the clearance speed of the Rock Dragon's secret realm also became faster. By the 10th run, the clearance speed reached 20 minutes and 27 seconds. 20 minutes and 27 seconds. Can a human even achieve this? With the help of the little leader, the Frostleaf Legion's clearance record went from 4 hours and 30 minutes to 20 minutes and 27 seconds, 13 times faster. The little leader is too strong. If he doesn't team up with members of other legions, no one will be able to break the clearance record of the Rock Dragon's secret realm. Before the Rock Dragon's secret realm, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. At the same time, the members of the Frostleaf Legion returned to reality, each one extremely joyful. The clearance speed they never dared to dream of, Lu Chen made it happen for them. By Ningbing's side, it's a pity the little leader's leveling speed is too fast. He's already reached level 90 and can no longer gain experience. As a large-scale dungeon for 300 people, coupled with Lu Chen's significant contribution, the experience distribution was very high, naturally leveling up at a rocket-like speed, rising rapidly. She was well aware that as the Northern Frontier's little leader, Lu Chen was not lacking in resources. When the Rock Dragon's secret realm could no longer provide experience, Lu Chen couldn't afford to waste time there. Level 90, I can go to the Temple of Transcendence and take on the 4th transformation mission. After bidding farewell to the Frostleaf Legion members, Lu Chen decisively headed towards the Temple of Transcendence. Name, Lu Chen, level, 90, occupation, river god, third transformation, strength, 90,000, agility, 90,000, constitution, 90,000, spirit, 90,000. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the river god domain. River god domain, breaking limit level. When activating the river god domain, it forms a water area centered on oneself, continuously expanding and spreading outward. All friendly units in the water area receive a 240% boost to all attributes. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the River God Legend. River God Legend, breaking limit level. When items fall into the River God domain, they can replicate a gold and a silver item. The silver item's equipment effect is 4 times that of the original item, and the gold item's equipment effect is 5 times that of the original item. Up to 20 items can be replicated simultaneously. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of Elementalization. Elementalization, breaking limit level, allows friendly targets in the River God domain to enter an elementalized state, immune to 70% of physical damage. When an elementalized target is injured, it can consume the River God domain to rapidly recover from the injury. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the Nether River domain. River Styx domain, breaking limit level, can freely transform the River God domain into the River Styx domain. When enemies in the River Styx domain are damaged, they can receive an additional 100% soul damage. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the River Styx Legend. River Styx Legend, breaking limit level. By drilling into the enemy's body in the River Styx domain, they can randomly forget 7 skills. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the Love River Legend. Love River domain, breaking limit level, can freely transform the River God domain into the Love River domain. When enemies in the Love River domain use skills, there is a 50% chance of failure. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade of the Love River Legend. Love River Legend, breaking limit level. The Love River domain shoots out arrows of true love. Signing a contract of true love or a dog-like contract can convert the target's damage into equivalent healing effects. Can establish 6 contracts simultaneously? At level 90, all my attributes have reached 90,000. The improvement is very significant. With my 4-dimensional attributes, even without using any skills, I can easily defeat all peers. Lu Chen clenched his fist, carefully feeling the changes in himself, and all my breaking limit level skills have been enhanced. The total attribute bonus of the River God domain has reached 240%. The River God Legend can replicate 20 items at the same time. Elementalization immunizes 70% of physical damage, and the speed of recovering from injuries has also been greatly improved. The additional damage bonus of the River Styx domain reaches 100%. The River Styx Legend can make people randomly forget 7 skills. The Love River domain increases the failure rate of enemy skills to 50%. The Love River Legend can sign 6 contracts simultaneously, making 6 people invincible in one-on-one combat. Any 2 of these breaking limit level skills can easily turn the tide of battle. He had a premonition that even if all the examinees in China joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him alone. Lu Ruyan, as an SSS level Qingqiu Divine Envoy, was only at level 12 at this time, mastering 5 skills. When he used the River Styx Legend, Lu Ruyan forgot all his skills and could only fight him head-on. Even Lu Ruyan was like this, let alone others. Most examinees have not even reached level 10, and may not even have mastered 4 skills. As long as the Love River domain has enough time to spread, he can make everyone forget all their skills in an instant. With the huge level advantage, he could easily defeat each child with a punch, just like kicking a kindergarten child. In the face of absolute level advantage and skill strength, all numerical advantages are meaningless. Transfer Temple. Leader, hello. The receptionist saw Lu Chen and immediately bowed, showing extremely respectful attitude. The leader is here again. He clearly completed the 3rd transfer this morning. Could it be for an inspection? The people around were puzzled by Lu Chen's arrival. Some of them had witnessed Lu Chen's 3rd transfer and admired this young man with top-notch potential and background. However, no matter how fast one's leveling speed is, it is impossible to complete the 3rd transfer in the morning and immediately reach level 90 in the afternoon. Therefore, no one would think that Lu Chen came to take on the 4th transfer task. Guan Qiheo exclaimed, completed the 3rd transfer this morning? The leader's leveling speed is so fast? He was a student at the Northern Border Military Academy, having completed the 3rd transfer task in his junior year and was preparing for a career change. This leveling speed was already very fast, but it couldn't be compared to Lu Chen at all. To be precise, even the youngest and most powerful war god of China, when he was young, could not compare to Lu Chen. Someone explained, the overwhelming love river phenomenon this morning. You should have seen it at the Northern Border Military Academy. That was the transfer phenomenon of the leader's third transfer. This transfer phenomenon was actually caused by the leader? Guan Qiheo was greatly shocked. After becoming the war god, Lu Chen would naturally attend the Northern Border Military Academy. As a junior student, Lu Chen surpassed his peers even before the start of the school year. His leveling speed was incredible, completely beyond his comprehension. Lu Chen said, "I'll take on the 4th level task." His tone was calm, but his words struck like thunder, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Taking on a 4th level task? Did I hear that right? The young leader just completed the 3rd level this morning. How could he reach level 90 in one afternoon? Everyone around was stunned. Level 90? If the young leader didn't lie, as a newcomer who awakened his profession this year, he is actually 30 levels higher than me. Guan Qiheo gasped in shock. He had some understanding of Lu Chen's profession, but it was just a low-potential sea-level river god with many restrictions. Regarding how Lu Chen won the championship in the college entrance examination and the Spirit War, he felt it had a lot to do with Lu Junlin. But now, regardless of whether Lu Chen could take on the job transfer task, at least the fact that he completed the 3rd level this morning should be true. With such a crushing level advantage, even with a seemingly useless profession, winning the championship in the college entrance examination and the Spirit War was not impossible. However, the leveling speed was closely related to the profession's monster hunting ability. If Lu Chen awakened a useless profession, his leveling speed would not be fast, even with his father's sky-cutting war god. Thinking of this, he felt that Lu Chen's profession was not simple. "Young leader, please follow me." After a moment of hesitation, the receptionist decisively led Lu Chen to take on the job transfer task. This was not the first time she had experienced such a thing. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen's leveling speed was so fast. But Lu Chen completed the 3rd level in just 1 month, making him the strongest genius in the history of the human race. There was no need to show off in this way. If Lu Chen wanted to take on the job transfer task, he must have reached level 90, no need for verification. Job transfer task successfully accepted. Host, please win the championship in the 100 schools competition. It's really successful. The young leader just reached the 3rd level this morning, and in the afternoon, he reached level 90. Even though the receptionist was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. Back when Lu Junlin reached level 30, it took him 3 months. And Lu Chen, in just 1 month, reached level 90. 100 schools competition? Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The 100 schools competition was for seniors, and as a freshman who had not even started school yet, he should wait a few years to participate. However, as the sky-cutting war god, he could enter as a freshman by taking a backdoor approach, and it shouldn't be a problem. As for taking up a spot and whether his senior brothers would mind, he didn't care. With strength and background, what's wrong with bringing glory to the Northern Border Military Academy? When Lu Junlin was young, he participated in the 100 schools competition as a sophomore, and in his junior and senior years, he participated twice more. As long as the strength was strong enough to bring more glory to the school, the Northern Border Military Academy would definitely be pleased. Northern Border Assembly Hall. The young leader's leveling speed has always been fast, but I wonder if he can continue after the 3rd level. The further you go, the more experience points you need to level up. Even if you brush high-level dungeons, the experience gained will increase, but the leveling speed will still slow down. However, the young leader's skills are all limit-breaking. The stronger the teammates, the greater the effect. When clearing the Rock Python Secret Realm, the experience distribution ratio will be very high. Coupled with the fact that the Rock Python Secret Realm is a 300-person large dungeon, the young leader's leveling speed might continue. After a brief discussion among the human race's high-level members, they quickly obtained the clearance record of the Rock Python Secret Realm. The previous clearance record for the Rock Python Secret Realm was 4 hours and 30 minutes, but after the young leader took action, it was cleared in 1 hour and 28 minutes for the first time. The second clearance took 1 hour and 8 minutes, the third took 40 minutes and 43 seconds. By the 10th time, the clearance speed reached 20 minutes and 27 seconds, more than 4 hours faster than yesterday's record. It seems that my son's contribution in the Rock Dragon Secret Realm is significant, and the experience points must be very high. After analyzing, Lu Junlin felt very pleased. Zhong Lao agreed. Moreover, after the little commander cleared the Rock Dragon Secret Realm 10 times, he stopped. It is very likely that he will reach level 90 and go to the Temple of Transcendence to accept the job change mission. This possibility is very high. The human high-level officials all agreed with this statement. Based on their understanding of Lu Chen, it is impossible for him to stop before reaching level 90 before dinner. I'm back. Lu Chen knocked on the door and entered the Great Hall. The little commander has indeed reached level 90, and all four-dimensional attributes have reached 90,000, far surpassing his peers. After the human high-level officials used detection techniques, they all smiled. Lu Junlin said, "Son, after reaching level 90, have those broken limit skills also leveled up?" Lu Chen's skill intensity was too high, all of them were the highest level of broken limit. Even though Lu Chen's attributes had increased significantly, compared to those few broken limit skills, it was still insignificant. Therefore, what he cared most about was whether Lu Chen's skills had become stronger. Okay. After Lu Chen nodded, the river god's domain quickly engulfed everyone's feet. All attributes increased by 240%. After the little commander reached level 90, the river god's domain has indeed become stronger. Coupled with the effects of the three emperor swords, when the little commander joins forces with the war god, it can increase the attributes of all the soldiers in my northern military region by 1,740%. The human high-level officials felt excited as they sensed their own changes. Zhong Lao said solemnly, with a 1,740% increase in all attributes, if other countries find out, they will probably join forces against us. Before the little commander grows completely, anything related to him and the three emperor swords must not be leaked. Xiao Lao said, "Rest assured, we have been controlling the information about the little commander. However, paper cannot keep fire, and the little commander will inevitably expose his strength if he wants to gain more benefits. The recent battle of the spirit was the best example. If the little commander had not used the river god's domain and the Naiha domain, he would never have scored 48 billion points. The black fish would not have been able to reach level 110 and transform into a Kuanpun. The 5,000 high school students who participated in the Battle of the Spirit came from all corners of the country. It is not easy to completely block the news. Fortunately, the little commander benefited everyone in the Battle of the Spirit, and with the prestige of the Northern Military Region, those who participated in the Battle of the Spirit cooperated extremely well and signed a confidentiality agreement with us. Moreover, the participants in the Battle of the Spirit were not high-level, so even if someone leaked information, the fact that the little commander mastered the broken limit skills would not be exposed. Lu Chen's potential was too high. If he were a genius from another country, they would definitely not sit still and would try to eliminate him by all means. Therefore, information about Lu Chen is classified by the Northern Military Region, and even the other three war gods of China are not qualified to know. When Lu Chen became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and was questioned by countless people, they did not intend to clarify, hoping that the misunderstanding would continue. Next is the River God legend. Lu Chen casually took out 19 items, all duplicated into 1 gold and 1 silver. Including the gold and silver emperor swords, the little commander's river god legend can duplicate 20 items at the same time. Duplicating 20 items at the same time, the little commander alone may not use them all, so we can duplicate the most important treasures of the Northern Military Region. In case of an emergency and the little commander is unavailable, we can also use the duplicated treasures to respond. The human high-level officials were pleased. Lu Chen's river god legend is too powerful. With just this one skill, it can greatly increase the foundation of the Northern Military Region. When the Sixth World War begins, Lu Chen can replicate the equipment of 3 other war gods, giving other countries a big surprise. Next, Lu Chen displayed all of the skills such as Elementalization, Naiha Domain, Naiha Legend, Love River Domain, and Love River Legend. After testing, the high-level members of the human race were all shocked. The potential of the young leader is too strong. In just one afternoon, 7 breakthrough-level skills have been enhanced. Elementalization immunizes 70% of physical damage, and it is a breakthrough-level group enhancement skill. With such amazing recovery ability, the soldier's defense capabilities will double. The additional damage bonus of Naiha Domain has reached 100%, the same as the actual damage value. When the Great War begins, Naiha Domain covers all enemies. The output of the young leader alone is the sum of all of us. Naiha Legend has also been enhanced, allowing enemies to randomly forget 7 skills. With such an astonishing number of forgotten skills, the probability of enemies forgetting crucial skills is very high. If encountering opponents with few skills, they probably won't even be able to use any skills, they will just forget them all. Love River Domain can make enemies' skills have a 50% chance of failure. If you use 10 skills, half of them will fail. How can you fight like this? Too outrageous. Love River Domain is still a group control skill. If it appears on the battlefield, the enemy will definitely be in chaos. After testing Love River Domain, the high-level members of the human race all smiled. Xiao Lao smirked. Zhang Lao, why don't you try Love River Domain again? With your lustful heart, the failure rate of the skill might double again, reaching 100%. This, Zhong Lao was caught in a dilemma. Last time during the test, he almost fell into the love river, leaving some psychological shadows. Fan Lao said, Zhong Lao, you are the only one who can double the effect of love river domain. In order to test the strength of the skill, we can only trouble you. Zhong Lao, don't worry, we are here, nothing unexpected will happen. After it's done, I'll treat you to a foot bath. You can even have the whole place to yourself. Everyone persuaded him. Alright, in order to test the strength of the young leader's skills, I'll go all out. Zhong Lao gritted his teeth and voluntarily entered the love river domain. Under the influence of the love river domain, he was mentally confused, his eyes were unfocused, unable to think of anything other than love. In such a terrible state, not to mention using skills, even fist fighting would be a problem. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen decisively lifted the effect of the love river domain. Damn, it's too damn scary. Zhong Lao woke up suddenly, as if he had a nightmare, his cold sweat soaking his clothes. How do you feel? Xiao Lao hurriedly asked. Being in the love river domain, my brain is completely unable to think, let alone use skills. In such a terrible state, even if I had the idea of using skills, the failure rate would reach 100%. Zhong Lao was very afraid of the love river domain, like a mouse seeing a cat. Fan Lao said, Zhong Lao, you have to go to the Buddhist temple for some cultivation. If the young leader fights you, he can easily win with just one skill. Not only Zhong Lao, as long as someone is as lustful as Zhong Lao, the young leader can easily win with love river domain. The high-level members of the human race all smiled. Zhong Lao sighed, it's a good thing that the young leader is one of us. The love river domain is too terrifying, he never wants to enter it again in his life. If Lu Chen were from another country, in order to counter the love river domain, he would definitely not hesitate to castrate himself. Next is the love river legend. Lu Chen's thoughts moved, and the love river condensed 6 pairs of arrows of true love, instantly establishing 6 contracts. After a brief test, the top leaders of the human race discovered that all 6 contracts were in effect, and they were overjoyed. With 6 contracts, if they are all dog contracts, the northern military region will have 6 unbeatable solo fighters. Too strong, if the Emperor of Japan becomes the dog of 6 people, those 6 can chase the Emperor of Japan at will, making him too scared to fight back. Just the thought of such a scene excited the high-ranking humans, making them eager to rush to the capital of Japan and chase the Emperor of Japan. However, Lu Chen still had a lot of room for growth, and it was not the best time to start the 6th World War. Before that, they had to endure. And there were only 6 spots available to chase the Emperor of Japan. If they wanted to increase the spots, Lu Chen had to continue to grow. Son, the northern military region has 7 sets of level 90 legendary sets, you choose one. Lu Junlin, as the Grand Commander of the northern region, naturally wanted to give the best to Lu Chen. And Lu Chen had great potential, even if he was not a god of war, he still qualified to receive a legendary set. Okay. Lu Chen, without hesitation, after analyzing the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the 7 legendary sets, decisively chose the Deep Sea set. Name, Deep Sea Helmet, Quality, Legendary, Level Requirement, 90, Constitution plus 20,000, Spirit plus 30,000, Equipment Effect, 40% increase in Spirit, 40% increase in Mana Recovery Speed. Name, Deep Sea Shoulder Armor. Name, Deep Sea Chest Armor. Name, Deep Sea Belt. Name, Deep Sea Boots. Equipping all 5 pieces of the Deep Sea set activates the set effect. Strength plus 50,000, Spirit plus 50,000, Agility plus 50,000, Constitution plus 50,000, Set Effect 1, 600% increase in movement speed underwater. Set Effect 2, 600% increase in recovery effect underwater. Set Effect 3, every 5 minutes, teleport 1 to 3,000 meters underwater and remain invisible for 1 minute. The equipment effects of the Deep Sea set were very strong, but they had many restrictions and could only be effective in water. If the water area was less than 3,000 meters, the maximum teleport distance of Set Effect 3 would be affected. Therefore, very few people chose the Deep Sea set. It was either too expensive for those without military achievements or not attractive enough for those with good options. And Lu Chen had the River God domain, which complemented the highly restrictive Deep Sea set, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Young self, are you going for the gold Deep Sea set, the silver Deep Sea set, or the regular Deep Sea set? After the chant ended, the attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the gold and silver Deep Sea sets doubled. The regular Deep Sea set could increase Lu Chen's total attributes by 450,000. The attribute bonuses and equipment effects of the gold Deep Sea set were 5 times that of the regular version. After wearing it, Lu Chen's total attributes increased by 2,250,000 points. My own total attributes add up to only 360,000, but the G Gold, Deep Sea set increases all my attributes by 2,250,000. If I use the River God domain to further increase all attributes by 240%, my total attributes will reach 6,264,000. Moreover, the equipment effects of the Deep Sea set also increase by 5 times, increasing movement speed by 3,000% and recovery effect by 3,000% while in water. Every 5 minutes, I can teleport 1 to 15,000 meters underwater and remain invisible for 5 minutes. Even if I don't manipulate the cooldown time of the set, the invisibility effect of set effect 3 can still last. Liu Chen clenched his fist, feeling a surge of attributes that was even stronger than leveling up. As for the ordinary deep sea suit, even if he doesn't wear it, it will still be carried on him. When the teleportation skill of the deep sea suit is needed one day, he will continuously refresh the cooldown of the suit's effects through duplication. The River God legend is indeed powerful. Wearing the Yi Gold, deep sea suit, the attributes of the young leader far surpass other level 90 professionals. Just one suit has such a significant improvement. If the War God suit and all 10 sword weapons are gold, the attribute bonuses will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Observing the changes in Liu Chen's attributes, the leaders of the human race were shocked. Lu Junlin asked, "Son, what is your 4th transformation task?" Liu Chen replied, "To win the top spot in the 100 schools competition." Zhang Lao exclaimed, "The 100 schools competition?" Generally, only seniors participate in the 100 schools competition. And the young leader has just completed the college entrance examination, and there is still some time before school starts. Xiao Lao immediately said, "What's the problem with starting school early? It's just a matter of words. As for participating in the 100 schools competition, it's even simpler. The young leader is at level 90, wearing the Yi Gold, deep sea suit, and has a 110 level Kunpeng battle pet. Having the young leader represent the Northern Military Academy in the competition will surely win the top spot, raise the reputation of the Northern Military Academy, and attract more new students." Lu Junlin agreed, "Rules are dead, people are alive. As long as the strength is strong enough, it's not necessary to be a senior to participate in the 100 schools competition. Back in the day, when I was a sophomore, I participated in the 100 schools competition, and in my junior and senior years, I participated twice, a total of 3 times. My son has risen to level 90 in just 1 month, several times stronger than me back then. Participating in the 100 schools competition as a freshman will definitely not be a problem. As the future of China, Liu Chen cannot afford any delay in leveling up, and it is impossible for him to endure from freshman to senior year just because of the rules of the 100 schools competition, wasting 4 years of time. Therefore, everyone's opinions were very unified, all planning to let Liu Chen participate in the 100 schools competition as a freshman. Northern Military Academy. School is starting early? The school leaders were a bit puzzled. Starting school early means that teachers and school leaders have to start work early, and naturally, some people are not willing. However, starting school early is an order from the War God, and they dare not disobey, so they can only carry on obediently. The Northern Military Academy is starting early. Maybe we can see Liu Chen. Lu Ruyan's heart raced at the mere thought. After witnessing Liu Chen's speed of leveling up, her pursuit became even more determined. Before the start of school, she didn't have many chances to interact with Liu Chen. After waiting so long for school to start, she must show her skills and win over Liu Chen. Principal's office. After reporting as a new student, Liu Chen came directly here without wasting time at the freshman ceremony. The principal said, "Young leader, the 100 schools competition is a team-based event. You must form a team of 5 people to participate. Here are this year's candidate teams, you can choose one to join at will. With your strength, you can replace anyone in these teams." Lu Junlin had already explained Liu Chen's situation to him in advance. Otherwise, with his upright character, even if Liu Chen became the war god, he would not be able to participate in the 100 schools competition. Faced with this young man who had reached level 90 at the age of only 18, he sincerely admired him. He was undoubtedly the strongest genius in the history of the human race, without a doubt. Liu Chen quickly scanned the list of candidates. Pei Yuyan, this name sounds familiar. The principal smiled. Pei Yuyan is a disciple of the sword sect of the war god, and you have a connection with her. Her team happens to be short of one person, so joining them would be just right for you. As the strongest in China, Lu Junlin naturally had countless people wanting to be his disciples. In order to accommodate these disciples, Lu Junlin specially established the sword sect of the war god, known to the world as the Holy Land of Swordsmanship. And Pei Yuyan's profession is an SSS-level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, naturally qualified to join the sword sect of the war god. So it's her. After the principal's reminder, Liu Chen finally remembered. Pei Yuyan could be accepted as a disciple by Lord Lu, naturally indicating exceptional talent. Joining Pei Yuyan's team would make winning much easier. Moreover, after the selection for the 100 Schools Grand Competition, there would be competitive dungeons. By teaming up with Pei Yuyan, he could benefit his father's disciples and maximize the gains. The principal said, "Young leader, have you made up your mind? I will inform Pei Yuyan then. Even if Pei Yuyan doesn't know your strength, out of respect for the war god Zhan Tian, she will surely accept you with joy." "I have made up my mind, you can inform her in advance," Lu Chen nodded. Alright, the principal was very excited. With Pei Yuyan and Lu Chen joining forces, the Northern Military Academy would surely become the first in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. Meanwhile, a large arena was filled with people. Due to the high popularity, those unaware thought it was an official match. Pei Yuyan stood in the center of the arena, selecting the final member of her team through actual combat. Her team had support and damage-dealing professions, lacking only a defensive one, so the entry test was to withstand her 10 swords. As an SSS-level professional with unparalleled sword skills, even though she only delivered 10 swords, she stumped numerous fourth-year students. It's too difficult to become Pei Yuyan's teammate. Even an SS-level defensive professional might not succeed in the entry test. Let's wait patiently. The 100 Schools Grand Competition requires a team of 5, which involves the rules of competitive dungeons. As time passes, Pei Yuyan will naturally relax the difficulty of the entry test, and we still have a chance. Pei Yuyan's requirements are already low, just need to withstand 10 swords. If we fail, it's because we are too weak. Are we weak? It's clear that Pei Yuyan is just too strong. The fourth-year students discussed fervently, almost all wanting to become Pei Yuyan's teammate. An SSS-level professional might not even appear among a billion people, and Pei Yuyan, as the SSS-level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, was undoubtedly the strongest student at the Northern Military Academy, without a doubt. As long as one teamed up with Pei Yuyan, the chances of winning the 100 Schools Grand Competition would be very high. Clang! The deafening sound of metal collision rang out as Pei Yuyan pointed her sword, knocking down an SS-level fourth-year student from the arena. Another failed the test. He is an SS-level Earth Shield Guardian, with very strong defense, but when Pei Yuyan used the 7th sword, he still couldn't hold on. The fourth-year students sighed. Even an SS-level Earth Shield Guardian could only withstand 7 swords. Many lost confidence and dared not attempt Pei Yuyan's entry test. "Captain, should we lower the requirements a bit? The selection of participating teams is about to begin. Most defensive professionals who want to join our team have tried, but no one can withstand your 10 swords. Many excellent defensive professionals, after failing the test, directly join other teams. If we don't compromise, our team will end up like leftover spinsters, missing out on many excellent teammates and even the possibility of participating in the 100 Schools Grand Competition." Zhou Yu was anxious. With Pei Yuyan around, the Northern Military Academy had a very high chance of winning the 100 Schools Grand Competition. Even if the 5th person was slightly weaker, she didn't see it as a problem, as long as they met the conditions to participate in the competition. There's no need for further selection, our team is full. Pei Yuyan stood with her sword, resembling a fairy from the Moon Palace, both in appearance and temperament, stunning many who saw her for the first time. Pei Yuyan's 5th teammate is decided. Could it be me? Although no one can withstand Pei Yuyan's 10 swords, everyone knows who can withstand the most swords. After all defensive professionals have tried, Pei Yuyan will undoubtedly choose the one with the strongest defense. The fourth-year students were all excited, hoping that Pei Yuyan would call out their name. Captain, Wang was able to withstand 9 swords. He almost completed the assessment. Is he our 5th teammate? Zhou Yu asked. Although Wang joined another team after failing the assessment, as long as Pei Yuyan spoke up, Wang would probably defect on the spot. Pei Yuyan said, "Our 5th teammate is the little commander." She was not sure about Lu Chen's strength, but as a disciple of the Zhan Tian sword sect, Lu Junlin's face naturally had to be given. Even if Lu Chen had no combat power at all and was purely decorative, she was willing to take Lu Chen to participate in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. With her strength, even if they were short of one opponent, there was still hope of winning the top spot. The 5th teammate is the little commander? Captain, are you serious? As far as I know, the little commander just finished the college entrance examination not long ago. If it weren't for the early start of the Northern Border Military Academy, he wouldn't even be a freshman. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. How could Lu Chen, as a freshman, compete with seniors? Even if Lu Chen's profession was SSS level, the difficulty was very high. Moreover, their team lacked a defensive profession, and it was unclear if Lu Chen's river god profession had any defensive skills. Even if Lu Chen was very strong, their lineup would still have problems. Captain, think carefully. The 100 Schools Grand Competition is about competitive dungeons, about the honor of the Northern Border Military Academy. It's not child's play. Usually, only seniors participate in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. Even if the little commander participates, it's just asking for trouble. There's no need to do this. And the little commander just started his freshman year this year. He could easily wait until his senior year to participate in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. There's no need to rush. The other two teammates couldn't sit still and tried to persuade Pei Yuyan. The little commander is the descendant of the Zhan Tian war god, and the team formation was decided by the principal. Regardless of the little commander's strength, I will take him with us. If you have any objections to the little commander, feel free to leave the team. Pei Yuyan's attitude was very firm. This, Zhou Yu and the others were all speechless. If Pei Yuyan's strength wasn't strong enough, they would really have left the team because of that statement. Damn, Pei Yuyan's fifth teammate is actually the little commander. Pei Yuyan has very high requirements for teammates, otherwise, with her strength, she would have had a full team long ago. But what help can the little commander, as a freshman, provide for the upcoming 100 Schools Grand Competition? Why would she do this? And for Pei Yuyan to team up with the little commander, she even broke up with the other three teammates. This is too much. The seniors were all stunned. They had put in a lot of effort to pass Pei Yuyan's team assessment. And Lu Chen hadn't done anything, still a freshman, and had become Pei Yuyan's teammate directly. And Pei Yuyan was so protective of him. How could they accept that? Could it be that having a good father really allows one to do as they please? Zhao Long said, Captain, as a disciple of the Zhan Tian war god, you should have the little commander's contact information, right? It's necessary for the little commander, as our teammate, to have some early contact to understand each other's strengths. I'm here. Lu Chen stepped onto the stage. Hello, little commander, I'm Pei Yuyan, an SSS level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, level 95. Pei Yuyan was very enthusiastic. After she introduced herself, the other three also began their introductions. I'm Zhao Long, an SS level melee mage, a senior this year, level 83. I'm Zhou Yu, an SS level holy priest, level 81. I'm Zhang Biao, an SS level marksman, level 83. Zhou Yu and Zhang Biao's attitudes were calm, but when Zhao Long mentioned a senior this year, there was a hint of tension. According to the usual rules, only seniors participated in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. And Lu Chen was a freshman, having to team up with them. Naturally, he was a bit unhappy. If it weren't for Pei Yuyan's strong abilities and the fact that Lu Chen's father is the war god of the Slashing Heaven sect, he would have started cursing a long time ago. Right. Lu Chen nodded, quite satisfied with the levels of the four people. Zhao Long, Zhou Yu, and Zhang Biao are all SS-ranked professionals, reaching level 80 or above in their fourth year, surpassing over 95% of their peers. As an SSS-ranked professional, Pei Yuyan has already completed 4 transformations and reached level 95, truly living up to being a disciple of the Slashing Heaven Sword sect, right? Zhao Long rolled his eyes, showing disdain. I reached level 83 in my fourth year, and your evaluation as a junior student is right? Do you, as a freshman, have the confidence to surpass my level by the time you reach your fourth year? Thinking of this, he intended to make Lu Chen realize the difference between the strong and the weak. Junior leader, I'd like to spar with you to better understand each other's strengths. Zhang Biao frowned. Zhao Long, the junior leader just enrolled, and you, a fourth-year student, want to spar with a freshman. Isn't that bullying? He was afraid Zhao Long might go too far and accidentally hurt Lu Chen. With Pei Yuyan's attitude, even if the war god of the Slashing Heaven sect didn't intervene, Zhao Long wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed. Don't worry, I know my limits. I can always choose not to fight back. Zhao Long was very confident in his own abilities. As a freshman, Lu Chen's ability to reach level 10 in just 1 month is questionable. Even at level 83, even if he's not a defensive-type professional, Lu Chen couldn't possibly harm him in the slightest. Lu Chen said, since it's a spar, there's no reason not to fight back. You don't have to worry about my freshman status. Know yourself and your enemy, and you shall be victorious in 100 battles. He also wanted to better understand his teammates through practical combat. Is the junior leader crazy? A freshman accepting Zhao Long's challenge in public? Isn't he just asking for trouble? What do you know? As the future war god, the junior leader naturally has to save face. How could he refuse Zhao Long's challenge? If Zhao Long really makes a move, how many moves do you think the junior leader can withstand? The people around laughed. The junior leader is too impulsive. How could he casually accept Zhao Long's challenge? Pei Yuyan was somewhat worried. Zhao Long and Lu Chen were teammates fighting side by side. If Lu Chen couldn't even defeat Zhao Long with one hand, how would he face the upcoming 100 Schools competition? Even if she didn't mind Lu Chen's weakness, he would undoubtedly face more criticism. Junior leader, my level is much higher than yours, so be careful. After scaring Lu Chen with a sentence, Zhao Long calmly rushed towards him with his right fist. Fighting a newcomer who had just awakened his profession at level 83 could be fatal with a slight mistake, so he had to be cautious. In this spar, as long as others knew his teammate was incompetent, it would be enough. When they couldn't win the top spot in the 100 schools competition, others would understand who was to blame. The best scenario would be for Lu Chen to realize the gap between himself and the fourth-year students and voluntarily give up the competition. You can go all out. Lu Chen directly faced Zhao Long fist to fist. The astonishing force made Zhao Long retreat nearly 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Is this the strength a freshman can display? Zhao Long was a bit stunned. He had indeed held back a lot in his previous punch, but making a freshman suffer a bit was definitely within his capabilities. Yet Lu Chen effortlessly took his punch and even made him retreat nearly 10 steps. And he could tell that Lu Chen, like himself, hadn't used his full strength and was also holding back. To have such formidable strength after just 1 month of awakening, the junior leader is truly remarkable. After praising him, Zhao Long attacked Lu Chen again. No matter how strong his force was, Lu Chen could easily withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he threw hundreds of punches, unleashing all 75,000 points of his strength attribute. Yet Lu Chen still managed to block his punches and forced him back nearly 10 steps. Fake. This must be fake. Am I really going to use my skills against a freshman in his first year? Zhao Long became more and more shocked as he fought, unable to see through Lu Chen at all. Dealing with other freshmen, even without using a single skill, he could easily defeat a large group based on his own attributes alone. Yet Lu Chen, just like him, had not used a single skill from start to finish but could steadily suppress him. Could it be that Lu Chen's attributes were even higher than his? What's going on? How come all of Zhao Long's punches are being effortlessly blocked by the freshman leader? As a freshman in his first year, after taking hundreds of punches from Zhao Long, the freshman leader still looks completely at ease. This is so damn fake. And the freshman leader and Zhao Long are purely engaging in hand-to-hand combat, not using a single skill. A freshman in his first year has higher attributes than a senior in his fourth year. Is that even possible? But every punch Zhao Long throws is accompanied by a powerful force. It doesn't look like a fake fight. One can only say that Zhao Long's acting skills are too good. If the outcome wasn't so absurd, I would have believed it. The audience was dumbfounded. Many people thought Zhao Long and Lu Chen were just putting on a show, trying to reduce criticism of freshmen participating in the 100 schools great competition in this way. Zhou Yu exclaimed, "What's going on? How can the freshman leader suppress Zhao Long?" During Zhao Long's sparring with Lu Chen, her attention was highly focused, ready to rescue Lu Chen at any moment to prevent any accidents. But Zhao Long didn't even have a chance to injure Lu Chen, as he was constantly being suppressed by Lu Chen. Pei Yuyan smiled and said, "Let's stop here. There are too many people here. Exposing our skills prematurely is not conducive to the upcoming 100 schools great competition." Being at level 95, she could naturally see how strong Lu Chen was. At just 18 years old, Lu Chen surpassed Zhao Long, who was at level 83 in terms of attributes. When the 100 schools great competition begins, he will undoubtedly play an immensely significant role. Due to the astonishing outcome of this battle, news quickly spread throughout the Northern Military Academy, causing quite a stir. Senior student Zhao Long actually lost to freshman Lu Chen. It's unbelievable. Zhao Long is one of the top students in his fourth year. How could he lose to a freshman? Let alone a freshman, even a junior student wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Long, yet the freshman leader did it. Even if he's the god of war, it's impossible to defeat a senior student in his fourth year during his freshman year. Could it be that the freshman leader is even stronger than the former god of war? This is probably just like the freshman leader's high school entrance exam scores. The god of war is boosting the freshman leader's reputation. It's just that the way this reputation is being built is too absurd, completely illogical. Who would believe it if it got out? The senior students were all discussing, not believing in the outcome of this battle, especially those who knew Zhao Long's strength. In class 1 of the freshman year, Lu Chen defeated a senior student in his fourth year? Upon hearing this news, Lu Ruyan was greatly shocked. When everyone was attending the opening ceremony, Lu Chen had done something extraordinary. The person the freshman leader defeated is not just any senior student, but the extremely powerful Zhao Long. As far as I know, Zhao Long has always been in the top 10 of the entire year, an 83rd level melee mage. And during the battle with Zhao Long, the freshman leader didn't even summon the 110th level Kuanpun. Tang Yu grew up in the Northern Military District since childhood. Her connections were all here. Naturally, she knew more about things than Lu Ruyan did. Strong individuals attract each other, so she, Lu Ruyan, and Xia Yubing formed a fixed team, hunting monsters and leveling up together every day. Lu Ruyan said, defeating an 83rd level melee mage without summoning the Kuanpeng. Could it be that Lu Chen has already reached level 90, just one step away from completing the 4th job transfer task? She was well aware that Lu Chen's strength lay in group support, not in solo combat. Trying to defeat Zhao Long in hand-to-hand combat without level or equipment advantages was absolutely impossible. The list of candidates for the 100 Schools Great Competition has been announced, and the freshman leader's name is actually on the list. Damn, the 100 Schools Grand Competition is clearly a competition for seniors in their 4th year, but the little leader actually participated as a freshman. Both being freshmen, the little leader is already bringing glory to our school. Are you sure he's bringing glory to the school? The little leader, as a freshman, competing with a group of seniors in their 4th year, is just asking for trouble. Lu Chen's classmates were all shocked. Lu Chen is going to participate in the 100 Schools Grand Competition as a freshman? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, feeling like her opportunity had arrived. When Lu Chen finishes the competition, she can approach him like a fangirl and give him a gift. 3 days later, the selection matches of the 100 Schools Grand Competition proceeded as scheduled. Due to the large number of teams wanting to participate, each school would select the most suitable team through team matches. Pei Yuyan, your 5th team member is actually a freshman. Zhang found it somewhat amusing. 3 days ago, he intercepted Pei Yuyan's 9th sword, breaking everyone's records, yet still couldn't join Pei Yuyan's team. He thought that after some time, Pei Yuyan would come looking for him. But Pei Yuyan found the 5th team member on her own, and it was a freshman, completely unrelated to defensive professionals. Could it be that in Pei Yuyan's eyes, he was not as good as the freshman Lu Chen? And saying that Lu Chen's father is the war god, Pei Yuyan, as a disciple of the war god, had to bring Lu Chen to the 100 Schools Grand Competition? Pei Yuyan, how will you compete with me carrying such a burden? When the selection matches begin, my team will undoubtedly be the first of the Northern Border Military Academy. Their captain, named Han Tian, was the 2nd strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. With such a strong leader, the chances of defeating Pei Yuyan's team were very high. In the first round, Pei Yuyan's team will face Zhao Jisheng's team. After the broadcast ended, the two teams quickly ascended the stage. Pei Yuyan is the strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. Anyone who can team up with her is undoubtedly one of the best at the academy. To win against the strong, we must find weaknesses. And the newly enrolled little leader is the biggest weakness of Pei Yuyan's team. As long as we all target the little leader, the others are likely to be thrown into chaos, giving us a chance to win. Zhao Jisheng, as the captain, was discussing tactics with his teammates. The captain is right, no matter how the little leader is, as a freshman, he is bound to be much weaker than the other 4. As for the rumor of defeating Zhao Long, it's probably just to confuse us, so we don't use that tactic. But as the successor of the war god, if the little leader accidentally kills someone, he will definitely be in trouble. Be careful when we strike later. The other 4 all agreed with Zhao Jisheng's tactics, planning to target Lu Chen from the start. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle, and Zhao Jisheng immediately made his move. His palm erupted with an incredibly chilling aura, like an iceberg pressing down. At the same time, the other 4 also unleashed their strongest skills, all aimed at Lu Chen. Is he underestimating me? Lu Chen smiled and directly faced Zhao Jisheng's palm. Is this guy crazy? As a freshman, he dares to face my skill head-on with his physical body? Zhao Jisheng was stunned, fearing that he might shatter Lu Chen's entire arm. But for the sake of victory, he attacked with lightning speed, unable to retract his move in time. The little leader is too arrogant, completely unaware of the vast difference between freshmen and seniors in their 4th year. Zhao Jisheng is also quite unlucky, encountering such a prestigious but clueless greenhorn. Onlookers thought both Lu Chen and Zhao Jisheng were done for. But the expected arm shattering did not happen. Instead, Zhao Jisheng staggered back hundreds of meters before barely stabilizing himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained standing in place, not even changing his expression. Is this a fake? The little leader didn't even use a skill, just his physical strength to break my skill. Zhao Jisheng couldn't believe his eyes. Targeting one person? Are we non-existent? Pei Yuyan clenched her sword fingers, and a majestic sword energy surged out like a long river, instantly forcing back the other 4. At the same time, Zhao Long and Zhang Biao also made their moves, pushing Zhao Jisheng and the others into retreat, unable to fight back at all. We surrender, we surrender. Zhao Jisheng knew he had no hope of winning and decisively chose to surrender. Pei Yuyan's team was too strong, with no openings at all. As the strongest team captain, he couldn't defeat anyone, let alone the other 4 teammates. Continuing the fight would just be asking for trouble. In the first round, Pei Yuyan's team wins. After the referee announced the result, the crowd erupted. Damn, is that all it takes to win? Pei Yuyan is the strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. Those who can team up with her are undoubtedly among the top students in their 4th year, so winning a bit easier is normal. But the strength of the young leader is abnormal. As a freshman, without even using skills, she defeated Zhao Jisheng's Frostpalm. This is so outrageous, I couldn't even do it myself, let alone a freshman in their 1st year. Could it be that the young leader really defeated Zhao Long, and it's not just a publicity stunt? But for a freshman to defeat a 4th-year student is too unbelievable. If it weren't witnessed with our own eyes, who would believe it? The 4th-year students were all dumbfounded. When Lu Chen defeated Zhao Long, neither side used skills. Zhao Long, relying on acting skills, deliberately lost to Lu Chen, which was acceptable. But when Zhao Jisheng attacked Lu Chen, even using the strongest Frostpalm, and was punched by Lu Chen in front of everyone, with ice debris flying everywhere, this couldn't be achieved with just good acting. To accomplish such a feat, relying solely on external forces was far from enough. Lu Chen must have real skills. The young leader is too strong. Even against 4th-year students, she can still stand out. Xia Yubing was extremely shocked. Tang Yu sighed. The young leader has never used skills from start to finish. If she summoned the Kuanping, just relying on this battle pet alone could crush Zhao Jisheng's team. If it were us, even if 3 of us joined forces, we might not be a match for Zhao Jisheng. Lu Chen has left the arena. I need to hurry and bring him some water. Lu Ruyan turned into a little fangirl, holding a bottle of mineral water and rushing towards Lu Chen. Ruyan, wait for me. Xia Yubing and Tang Yu followed closely behind. During the Battle of the Spirit, Lu Chen had helped them so much, naturally, they wanted to repay him by bringing water. However, Lu Chen was too popular, with girls from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years all rushing to bring him water. Lu Chen was immediately surrounded by a flood of people as soon as he left the arena, and the competition was fierce. Headache. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. Fortunately, as the young leader of the Northern Border, his status was very high. As long as he wanted to leave, there was no one who dared to block his way, otherwise, it would take a lot of time to get away. Damn, why is Lu Chen so popular? Lu Ruyan was very distressed. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial capital, she was fine with competing with other fangirls to bring water to Lu Chen. But after squeezing for a long time, she still hadn't managed to get the water into Lu Chen's hands, all in vain. The young leader's appearance, background, potential, and strength are all top-notch, so it's normal for the competition to be fierce. Instead of being a bootlicker he doesn't care about, it's better to strengthen yourself to get his attention. Xia Yubing and Tang Yu both sighed. In the 2nd round, Han Tian's team will compete against. The team competition continued, with Han Tian's team effortlessly defeating their opponents. Han Tian truly deserves to be the 2nd strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. If he teams up with Pei Yuyan, the chances of the Northern Border Military Academy winning the championship will be even greater. But there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Han Tian has been competing with Pei Yuyan for the top spot for so long, it's not something they can team up on casually. Barring any surprises, Han Tian will meet Pei Yuyan in the finals. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming finals. Most teams did not have the ambition to compete with Han Tian and Pei Yuyan for the championship. As long as they could make it to the top 4, they would qualify for the 100 schools grand competition. In the following matches, Team Pei Yuyan and Team Han Tian made remarkable progress and soon met in the finals. Throughout this process, Lu Chen never used any skills, relying solely on his physical strength to crush all opponents, even more effectively than Zhao Long and Zhang Biao. The finals have begun, and indeed Pei Yuyan and Han Tian have met in the finals. The little leader is truly amazing, reaching the finals without even using skills, it's unbelievable. The little leader's profession, River God, requires water to use skills. But in the arena, where there is not even a drop of water, it seems the little leader won't be able to use his skills. The crowd admired Lu Chen greatly. As a freshman, he outperformed Zhao Long and Zhang Biao without using any skills. Looking at the entire history of the human race, no freshman has ever been comparable to Lu Chen. Be careful, Han Tian's profession is an SS-level berserker, known for being tough and fierce in battle, growing stronger as the fight goes on. Zhou Yu reminded, decisively activating Holy Light Armor, boosting everyone's attributes by 70%. Since Holy Light Armor is not a limit-breaking skill, there was a diminishing effect when cast on Lu Chen and Pei Yuyan. A 60% increase in all attributes is acceptable. Lu Chen felt the changes in himself. After wearing the G Gold Deep Sea set, his total attributes reached 2,610,000, making the 60% increase in all attributes quite significant. If the upcoming battle gets tough, his River God domain can further boost his attributes by 240%. Zhou truly deserves to be the strongest support in the senior year, boosting everyone's attributes by 70% with just one skill. After praising Zhou, Han Tian swiftly charged towards him. After the previous matches, Lu Chen was no longer the weak link in Team Pei Yuyan, so he was not the primary target. It was a consensus in team battles to eliminate the support first. Otherwise, with Zhou constantly healing teammates and casting enhancement skills, the fight would become very challenging. No way! Pei Yuyan swung her sword, releasing a majestic sword aura like a surging river, creating a deafening sound that resembled thunder. Earth barrier! Zhang Er reacted swiftly, summoning hard rocks to form a wall, blocking Pei Yuyan's attack. Pei Yuyan, I can withstand your 9 swords, and the time it takes for 9 swords is enough for Han Tian to eliminate Zhou. Zhang Er smiled. This was a tactic they had planned in advance. Only by quickly creating a numerical advantage could they have a chance to win. We must stop Han Tian. If Zhou is eliminated, we won't be able to enjoy the 70% increase in all attributes. Zhang Biao wielded a machine gun and started firing wildly. After using fire suppression, his shooting speed increased by 100%, easily delivering a continuous output of damage. At the same time, Zhao Long had 10 lightning balls surrounding him, pouncing towards Han Tian like fierce tigers. These lightning balls could trigger paralysis effects. If they could control Han Tian, they could protect Zhou. Do you think you can stop me? Han Tian unleashed irresistible force, a golden light enveloping his body. Under this protection, he could ignore all control effects. By enduring Zhang Biao and Zhao Long's attacks, he would inevitably get closer to Zhou. Not good, he's immune to control, Zhao Long exclaimed, immediately standing in front of Han Tian. As a melee mage, his strength lay in close combat. In terms of defense, he couldn't compare to proper defensive professions. However, since his team lacked defensive professions and Pei Yuyan was blocked by Zhang Er, as a melee profession, he had to step up and use his body to block Han Tian. Han Tian's unstoppable force can only be immune to control, not pass through people. As long as Zhao Long blocks Han Tian with his body, once Pei Yuyan gets rid of Zhang Er, Zhou will be safe. However, Zhao Long is a close-range mage by profession, with weak defense capabilities. Facing the second strongest student of the Northern Border Military Academy, he probably won't last long. Pei Yuyan's lineup has a problem. There is no defensive profession at all. Once Pei Yuyan forces Zhang Er back, with Han Tian's output ability, he might be able to eliminate the other 4 people. With a 5-to-1 situation, Pei Yuyan has no chance of winning. Everyone felt it was a pity. Lu Chen and others are indeed very strong, but with lineup issues, they simply cannot compete with Han Tian and the others. You still want to stop me? How long can a close-range mage like you withstand my axe? Han Tian unleashed Furious Strike, the giant axe in his hand falling like thunder, containing a fierce and solidified hostility. Crack! 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 Zhao Long's 10 lightning balls immediately shattered, retreating dozens of steps before barely stabilizing his figure. If it weren't for Zhou's timely healing spell, his health would have dropped below 30%. Let me handle this, you go hold off the others. Lu Chen unleashed Water Dragon Blast, a water dragon as thick as a water tank crashing into Han Tian. Such high output. Han Tian was slightly surprised. If it weren't for unstoppable force, being immune to control, he would have been pushed back by the Water Dragon Blast by nearly 1,000 steps. There's not a drop of water on the arena, yet the young leader can use skills. Zhou was stunned, but quickly noticed Lu Chen's River God domain. A river god with its own domain happened to compensate for the river god's biggest limitation. Young leader, as a freshman, you are actually the second strongest in the team, truly remarkable. After praising, Han Tian pounced towards Zhou like a fierce tiger. His goal remained unchanged. Only by eliminating Zhou could he win more easily. With unstoppable force, he could ignore all control effects. If Zhao Long and Lu Chen wanted to protect Zhou, they would have to come forward and physically block him since they were not defensive professions. As long as his output was high enough, he could eliminate one person while on the path to killing Zhou. River God Domain provides 240% all attribute bonus. Holy Light Armor provides 60% all attribute bonus. Coupled with the Yi Gold Deep Sea Set effect, it can increase my movement speed and recovery ability in water by 3000%. Without revealing other skills, I should be able to stop Han Tian. Lu Chen's speed was extremely fast, like a phantom, instantly blocking Han Tian's path. Young leader, blades have no eyes, don't blame me if you get hurt. Han Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, the giant axe in his hand once again falling like thunder. The berserker profession does indeed become more courageous as the battle progresses, but with time, consciousness also becomes more irritable, and a slight mistake could lead to accidental killing. Therefore, during sparring, he always aimed for quick decisions to avoid accidents. Lu Chen used River God's Whip and River God Domain, sent out dozens of tentacles to entangle Han Tian's giant axe. However, unstoppable force could resist all control effects, even preventing the giant axe from being restrained. Therefore, he could only let dozens of tentacles intertwine to form a large net to block Han Tian's attacks. Crash! Han Tian's giant axe fell like a boulder into the water, causing dozens of water tentacles to burst instantly. River God's Whip was ultimately not a defensive skill, but these water tentacles grew back quickly, once again intertwining into a large net to protect Lu Chen. At the same time, River God Domain submerged Han Tian, with water tentacles emerging from all directions and wildly striking. Slap! 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 With this output frequency, it could rival Zhang Biao's machine gun, rapidly decreasing Han Tian's health. Holy crap, the junior leader actually managed to stop Han Tian. Zhao Long was dumbfounded. He had personally experienced how strong Han Tian's output ability was. His 10 protective thunderballs were instantly shattered by Han Tian. If it weren't for Zhou Yu's healing spell, his health would have dropped below 30%. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's water tentacles, with their strong regenerative power, not only blocked Han Tian but also relentlessly attacked him. We need to support the captain quickly, or when Pei Yuyan forces Zhang Er to retreat, we'll lose. Han Tian's other 3 teammates were anxious, all unleashing their strongest skills. Zhao Long and Zhang Biao could only hold off the 3 opponents, unable to assist Lu Chen in his battle with Han Tian. Are they crazy? Zhao Long and Zhang Biao actually let the junior leader face Han Tian alone. Let a freshman face the second strongest senior student. Who would do such a thing? The junior leader's strength is second only to Pei Yuyan, so it seems reasonable. The junior leader can hold on for a while, but Zhao Long would lose half his health from a single blow. Han Tian's other 3 teammates have used their strongest skills. Zhao Long and Zhang Biao are indeed unable to break free. But the junior leader has Zhou Yu's support, so it's not exactly a one-on-one fight. The audience was stunned. They never expected Lu Chen, a freshman, to be the key to Pei Yuyan's team's victory. Curses! Han Tian's eyes grew redder, and his giant axe swung faster. As a berserker, the more wounds he had, the stronger his output became. Therefore, the higher Lu Chen's output, the greater the pressure on his defense. However, Lu Chen did not give up on attacking, with hundreds of water tentacles striking Han Tian like a storm. As Han Tian's output grew stronger, Lu Chen's water tentacles could no longer withstand the giant axe. But Lu Chen did not attempt to dodge, instead using the whip of the river god to strike Han Tian while engaging him in close combat with his body. Splish splash! The water tentacles blocking the giant axe completely dispersed, and Han Tian's rampage strike fell on Lu Chen like a thunderbolt. Instead of the expected sound of flesh tearing, there was a deafening thud as if hitting a stone wall. Under Han Tian's gaze, Lu Chen's body seemed to be made of water, splashing out numerous water droplets. The river god's domain quickly replenished Lu Chen's missing flesh and blood, restoring him to his original state in an instant. Impressive! As the second strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy, even though my physical attributes are very high and my elementalization can resist 70% of physical damage, I still got injured. Lu Chen smiled and continued to attack Han Tian. The recovery ability of elementalization was already strong, and combined with the Yi Gold, Deep Sea set, it increased his recovery effect by 3000%. It was not easy for Han Tian to inflict serious injuries on him. Moreover, with the level 110 Kunping sharing his health, after the 3000% increase in recovery effect, if Kunping lost 100 drops of blood, it could recover 3100 drops. With Kunping's health at 48 billion drops, Han Tian would need to deal 14.88 trillion damage to kill it, exhausting all of Kunping's health. With such astonishing defensive capabilities, even if he stood still and let Han Tian attack, Han Tian would not be able to kill him within 7 days and nights. Holy crap, Han Tian's giant axe has fallen on the junior leader, and the junior leader didn't even dodge, not even a sound. If the junior leader hadn't fought back, I would have thought he was dead. Han Tian is the second strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. Even someone as strong as Zhao Long would lose 30% of their health from a single blow. The junior leader took a blow as if nothing happened. It's unbelievable. Moreover, Han Tian's profession is a berserker. The longer the battle and the more life lost, the greater the increase in output ability. Han Tian's current output ability is definitely much higher than when he struck Zhao Long. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Chen took 1 axe blow, 2 axe blows, 3 axe blows, 4 axe blows. Han Tian unleashed his skill rampage strike 10 times in a row, but Lu Chen remained unfazed, astonishing everyone around him. Damn, if I took those 10 rampage strikes, I'd be dead for sure by now. Zhao Long was dumbfounded. Lu Chen not only had higher four-dimensional attributes than him, but his offensive and defensive capabilities were also superior. How could a freshman achieve this? Is this for real? At this rate, do we even stand a chance at winning? The young leader, clearly a freshman, had a defense stronger than mine. Zhang Er was dumbfounded. He finally understood why Pei Yuyan chose Lu Chen over himself. As fellow defense-oriented professionals, Lu Chen's defense surpassed his own. Anyone with a functioning brain would undoubtedly choose Lu Chen without hesitation. Meanwhile, Pei Yuyan's ninth sword struck, breaking through all of Zhang Er's defenses, sending him flying out like a cannonball. What has the young leader been eating? Despite being a C-ranked river god, he has such astonishing defense. Pei Yuyan didn't lay a finger on Han Tian but swiftly eliminated all of his teammates. After spending so many days with Lu Chen, this was the first time she witnessed his skills. She wanted to see where Lu Chen's limits lay and just how strong his defense truly was. I was about to call off the match, and then you show me this? Even the referee was stunned by this incredible scene. He had overseen competitions for decades, witnessing the exceptional talents of countless prodigies. Yet, a freshman as abnormal as Lu Chen was a first for him. With the healing abilities of elementalization and coexistence, Lu Chen's health was almost always full. Meanwhile, under the assault of hundreds of water tentacles, Han Tian's health dwindled, and even though the Berserker's trait was to fight harder as they took damage, he was gradually reaching his limit. It's over. Lu Chen's palm struck, sending Han Tian flying off the arena like a kite off its string. I lost, and to a freshman no less. Han Tian was dumbfounded. As the second strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy, aside from Pei Yuyan, no one could match him. Yet, Lu Chen had just started school and defeated him. How could he accept this reality? Could it be that starting school early this year had a significant connection to participating in the 100 Schools Grand Competition with Lu Chen? The finals are over, and the winners are Team Pei Yuyan. Once the referee realized what had happened, he promptly announced the outcome of the battle. Damn, this was a team battle, yet the young leader managed to defeat Han Tian in a one-on-one showdown. After this battle, the young leader is now the second strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy. This is unbelievable. Who would have thought that the second strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy would be defeated by a freshman? It makes us seniors look useless. Is this for real? A freshman beating a senior is one thing, but the young leader even defeated the second strongest senior. And after defeating Han Tian, the young leader remains unfazed. Not even Pei Yuyan could defeat Han Tian in such a manner. The crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. I thought we had a burden on our hands, but it turns out we have a powerhouse. Zhao Long wished he could slap himself. If he had known Lu Chen's strength earlier, he would have warmly welcomed him at their first meeting. To defeat the second strongest senior as a freshman, he truly is the man I've set my eyes on. Watching Lu Chen's perfect appearance and physique, Lu Ruyan's admiration grew stronger. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial capital, she had countless suitors. Yet, Lu Chen was the only one who could turn her into a fangirl. The young leader's strength is incredible. With the alliance of Pei Yuyan, they will undoubtedly lead the Northern Border Military Academy to victory in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. The principal was ecstatic just thinking about it. Next, he began distributing rewards for the rankings in the selection matches. As the young leader of the Northern Territory, Lu Chen has never lacked resources since childhood, so he naturally has little interest in these ranking rewards. Even if these rewards fall into his hands, it is just returning to the Northern Territory's armory, so he prefers to let Pei Yuyan and others have more. The selection competition is over, just wait another 7 days, and the 100 Schools Grand Competition will officially begin. Lu Chen did not linger and decisively returned to the Northern Territory Assembly Hall. Before the start of the 100 Schools Grand Competition, he would not waste time and planned to master more skills through skill books. In the Northern Territory Assembly Hall, the leaders of the human race were watching the live broadcast of the finals. Han Tian is indeed the second strongest student of the Northern Territory Military Academy. If it weren't for the timely action of the young leader, with the defense capabilities of Zhao Long and Zhang Biao, they would not have been able to stop him at all. This tactic is indeed very good. Zhang Er blocked the strongest Pei Yuyan, allowing Han Tian to quickly take advantage of the numerical difference. If Pei Yuyan's team did not have a defensive profession, Han Tian would have succeeded. Fortunately, the young leader's defense is stronger than the usual defensive professions. Even if he takes all of Han Tian's damage, he is still unscathed. With Han Tian's output ability, ordinary defensive professionals would have collapsed long ago. As an auxiliary professional, the young leader is even more resilient than defensive professionals. The leaders of the human race praised endlessly. Lu Chen, as a freshman, had just defeated Han Tian, the second strongest of the seniors, as soon as he entered school. Looking at the entire history of the human race, this had never happened before. Moreover, Lu Chen still had many ninjas used during the battle with Han Tian. If he were to use various skills that break limits, Han Tian's team would surely be defeated instantly. Truly my son, clearly a freshman, but can become the key to Pei Yuyan's team victory in a clumsy situation. With Pei Yuyan and my son joining forces, they will surely win the top spot in the Northern Territory Grand Competition, showcasing the might of our Northern Territory military region. Lu Junlin was very pleased. I'm back. After defeating Han Tian, Lu Chen did not show any pride and silently pondered over the skill book of Water Flow Blade. If there were any doubts, he would consult with the leaders of the human race. Detected skill books similar to the profession, comprehension speed increased by 500%. Water Flow Blade, like the previous Water Whip Technique and Water Iron Cannon, were all skill books passed down by other river gods. When studying, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. 3 days passed in a flash. With a 500% increase in comprehension and guidance from the leaders of the human race, Lu Chen quickly mastered the new skill. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering Water Flow Blade. Under your guidance, Water Flow Blade has undergone a transformation. Water Dragon Slash can condense the river god's domain into a dragon-shaped strike to deal a large amount of elemental damage to enemies. When using Water Dragon Slash in the Naiha domain, it will cause a large amount of soul damage. When using it in the Iha domain, it will come with a control effect. Water Flow Blade has been mastered, and under my guidance, it has transformed into Water Dragon Slash, which should have a tremendously increased power. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this result. The young leader's profession is truly powerful. After learning 4 river god skill books, they have all undergone transformations. Water Whip Technique transformed into River God's Whip, Water Iron Bullet transformed into Water Dragon Bullet, and Torrent derived into Dark Torrent Surge. Now that the young leader has learned a new skill, Water Flow Blade has transformed into Water Dragon Slash. Water Dragon Slash, like Water Dragon Bullet, with dragon in its name, should be a very powerful melee skill. The leaders of the human race were all full of emotion. Young leader, let me see the power of your new skill. Zhong Lao was eager to try. Alright. Lu Chen unleashed Water Dragon Slash, and a water dragon immediately leaped out of the river god's domain. The sharp dragon horns were like 2 giant swords, heavily slashing down on Zhong Lao. 100000010000002 damage values appeared simultaneously. If it weren't for Elder Zhong's high level, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. The little commander's Water Dragon Slash is really powerful. Each dragon horn can cause 1 million points of damage, adding up to a total of 2 million. To deal such high damage at level 90, it's even stronger than many damage-dealing professions. Can a support profession achieve this? Strong in output, strong in defense, and possessing extremely extraordinary support abilities, the little commander's potential is truly immense. He is indeed the strongest genius in the history of the human race. The high-level members of the human race were all extremely excited. Zhonglong, my Water Dragon Slash is the same as the Water Dragon Bullet. When used with the Nai River domain, elemental damage will be converted to soul damage. Lu Chen transformed the River God domain into the Nai River domain. The originally clear water dragon quickly turned blood yellow, containing a large number of insects, snakes, and ghosts, looking extremely eerie. Continue, little commander. Elder Zhong continued to act as the human test subject. As an 8th level professional, even if he endured 2 million damage, he wouldn't suffer any serious injuries. Alright. Lu Chen's right palm struck out like a knife, and the blood-yellow dragon horn immediately slashed at Elder Zhong. 1000000. 1000000. The damage was the same as last time, but it was converted to soul damage. Soul damage is the most difficult to defend against. Even if the damage isn't high, it can be as painful as pulling out a fingernail, piercing one's heart. Hiss. Elder Zhong endured 2 million points of soul damage, his face contorting in pain. 2 million points of soul damage, truly terrifying. Even Elder Zhong's face is distorted in pain. If the Nai River version of Water Dragon Slash combines with the Nai River domain, the little commander can instantly deal 4 million points of soul damage. With such high soul damage, even if the opponent's health is high, it will undoubtedly be heart-wrenching and have a huge impact on their actions. The high-level members of the human race were pleasantly surprised. After mastering the Water Dragon Slash, Lu Chen completely made up for the lack of melee skills. Elder Zhong, do you want to try the Love River version of the Water Dragon Slash? Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, transforming the Nai River domain into the Love River domain. The blood-yellow water dragon became colorful, with millions of couples projected within, appearing extremely dreamlike. Love River can also transform into water dragon /? The high-level members of the human race were slightly surprised. Not only water dragon / but also river god Scourge and water dragon Bullet can be cast using the Love River domain. As Lu Chen's voice fell, a poised water dragon and dozens of water tentacles emerged, all constructed by the Love River domain, emitting a colorful light. Let others test the Love River version of water dragon / Elder Zhong immediately took a step back. He had a psychological shadow regarding the Love River domain and didn't dare to personally help Lu Chen test the skill. Let me do it. Elder Fong stepped forward. As a monk, he was definitely one of the human race's high-level members with the strongest mental fortitude, making him one of the best candidates to test the Love River version of water dragon /. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen's Love River version of water dragon / struck Elder Fong like a lightning bolt. 7000000. 7000000. The damage of the Love River version of water dragon / was slightly lower, but after being hit, Elder Fong was stunned, taking a full second to come back to his senses. Although this 1 second was short, being hard controlled for a second in a rapidly changing battlefield could lead to very dangerous situations. The Love River version of water dragon / has a control effect like an illusion. Elder Fong furrowed his brow. As a monk, his mind was very firm, and his resistance to illusions was very strong. Facing Lu Chen's Love River version of the water dragon / Elder Fong was still controlled for a second. Thinking about this, he solemnly said, "Young commander, continue to use the Love River version of the water dragon / on me." All right. Lu Chen nodded, and consecutively used the Love River version of the water dragon / on Elder Fong 5 times. Control for 0. 8 seconds, control for 0. 6 seconds, control for 0. 4 seconds. Elder Fong had a strong adaptability. With astonishing willpower, the control time of the Love River version of the water dragon / became shorter each time. However, Lu Chen's speed in executing the water dragon / was fast. Even though the control time decreased each time, he still managed to achieve a perfect control chain, keeping Elder Fong under control for 3 seconds. A full 3 seconds of control time was enough for a high-level professional to unleash 6 or 7 skills. The Love River version of the water dragon / is truly remarkable. Even Elder Fong, with such a firm mind, was controlled for 3 seconds. Looking at the world, how many people have minds as firm as Elder Fong's? If the Love River version of the water dragon / is used on others, the control effect will undoubtedly be even better. It's a pity that the water dragon / is not a limit-breaking skill. Otherwise, continuously controlling others for a second, with enough mana, could wear down anyone no matter how strong they are. What are you daydreaming about? If the young commander really had such great abilities, would others still play? The water dragon / is not a skill the young commander comprehended on his own. It's normal that it's not a limit-breaking skill. The leaders of the human race exclaimed repeatedly. Xiao Lao spoke up, "Young commander, let me also try the Love River version of the water dragon /. I'm not as lecherous as Elder Zhong, and my composure is not as good as Elder Fong's. From the perspective of composure, I'm just an ordinary strong individual." All right. Lu Chen nodded and consecutively used the water dragon / on Xiao Lao more than 10 times. Control for 2 seconds, control for 1. 8 seconds, control for 1. 6 seconds. Similar to Elder Fong's situation, the control effect of the Love River version of the water dragon / decreased with each use. However, when used on Xiao Lao, the initial control time was 2 seconds, even though the next control time would decrease by 0.2 seconds. When all control times were added up, it reached an astonishing 11 seconds. Wow, 11 seconds of control time. The young commander's Love River version of the water dragon / is too powerful. A 3rd-tier professional controlling an 8th-tier professional for 11 seconds, this skill effect is unbelievable. The control effect of the Love River seems to be related to composure, disregarding levels. Even if the young commander's opponent is of a very high level, as long as their composure is lacking, they will still be controlled for 11 seconds. Although the highest control time is only 1 second apart, Xiao Lao's overall control time is 8 seconds longer than Elder Fong's. In this light, Elder Fong is indeed formidable, much stronger than Xiao Lao. The leaders of the human race were all greatly shocked. In battles at the same level, 11 seconds of control time is enough for the opponent to use 20 or 30 skills. Xiao Lao was dumbfounded. He had anticipated such a result. Elder Fong's mind was extremely firm, and resisting illusions and temptations was his forte. Faced with the illusion control of the Love River version of the Water Dragon Slash, it was only natural that he was much inferior to Elder Fong. Elder Fong with strong composure has been tested, Xiao Lao with average composure has been tested, next is Elder Zhong with poor composure. Everyone's gaze turned to Elder Zhong. Alright, to test the strength of the young commander's skills, I'll go all out. Elder Zhong sighed and nervously approached Lu Chen. Elder Zhong, please. Lu Chen's movements were extremely fast as he consecutively used the Water Dragon Slash on Elder Zhong more than 20 times. Control for 3 seconds, control for 2. 8 seconds, control for 2. 6 seconds. Elder Zhong's highest control time was 3 seconds, even though the next control time would decrease by 0.2 seconds. When all control times were accumulated, it was still very terrifying. After 24 seconds, the control effect of the Love River version of the Water Dragon Slash completely failed, and Elder Zhong gradually regained consciousness. How long has it been? Zhong Lao seemed to wake up from a nightmare, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. After being in the illusion, time felt very weak, much like dreaming. Xiao Lao Dao said, "It's been 24 seconds. What? I was controlled by the little leader for 24 seconds. The little leader's Love River is truly my nemesis." Just the thought of it made Zhong Lao shudder. Being controlled for 24 seconds was almost half a minute. In a battle at the same level, being controlled for 24 seconds could make him endure 60 to 70 skills without any defense. If facing 2 opponents, he would have to endure over 100 skills. The little leader's Love River version of Water Dragon Slash is too powerful. Those with strong mental fortitude are controlled for 3 seconds, those with average mental fortitude for 11 seconds, and those with weak mental fortitude are directly controlled for 24 seconds. Moreover, the control time of the Love River version of Water Dragon Slash is related to mental fortitude and disregards levels. As long as the opponent's mental fortitude is weak, even if it's much higher than the little leader's level, the little leader can still control the opponent for 24 seconds. The high-ranking members of the human race were greatly shocked. Lu Junlin asked, "Son, have you tested your Love River version of Water Dragon Bullet?" "Not yet." Lu Chen was very curious about the effect of the Love River version of Water Dragon Bullet. After all, Water Dragon Slash was a melee skill, while Water Dragon Bullet was a ranged skill. It was unknown if the control effect of the Love River would be affected by distance. Fong Lao Dao said, "Little leader, let's continue testing. I can bring my top disciple over. His profession is the same as mine, and his mental fortitude is very strong." "Okay." Lu Chen nodded. After a series of tests, everyone found that the control effect of the Love River version of Water Dragon Bullet was exactly the same as Water Dragon Slash. For those with strong mental fortitude, the total control time was 3 seconds, for those with average mental fortitude, it was 11 seconds, and for those with weak mental fortitude, it was 24 seconds. To reapply this control time, a cooldown period had to be endured. The cooldown time for the Love River versions of Water Dragon Bullet and Water Dragon Slash was shared. As for how long this cooldown time was, it was still impossible to test for the time being and had to be verified over time. Lu Chen said, "There are still 4 days left. I can learn another skill to make the upcoming 100 Schools Grand Competition easier to win." The skill he comprehended this time was called Water Flow Shield, similar to Water Flow Blade, an inherited skill book from other river gods. Detected a skill book similar to the profession. Comprehension speed increased by 500%. 3 days later, with improved comprehension and the help of the high-ranking members of the human race, Lu Chen successfully mastered Water Flow Shield and transformed it into a stronger skill. Water Dragon Shield can condense the river god's domain into a dragon shape to withstand a large amount of damage. When using the Nai River domain to condense the Water Dragon Shield, the source of damage will suffer an equal amount of soul damage. When using the Love River domain to condense the Water Dragon Shield, the source of damage will be subjected to a control effect. Success! Water Dragon Shield, like the previous skills, will have different effects when used with different rivers. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Xiao Lao smiled and said, "Little leader, let us see your Water Dragon Shield." "Okay." Lu Chen's mind moved, and a spiraling water dragon stood horizontally in front of him, like a shield. Boom! Xiao Lao exerted great force, causing ripples in the Water Dragon Shield. -1 million not broken. It seems I need to increase the force. Xiao Lao punched again, and when the total damage reached 3 million, the Water Dragon Shield collapsed on the spot. Withstanding 3 million points of damage, with Water Dragon Shield, the little leader's survival ability is stronger. With such strong defensive capabilities, even the little leader's Water Dragon Slash would need 2 strikes to break through Water Dragon Shield. coupled with 70% physical damage immunity from elementalization and the same life of the 110th level Confronting. Professionals of the same level simply cannot kill the young leader, even with numerical superiority. It's extremely difficult. The leaders of the human race were very satisfied. With Lu Chen's potential, as long as he can fully grow, he will definitely be able to lead the Chinese people to unity. Therefore, Lu Chen's ability to protect himself naturally should be as strong and abundant as possible. Only with enough means to protect himself, the probability of Lu Chen growing completely will continue to increase. Xiao Lao, do you want to try the River Nai's Water Dragon Shield? Lu Chen's mind moved, and the clear, Water Dragon Shield quickly transformed into a blood yellow color. Okay. Xiao Lao did not hesitate, and his fist struck the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield. The insects, snakes, and ghosts in the Water Dragon Shield immediately went berserk and launched a counterattack against him. -1 million, -1 million. Two damage values appeared simultaneously, one on the Water Dragon Shield, and one on Xiao Lao, both soul damage. It actually has a counterattack ability? Xiao Lao was not concerned about losing 1 million points of health, and he struck again. The defense ability of the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield was slightly weaker. When the damage reached 2 million, it collapsed. The River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield actually has a counterattack effect, and the amount of damage from the counterattack is exactly the same as the damage Xiao Lao caused. Equal counterattack effect, and its soul damage. The young leader's River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield is truly remarkable. If the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield is combined with the River Nai domain, when the enemy inflicts 10,000 damage, the young leader can make them suffer 20,000 damage. The damage received is more than the damage suffered. How can this be played? Ha ha ha. The leaders of the human race all laughed. Next, Xiao Lao used long-range skills to test the counterattack effect of the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield. Even if separated by 3 kilometers, as long as damage was inflicted on the Water Dragon Shield, an equivalent amount of soul damage would be received. There was simply no escape. The counterattack effect of the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield is similar to the additional damage taken in the River Nai domain. The attacks of the insects, snakes, and ghosts are purely procedural. Even if avoided, damage will still be incurred. For most counterattack defense skills, the effectiveness of the counterattack diminishes as the distance increases, and may even fail directly. But the counterattack of the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield ignores distance and cannot be avoided in any way. After testing the counterattack distance, everyone had a higher opinion of the River Nai version of the Water Dragon Shield. If encountering a professional with high attack and low defense, Lu Chen could cause the opponent to be fatally counterattacked just by defending. Even long-range sniping would suffer soul damage equivalent to the damage value. Xiao Lao, there is also the Love River version of the Water Dragon Shield. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the blood-yellow Water Dragon Shield became colorful and dreamlike, looking extremely enchanting. Xiao Lao threw a punch, immediately being hard-controlled for 2 seconds. After the hard control ended, he threw another punch and was hard-controlled for 1.8 seconds. Next, it was 1.6, 1.4, 1.2 seconds. Similar to the previous Love River version of the Water Dragon Slash, and this control effect shared a cooldown. The control effect of the Love River version of the Water Dragon Shield is similar to the Love River version of the Water Dragon Slash. For those with strong mental fortitude, the total control duration is 3 seconds. For those with average mental fortitude, it is 11 seconds, and for those with poor mental fortitude, it is 24 seconds. It's just that one is active control, and the other is passive control. If the young leader is being pursued by a strong opponent, using the Love River version of the Water Dragon Shield, every time the opponent strikes, they will be hard controlled for 1 or 2 seconds, which will surely be very annoying. And with the recovery ability of elementalization, 1 or 2 seconds is enough for the young leader to recover a considerable amount of health. Every 5 minutes, the control time of the Love River version skill will refresh. If encountered by someone with poor mental fortitude, they will be controlled for 24 seconds every 5 minutes. Just thinking about it feels nauseating. The leaders of the human race all smiled. After 3 days of testing, they had already figured out the cooldown time of the Love River version skills. People with strong willpower were few. As long as the restrictions of the Love River version skills were not exposed, there was a high probability that enemies would be controlled for a dozen or 20 seconds. And during those dozen or 20 seconds, even if assassins from other countries came unexpectedly, it would be enough for them to support Lu Chen and prevent any accidents. Lu Chen said, "The great competition of the 100 schools is about to begin. It's time for me to set off. Young leader, we await your triumphant return." The leaders of the human race were looking forward to the results of the great competition of the 100 schools. With Liu Chan and Pei Yuyan joining forces, winning the top spot in the great competition of the 100 schools was a sure thing. Moreover, both of them were strong individuals cultivated in the northern military region. Winning the top spot would greatly increase the reputation of the northern military region and attract more professionals to apply to the Northern Military Academy. Falling Petal Mountains. The great competition of the 100 schools was about to begin, and the military security personnel and participating contestants were all gathered here. Under the control of the soldiers, even though the contestants were very excited, their discipline was very strong. As a competitive instance, the great competition of the 100 schools had 1,000 slots for teams to participate. The top 10 schools could send 4 teams to compete, the top 100 schools could send 3 teams, the top 200 schools could send 2 teams, and the top 300 schools could only send 1 team, totaling 610 teams. As for the remaining 390 teams, they would ignore the school's quota restrictions and compete purely based on their own strength, making the competition for the great competition of the 100 schools very intense. Universities outside the top 300 didn't even have a guaranteed spot. Even if there were strong students, they had to rely on their own strength to qualify for the great competition of the 100 schools. There are so many people, and all the contestants are very strong. It's really difficult to win the top spot among 1,000 teams. I dare not think about winning the top spot. Which team do you think is most likely to win the top spot? I think Pei Yuyan's team has a high probability of winning the top spot. Among the seniors, there are only 2 SSS level professionals, and Pei Yuyan is one of them. And Pei Yuyan applied to the Northern Military Academy to become a disciple of the sky-cutting war god. Now, 4 years have passed. Under the guidance of the sky-cutting war god, Pei Yuyan's strength must have become even more terrifying. The contestants were discussing enthusiastically, showing great confidence in Pei Yuyan. Pei Yuyan is indeed very strong, but my brother is even stronger. Yang smiled slightly, her words filled with confidence. Your brother is stronger? Who is your brother? Are you kidding me? You don't even recognize Yang? His captain is Yang Xiao, who, like Pei Yuyan, is also an SSS level professional. Damn, it's actually Yang Xiao. With Yang Xiao's strength, there is indeed a possibility of competing with Pei Yuyan. At the mention of Yang Xiao, everyone envied him. Yang Xiao's profession was an SSS level dragon blood boxer, which had significant connections with the Dragon Blood Knight of the Thunder Dragon War God and the Fist King of the Barbarian War God. When Yang Xiao finished the college entrance examination, both the Thunder Dragon War God and the Barbarian War God wanted to take him as their disciple, causing countless people to envy and be jealous. And Yang Xiao had a huge appetite, wanting to become a disciple of both war gods, and the most crucial thing was that both war gods actually agreed. The sky-cutting war god is indeed the strongest in China, but when it comes to teaching, he may not be the strongest. And my brother is a disciple of the Thunder Dragon War God and the Barbarian War God. Under the guidance of the 2 war gods, his strength is definitely stronger than Pei Yuyan's. Yang raised her chin proudly. My silly little sister, can you be more low-key? Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly and decisively pulled Yang to a less crowded place. He and Pei Yuyan were both 4th-year students, and naturally took the college entrance examination together 4 years ago. In that examination, Yang Xiao was only 5 points behind Pei Yuyan, just 5 points away from being the national champion. If it weren't to surpass Pei Yuyan, he wouldn't have taken the risk of studying under 2 war gods at the same time. Fortunately, the 2 war gods appreciated his boldness and both took him as their disciple, leading to his rapid progress during university. Now that the inter-school competition has begun, he naturally wants to win and become the top student in his senior year, proving that he is stronger than Pei Yuyan. Brother, your strength is stronger than Pei Yuyan's, and you should be the one everyone is most optimistic about. Yang wanted to continue running towards the crowd, but she didn't have Yang Xiao's strength. Yang Xiao said earnestly, in this inter-school competition, my opponents are not just Pei Yuyan. Whether I can win the top spot is not a sure thing. I only have an 80% certainty. Are you talking about Shin Xiao? This guy is indeed very lucky. Clearly a B-level professional, he obtained an SSS level job change card in an exploration type dungeon, becoming an SSS level Dragon Master. Yang sighed. An SSS level professional may not appear in 100 billion people, and 4 years ago, having 2 SSS level professionals appear at the same time in the college entrance examination was definitely a rare occurrence. And the SSS level job change card, rarer than an SSS level professional, allows one to switch professions and become an SSS level professional. Such a precious item, not even the most profound northern arsenal has it. If it were to appear in an auction, it would undoubtedly fetch a sky-high price, even disrupting the order. If Lu Chen's river god profession is really not working out, the war god Zhan Tian, upon hearing news of the SSS level job change card, will definitely help Lu Chen get his hands on it. After Xin Xiu became an SSS level dragon master, his growth rate was astonishing. Despite being in a mediocre university, he qualified for the inter-school competition based on his own strength. Ouyang Xiu continued, not only Xin Xiu, but the 5 disciples of the Burning Sky War God are also not to be underestimated. These 5 are SS level professionals, namely Gold Mage, Wood Mage, Water Mage, Fire Mage, and Earth Mage. Their performance in the college entrance examination was nothing special, but under the training of the Burning Sky War God, they can use combined skills to achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. When the 5 of them join forces, even facing Xin Xiu and Pei Yuyan's team, they are not to be underestimated. The inter-school competition teams can only have 5 members, and it is definitely the home ground of the 5 Elements team. Brother, we are not inferior either. My profession complements yours, and the certainty of winning the top spot should be 100%, not 80%. Ouyang Yu clenched her fist, still believing she could win the top spot with full certainty. At the same time, the 5 Elements team was full of confidence in the inter-school competition. The inter-school competition is a team event. It's not enough to rely solely on individual strength, there must be cooperation. It's time to give these SSS level professionals a little shock, he. Rising above the 3 SSS level professionals with an SS level body. When we win the top spot, we will definitely trend, admired by countless people. The 5 of them smirked, then began analyzing the teams of Pei Yuyan, Xin Xiu, and Ouyang Xiu. Pei Yuyan, as the national champion of that year and a disciple of the Zhan Tian war god, surprisingly has a freshman in her team. Upon seeing Lu Chen's name, the 5 of them were stunned. Lu Chen, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination after the Zhan Tian war god, was someone they naturally knew. It seems that studying under the Zhan Tian war god is not a good thing. Even though the inter-school competition is so important, they still have to bring along a burden to participate. Burden? Lu Chen's score in this year's college entrance examination is 1,500,000. With 2 top scorers teaming up, winning the top spot in the inter-school competition will be as easy as eating and drinking. When the inter-school competition begins, we must be extra careful. Jean, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Lu Chen's college entrance exam score is too unbelievable, unprecedented in the entire history of the human race. How could that be true? If it weren't for Lu Chen's father being the war god of the slashing sky, how could he have the ability to cheat in the college entrance examination? In my opinion, only Pei Yuyan is the true top scorer in the college entrance examination. If Lu Chen doesn't cheat, this year's top scorer will definitely be Su Luoxia, belonging to our southern military region. The 100 schools competition is a team event, and with Pei Yuyan carrying a burden of a freshman, it's not a concern at all. We just need to focus on the teams of Xin Xiu and Ouyang Xiu. Although Xin Xiu became an SSS level professional a bit later than Pei Yuyan and Ouyang Xiu, the fact that he can grow so quickly indicates that the Dragon Master profession must be very powerful and should not be underestimated. The 100 schools competition officially begins. All participating players please enter the instance in an orderly manner. The broadcast sounded, and a huge portal appeared, towering 1 kilometer high. Under the organization of the military, the participating players entered the portal one after another without any chaos. Pei Yuyan's team came from the Northern Military Academy, with Lu Chen, a descendant of the war god of the slashing sky, naturally being among the first to enter the 100 schools competition. However, just like during the college entrance examination, they couldn't act until others arrived, so they could only observe the surroundings for now. Trying to seize an advantage by entering early was simply impossible. The environment of the instance in the 100 schools competition is similar to the fallen English mountains, with endless mountains and towering trees as far as the eye can see. Lu Chen looked into the distance and noticed 10 dark purple beams of light. These beams pierced the sky, constantly emitting black mist, giving them an eerie appearance. All participating players have arrived. The battle of purification officially begins. Continuously kill demonic beasts and let the purification statue cleanse the remains of the beasts to win the battle of purification. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards, so all professionals should collect as many demonic remains as possible to earn more points. Lu Chen quickly spotted a purification statue. The androgynous statue, reaching 100 meters high, was carved from white jade, gazing in the direction of the 10 dark purple beams of light. Purification statue detected. Do you want to bind it to the team? The prompt sounded in the minds of the 5 people. Yes, Pei Yuyan chose to bind it, and the purification statue's appearance and stature transformed to mirror hers perfectly, as if cast from the same mold. Seeing this, Zhang Biao and the others couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Pei Yuyan was beautiful, the flower of the Northern Military Academy. If the purification statue had turned into a rough-looking man, it would have been quite an eyesore. The stronger the demonic remains collected, the more points we will earn. And the origin of the 10 dark purple beams of light should harbor the most powerful demonic beasts. Lu Chen unleashed the surging darkness and the river god's domain, diving into the ground like a hidden dragon returning to the sea, swiftly heading towards the direction of the 10 beams of light. The battle of purification, like the battle of spirits, existed within the instance map. The origin of the 10 beams of light was an A-level demonic beast area. Ordinary participants who wanted to go there had to pass through B-level and C-level demonic beast areas. But with his surging darkness, as long as he connected to the A-level demonic beast area, he could directly teleport there to grind monsters, which was very convenient. Pei Yuyan said, "The young leader is right, these 10 dark purple beams of light don't look simple at all. They are marked as A-level demonic beast areas on the instance map. If we can collect the remains of A-level demonic beasts, we will surely earn a lot of points. However, before reaching the A-level demonic beast area, we must pass through the B-level and C-level areas. Just traveling will consume a lot of time, and we will inevitably encounter many demonic beasts along the way, making the journey longer. If we want to grind monsters in the A-level demonic beast area, strength alone is not enough, we also need time. We must set off as soon as possible." "Alright, Captain, we'll head over there and start killing." Zhang Biao and Zhao Long immediately ran towards the direction of the sea-level monster area, like wild horses breaking free from their reins. In a competitive dungeon, ranking was crucial. To surpass others, one had to collect monster remains at lightning speed to earn more points. Lu Chen quickly said, "I have a skill called Surging Darkness, which allows for targeted teleportation. Before connecting to the A-level monster area, we can spend some time in the C-level area." Targeted teleportation? The young leader actually possesses such a divine skill. Young leader, the A-level monster area is extremely far from here. Can your Surging Darkness really establish a teleportation point that far away? Zhang Biao and Zhao Long immediately halted their steps. The area of the Battle of the Pure Demons dungeon was vast. Even though their levels were above 80, it would still take them an hour to reach the nearest sea-level monster area. Moreover, traveling to the A-level monster area, even without any obstacles, would take 8 hours. The difficulty of the C and B-level monster areas and how much they would affect their journey were unknown variables. Therefore, no one could accurately predict how long it would take to reach the A-level monster area. If they could directly travel to the A-level monster area and had the ability to kill the monsters there, the speed of collecting monster remains would undoubtedly increase significantly. "Follow me." Lu Chen jumped into the teleportation well, and Pei Yuyan and the others quickly followed. Upon reaching the sea-level monster area, everyone looked around and noticed a faint black mist in the air, with a monster nearby. Name, Rockfang Boar, Enchanted, Level 63, Skills, Rock Horn Charge, Enchantment, Stone Splitting Head. The Rockfang Boar was massive, with crimson eyes, and tusks as long as a meter carved like rocks. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, it immediately charged towards them like a truck. A level 63 monster, it seems we have indeed arrived in the sea-level monster area. Flames surrounded Zhao Long's fists, and he easily killed the Rockfang Boar. As an 83rd level professional, fighting a level 63 monster posed no pressure at all. The young leader really has the ability for targeted teleportation. With the help of Surging Darkness, our speed in collecting monster remains will surely increase significantly. Pei Yuyan and the others showed joy on their faces. Killing 300 Rockfang Boars will spawn the area boss. Current progress is 1%. The remains of the area boss will surely yield more points. Lu Chen cast Water Dragon Bullet, and a water dragon shot out like a cannonball, instantly turning the Rockfang Boar 2,000 meters away into pulp. Following the guidance of Surging Darkness, the sea-level monster remains quickly fell into his hands. Sea-level monsters are weak. Except for Zhouyu, we can split up and speed up the killing of Rockfang Boars. Pei Yuyan nodded. The young leader is right. With our levels all above 80, hunting monsters in their 60s poses no pressure at all. Even if we encounter nearly 100 at once, we can handle it easily. When the number of Rockfang Boars killed reaches 300, meeting the conditions for the area boss to spawn, we will regroup. Alright, everyone nodded and began the slaughter in the sea-level monster area. Leveraging their level advantage, these Rockfang Boars in their 60s were basically taken down in one move, resulting in a very fast killing speed. Successfully killed 300 Rockfang Boars, area boss spawning in progress. Crack, crack, crack. A massive Rockfang Boar appeared out of thin air, its sturdy body engraved with several centipede-like magic patterns. These magic patterns emitted black aura constantly, causing all surrounding rockfang boars to go into a frenzy, increasing all their attributes by 30%. Name, Rockfang Boar King, Enchanted, Level, 80, Health, 10 million, Skills, Magic Rock Charge, Enchantment, Magic Rock Armor. I'm lucky. Even though we split up, the Rockfang Boar King happened to respawn right next to me. Lu Shizhan unleashed the Water Dragon Slash, and the two huge dragon horns slashed fiercely on the Rock Tusk Boar King's body. -10000000 -10000000. The Rock Tusk Boar King howled in pain as Lu Chen's skill alone caused it to lose 20% of its health. Human, I want you dead. The Rock Tusk Boar King used Magic Rock Charge, each step causing the earth to collapse, the heavy aura pressing down like a mountain. However, Lu Chen's speed was extremely fast, dodging the attacks and once again hitting the Rock Tusk Boar King with Water Dragon Slash. This time, he activated the River God domain with a 240% boost to all attributes, dealing 480,000 damage with Water Dragon Slash. Moreover, as Water Dragon Slash was a melee skill, it was much faster to release than Water Dragon Bullet, quickly depleting the Rock Tusk Boar King's health bar and entering the second phase. In the second phase, the Rock Tusk Boar King revived at full health with a 30% increase in all attributes. However, when Lu Chen used Naiha Domain, the Rock Tusk Boar King had to endure 100% additional soul damage when taking hits, dying even faster than before. This person's damage is too high. Clearly, I am the boss, but you're hitting me like I'm a regular monster. With just a few skills, my life is almost gone. The Rock Tusk Boar King in the third phase was terrified and quickly used Demonization, burning its own health to increase all attributes by 100%. The nearby Rock Tusk Boars, influenced by it, charged towards Lu Chen like fanatical soldiers. However, with his deep sea set, as long as he was in the water, his movement speed increased by 3000%. Coupled with his attribute advantages, even with demonization, the Rock Tusk Boar King found it challenging to touch him, let alone the level 60 Rock Tusk Boars. Lu Chen consecutively used Water Dragon Slash 3 times, and the Rock Tusk Boar King in the third phase fell to the ground, turning into a C-grade boss remnant. Damn, I just arrived, and the junior leader has already taken care of the area boss. Zhang Biao arrived and was completely stunned. Despite the need to gather quickly, even if they split up to clear monsters, the distance between everyone was not far. Yet, from the appearance to the death of the Rock Tusk Boar King, it took less than 3 minutes. Even if he was the closest and arrived first, he didn't help at all. The boss is already dead? Could it be that the area boss of the Battle of Cleansing Magic is weaker than regular bosses? Upon their arrival, Zhou Yu and the others saw the colossal body of the Rock Tusk Boar King. Zhao Long asked, Junior Leader, what is the health and level of the Rock Tusk Boar King, and how many phases are there in total? The Rock Tusk Boar King is level 80, with 10 million health points in 3 phases, Lu Chen replied truthfully. 10 million plus 3 phases amount to 30 million health points. And the junior leader caused such high damage in less than 3 minutes. Can a freshman really achieve this? The transition to the next phase for the boss takes some time. The actual output time of the junior leader will be even shorter. If the Rock Tusk Boar King didn't have the boss aura boost, it would probably have been dead long ago. Pei Yuyan and the others were all dumbfounded. My Dark Flow Surge has connected to the A-grade monster area. Shall we go directly? With a thought, Lu Chen's teleportation well appeared at his feet. The boss in the C-grade monster area is level 80. The boss level in the A-grade monster area will undoubtedly be higher. We must be extra cautious. However, with the speed of Dark Flow Surge, even if the difficulty in the A-grade monster area is too high and we need to retreat, it won't take much time. After a brief discussion, Zhang Biao and the others jumped into the teleportation point. Arriving at the A-grade monster area, everyone began to observe the surrounding environment. The black mist here is even denser, affecting visibility, and being within it reduces all attributes by 10%. Holy Light Protection. As an SS-level Holy Priest, Zhou Yu's skill instantly dispelled the negative effects on everyone. A loud wolf howl came from afar, and 10 great giant wolves pounced forward, their claws as sharp as steel forks, capable of easily crushing the earth and wood. Name, Steel Claw Wolf, Enchanted, Level, 84, Skills, Steel Claw Rend, Enchantment, Steel Claw 8 Strikes. The difficulty of the A-level Demon Beast area is too high. Even the small monsters are level 84, and the strength of the enchanted beasts is stronger than normal ones, with higher aggression. Now suddenly there are 10 of them, we must be extra careful. The black mist in the A-level Demon Beast area is extremely dense. If not for Zhou Yu's assistance, our attributes would be reduced by 10%. Zhao Long and Zhang Biao were on high alert. Holy Light Armor. After Zhou Yu cast the skill, Zhao Long and Zhang Biao's attributes increased by 70%. While Lu Chen and Pei Yuyan had higher levels, there was a diminishing effect, with the former's attributes increasing by 60% and the latter's by 50%. The captain is a disciple of the sky-cutting war god, an SSS level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, reaching level 95. The little leader can defeat an 80th level Rock Tusk King in 3 minutes, dealing 30 million points of damage. With an additional 70% attribute increase, we will have no problem grinding monsters in the A-level Demon Beast area. With Zhou Yu's assistance, Zhang Biao and Zhao Long gained confidence and were ready to take on the 10 Steel Claw Wolves. The demons in the A-level Demon Beast area are all above level 80. With Zhang Biao and Zhao Long's strength, even with Zhou Yu's help, they can't defeat them instantly. There was no need to use the River God domain in the C-level Demon Beast area before, but now in the A-level Demon Beast area, I need to increase everyone's efficiency in grinding monsters. Lu Chen activated the River God domain, and when the water submerged everyone's feet, the 240% attribute boost took effect immediately. A 240% attribute boost? Who has such a powerful support skill? This enhancement is called the River God domain, and the little leader is the only river god. Could it be that the little leader used it? Is this for real? The little leader's offensive, defensive, and support capabilities are so strong. How can other professions compete? Zhao Long and Zhang Biao were amazed. The combination of the River God domain and Holy Light Armor resulted in a 310% attribute boost, making them tremble with excitement at such a significant power increase. As an SS-level Holy Priest, a specialist in support, I can only provide a 70% attribute boost to others at level 81. The little leader's support skill directly boosts attributes by 240%, 170% more than me. Zhou Yu was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. But the 240% attribute boost from the River God domain was real, she could feel it firsthand. I am a level 95 4th tier professional. When Zhou Yu cast Holy Light Armor on me, the original 70% attribute boost was reduced to 50%. The River God domain from the little leader not only boosts attributes by 240%, but there was no diminishing effect when cast on me. Could it be that the little leader, like me, is also a 4th tier professional? Pei Yuyan was shocked. A freshman who started awakening their profession less than 2 months ago had already reached the 4th tier. How did Lu Chen level up so quickly? Even with the sky-cutting war god as his father and countless cultivation resources, his leveling speed shouldn't be this fast. Kill! Zhang Biao and Zhao Long attacked together, with a 310% attribute boost, easily defeating these 80+ level Steel Claw Wolves one by one. Pei Yuyan and Lu Chen were stronger, naturally killing Steel Claw Wolves faster. Killing 300 Steel Claw Wolves will spawn a regional boss. Current progress is at 3%. Just like the sea-level Magic Beast area, killing 300 Magic Beasts can summon a regional boss. It's a pity that the little leader's River God domain is a domain-type skill, very different from additional skills like Holy Light Armor. Once outside the range of the River God domain, you can't enjoy the 240% bonus to all attributes. Otherwise, with our current strength, we could split up and speed up monster farming. Zhang Biao and Zhao Long felt a bit regretful. Zhou Yu sneered, be content. As a freshman, the little leader boosting all your attributes by 240% is already good enough. If there were no restrictions on the River God domain, there would be no need to play other support classes. I have a skill called Torrent, which allows me to control the flow and speed of the River God domain at will, so splitting up is possible. Lu Chen's mind moved, and a section of the River God domain surged like a snake, rushing nearly a kilometer in just a second. Even under the influence of Torrent, the River God domain could leap and flow in midair. So fast. As a long-range output class, Zhang Biao didn't have a skill to increase his movement speed. With the flowing speed of the River God domain, no matter how he moved, he could enjoy the 240% bonus to all attributes. My class is a melee mage, much faster in movement speed compared to Zhang Biao. I wonder if the little leader's Torrent can keep up with my speed. Zhao Long used Thunder Lightstep, increasing his movement speed by 300%. The Torrent was extremely fast, smoothly keeping up with him no matter how he ran. Even my Thunder Lightstep can keep up. The strategy of splitting up is inevitable. Moreover, the Torrent can change direction very quickly, just like my tail, following me perfectly no matter how I move left and right, jump up and down, very coordinated. Zhao Long's eyes sparkled. A 310% bonus to all attributes was very rare, and he naturally wanted to kill more magic beasts in a split-up manner to experience it fully. It's outrageous, not only a 240% increase in all attributes but also following people all the time. The little leader's River God domain completely overshadows my Holy Light Armor. Zhou Yu couldn't help but envy. If the Holy Light armor could also increase all attributes by 240%, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. Pei Yuyan reminded, the magic beasts here are all above level 80, and the regional boss's level is likely to reach 100. When the number of steel claw wolves killed approaches 300, we must gather in advance. Otherwise, if the regional boss spawns while we are scattered, there could be casualties with a slight mistake. Alright. After everyone nodded, they began to split up. With the 310% bonus to all attributes from the Holy Light armor and River God domain, these steel claw wolves over level 80 were all killed in one move, and the speed of collecting magic beast remains was very fast. However, steel claw wolves were not as common as weeds, so the time spent searching for them was longer than the time spent killing them. To speed up the killing of steel claw wolves, Lu Chen also summoned the Kuanping. The Kuanping was level 110, a very fast battle pet, so the speed of killing steel claw wolves was even faster than the 5 of them combined. In just half an hour, the number of steel claw wolves killed reached 295, only 5 more until the regional boss appeared. It's time to gather. Lu Chen used River God's rebuke, and dozens of water tentacles immediately bound the 5 steel claw wolves. He planned to kill these 5 steel claw wolves when they gathered, saving time searching for more. It's abnormal, too abnormal. The magic beasts here are all over level 80. Even with a 310% increase in overall attributes, we can still take them down one by one. But finding the steel claw wolves takes time. We shouldn't have encountered 295 of them in just half an hour. Zhang Biao was puzzled. Zhao Long speculated, perhaps the captain and the young leader stumbled upon a massive wolf pack. Hello, everyone. Kuanping appeared, greeting Zhang Biao and Zhao Long. However, the aura of level 110 made Zhang Biao and the others tremble with fear, making them want to escape quickly. Kuanping was at level 110, while their levels were only in the 80s, so even if they wanted to run, they might not be able to escape. If they fled recklessly, it might provoke Kuanping to attack, so they dared not act rashly. Why would there be a level 110 beast in the A-rank monster area? Zhao Long was dumbfounded. Being only at level 83, if the level 110 Kuanping attacked him, even with Zhao Long and Zhou Yu teaming up, they wouldn't stand a chance. Why would a level 110 monster target us? Pei Yuyan, who arrived late, observed everything silently instead of showing up immediately. Kuanping's level was too high, even with a 290% boost in overall attributes, she still wasn't confident in defeating the level 110 monster. The monsters in the Battle of Purification all have traces of demonization, known as demon beasts. But this monster in front of us shows no signs of demonization at all. It didn't attack immediately upon encountering Zhang Biao and the others. Could it be a neutral monster? Pei Yuyan pondered silently, but she held her sword tightly. If Kuanping attacked Zhang Biao and the others, even if she knew she was no match, she would not hesitate to intervene and save them. Captain, why are you hiding behind the tree? Lu Chen came up behind Pei Yuyan, looking puzzled. Young leader, Zhou Yu, and the others have been targeted by a level 110 monster, but this monster hasn't attacked yet. We must not disturb it. If we wait here for a while, it will lose interest in Zhou Yu and the others and leave on its own. Pei Yuyan was startled and quickly warned Lu Chen. I forgot to introduce him. This Kuanping is my battle pet, Lu Chen said with a smile. Master. Kuanping, upon seeing Lu Chen, immediately flew over, as obedient as a puppy. This level 110 monster is the young leader's battle pet? Pei Yuyan was greatly shocked. Lu Chen was indeed very strong, but as the strongest student at the Northern Border Military Academy, she still felt that there was a considerable gap between her and Lu Chen. Even with Lu Chen's growth rate, she would inevitably surpass her one day, but it shouldn't have happened so quickly. Lu Chen had only awakened his profession less than 2 months ago, and his battle pet had already reached level 110, 15 levels higher than her. In her perception, Kuanping's bloodline was very high, similar to a human SSS class professional, possessing the ability to overcome adversity. She couldn't even defeat Lu Chen's battle pet, let alone defeat Lu Chen himself. As a senior student, she had become a 4th-tier professional at a young age, attracting much attention. But compared to Lu Chen, she had no hope of winning at all. No wonder this level 110 monster greeted us. It turns out to be the young leader's battle pet. The fact that we were able to kill 295 steel claw wolves in just half an hour must have a lot to do with the young leader's battle pet. Zhang Biao and Zhao Long's eyes lit up. Zhou Yu asked, young leader, how did you make the level 110 Kuanping acknowledge you as its master? Lu Chen smiled. Kuanping was brought back by me from the Spirit Sacrifice Battle. The Spirit Sacrifice Battle? Is that the competitive instance that only 18-year-olds can enter? Pei Yuyan suddenly remembered something. As a senior student who was always busy getting stronger, she didn't pay much attention to things unrelated to her. However, the results of the spirit sacrifice battle were extremely astonishing, and even though she didn't follow it closely, she had heard some rumors. The young leader scored 48 billion points in this spirit sacrifice battle, while the second place Su Luoxia only had 490 million points, no comparison at all. The spirit sacrifice battle lasted only 3 days, and in just 3 days, the young leader harvested 48 billion points, bringing back the level 110 Confronting to reality. With a level 110 monster in our team, along with the strength of the young leader and the captain, we are sure to clinch the top spot in the 100 schools competition. Zhou Yu and the others were all excited. I'm about to summon the regional boss, everyone be extra careful. With a thought, Lu Chen instantly killed 5 steel claw wolves. Successfully killed 300 steel claw wolves, regional boss spawning. Howl! A massive steel claw wolf king appeared out of nowhere, covered in magical patterns even more sinister than the rock tooth pig king, constantly emitting a large amount of black energy. Under the influence of the black energy, the surrounding steel claw wolves rapidly grew in size, all reaching level 90. Name, Steel Claw Wolf King, Corrupted, Level, 100, Health, 200 million, Skills, Demon Claw Tier, Corruption, Demon Claw 8 Strikes, Ancient Roar. A level 100 boss, higher level than the captain. Moreover, after the appearance of the Steel Claw Wolf King, the black energy became even denser. Even though Joyu cast Holy Light Protection, our attributes were still reduced by 30%. Fortunately, with the amplification of the River God Domain and the Holy Light Armor, our attributes have increased by 310%, so this 30% reduction in attributes is nothing. Zhang Biao and the others were surprised. Kuanping, unleash Sea Strike! Lu Chen commanded, and the Kuanping's body became extremely heavy, like the sea crashing down. With a 240% boost from the River God Domain, Kuanping's damage was very high, dealing a damage value of minus 40 million, and causing the Steel Claw Wolf King to lose 20% of its health. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu was only level 81, and the 70% attribute boost from the Holy Light Armor was ineffective on Kuanping, or else Kuanping's damage would have been even higher. Why is there a level 110 monster in the Battle of Cleansing Demons? The Steel Claw Wolf King was completely stunned, retreating nearly a kilometer under Kuanping's impact before barely stabilizing its figure. Too strong, one skill from Kuanping made the Steel Claw Wolf King lose 40 million health. After a brief shock, Zhang Biao frantically fired his machine gun. -10000-10000. With the high attack frequency of the machine gun, and a 100% increase in shooting speed after using fire suppression, the damage values appeared very frequently. Coupled with a 310% attribute boost, he quickly dealt 2,200,000 damage. As an 83rd level output class, his output was definitely outstanding. Zhao Lon, as a melee mage, had a slightly stronger output than Zhang Biao, dealing 3 million damage with each skill. As an SSS-ranked Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, Pei Yuyan, a disciple of the Godslayer, had even stronger output, dealing 6 million damage with each skill, and her sword strikes were very fast. However, her damage output still couldn't compare to Kuanping's. Kuanping only had a 240% attribute boost but could still deal 40 million damage with one skill. Lu Chen cast Naiha Domain, causing the Steel Claw Wolf King to suffer an additional 100% soul damage when taking damage. Kuanping once again used Sea Strike, and 2-40 million damage values appeared, causing the Steel Claw Wolf King to grimace in pain, losing 40% of its health instantly. There's even soul damage, how can we fight this? The Steel Claw Wolf King roared and recklessly attacked Kuanping. Corrupted monsters were similar to berserk warriors. The more injured they were, the stronger their combat power became. Kuanping's Northern Ocean Protection Seal could reduce all damage by 50%, coupled with immunity to 70% of physical damage through elemental transformation, and a staggering 48 billion health points, rendering the Steel Claw Wolf King's attacks ineffective. Boom! After the Steel Claw Wolf King's health hit rock bottom, its body collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the entire A-level monster area to tremble. We're already entering the second phase so quickly, not even a minute has passed. Without the help of the little leader, it would take us at least an hour to reach the second phase. Pei Yuyan and the others were all amazed. Kuanping's offensive power was too strong, surpassing all of them combined. And Lu Chen's offensive power was even more terrifying. A Naiha Domain alone increased all damage by 100%, surpassing the total damage of everyone. Even without their intervention, with Lu Ken and Kuanping's strength, they could quickly push the Steel Claw Wolf King into the second phase. Suddenly, a dark purple beam of light illuminated the Steel Claw Wolf King, increasing its level of demonization. I want you all dead. After entering the second phase, the Steel Claw Wolf King's attributes increased by 30%, and the emanating black mist grew denser. The impact of the black mist has intensified. My attributes have decreased by 50%. Without the little leader's help, this level 100 Steel Claw Wolf King would be extremely difficult to defeat. After a sigh, Zheng Biao continued to spray the Steel Claw Wolf King with his machine gun. So what if it's the second phase? You're still no match for me. Kunpeng's strength was formidable, still able to crush the Steel Claw Wolf King, enduring the most damage and dealing the highest output. Everyone's output was high, and in just 2 minutes, the Steel Claw Wolf King's health hit rock bottom again, with the dark purple beam of light shining on it once more. So fast, in just 2 minutes, the Steel Claw Wolf King's health has hit rock bottom again. In the second phase, the Steel Claw Wolf King's attributes increase by 30%, and our attributes decrease by 50%. Without the little leader's help, it would take us at least 2 hours to kill the Steel Claw Wolf King in the second phase. The boss in the A-level monster area is too difficult to defeat. Without an SSS class professional leading the team, it's impossible to win. Zhang Biao and the others were all amazed. Come on! After waking up, the Steel Claw Wolf King once again launched an attack against Kunpeng. In the third phase, its attributes were boosted by 60%, and the black mist had a greater impact on everyone, also reaching 60%. In this back-and-forth struggle, even with an SSS class professional leading the team, it was still challenging. However, as a level 110 battle pet, Kunpeng had the assistance of the River God domain and the Knighthood domain, making the Steel Claw Wolf King in the third phase no match for it. In just 3 minutes, the Steel Claw Wolf King in the third phase fell to the ground, dropping an A-level boss remnant. The Steel Claw Wolf King has 3 phases, each with 200 million health points, totaling 600 million. And we managed to clear it in 10 minutes, which is unbelievable. Our actual output time was only 6 minutes. If the Steel Claw Wolf King didn't need a certain amount of time to enter the next phase, we would have cleared it even faster. Everyone was excited. Liu Ken and Kunpeng were too powerful. The output of one person and one beast was 60 times that of the other 4. Without Liu Ken and Kunpeng's help, they would have undoubtedly faced a tough battle, taking at least over 8 hours to completely kill the Steel Claw Wolf King. The Wolf King is dead? Has it been that long already? The Steel Claw Wolves who had just arrived for support were all dumbfounded. However, as demonized monsters, each one was like a dead soldier. Even knowing they were no match, they still charged towards Pei Yuyan and the others, seeking death. With a casual sword strike, Pei Yuyan slaughtered these Steel Claw Wolves, gaining 5 pieces of A-level monster remnants. Hint, the boss generation task in the current area will refresh tomorrow. Refresh tomorrow? If you want to kill more regional bosses, you have to go to other A-level monster areas. Liu Chen stayed in this area for more than 40 minutes, and the undercurrents had already opened up 9 other A-level monster areas. Next, everyone will spawn monsters in the other 9 A-level monster areas. Just like the A-level Steel Claw Wolf area, the condition for spawning regional bosses is to defeat 300 regional monsters. The time it took for everyone to clear the other 9 A-level monster areas was similar to the A-level Steel Claw Wolf area, all around 40 minutes each, very efficient. 6 hours later, Liu Chen and the others had cleared all 10 A-level monster areas, obtaining 10 A-level boss remains, and 3,100 A-level monster remains. Awesome! It's so damn awesome! The little leader's ability to spawn monsters and navigate the map is so strong. We are bound to be the leaders of the Battle of the Pure Demons, and we are leading by a landslide. The 10 A-level monster areas are far apart. To go through all of them, it would take at least 10 hours. If we encounter obstacles on the way, it will definitely take longer. Everyone was extremely excited. According to their judgment, only SSS-level professionals could kill A-level regional bosses, and it would require a lot of time. Even if other teams had an SSS-level professional leading them, they would not be able to kill the second A-level regional boss in one day. With Liu Chen's help, they directly cleared all 10 A-level regional bosses. Pei Yuyan said, "The aura of the C-level boss remains is much stronger than that of the A-level monster remains. Should we continue to spawn monsters in the A-level monster areas, or go to the B-level monster areas to spawn B-level regional bosses?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Liu Chen. Liu Chen's strength earned the respect and recognition of everyone. Even though Pei Yuyan held the position of captain, Liu Chen was still the backbone of the team. "I think it's better to spawn B-level regional bosses. A-level monsters will keep respawning, while B-level regional bosses can only be spawned once," Liu Chen expressed his thoughts. Okay. Everyone nodded and started spawning monsters in the B-level monster areas, continuously killing B-level regional bosses. 5 hours later, everyone had obtained 10 B-level boss remains and 3,500 B-level monster remains. Night is approaching, and the purification statue is about to face its first challenge. All participants, please come to the side of the purification statue as soon as possible to help it overcome this challenge. Reminder, if the purification statue is destroyed, you will be eliminated. The first challenge is about to begin, but with the teleportation speed of undercurrents, we can spend a little more time outside. Lu Chen did not rush back, continuing to spawn monsters. In the A-level golden elephant area, Xin Xiu rode a dragon with wings as vast as clouds, spawning monsters. The dragon's strength was extremely powerful, with a big mouth that erupted like a volcano, and these tough-skinned golden elephants couldn't last a second, all turning into A-level monster remains. Killing 300 golden elephants to spawn a regional boss and killing the boss-level golden elephant king both require a lot of time. And time is running out. The first challenge is about to begin. With my strength and map navigation ability, I can't possibly clear 2 A-level monster areas. Xin Xiu sighed, only able to ride the dragon towards his purification statue. Captain, this should be related to the difficulty of the Battle of the Pure Demons. As SSS level professionals, your strength should be similar to Ouyang Xiu and Pei Yuyan. We can only clear 1 A-level monster area, and Pei Yuyan and Ouyang Xiu's team should be the same. The teammates were relaxed, looking forward to the ranking of the first challenge. They all come from top universities, and their strength is exceptional. If Xin Xiu's teammates can only find students from mediocre universities, it would simply be an SSS-level powerhouse burdened with 4 deadweights. Therefore, educators allowed him to team up with students from other schools. I hope so. Xin Xiu rose slightly, even though his growth rate was very fast, he remained extremely cautious. The dragon summoner profession is indeed very high, summoning a giant dragon that shares his level, both reaching level 91. This means that in his team, there are 2 high-end forces at level 91. However, his time becoming an SSS-level professional is slightly shorter compared to Pei Yuyan and Ouyang Xiu. Only by seizing every moment can he possibly win the championship of the Battle of Purifying Demons. Upon returning to the starting point, the purification stone burst forth with an incredibly divine light. The demon beast remnants collected by Xin Xiu immediately melted like snow, and his points were rapidly increasing. C-level demon beast remnants add 1 point, B-level demon beast remnants add 10 points, A-level demon beast remnants add 100 points. As for the boss remnants, they added a lot, with C-level boss remnants adding 5,000 points, B-level boss remnants adding 50,000 points, and A-level boss remnants adding 500,000 points. As an SSS-level dragon summoner, with teammates who are top experts from major universities, today's harvest reached an astonishing 610,000 points. 620,000 points. We should be able to lead the Battle of Purifying Demons. The teammates were all excited, eagerly looking at the leaderboard. First place, Ouyang Xiu team, points, 640,000. Second place, Xin Xiu team, points, 620,000. Third place, 5 Elements team, points, 580,000. Xin Xiu said, the first place Ouyang Xiu team actually has 640,000 points. It seems we need to work even harder. The 20,000 point difference is not difficult to catch up to, and he still has the possibility of winning the championship. Suddenly, Pei Yuyan's team's points were skyrocketing at a rocket-like speed, quickly surpassing Ouyang Xiu's first place with 800,000 points. What's going on? Shen Xiu was slightly surprised. Pei Yuyan's team's points were still soaring, showing no signs of stopping. 2 million points. 4 million points. It only gradually stopped when the points approached 6 million. First place, Pei Yuyan team, points, 6,200,000, 6,200,000 points? How is this possible? Shen Xiu was completely stunned. Such a high score was exactly 10 times his. As fellow SSS-level professionals, the gap between him and Pei Yuyan shouldn't be this large. Moreover, he had cleared all the way to the A-level Demon Beast area, even clearing at B-level Demon Beast area and a C-level Demon Beast area along the way, having completed 10% of the demon areas. Yet, even so, he only had 620,000 points. Pei Yuyan's team's points were exactly 10 times his. Could it be that Pei Yuyan's team cleared all the demon areas of the Battle of Purifying Demons? Impossible, we are all 4th-year students, all SSS-level professionals. How could Pei Yuyan's team possibly clear all the demon areas? The 10 A-level Demon Beast areas are far apart, even without obstacles, just traveling would take 10 hours. And to complete the clearance, one must defeat 300 regional demon beasts, then defeat a level 100 regional boss. Such an absurd clearance speed and map running ability, even a 5th-tier professional couldn't achieve it. Moreover, the 100 schools competition has age restrictions. Those beyond the 4th year or who have repeated a year cannot participate. We are all peers. Pei Yuyan's team couldn't possibly have a 5th-tier professional. Ouyang Xiu team's starting point. This Shin Xiu has some tricks up his sleeve, only 20,000 points behind us. As for the 5 Elements squad, they are not even worth worrying about. To summon the regional boss, one must kill 300 regional monsters. However, when they split up, they can't unleash their full strength. In terms of clearing mobs, they are far behind us, lagging behind by a whopping 60,000 points. Looking at the leaderboard, Ouyang Yu is quite pleased. Pei Yuyan, as an SSS-level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and a disciple of the War God, you indeed have the qualifications to compete with me. But unfortunately, there is a burden in your team, a freshman, who will undoubtedly be the leader of the Battle of Purification. It must be me. Ouyang Xiu sighed, feeling ashamed of his victory. Pei Yuyan is both the War God and the defeated War God. If it weren't for her close relationship with the War God, Pei Yuyan would never have teamed up with Lu Chen. Suddenly, the points of the Pei Yuyan team skyrocketed, surpassing him in an instant, reaching 6,200,000 points. This astonishing change left him dumbfounded. 6,200,000 points, one more zero than mine. How is this possible? Brother, what are you talking about? Don't scare me, Ouyang Yu said, looking at the leaderboard, equally shocked. Why does the Pei Yuyan team have such high points? Did she clear all the demon zones? Ouyang Xiu said, impossible. I am an SSS-level Dragon Blood Boxer, and you are an SS-level Dragon Blood Priest. When we join forces, we can achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But it still takes us 5 hours to kill an A-level regional boss. Even if the strength of the Pei Yuyan team is as strong as ours, it would still take 50 hours to accomplish that. How could they have such high points in just one day? Ouyang Yu nodded. Brother is right. It takes 5 hours just to kill an A-level regional boss. And A-level regional bosses are not generated directly. You have to clear 300 regional monsters first, plus the time to travel. No matter how strong the Pei Yuyan team is, they shouldn't have such high points. Listening to the words of the two siblings, the other 3 teammates also spoke up. But the Pei Yuyan team has 6,200,000 points. Who can explain this? Could it be that the Pei Yuyan team found a bug as soon as they arrived at the Battle of Purification? Lu Chen got 48 billion points in the Ritual Spirit Battle, while the second place, Su Luoxia, only got 49 million points. It seems like he used a bug card. Otherwise, as fellow war gods, why is Lu Chen so far ahead of Su Luoxia in points? It's not a coincidence if a bug appears once, but if it happens twice in a row, it's not necessarily a coincidence. Could it be that Lu Chen is really strong, and his current points and those from the Ritual Spirit Battle are all earned by his own abilities? Ouyang Yu sneered. Wang Tai, what are you talking about? Lu Chen is just a freshman, he hasn't even been awakened for 2 months. If it weren't for the early college entrance exam and the early start of the Northern Border Military Academy, Lu Chen wouldn't even be a freshman, he would just be a high school student. In such a short time, even if he were a reincarnated immortal, he couldn't have such great abilities. Wang Tai retorted, but no matter how lucky someone is, they can't continuously exploit 2 bugs. And each bug has such a huge harvest, which is completely unreasonable. Wang Tai is right, but Ouyang Yu also has a point. The group looked at each other, unsure whose argument to agree with. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang Xiu voiced his speculation. It may be related to the War God. As the strongest in China, the War God must have some unknown means. And this means can create bugs in the instance, allowing Lu Chen to gain a lot of benefits. Ouyang Yu was stunned. Can such a heaven-defying thing really exist? And it was even handed over to Lu Chen by the God of War, to bring it into the Battle of Purifying Demons. Thinking about it, this possibility is really very high. Pei Yuyan's starting point. Ouyang Xiu is really amazing. Without the help of the little leader, I might not have been able to win the top spot in the 100 schools competition. Pei Yuyan smiled slightly. Her current score has reached 6,200,000, almost 10 times that of Ouyang Xiu's team. With such a huge advantage, what can Ouyang Xiu use to surpass her? The top spot in this 100 schools competition is definitely secured. And nurtured by the 6,200,000 points, the purification statue has undergone a great transformation. Her advantage is not only in leading points. Name, Purification Statue, points, 6,200,000, level, 31, Bound Team, Pei Yuyan's team, skills, Purification, level feedback, Purification Aura, Purification, purify the remains of demon beasts to gain points. Level feedback, the level of the Purification Statue will be feedback equally to the Bound Team. Purification Aura, when invaded by demon mist, all attributes increase by 60%. With the level feedback of the purification statue, my level has reached 121, but I am still a third-tier professional. The four-dimensional attributes have only undergone quantitative changes, not qualitative changes. Luchan carefully felt the changes in himself. The feeling of this sudden surge in attributes was very refreshing. Beside him, Kuanping also received the level feedback of the purification statue, reaching level 141. Our levels have all increased by 31 levels, plus the overall attribute gain from the purification aura. We will definitely be able to easily protect the purification statue and complete the first round. Zhao Long and the others were extremely excited. The first challenge officially begins. The purification statue will face the first retaliation of the demon beasts. Immediately, an A-level area boss appeared, the Steel Claw Wolf King. Beside the Steel Claw Wolf King, there was also a B-level area boss and a C-level area boss. The three area bosses were followed by 300 area demon beasts, charging towards the purification statue without hesitation. Under the cover of the night, their demonization was more severe, with a 30% increase in all attributes and aggressiveness. Watch me! Zhao Long's body was surrounded by 10 lightning balls, pouncing like a fierce tiger. His current level has reached 114, coupled with the enhancements of River God Domain and Holy Light Battle Armor. His overall attributes have increased by 310%, naturally wanting to show off his skills. Moreover, the area bosses were highly demonized, triggering the 60% overall attribute increase of the purification aura, which just offset the overall attribute reduction caused by the demon mist erosion. He was already one of the top students of the Northern Border Military Academy. Coupled with the advantage in level, he could naturally deal with the strongest Steel Claw Wolf King. Damn it! The Steel Claw Wolf King roared, intending to first deal with the obstructing Zhao Long. It had just clashed with Zhao Long this morning, and compared to Kuanping, Zhao Long was not even worth mentioning. But under the feedback of the purification statue, such a character could already compete with it. How many demon beasts did Lu Chan and the others kill to cause such an astonishing transformation in the purification statue? Even the strongest Steel Claw Wolf King was in such a sorry state. The other two B-level and C-level area bosses naturally fared poorly, instantly pushed into the second stage by Zhang Biao, completely overwhelmed. Winning was too easy, no different from handing out demon beast remains. After all the area bosses and area demon beasts were killed, everyone happily picked up the remains of the demon beasts. Successfully resisted the first retaliation of the demon beasts. You can make the following choices. 1. Complete the first challenge. 2. Face the ultimate retaliation of the demon beasts, while dealing with 9 A-level area bosses, 9 B-level area bosses, and 9 C-level area bosses at the same time. Option 2 is too difficult. We are actually required to deal with 27 area bosses at the same time. And these 27 regional bosses, just like the previous 3, also come with 300 regional monsters. Zhao Long and Zhang Biao were stunned. As long as they completed the highest difficulty of the demon purification battle, it was equivalent to re-killing all the demons they had slain, earning a massive amount of points. However, the risk was too great with all 27 regional bosses appearing together. If the purification stone was destroyed by any one of the bosses, they would be eliminated directly, losing all their advantages. Leader, which one should we choose? Pei Yuyan looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen held a very high status, coupled with being the strongest among them. Even though she was the team leader, she still deferred to Lu Chen's decisions. Of course, we choose number 2. Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all. Lu Chen's sword saint body was extremely powerful, able to equip 10 sword weapons simultaneously, with a 50% increase in attributes and equipment effects for all sword weapons. When equipped with 10 divine swords, the attribute bonus was astonishing, far surpassing those of the same level. This powerful passive skill was not inherent to an SSS-level sword immortal but evolved through repeated competitive dungeons. Lu Chen's strength was formidable. He participated in the inter-school competition in his second year, followed by the third and fourth years, totaling 3 times. Each of these 3 inter-school competitions led to a transformation of the sword saint body, greatly enhancing Lu Chen's strength and potential. Therefore, the higher the points in the demon purification battle, the better, allowing him to acquire very powerful passive skills. With his and Kuanping's strength, even if all 27 regional bosses teamed up, they could still manage to kill them all while protecting the purification stone. Leader, our level is indeed very high now, but dealing with 27 regional bosses at the same time is really too risky. Indeed, with 27 regional bosses and 8,100 regional monsters launching attacks simultaneously, it's really chaotic. Moreover, each regional boss has 3 stages. If, by any chance, the purification stone is destroyed due to negligence, all our advantages will be lost. Leader, our gains have been substantial, there's no need to take such risks. Zhang Biao and others tried to persuade. No need to panic, the level feedback of the purification stone, my Kunpeng can also benefit from it. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, Kunpeng released its level 142 aura. A level 142 battle pet. I didn't expect Kunpeng to also benefit from the level feedback of the purification stone. Kunpeng was already strong, with the leader's assistance, it can easily defeat A-level regional bosses. Now, reaching level 142, its strength will undoubtedly increase. Even if facing all 27 regional bosses simultaneously, there is a high probability of completing the challenge. Everyone was excited. The higher the points in the demon purification battle, the more benefits they would receive, naturally hoping that Lu Chen would kill more demons. No objections, I'll choose number 2. As the team leader, Pei Yuyan's purification stone was identical to hers, so the final decision naturally rested with her. Immediately after, all 27 regional bosses appeared simultaneously, along with 8,100 regional monsters. How arrogant, choosing a full-scale retaliation by demons. Are you tired of living? Facing all 27 regional bosses at once, no matter how strong you are, we will definitely catalyze the purification stone. The regional bosses laughed. As long as the purification stone was shattered, Lu Chen and the others would be eliminated, avenging their grudges. However, with such a significant numerical advantage, they could easily kill Lu Chen and the others first, then shatter the purification stone. Kunpeng used the Northern Ocean overturning heaven technique. Lu Chen commanded, and Kunpeng burst forth with a dazzling divine light, the surging waters of the Northern Ocean engulfing the 27 regional bosses in an instant. Every drop of the water from the Binding River was extremely heavy. The 27 regional bosses seemed to be in a meat grinder, with every inch of their flesh enduring intense pain. Coupled with the 100% additional soul damage from the Manhwa domain, their health plummeted instantly. Moreover, the range of the Binding overturning heaven technique was vast. The 8,100 regional monsters perished in an instant, turning into one monster carcass after another. This is outrageous. Kunpeng's one skill has pushed 27 regional bosses to the second stage. And the 8,100 regional monsters are gone too. In the grandeur of the Binding overturning heaven technique, they are as insignificant as ants. Pei Yuyan and the others were all dumbfounded. With their strength, let alone dealing with 27 regional bosses, even facing 8,100 regional monsters simultaneously would surely lead to chaos. The scale of 8,100 was too large, like an army. Even with the advantage of levels under the feedback of the purification statues, facing the impact of 8,100 regional monsters would be a struggle to survive, making it difficult to protect the purification statues amidst the chaos. With Lu Chen and Kunpeng working together, not only did they push 27 regional bosses to the second stage with one move, but they also swiftly dealt with the 8,100 regional monsters. Could this be something a freshman could achieve? If they were to face the Binding overturning heaven technique, they would surely be annihilated. Buzz! 9 dark purple light beams moved swiftly, illuminating the bodies of the 9 A-level regional bosses. After a minute, all 27 regional bosses entered the second stage, with all attributes increased by 30%. What's going on? We, 27 regional bosses working together, were actually defeated in one move. Kunpeng's strength is too formidable. Not only was the skill powerful just now, but the range was so wide. How can we fight this? The blood-yellow river water is extremely eerie. All damage we receive while in it will increase by 100%. And it's all soul damage, making my soul feel like it's about to fly away. All 27 regional bosses were extremely terrified. Kunpeng's output ability was too strong, coupled with the 100% additional soul damage from the Manhwa domain. Even if an A-level regional boss had 200 million drops of blood, it would still be defeated in one move. This blood-yellow river water is very eerie. We need to get out of here quickly. If we, 27 bosses, still let them complete the challenge, we will surely be ridiculed by the other bosses. Kunpeng's strength is indeed very strong. Fortunately, our way to victory is not to defeat Kunpeng and these 5 humans. We just need to destroy their purification statues. Later, we will hold Kunpeng back and have the 8,100 monsters attack the purification statues simultaneously. As long as one monster gets close to the purification statues, we win. You're right. They are only 5 humans and 1 monster, while we have a total of 8,127 monsters. With such a significant numerical advantage, we will definitely be able to destroy the purification statues. The A-level Golden Elephant King was about to command his minions, but when he turned around, he was completely stunned. Looking around, all he saw were bloody monster carcasses, not a single living creature in sight. All our minions are dead. The A-level Golden Elephant King's pupils dilated. How is this possible? Other regional bosses turned their heads one after another, but seeing the scattered monster carcasses everywhere, they had to accept this reality. We only had 1 minute in the second stage. Could it be that in just a minute, they killed all our minions? The regional bosses were all dumbfounded, overwhelmed by Kunpeng's strength. Don't panic, Kunpeng's beaming overturning heaven technique should only be usable once, a high-cost ultimate move. We still have a chance to win. The A-level Golden Elephant King stabilized the troops. As soon as the words fell, Kunpeng's second move, the Northern Ocean overturning heaven technique, arrived, and its power was no less than the first one. Damn, such a powerful skill with such a wide range, Kunpeng can actually use it a second time. And the blood-yellow river water is chasing too closely. Even if I reach level 100, I can't shake it off. The 27 regional bosses were once again submerged by the Northern Ocean overturning heaven technique, and 9 dark purple light beams once again illuminated the bodies of the 9 A-level regional bosses. The strength of the young leader in Kunpeng is too strong. We don't even have a chance to make a move. A freshman and a senior, unscathed, crushing 27 regional bosses, instantly defeating 8,100 regional monsters. If this news were known by other countries, Huaxia and the young leader would surely become targets of everyone. Pei Yuyan and the others were extremely shocked. Fortunately, Lu Chen was from Huaxia. If it were a genius from another country, just the thought of it would be terrifying. This is too much, such a powerful skill with such a wide range, and you can still use it a second time. Don't panic, Kunpeng being able to use it a second time doesn't mean it can use it a third time. As long as we join forces to attack the Purification Stone statue, there is still hope of winning. Entering the third stage, the overall attributes of the 27 regional bosses increased by 60%, and after casting Demonization together, the overall attribute increase directly reached 100%. Then, they all used their strongest skills together, attacking the Purification Stone statue at the same time. After entering the third stage, the regional bosses have a 60% increase in overall attributes, and after casting Demonization, the overall attribute increase directly reaches 100%. Now that they are using their strongest skills together to attack the Purification Stone statue, how will the young leader in Kunpeng stop them? Pei Yuyan and the others were all nervous. They were not defense-oriented professions, and with their strength, they could not possibly withstand the strongest blow of the 27 regional bosses. If they stubbornly tried to resist, it would be no different from courting death, just like an insect trying to stop a car with its arms. Challenging the highest difficulty is ultimately too risky. If we proceed steadily, we will surely have greater gains. Pei Yuyan shook her head and smiled, feeling somewhat regretful. Kunpeng used the Northern Ocean Body Protection Seal to block their attacks. While Lu Chen gave orders, he also cast Elementalization on Kunpeng, making it immune to 70% of physical damage. Kunpeng's Northern Ocean Body Protection Seal could make it immune to all damage by 50% and reduce the attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed of the damage source by 60%. If the opponent did not have a skill to break through immunity, Kunpeng could directly ignore all physical damage. Coupled with Kunpeng's already high blood volume of 48 billion, which increased to 80 billion at level 141, such strong defense and billion-level blood volume would definitely withstand the strongest blow of the 27 regional bosses. Human, your Kunpeng is indeed tough. I couldn't even hurt him in a one-on-one situation. But facing the full-force blow of 27 bosses, can your Kunpeng hold on? The A-level Golden Elephant King sneered. Kunpeng remained steadfast, not dodging or avoiding, and after enlarging its body, it protected the Purification Stone statue tightly like a city wall. What should we do now? Kunpeng's strength is indeed strong, but withstanding the full-force blow of 27 bosses is not something that can be easily done. The risk is too great, but the target of the 27 regional bosses is the Purification Stone statue. If we don't block these skills, we will definitely be eliminated. This is the boss's plan. Pei Yuyan and the others were extremely anxious. As a support profession, Zhou Yu wanted to help Kunpeng with all her might. However, Kunpeng's level was much higher than hers, and all percentage-based enhancement skills were ineffective, so she could only use ordinary defensive skills. And in a large-scale battle like this, ordinary defensive skills were completely inadequate. Boom! The full-force strikes of the 27 regional bosses simultaneously descended, causing tremors for miles around, akin to an earthquake. Yet Kunpeng stood like a city wall in front of the Purification Stone statue, his minor injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. You're still alive? How is this possible? The 27 regional bosses were all dumbfounded. Their full-force strikes couldn't even heavily injure Kunpeng. Moreover, under the influence of the Northern Ocean Protection Seal, their bodies were covered in a layer of frost, reducing their casting speed, movement speed, and attack speed by 60%. Whether attacking or dodging next, they would be greatly affected. Is that all? Confronting coldly smiled and once again unleashed the Northern Ocean overturning technique. Indeed, the full force strikes of the 27 bosses were formidable, but in the face of elemental transformation, Northern Ocean protection seal, and 8 billion health points, they were nothing at all. Damn, Confronting not only withstood our full force strikes but also used the third, Northern Ocean overturning technique. The 27 regional bosses were all terrified. The range of the Northern Ocean overturning technique was already vast, and with their movement speed reduced by 60% due to the Northern Ocean protection seal, they had no hope of dodging and were instantly overwhelmed. Crushed by the waters of the Northern Ocean, they quickly turned into 27 pieces of boss debris. Successfully completed the ultimate retaliation of the Warcrafts. Ranking rewards will be distributed after others complete the challenge. With his own strength, the young leader defeated 27 regional bosses and 8,100 regional Warcrafts. It's unbelievable. Confronting and the young leader are both extremely top tier in terms of output and defense capabilities. Pei Yuyan and the others were all incredibly shocked. They hadn't helped at all, yet Lu Qin and Confronting had completed an impossible ultimate challenge. A total of 27 regional bosses and 8,100 regional Warcrafts. Even if Ouyang Shou's team, the Five Elements team, and Xin Shou's team joined forces, they couldn't defend the Purification Stone statue. Yet Lu Qin alone completed it, and after killing the 27 regional bosses, Confronting only suffered minor injuries while Lu Qin remained unscathed. The full force strikes of the 27 regional bosses could only lightly injure Confronting. How astonishing an amount of damage would be needed to kill Confronting. In the same level, Confronting and Lu Qin were absolutely invincible. This battle yielded great rewards. The young leader helped us kill 27 regional bosses and 8,100 regional Warcrafts. We'll take care of collecting the boss debris and Warcraft debris, Pei Yuyan ordered, and everyone immediately got to work. These Warcraft and boss debris were all bloody and indeed disgusting, but the thought of turning these dirty things into points, making the gains of the Purification of Demons battle even greater, motivated everyone to collect them tirelessly, as if grabbing gold. The consumption of the Northern Ocean overturning technique is too high. After casting it 3 times in a row, even Confronting is tired. Lu Qin stroked Confronting's head, letting him enjoy it. He didn't have a way to restore mana, but with Confronting's recovery ability, just resting for an hour would fill up his mana, having no impact on the monster grinding the next day. Pei Yuyan, why does your spawn point have so many Warcraft debris? Suddenly, Han Tian appeared. He looked at the scattered Warcraft debris, his eyes gleaming with envy. Everyone was a student of the Northern Border Military Academy, so his spawn point was right next to Lu Qin's. The commotion from the recent battle was significant, so to avoid being affected, he came to investigate. As soon as he arrived, he saw the mountain-like pile of Warcraft debris. If all these Warcraft debris were purified, they would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of points. Han Tian, these are all our things, please don't mess around. We are all students of the Northern Border Military Academy. I don't want any internal conflicts. After Pei Yuyan's warning, her gaze fixed firmly on Han Tian. The gains from this battle were immense, with 30 boss remains and 9,000 demon remains, no different from a mountain of gold and silver in the real world. If someone with weak willpower were to see this, they would surely lose their rationality. Even though Han Tian was also a student of the Northern Border Military Academy like her, she still remained cautious. Pei Yuyan, we are classmates, I naturally won't snatch your things. I just want to know how you obtained so many demon remains, Han Tian said, not foolish enough to make an enemy of Pei Yuyan. Pei Yuyan was stronger than her, had not even made a move in the recent battle, and was in her prime. Attacking this SSS-level Peach Blossom Sword Immortal recklessly would only lead to a big loss, even an early elimination. These were all obtained by the little commanders through their own strength, Pei Yuyan truthfully replied. Han Tian chuckled, Pei Yuyan, stop kidding. As the strongest in the team, being able to harvest so many demon remains and boss remains in your prime state, you must have discovered a bug in the Battle of Pure Demons. We are all students of the Northern Border Military Academy. If you tell me about the bug, my team will surely become the second in the Battle of Pure Demons, crushing Shinshou's team, Ouyang Shou's team, and the Five Elements team. Then my Northern Border Military Academy will take the first and second places. Why wouldn't we do it? Moreover, the teams from the Northern Border Military Academy have starting points very close to each other. We can support each other completely. Even occupying the top 50 of this Battle of Pure Demons is possible. But if so many people exploit the bug, the risk of it being fixed by fate will be very high. There were only 4 guaranteed spots for the top 10 schools, but in the competition with 390 teams, disregarding the school's quota and competing based solely on their own strength was possible. As one of the top 10 schools, the Northern Border Military Academy had 54 teams participating in the Battle of Pure Demons. If they all exploited this bug, they would undoubtedly dominate the leaderboard of the Battle of Pure Demons, causing a huge sensation. Pei Yuyan said, "Han Tian, your idea is indeed good, but these demon remains were all obtained by the little commanders through their own strength, not related to any bug. If we really had the bug, out of school camaraderie, we would definitely tell you. It's a pity. I thought you had discovered the bug." Han Tian felt conflicted, not fully believing Pei Yuyan's words. But since Pei Yuyan was unwilling to disclose it, forcing her to do so would be pointless. It was better to leave gracefully and let everyone save face. Upon returning to the starting point, his other 4 teammates immediately approached him. "Captain, what was all that commotion just now?" Pei Yuyan's starting point seems to be in that direction. Pei Yuyan's team has a huge advantage, far surpassing the second-placed Ouyang Shou's team. If Pei Yuyan's team is eliminated, our Northern Border Military Academy won't be able to secure the top spot. The Purification Stone, once bound to a team, would take on the appearance of the team leader. Therefore, they all knew that Pei Yuyan's starting point was right next to theirs. "Don't worry, Pei Yuyan and her team are doing well, and their advantage will only grow." Han Tian shook his head with a smile, feeling some regret. As the second strongest in the Northern Border Military Academy, if he hadn't competed with Pei Yuyan for the top spot in the selection match, he could have joined her team and enjoyed the thrill of exploiting the bug. Zhang Er asked, "What exactly happened? Why did the commotion just now increase the advantage of Pei Yuyan's team?" "They found the bug in the Battle of Pure Demons. When I went over, the ground was littered with demon remains and boss remains, including 10 A-level boss remains. If they purify all these remains, they can get at least over 5 million points. If we were to get over 5 million points, we would definitely crush Ouyang Shou's team in second place. It's a pity that Pei Yuyan is our classmate. We can't have internal conflicts in the 100 schools competition. And with the strength of Lu Chen and Pei Yuyan, even if they were from other schools, I wouldn't be their match." Unable to claim these monster remains as our own, Han Tian sighed deeply. Pei Yuyan and Lu Chen were already strong to begin with, and with the BUG, they will surely crush the other teams, achieving a cliff-like lead. Zhang Er asked, "Captain, as students of the Northern Border Military Academy, maybe Pei Yuyan will tell us about the BUG. When you investigated, did you try?" Han Tian replied, "I did try, but they don't intend to tell me. The more the bug is used, the more likely it is to be fixed by Tian Dao. Perhaps they want to gain more points and establish a greater advantage." He fully understood Pei Yuyan's actions and did not harbor any resentment. Being classmates didn't mean they were close. If others found the bug through their own abilities and didn't know him anything, it was perfectly fine to be a bit selfish. Everyone has completed the first challenge, and today's ranking rewards are about to be distributed. First place, Pei Yuyan team, points, 12,083,000, achievements, killed 10 A-level regional bosses, 10 B-level regional bosses, 10 C-level regional bosses, 3,000 A-level regional monsters, 3,000 B-level regional monsters, 3,000 C-level regional monsters. Clearance speed, 16 minutes 27 seconds, rating, SSS, reward, 1 million points. Second place, Ouyang Shou team, points, 1,013,000, achievements, killed 1 A-level regional boss, 2 B-level regional bosses, 1 C-level regional boss. Clearance speed, 6 hours 58 minutes, rating, SSS, reward, 800,000 points. Third place, Shinshou team, points, 963,000, achievements, killed 1 A-level regional boss, 1 B-level regional boss, 1 C-level regional boss. Clearance speed, 6 hours 34 minutes, rating, SSS, reward, 700,000 points. Fourth place, Wuxing team, points, 923,000, rating, SSS, reward, 600,000 points. After the rankings were announced, everyone received very generous rewards. Even the last place team received a consolation prize, although compared to the first place reward, it was almost negligible. What's the deal with Pei Yuyan's team's achievements? It was supposed to be the first challenge of the Purification Stone statue, yet they managed to sweep through all the bosses in every region and kill 9,000 regional monsters. And the time they took was too short, killing 30 regional bosses and 9,000 regional monsters in just 16 minutes. This data is too abnormal. It must be related to the bug the captain mentioned, otherwise, Pei Yuyan's team couldn't have killed so many regional bosses in such a short time. It's not just a matter of time, a total of 30 regional bosses. Even if the top 4 teams worked together, they wouldn't be able to protect the Purification Stone statue. Zhang Er and the others were all shocked. The reward for first place is too generous, a full 1 million points. You would have to kill 2 A-level regional bosses to get that many points. Han Tian couldn't help but envy. Only SSS-level professionals leading the way could reliably kill A-level regional bosses. Besides that, only with the excellent coordination of the Wuxing team could they kill A-level regional bosses without SSS-level professionals present. Therefore, his team did not kill the A-level area boss. In the first challenge, they could only kill 1 C-level area boss and 5 B-level area boss. In terms of points earned in the first challenge, they couldn't even compare to the top 4 teams. If Pei Yuyan had told me about the bug in the Battle of Cleansing Demons, those 800,000 points would have been mine. He felt it was a pity. The birthplace of the 5 Elements team. It's a pity that the prerequisite for generating area boss is to kill 300 area monsters. We must cooperate to unleash our full strength. Once we act separately, we cannot be compared to Pei Yuyan and Ouyang Shou's team. Otherwise, with our strength, we would definitely be second. The members of the 5 Elements team were dissatisfied. They were formed by quintuplets named Hu Jin, Hu Mu, Hu Shui, Hu Hua, and Hu Tu. Fortunately, the difficulty of the first challenge is related to killing monsters during the day, and a maximum of 300 monsters appear in different areas. Otherwise, with our monster spawning ability, we would definitely fall behind in points compared to other teams. Hu Jin shook his head. Under the constraints of the rules, he felt that with an SS-level body, it was probably not feasible to surpass the SSS levels. The difficulty of the first challenge is indeed related to killing monsters during the day, but Pei Yuyan's team's performance was too exceptional. There are only 10 areas for A, B, and C-level monster regions, and they killed 30 area boss in the first challenge. Did they clear all areas during the day? Hu Mu was puzzled. Before the challenge began, Pei Yuyan's team had already reached 6,200,000 points. They must have cleared all areas to achieve that. But the A-level area boss has extremely high HP, with 200 million HP, and it requires dealing 600 million damage to kill it in 3 stages. Even for us, it would take 6 to 7 hours to kill the A-level area boss. In just one day, how could Pei Yuyan's team have killed all the area boss? Moreover, traveling takes time, and meeting the conditions for area boss generation also takes time. When you calculate it like this, time is even more insufficient. The members of the 5 Elements team looked at each other. They were among the top students in their senior year and were popular candidates for the top spot in the competition among 100 schools. They were all seniors, and no matter how strong Pei Yuyan's team was, they couldn't be that much stronger than them. Moreover, in Pei Yuyan's team, there was even a freshman who had not even awakened his profession for 2 months. In such a short time, even the former battle god of Zhantian would not be able to reach level 30, let alone shine among a group of seniors. The birthplace of the Shin Shou team. It's unbelievable that in just one day, Pei Yuyan's team reached 13,083,000 points. The second place Ouyang Shou team only has 901,300 points, while Pei Yuyan's team is leading by 12,181,700 points. Even if Pei Yuyan's team rests for a day, other teams cannot possibly win the championship of the Battle of Cleansing Demons. This advantage is really huge. Shin Shou's teammates were all shocked. The ranking rewards for the first challenge were immensely significant for them. Even their total points did not exceed the ranking rewards of the third-place team. As the first-place team, Pei Yuyan's team clearly had the most generous rewards. But faced with an 8-digit total score, the 7-digit ranking rewards couldn't even achieve a 10% increase in points. The difficulty of the first challenge is related to killing monsters during the day. And Pei Yuyan's team was able to kill all area boss in the first challenge. It is very likely that they cleared all monster areas. But can students in their senior year really achieve such extraordinary feats? Even a team formed by 5 transcendent professionals cannot accomplish such a feat. Shin Shou was completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In the first challenge, Pei Yuyan's team only took 16 minutes to defeat 30 regional bosses and 9,000 regional monsters. This difficulty surpasses clearing all monster regions in a day. Just the thought of it is despairing. It takes him 6 to 7 hours to defeat one A-rank regional boss, while Pei Yuyan's team killed 30 regional bosses in 16 minutes. As fourth-year students, with SSS-ranked professionals in the team, why is there such a huge gap between his team and Pei Yuyan's team? Not only him, even Ouyang Shou's team and Wuxing's team have an immensely large gap compared to Pei Yuyan's team. The disparity is so great that it's utterly hopeless, impossible to catch up. Pei Yuyan's team's starting point. The first-place ranking reward is 1 million points, equivalent to purifying 2 pieces of A-rank boss remnants. This ranking reward is too generous, higher than the total points of many teams. If it weren't for the leader's extraordinary abilities, our points should be similar to Ouyang Shou's team now. there's no way we could be so far ahead. Pei Yuyan and the others were overjoyed. Lu Chen's contribution alone is greater than the four of them combined. Even when fighting bosses, whether they participate or not doesn't make much difference in speeding up the kills. Their main role is to clear mobs when splitting up, to quickly meet the conditions for the regional boss to spawn. However, Zhang Biao and Zhao Long can only one-shot A-rank regional monsters with a 240% increase in all attributes in the River God domain. Without Lu Chen's strong support abilities, they wouldn't be able to clear mobs quickly. Name, Purification Statue, points, 13,083,000, level, 66, Bound Team, Pei Yuyan's team, skills, Purification, level feedback, Purification Aura, Purification, purify monster remnants to gain points. Level feedback, the level of the Purification Statue will be feedbacked in equal measure to the Bound Team. Purification Aura, when affected by the magic fog, all attributes increase by 160%. After receiving 13,083,000 points, the Purification Statue has reached level 66. With her level feedback, my level reached 156, Kuanping's level reached 176, experiencing an immensely huge boost in attributes. Moreover, in the Purification battle, the invasion of the magic fog is everywhere. As long as we leave the starting point, we will definitely enjoy the benefits of the Purification Aura, with all attributes increasing by 160%. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the changes within himself. With such an astonishing level advantage, the upcoming battles will surely be easier. Leader, I believe the position of captain should be held by the most capable. And you are the strongest in the team, I want to pass the captaincy to you, Pei Yuyan said earnestly. Damn, the captain is actually giving up the captaincy. Hearing Pei Yuyan's words, Zhou Yu and the others were very surprised. In the ranking list of the Purification battle, only the captain's name will be displayed. Therefore, the captain is definitely the most prestigious figure in the Purification battle, especially for captains with high rankings. By giving up the captaincy, Pei Yuyan's name will inevitably appear on the leaderboard, remembered by all participants. The captain is often the strongest or the leader in the team. And Lu Chen is not only strong but also the famous Northern Territory's little leader, possessing strong leadership skills. Even though Pei Yuyan is the strongest student at the Northern Territory Military Academy, she still loses to the little leader in strength and leadership. After a brief thought, Zhou Yu understood Pei Yuyan's actions. For a captain, having teammates who shine too brightly is not a good thing. When the two of them disagreed, the other teammates didn't know whom to listen to, causing confusion on the spot. In the Battle of Purification Demons, Pei Yuyan had always listened to Lu Chen. The position of the captain had long been in name only, so it would be better to just give it up directly. Thinking of this, she immediately echoed, "Little leader, just agree. Your strength is the strongest in the team, and your contribution is the greatest. Clearly, as a freshman, you can make us, fourth-year students, lie down and win. The position of captain belongs to you." Lu Chen shook his head and refused without hesitation. No need, the Purification Stone looks pretty good now, no need to change. The aura of the Purification Stone was too sacred, like being desireless and unassuming. He didn't want the Purification Stone to become like him. Moreover, Pei Yuyan, as the school flower of the Northern Border Military Academy, was extremely outstanding in appearance and figure, like a fairy in the Moon Palace. If the Purification Stone looked like Pei Yuyan, it would definitely be a very pleasing sight. And the position of captain would not bring more rewards in the Battle of Purification Demons, only increase fame. Therefore, he had no interest in the superficial position of captain. This, Pei Yuyan choked, not knowing what to say. The appearance and figure of the Purification Stone were exactly like hers. When Lu Chen praised the Purification Stone for being good-looking, wasn't it indirectly praising her? I gave up the position of captain to you, and you flirt with me in return. What kind of operation is this? Thinking of this, two blushes appeared on her pretty face. As the school flower of the Northern Border Military Academy, she had heard so many compliments that her ears were calloused, but it also depended on who was giving the compliments. Lu Chen, as the strongest genius in the history of the human race after the war god, was impeccable in appearance, strength, potential, and background. She was not a nun, facing such a perfect young man. To say she had no thoughts at all would be fake. However, although Lu Chen said flattering words, his actual attitude was very casual, making it difficult for her to judge his true intentions. The little leader actually refused the position of captain. Zhang Biao was very surprised. If Pei Yuyan had given him the position of captain, he would have agreed without hesitation, even if he was not worthy of it. After the end of the 100 schools competition, if his team became the leader, as the captain, he would undoubtedly attract attention, be considered to have leadership skills, and be valued by the northern border military region. But Lu Chen actually refused the position of captain without hesitation because of the appearance of the purification stone. What kind of operation was this? However, as the little leader of the northern border, Lu Chen did not need to increase his influence in this way. The position of captain was indeed something dispensable. Moreover, Lu Chen's strength did not match his age at all. If other countries found out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so keeping a low profile was necessary. The luck factor in the Battle of Purification Demons is not as great as in the Battle of Spirit Sacrifice, but I can still use Surging Dark Flow to get some travel expenses, allowing others to gain greater benefits in the Battle of Purification Demons, achieving a win-win situation. When Lu Chen reached level 60, he could maintain 4,999 Surging Flow panels at the same time. Now, as a third-tier professional at level 90, maintaining 4,995 Surging Flow panels was naturally not a problem. And with the feedback from the Purification Stone, his level had reached 156, providing teleportation services for everyone, which would have no impact on the next actions. In the dungeon map, the location of the Purification Stone was public, and the journey to the C-level monster area, B-level monster area, and A-level monster area was the same. As long as he made teleportation wells appear at everyone's spawn points, he could trade with all teams. In order to gain the trust of others as quickly as possible, he planned to disguise himself as one of the settings of the Battle of Purification Demons, just like he did during the Battle of Spirit Sacrifice. In the triple coordination of the River God Realm, Naiha Realm, and Love River Realm, the colors of the Rapids panel are even richer this time. S-level monster areas have been refreshed. Purifying S-level boss remnants and monster remnants will earn a large number of points. The S-level monster area has been refreshed, but before the dark flow surges, let's clear some monsters in the A-level monster area first. With a command from Lu Chen, everyone jumped into the teleportation well. In just a few breaths, everyone arrived at the A-level Steel Claw Wolf area. Ouyang Xiu's team's spawn point. What is this? Ouyang Xiu and the others were puzzled as they looked at the suddenly appearing teleportation well. As they approached the teleportation well, the Rapids panel immediately appeared. Teleport function unlocked. Go to the C-level monster area, consume 50 C-level monster remnants. Go to the B-level monster area, consume 50 B-level monster remnants. Go to the A-level monster area, consume 50 A-level monster remnants. Go to the S-level monster area, consume 50 S-level monster remnants. Note, if there are insufficient monster remnants, one lone teleportation can be made. Failure to pay the loan will result in losing the teleport function. The Cleansing Demon Battle actually has a teleport function? Why haven't I heard of it before? Ouyang Yu tilted her head in confusion. The Cleansing Demon Battle is a dungeon born of the will of heaven, so changes are normal. Ouyang Xiu smiled. This teleport function is our advantage. If used properly, our gains will be greater than those of the previous fourth-year students. The teleport function costs 60 monster remnants. Compared to traveling on foot, it's really nothing. And why waste time in low-level monster areas when we can grind in high-level ones? Ouyang Yu's eyes sparkled. On the way to high-level monster areas, one must pass through low-level monster areas. If not for cost-effectiveness, she wouldn't want to summon bosses from lower-level areas. Let's go in. Without enough monster remnants, there's a chance for one lone teleportation. Even if our monster remnants are all purified like purification stones, we can still teleport directly to the A-level monster area. As for the S-level monster area, it's still closed, so we'll have to wait. Led by Ouyang Xiu, everyone jumped into the teleportation well. Similar scenes unfolded in various teams. Everyone loved the new teleportation function, allowing Lu Chen to collect a large number of monster remnants. After connecting the dark flow to the S-level monster area, Lu Chen and the others immediately teleported over. Before that, they had killed an A-level area boss. The mist here is so thick, mixed with fog and the magical mist, it's hard to see beyond 20 steps. Zhao Long looked around and furrowed his brow. The S-level Misty Bee area was filled with towering trees, coupled with such heavy magical mist and fog, making it difficult to travel or find monsters. Swish! A faint sound of breaking air rang out as a bee sting as long as an arrow attacked Pei Yuyan's back of the head. However, Pei Yuyan reacted swiftly, dodging with a turn. The Misty Bees are attacking. She looked around, but besides the dense fog, she couldn't see anything and didn't know how to proceed.